Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 151, Team Alaverus vs. Team Astaroth. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Alaverus Estate. This evening, the rating game between James Alaverus and Diodora Astaroth would take place. For the last hour, James and his peerage intended to relax so that their minds would be fresh before the game. Even though James did not see Diodora as a threat, he had no intention of taking the heir of House Astaroth lightly. James was sitting in his studio with Mizor, putting the finishing touches on the last few chapters of Sailor Moon. As he finished the page he was working on, James put his pen down and stretched. "I'm a little nervous about tonight's rating game," Mizor said while inking some of the backgrounds for the page she was completing. "I don't feel like we'll lose, but I'm nervous about the spectators." "I know what you mean," James replied with a smile. "Even though our works have become famous, not many people know that we're the ones that made them. But now, the entire underworld will know about us." "Then how do you stay so calm?" Mizor asked as she looked up from the page in front of her. "Honestly, I don't know," James said while shaking his head. "Probably because there's nothing scarier than fighting all out with Master." "Now that you mention it," Mizor said as she remembered the fights she had seen James have with Scathatch. "Yeah, I think I understand," Mizor said. "This Diodora guy can't compare to Master Scathatch." "Yeah," James said with a nod. "Anyway, it's about time. Let's go." With that, James and Mizor left the art studio. Then, they met up with the rest of James' peerage in the living room. After that, they teleported to the capital city, Lilith, where they would spend the last half hour waiting for the rating game to start. Underworld, capital city, Lilith. The large arena, where most rating games were held, was filled to capacity. Many of the people in attendance were there because they were curious about the young half-devil, James Alaverus, who was said to have proven that he was the strongest in the younger generation. James' parents, Rias' parents, Sona's parents, Graphia, Rias, Sona, and both Rias and Sona's peerages were also in attendance to cheer for James in his debut. "Is James going to be all right?" Rias asked, somewhat nervous for her fiancé. "Don't worry, Rias," Leona said in a consoling tone. "James' mind is strong. And if he happens to lose his nerve, Scatty is there to help him find it." Just thinking about the hell Scathatch would put James through if he lost his will to fight, everyone in their group shuddered briefly. "It's about time," Zeoticus said as he looked down to the center of the arena. "Sometimes it baffles me," Cassiel said. "Why put the rating games in an arena like this if they're going to be teleported to a rating game board?" "It's to create revenue, honey," Leona said with a smile. "It's a great way to make money." Nodding in response, Cassiel also looked to the center of the arena. And just as he did, Team Astaroth was introduced by the announcer. Following that, Diodora led his peerage into the arena with a gentle smile on his face. "That's the devil I healed before I was excommunicated," Asia said in surprise while she pointed at Diodora. Hearing that, Rias narrowed her eyes. Then, she remembered what James said about how something was fishy about the incident when Asia was excommunicated. "I wish I could let James know about this," Rias thought as she kept her eyes on Diodora. A few moments later, James and his peerage were announced before they also entered the arena. After James was introduced, the announcer introduced to the participants how things would work for this rating game. James and Diodora would lead their peerages onto the two platforms on the arena floor. Then, the platforms would rise, and a bridge would extend from each platform toward the other. In the middle, there would be a pedestal for the two to choose what kind of rating game they would have. As the announcer spoke, James and Diodora followed his instructions. By the end, they were both standing before the pedestal that was mentioned. "May the best team win," James said in a sportsmanlike manner. "Of course, I will win," Diodora said arrogantly. "There's no way I will lose to a half-breed." James could only shake his head in disappointment. Then, he placed his hand on the pedestal. Seeing that James was done talking, Diodora snorted and placed his hand on his side of the pedestal. When both kings' hands were on the pedestal, a roulette wheel appeared over the pedestal. Then, it began to spin. After about a minute, the rating game type was decided. "Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we'll be having a lightning game," the announcer shouted over the PA system in the arena. For those who are uninformed, a lightning game follows almost all of the same rules as a regular rating game. However, the time limit is only 3 hours. Without speaking to Diodora again, James returned to his peerage. However, Diodora had more to say. "Just to prove that you are nothing, I'll wait for you in the middle of the game board," Diodora said loud enough for the entire arena to hear. Then, he also turned and returned to his own peerage. When James arrived back at his platform, Mizor was the first to speak. "That guy is provoking us," Mizor said unhappily. "And it would make you look like a coward if you didn't meet him in the middle of the game board." "It's fine," James replied with a smile. "This is a lightning game, right? Then let's show them what lightning looks like." Hearing that, everyone in James' peerage smiled with bloodthirst. "Search and destroy," James said, sporting the same bloodthirsty smile. "I'll take my time getting to the center of the game board. I want his entire peerage eliminated before I get there." "Understood," the younger members of James' peerage cried happily. "I will only step in if you all miss someone before James arrives," Scathatch said with her spear resting over her shoulder. "And if any of you are unable to eliminate at least one opponent, I'll assign you a training session with Master," James said with a devious smile. Scathatch mimicked the smile as she looked at the younger devils. Hearing that, the expressions of all the younger members became determined. "Now, please step into your respective teleportation circles," the announcer said. "After the teleportation, you will have 10 minutes to strategize. Then the rating game will begin." A moment after the announcer finished, the two teams were teleported onto the rating game board. Rating game board. For this rating game, the board was a valley situated between two adjacent mountains. Stretching 1¼ miles, approximate 2 kilometers, wide and a little over 3 miles, approximate 5 kilometers, long, there were many rocks, bushes, and large trees that could be used to obstruct the enemy team's line of sight. Also, there were several narrow paths on the mountain walls to either side of the valley that could be used to cross the length of the board. At either side of the valley, there was a castle wall with the symbol that represented each team. These castle walls were the points pawns had to reach in order to promote. Each team is now standing on a wall that marks where their base is located, the announcer said. Pawns must reach the opposing team's wall to promote. Now, you will have 10 minutes to strategize. After that, the rating game will begin. Here, everyone, take one of these, James said as he pulled a small case from his pants pocket. These are transceivers that are allowed in rating games. This way we'll be able to keep in touch. After they each took a transceiver, James and his peerage did not say much or spend any time planning. Diodora, on the other hand, was seen frantically explaining the plan to his peerage. And like that, the 10 minutes quickly passed. 10 minutes have passed, the announcer said the second the 10-minute planning period was over. Now, let the game begin. And with that, Mizor, Cu Chulin, Mocha, Dante, Lady, Flora, Iam, Shuna, and Cheyenne shot forward toward the opposing team. At the same time, James jumped from the castle wall leisurely. So, Master, are you going to wait here? James asked curiously while looking back over his shoulder at Scathatch. Or will you roam the battlefield? I think I will stretch my legs for a while, Scathatch said as she stretched with her spear held over her head. All right, I'll see you when this is over, James said with a smile. After that, James began to walk leisurely toward the center of the valley. At the same time, Iam was the first to encounter an enemy. I've got eyes on a bishop, Iam said. Engaging. A moment later, Iam snuck behind one of Diodora's bishops and quickly slit her throat. Before the damage could become lethal, however, the woman was covered in light blue light particles before she was forcibly teleported off the board. One of Diodora Astaroth's bishops has retired, the announcer stated. A moment later, Dante came across two of Diodora's pawns. Deciding that he could take them down from long range, Dante drew ebony and ivory. Then, he pulled each trigger once. Bang, bang. A moment later, both pawns were covered in the same light blue light particles. Two of Diodora Astaroth's pawns have retired. Shortly after that, Mizor, Cu Chulin, Mocha, and Lady found enemies of their own. And with blinding speed, they eliminated their targets, almost simultaneously. Diodora Astaroth's queen, one of his rooks, one of his bishops, one of his knights, and 4 of his pawns have retired. At that moment, Diodora, much like the audience, was stupefied. However, the audience was excited by the show of dominance. Diodora, on the other hand, was livid. How is this even possible? Diodora asked hysterically. It hasn't even been 10 minutes. Those useless women can't even put up a decent fight. Eventually, after throwing a tantrum, Diodora was able to calm himself. Then, he continued moving toward the center of the valley. However, he was unaware that he was moving faster than before. As he walked, he continued to speak to himself. Even if all of my pieces are retired, there's no way that half-breed could defeat me, Diodora said smugly. A moment later, Flora, Shuna, and Cheyenne found targets of their own. And like their comrades, they wasted no time taking their opponents down. A moment later, the announcer's voice rang throughout the game board once again. Diodora Astaroth's rook, knight, and 2 pawns have retired. At that moment, Diodora realized he was the only member of his team left on the board. And once again he was livid. In less than 15 minutes, his entire peerage was retired. However, believing that he was superior to James, he continued walking to the center of the valley. After 2 more minutes, he finally arrived at the center of the valley. And when he did, he saw James standing there, alone, waiting for him. "Yo, you sure took your sweet time," James said as he waved at Diodora with a friendly smile on his face. "Underworld, Satan territory, capital city, Lilith. This kinda feels like bullying," Venilana said as she watched the rating game. Diodora finally made it to the center of the valley. Aquino said with a smile. "It looks like the bullying is only going to get worse." Hearing that, all those who were close to James nodded, almost feeling pity for the young Astaroth. Rating game board. "Honestly, I didn't think you'd show up after your entire peerage was retired," James said casually. "So, how does it feel to lose so badly to a half-breed, as you like to call me?" Silence. Diodora said, his expression taking on a shade of madness. "I will destroy you." As Diodora finished speaking, he was covered in a cloak of black energy. Then, his demonic power spiked noticeably. Noticing the spike in Diodora's demonic energy, James raised an eyebrow. Then, he smiled when he realized that this feeling was familiar. "Oh, how did your power spike like that?" James asked in a playful tone. "It feels really similar to something I've experienced before. Now, let me think." James began to tap his index finger on his chin like Rias does when she thinks. Then, he struck his left palm with the side of his right fist and spoke once again. "I know where I felt this before," James exclaimed as if he was excited to remember something. "It was when that Leviathan chick was fighting Azazel." "Does that mean you have one of Ophis?" "Ah. Just shut up and fight," Diodora shouted in an attempt to drown out James' voice. When Diodora heard James mention the Leviathan chick, he began to panic. Then, when he heard the name Ophis, he shouted at the top of his lungs and attacked in a hurry to stop James from speaking. He attacked with everything he had, too. He fully intended to kill James with this attack. Seeing that Diodora had attacked, James simply raised his left hand with the palm facing Diodora. Then, he spoke. "Bakudo number 81, Danku." With that, a translucent shield formed in front of James and effortlessly blocked Diodora's blast of demonic energy. However, Diodora continued to bombard James with as much power as he could muster. And because of these frantic attacks, James' surroundings were covered with a cloud of dust and smoke. Once Diodora ran out of demonic energy, his attack stopped. Then, he began to laugh madly. "Ha ha 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 ha." Diodora laughed uproariously. Was that all the so-called strongest of the younger generation amounted to? Just what should be expected of a half-breed. "Ha ha 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 ha. You managed to jump up to intermediate level, ultimate rank," James said from inside the dust cloud. "Not bad. Not bad at all." Hearing James' voice, Diodora's laughter stopped abruptly. And the proud expression on his face was replaced with one of fear. How are you still alive?" Diodora asked as he began to backpedal. "I think everyone knew that I was in the minor god rank after the meeting of young devils, right?" James asked with his head tilted to one side. "So, why did you think ultimate rank power would be able to kill me?" As James spoke, Diodora lost his footing from the uneven terrain as he backpedaled. Then, he began to drag himself backward in fear. "Clear the middle of the valley." James spoke into his transceiver. "I'm gonna try an attack for the first time. I don't know how much damage it's gonna do." A moment later, James drew Okairu Sakura. Then, he raised it above his head with both hands. Concentrating his demonic energy into it, James' blade took on a black hue with a dusk pink tint. "Getsuga!" James shouted as his sword was fully saturated with his power. Then, James swung down with all his might. "Tenshu!" James shouted the rest of the technique's name. As the blade was swung down, the black energy coating the blade flew forward along the path of the sword swing. And unfortunately, Diodora was in line with James' sword swing. A moment later, Diodora was engulfed by the energy James released, then he was covered in light blue light particles. The energy slash did not stop there, however. Instead, it cleaved the rest of the game board in half. King Diodora Astaroth has retired. The game is over. James Alaverus wins in spectacular fashion. Chapter 152, The Old Satan Faction Attacks. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. After the rating game concluded, the crowd in the arena was excited. Everyone was impressed by the display of power James showed at the end of the game. On top of that, the way Team Alaverus dominated their opponents made the spectators look forward to what was to come for this new rating game team and how they would change the rating game landscape. While the arena spectator seats were filled with excitement, the infirmary where the members of Team Astaroth were sent after they were retired from the rating game was surrounded by the soldiers of the Underworld's armed forces. Inside the infirmary, Diodora was raging hysterically while confined to an infirmary bed. "Damn it!" Diodora shouted. "How could someone like me lose to a filthy half-breed? How could he be more powerful than me? With the power I was given, I should have been able to dominate everyone in the younger generation." "That's quite interesting," said a calm voice as the door to the infirmary was opened. When Diodora looked toward the door with anger, his expression froze when he saw who walked inside. "Big brother, why are you here?" Diodora asked as he reined in his expression. Diodora's elder brother, Ajuka Beelzebub, formerly Ajuka Astaroth, was standing in the doorway. Then, before he continued to speak, he walked toward Diodora slowly. "If you wouldn't mind, I would like to hear about this power you were given," Ajuka said calmly as he approached Diodora's sick bed. "What do you mean?" Diodora said in a nervous tone. "Don't play dumb with me, little brother," Ajuka said in the same calm tone. "If you tell me the truth I can plead for leniency on your behalf. But if you intend to play games, there's nothing I can do for you. Even if I am one of the 4 great Satans." Diodora only hung his head after he heard what his brother had to say. And with his hair covering his face, Ajuka was unable to see his expression. Not to mention that James Alaverus was present at the peace negotiations between the 3 factions when Kateria Leviathan used Ophis power. Ajuka said. "So, he is familiar with the energy that Ophis Snake produces." Diodora remained silent instead of defending himself. On top of not knowing what to say, he was burning with anger because of James. "On top of that, we received a report from Rias Gremeris, Pawn, Asia Argento," Ajuka said after not receiving a response to his question. "She identified you as the devil she saved before she was excommunicated." Hearing that, Diodora raised his head with an elated expression on his face. "Asia remembers me?" Diodora asked happily. "I knew we were fated to be together. I wouldn't get too excited if I were you." Ajuka replied to Diodora's excitement calmly. "Asia is already aware that your appearance on Vatican grounds was a conspiracy." Hearing that, Diodora paled instantly. Then his expression turned into one full of anger. "Diodora, I won't fault you for what you did," Ajuka said calmly. "It was natural to oppose the church. We were enemies after all. But why would you join the Cows Brigade?" "Because I can never have what I want if this peace continues," Diodora shouted angrily. "There's nothing I enjoy more than corrupting holy maidens. But with this peace, how will I do that from now on?" Hearing that, Ajuka's expression did not change. Although, he was surprised inwardly. Then, Ajuka thought to investigate the identities of the women in Diodora's peerage. But before that. This is really unfortunate," Ajuka said after sighing. "Unfortunately, I'm going to have to take you into custody." "Ha ha 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 ha." Diodora laughed hysterically. "Do you really think you can do anything?" Where did everything go wrong with you?" Ajuka asked while shaking his head. A moment later, Ajuka raised his left hand. Above his palm, a magic circle carrying out many calculations appeared. Then, a barrier appeared around Diodora. Boom. A moment later, a ray of light fell from the ceiling aimed directly at Diodora. At the same time, because of the attack, there was mass panic in the arena. The attack that was aimed at Diodora fell from high up in the sky of the underworld. After that attack was fired, many hostile forces descended on the arena. At the same time, in the infirmary, or what used to be the infirmary, everything was destroyed. The only things left intact were the chair Ajuka was sitting on and the bed Diodora was laying in. "What's happening?" Diodora asked. "Why was I attacked?" Because you were no longer useful to them," Ajuka replied. "I'm guessing the only reason they decided to work with you is because I am your brother. They probably thought they could use you to get to me." "Right, Kruzari." As Ajuka finished speaking, he looked up to the hole in the ceiling. When he did, he saw a good-looking man with pointy ears, pale skin, violet eyes, and black hair tied into a small ponytail. This man was Kruzari Asmodeus, descendant of the original Asmodeus. "False Satan, Ajuka Astaroth," Kruzari said as he floated down through the hole in the ceiling. "Your title as the most intelligent devil in the underworld clearly is not just for show. Kruzari, save me." Diodora pleaded frantically. "Were you not paying attention?" Cruzuri said disdainfully. Now that your connection to the true Satan faction has been revealed, you are no longer of use to us. However, allowing you to live could jeopardize our plans. So, I'll need you to die. With that, Cruzuri fired a large blast of demonic energy at Diodora. However, before it could make contact, it was once again stopped by a barrier. Seeing that his killing blow was stopped once again, Cruzuri turned his attention toward Ajuka. Do you really believe I would allow you to kill my younger brother right in front of me? Ajuka asked calmly. Why would you protect a traitor like him? Cruzuri asked curiously. Because I'm sure he has information. Ajuka replied. No matter how little, it's still information on our enemies. And that's precisely why he needs to die. Cruzuri said as he fired another blast of demonic energy. However, instead of attacking Diodora, Cruzuri fired at Ajuka. Unfortunately for him, the outcome was the same. Ajuka was able to nullify Cruzuri's attack with a barrier. Annoying. Cruzuri grumbled as he spread his wings and floated into the air. Deciding that dealing with Cruzuri now was a better option than leaving him to wreak havoc on the battlefield above, Ajuka wanted to follow Cruzuri into the sky. Before he did, though, Ajuka looked at his brother. I can't leave you unattended, Ajuka said while looking at his younger brother with his ever-unchanging calm expression. Unfortunately, if I leave to do battle with Cruzuri, there's a good chance you'll be killed. Perhaps I should put you out of your misery myself. Hearing his brother's ruthless words, Diodora was terrified. And just as Ajuka raised his hand to end Diodora's life, James and Scathatch appeared next to him. Yo, Ajuka. James said with a smile. James, how is the situation outside? Ajuka asked without lowering his hand that was ready to attack. Under control for the most part. James replied with a shrug. My peerage, Rias and her peerage, and Sona and her peerage have joined the battle. On top of that, there's no one up there strong enough to force Master or myself to join the battle. That's good to know. Ajuka replied with a nod. So, why don't you let either me or Master watch over the little traitor? Then, you can go and take care of that old Asmodeus guy. I think I'll take you up on that offer. Ajuka replied. Then, without hesitation, Ajuka propelled himself into the sky to do battle with Cruzuri Asmodeus. Then, James turned his attention toward Diodora, who was looking at him as if he had just killed his family. I don't know why you hate me so much. James said with a shrug. But you're not strong enough to do anything to me, so it's not worth staring at me like that. It's because I know you ruined my plans for Asia. Diodora said with a growl. Yeah. James said nonchalantly. I'm sure the reason is riveting. But to be honest, I don't really care. Then, James spread his arms to either side. A moment later, he clapped his palms together with his fingers interlocked. Bakudo number 99, Kin. With that, fabrics created from James' demonic energy wrapped themselves around Diodora's arms and bound his arms behind his back. Then, the fabrics proceeded to wrap themselves around Diodora's entire body. After that, the ends of the fabric spread around him and were nailed into the ground in the shape of an X by stakes, also created from James' demonic energy. Phew! James exclaimed after his Keto spell was completed. That still takes more energy to perform than I would like. If you knew it would use up so much energy, why even use it when on a battlefield? Scathatch asked with an eyebrow raised. That's actually quite simple. James replied. Of all my binding, Keto, or Bakudo, this is the only one that will keep him from committing suicide by biting his tongue. Do you really think a coward like that would commit suicide? Scathatch asked curiously. With how much he seems to hate me, I wouldn't put it past him. James replied with a shrug. Then, before Scathatch could ask another question, James drew Mangetsu no Shitada and split an incoming blast of demonic energy aimed at Diodora. Damn. That guy is really persistent. James complained as he sheathed his sword. I'm surprised you didn't offer to fight that Asmodeus guy, Master. He had already been marked for death by another. Scathatch replied with a shrug. This Scathatch has no need to steal another's prey. Or to kill steal, as you young ones would say. James could only blink his eyes in confusion after hearing Scathatch's use of video game slang. Master, you haven't already been corrupted by online gaming, right? James said with worry in his eyes. Seeing the worry in her disciple's eyes, Scathatch found it cute. Because of that, she smiled. Then she gently stroked James' cheek. No. Though I have read anything I could lay my eyes on. Scathatch said with a smile on her face. And I would have to admit, asserting my dominance over a new field of battle does sound appealing. Although gaming could be a good outlet for Scathatch, James found the thought of Scathatch playing any kind of online games terrifying. Even with Master's bodily control and analytical ability, there's no guarantee that she won't run into a hacker. James thought to himself. And if she did, what kind of devastation would her rage quitting bring to her surroundings? On the other hand, Scathatch found the changes in James' facial expressions interesting to watch. To think the topic of online gaming could bring so much color to my disciple's face. Scathatch thought as she watched James agonize internally over the prospect of her playing games online. The marvels of the modern world are truly something. Like that, James and Scathatch waited for the battle in the sky to end or to get to a point where their assistance was necessary. Fortunately, the latter never came to pass. Approximately 10 minutes after Ajuka rose to the sky, he returned, with Cruzuri no longer on the battlefield. Is he dead? James asked curiously. I didn't sense him running, after all. Yes, he's dead. Ajuka replied as he landed in the ruins of the infirmary. After landing, he looked at the struggling mass of fabric. Realizing that Diodora was wrapped up in these fabrics, Ajuka could not help but find the spell interesting. This is quite the binding spell, Ajuka commented after a few moments of observation. The formula is so complicated that even I would be unable to undo this binding without at least 3 seconds. I know that's high praise when you factor in your Kankara formula. James thought as he pouted. But would it kill you to embellish a little bit? Seeing James' new facial expression, Scathatch smiled. And as James noticed her smile, he turned his head away. Then, he spread his wings and began to rise toward the sky. This is taking too long. James said without looking at Scathatch. I'll go finish this battle. And just like James said, using Senbon Sakura and his own personal power, James brought the battle to an end quickly. Chapter 153, The Allfather Arrives. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Alaverus Estate. A day has passed since the Cows Brigade attacked the raiding game arena. Currently, James and his peerage are reading a report on the attack and its aftermath. After the attack, it was decided that the raiding games scheduled in the near future would not be rescheduled. Instead, those games would be broadcast to the entire underworld. Unfortunately for James and his peerage, their match against Diodora Astaroth was deemed invalid. Which made sense. The young devils of this year were expected to face each of the other 6 competitors once before they were allowed to compete in the raiding games officially. And since James would be the only one who faced Diodora, due to his crime of treason, it was the only fair thing to do. Bang. James' peerage had just received the news of their match with Diodora's invalidation. Unsurprisingly, none of them were happy about it. However, the one who lost their temper and slammed their fist into the table was not one of the young devils in the room. Instead, it was Leona who was also reading the notice. This is bullshit. Leona exclaimed unhappily. You all performed so well. They're basically spitting on your efforts. Double standard much? James asked. She swears, nothing happens. I swear and I get popped in the head. That's because I'm the parent, sweetheart. Leona said with a bright smile. The rest of the group decided that it was not worth engaging. Instead, they focused on what Leona said initially. Did we really put in any effort, though? Mizor asked innocently. I mean, as soon as the match started, it was over. It almost felt like our opponents didn't train at all. With Mizor's comment, everyone stopped to think about how the battle actually went. Due to the Cows Brigade's attack after the raiding game, they did not think much of the match with Diodora. Now that you mention it. Mocha said after considering the raiding game. We really did not have to push ourselves very hard, yesterday. Very hard. Dante asked sarcastically. Try it all. To be honest. Scathatch said after putting down the report. In terms of strength, none among the young devils are your match. However, you should never allow yourselves to grow complacent. If you do, then your path to power will end prematurely. Everyone nodded in agreement to Scathatch's words. That's right. James said with a smile. Even if we are stronger than our opponents, giving our all is the minimum respect we can show them. Once again, the members of James' peerage nodded in agreement. Therefore, if any of us, including me, show signs of complacency, please make us regret it, Master. James said as he bowed politely with a resolute expression on his face. Once again, James' peerage began to bow. Until they registered what it was that James said. When they did, they hurriedly stopped and looked at Scathatch with a hint of fear in their eyes. And that was something that Scathatch did not miss. So, with a ferocious smile, she replied to James. I hear and obey, my king. Scathatch said in a serious tone. With that, James' peerage all made the resolution to give every raiding game their full attention. Unfortunately for them, Scathatch would also apply this to battles outside of the raiding games. But that would be a story for another day. Anyway. James said, casually shaking off the awkward atmosphere. Are you all interested in watching the match between Ri and Sona? Most of the peerage agreed to watch as they were friends with both Rias and Sona. as well as most of their peerages. Dante and Lady, however, decided to return to the human world. If they were lucky, they could complete a job or two before their next raiding game. Surprisingly, Scathatch was the most interested in the upcoming raiding game. As it turns out, she was interested in the strategies the girls would employ, rather than the actual battles that would occur. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Gremory Estate. At the same time, Rias and her peerage were also reading the report on the Chaos Brigade's attack and its aftermath. Then, out of nowhere, the quiet atmosphere was broken. Ha 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 ha. Issei laughed and threw his copy of the report into the air. James Senpai's win was invalidated. Serves that lucky bastard right. Instead of reprimanding him, Rias, Akino, Kaneko, and Mio rolled their eyes at the immaturity Issei showed. Asia looked at Issei as if she wanted to stop him but did not know how. While Yuto, Gaspar, and Zenobia did not seem to have much of an opinion about Issei's outburst. Wow, jealousy is really ugly, Maria said in her usual cheerful tone. With that, Issei flinched. Then, he looked at the expressions of everyone around him. I'm sorry about that, Issei said with a genuinely regretful expression. But James Senpai has everything I want. Everyone could understand what Issei meant. It was no secret that Issei wanted to be the king of his own harem of beautiful girls more than anything. They also understood that seeing James living the life he dreamed of must be tough. Even so, they had no sympathy for the perverted idiot. Anyway, are you all ready for tonight's game? Rias asked after putting Issei's idiocy out of her mind. Sona won't be an easy opponent. But we outnumber her, Issei said with a confused tone. Shouldn't this be a breeze? Not necessarily, Issei-kun, Akino said with a smile. Even though we outnumber them, Sona is a better strategist than Rias. No offense. None taken, Rias said calmly. It's true that she's a better strategist than I am. On top of that, they have all been through Master Scathacker's training. In terms of battle awareness, I'm sure they are ahead of all of us. If that's the case, then what should we do? Gaspar asked in a nervous tone. We use our versatility, Rias said with a confident smile. We have more varied ways to attack. Which means we have more varied ways to win. Hearing their king's words, Rias' peerage confidence was raised. Underworld, Citri Territory, Citri Estate. Like James and Rias, Sona and her peerage were also reading the report on the Chaos Brigade's attack and the aftermath of that attack. So, what do you all think? Sona asked. James is not going to be happy, Tsubaki replied. Even if the victory was an easy one for them, it was something they earned. Hearing that, the rest of Sona's peerage nodded in agreement. And unfortunately for the rest of the teams, he's going to take it out on all of us, Sona said while adjusting her glasses. Sona's peerage shuddered when they thought about James and his peerage going all out against them. Even if that's the case, Sona said as she stood from her seat. We'll show them and the entire underworld that we are not to be taken lightly. Yeah, the rest of Sona's peerage cheered in unison. Seeing the enthusiasm of her peerage, Sona was more than satisfied. She knew that she had to show that she was strong enough to make her words and opinions heard in the underworld. And she would use her match with Rias to take her first step toward fulfilling her dream. Now, let's discuss our basic strategy for tonight's raiding game, Sona said as she took her seat again. And for the next few hours, Sona and her peerage discussed their strengths and weaknesses along with Rias and her peerage's strengths and weaknesses. After that, they discussed possible countermeasures. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. In the Satan's meeting room, Surzex, Graphia, and Seraphol were waiting for some guests. They were planning to discuss extending their alliance while watching their younger sister's raiding game. They should be here soon, Surzex said with a smile. I hope these negotiations will go well. There should be no problem, Seraphol said with a cheerful smile. That old man has been advocating for peace for ever. I hope you're right, Surzex said. We need all the help we can get against the Chaos Brigade. At that, Graphia and Seraphol nodded in agreement. Either way, I'm looking forward to Sotan's debut, Seraphol said in a bubbly tone. And when she gets her first win tonight, I'll celebrate with her. Hearing that, Surzek's eyebrow twitched. I think you may be getting ahead of yourself, Seraphol, Surzek said with a smile. Rias has a complete peerage, after all. Numbers are important, but strategy can make up for the difference, Sona said, maintaining her smile. That may be true, Surzek said as his smile faded slightly. But the difference in firepower is a big factor as well. I agree, Seraphol said with a smile that had also diminished slightly. But the breadth of training is important as well. And since Sotan and her peerage have trained with Master Scathatch, they have the advantage. Like that, Surzex and Serafal tried to explain why their own sister was in the superior position going into the upcoming rating game. And as time went by, their smiles faded, and their arguments became more childish. Riatan is taller. Surzex shouted. Sotan is cuter. Serafal shouted in return. Riatan has bigger boobs. Surzex shouted, determined not to lose. As the childish argument continued, Graphia stood behind Surzex with an impassive expression on her face. However, her lips and eyebrows would twitch from time to time as she was forced to listen to this stupidity. How can the leaders of an entire race be so childish? Graphia asked herself internally as she watched her husband and longtime friend/rival argue about their younger sisters. I mean, Serafal has always acted like this, but Surzex turns into a completely different person whenever Rias is involved. At that moment, Graphia was saved from her torment. A communication magic circle appeared next to her right ear. Using her right hand to block out the noisy argument, Graphia listened to the voice on the other side of the magic circle. Graphia, I will arrive shortly with Michael. Ajuka said in a casual tone. I'm sure you're about to lose your mind because of those two Siscons. But they should stop their bickering when the guests begin to arrive. Thank you, Lord Ajuka. Graphia said. I'll inform them right away. Then, the communication was cut. After that, Graphia turned her attention to the childish Siscon duo, who were still arguing like grade schoolers. Lord Lucifer, Lady Leviathan, Lord Beelzebub will arrive shortly with Michael of the Four Great Seraphs. Graphia announced. Hearing Graphia's announcement, Surzex and Serafal froze for a moment. Then, they both snorted and looked away. The outcome will speak for itself. Surzex said in a huff. That's right. Serafal replied. Then, a few moments later, they were both calm and ready to greet the guests. A few minutes later, the door to the meeting room was opened and Ajuka led Michael into the room. Michael, it's good to see you again. Surzex said with a friendly smile. How are things in heaven? Everything is going well. Michael replied with a kind smile. And how are you, Surzex, Serafal? Oh, and Miss Graphia as well. While Graphia only nodded respectfully, Serafal replied energetically. I've been great. Serafal said with a cheerful smile. Especially since Jaekuin released his Sailor Moon manga. It would seem that young man has many talents. Michael replied with that same kind smile. It would seem your sisters have both found a wonderful partner. Serafal smiled brightly as she had fully accepted James' relationship with Sona over the years. Surzex on the other hand, also smiled. However, his smile was a bit forced. He was quite supportive of James and Rias' relationship as well. However, James' ambition to surpass him has made him uncomfortable lately. Before Surzex could reply, however, the door to the room was opened again. Walking through the open door was Azazel leading two people. The first was an elderly man with long gray hair and a matching beard and a gold and white monocle covering his left eye. On his tall and bulky body, he wore a short white robe with gold and blue lining on his collar, cuffs, and the front of the robe. On his head he wore a black and gold hat. The second of the new arrivals was a beautiful young woman with long straight silver hair and aqua blue eyes. Standing at 5 feet 8 inches, 1.73 meters, she was clad in a white breastplate, hip guards, fingerless gauntlets, boots, and wing-shaped hair clips, all with gold and pale blue accents. Under the armor, she wore a black leotard, thigh-high stockings, and a pale blue cloth wrapped around her waist and hips. Good, we're not late. The elderly man said as he wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead. We wouldn't have had to worry about being late if you hadn't lost track of time, Lord Odin. You need to learn how to loosen up, Ross Weiss. The elderly man, Odin, former chief deity of the Norse pantheon, said to his bodyguard. If you're always so stiff, you'll never find a man. With that, the young woman, Ross Weiss, who served the role of Odin's Valkyrie bodyguard, fell to her knees and began to sob. It's not like I want to be single. Ross Weiss cried. It's not my fault all the good men in Valhalla are taken. Hearing that, Odin laughed uproariously while everyone else could feel cold sweat forming on their backs. Chapter 154, Meeting the Allfather. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. Anyway, let's forget about the girl who's never had a boyfriend. Odin said with a laugh. This will be the first rating game I've ever seen. Who are the participants? Rias Gremory and Sona Citri. Azazel said as he glanced at Surzex and Serafal. Younger sisters of 2 out of the 4 great Satans. Oh, this could be interesting. Odin said as he stroked his beard. Then, until the rating game started, the 4 great Satans, Michael, Azazel, and Odin engaged in small talk. Although most of Odin's chatter revolved around flirting with Serafal. While Serafal rejected his advances mercilessly with a cheerful smile on her face. It's time. Graphia said quietly. After hearing Graphia's voice, the leaders stopped their chatter and turned their attentions to the screen that would display the rating game between Sona and Rias. Ladies and gentlemen, the announcer shouted across the broadcast system. Once again I would like to welcome you to a match between this year's young devils. Through the monitor, everyone could see that the crowd in the arena was excited. It still amazes me how willing those people are to flock back to the site of a terrorist attack. Azazel said with his usual shit-eating grin on his face. But if they showed up because they are expecting a match like yesterday's game, they're going to be disappointed. Oh, I heard about the attack from the... What do you call them? Chaos Brigade. Odin said as Azazel's speech drew his attention. But what do you mean by a match like yesterday's game? With that, Azazel began to tell the story of James' match. Though he purposefully left the identities of his peerage a secret. And when he was done, Odin's next words made Azazel's smile widen. I think I'd like to meet that young man. Odin said while stroking his long beard. Would it be possible to call him here? Hearing that, Surzex, Seraphol, Ajuka, and Graphia all raised an eyebrow. Michael on the other hand did not change his expression, maintaining that kind smile on his face. Then, Azazel nodded his head. I can make the request. Azazel said. But there is no guarantee he will show up. What? You can just order a brat like that to show up, right? Odin asked. In most cases, yes. Surzex replied. But Jaekuin just made ultimate class a few days ago. Seraphol followed up. So, unless it's a matter of great importance, we cannot just order him around. Ajuka said, finishing the explanation. Are you telling me this young man is already ultimate class? Odin asked, his curiosity about the young James Alaverus intensifying. Well, go ahead and make the request. I can only hope that he accepts. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Alaverus Estate. Well, the rating game should start soon. James said while watching the television in the living room with the rest of his peerage and his parents. Any predictions? I know of Sona and her peerage's abilities. Scathatch said. However, I am unfamiliar with Ria's team's capabilities, so I will refrain from making any predictions. Everyone nodded in understanding at Scathatch's statement. Well, I'd have to go with. Cu Chulin began to say before he was interrupted. Sona, everyone said simultaneously. Cu Chulin could feel his eyebrow twitching involuntarily when everyone stated his prediction before he could say it. Your expression is asking, how did we all know? James said with a smile. It's quite simple, actually. It's because Tsubaki is on that team. So, we know where your heart is leaning. Everyone nodded in agreement with James' statement. Then, when Cu Chulin's lip began to twitch, everyone laughed at his expression. Anyway, does anyone else have a prediction? James said. He began to trail off, however, when a communication magic circle appeared next to his right ear. When everyone else noticed the magic circle, they fell silent. Then, after checking the crest on the magic circle, James brought his right hand to the magic circle and injected a strand of his demonic power into it to activate it. Hello. James said as if he were answering a telephone. Good evening, James. This is Graphia. Graphia said from the other side of the magic circle. Hey, what can I do for you, Graphia? James asked casually. Your presence has been requested to meet with a guest. Graphia replied, if possible, you and your queen should make your way to the Devil Council building. Is this an important guest? James asked, thinking he should know what kind of attitude he should take. He is, Graphia replied. However, this is an informal meeting, and he isn't one for formalities. I see. James said with a nod. We'll be there in about 10 minutes. Thank you, James. Graphia said, a smile could be heard clearly from her tone. I will meet you outside of the main entrance. Then, Graphia ended the communication magic. After that, James looked toward Scathatch. Master, mind taking a trip with me? James asked with a smile. It seems the higher-ups want us to meet someone. This could be interesting. Scathatch said without changing her expression. When do we leave? Let me put on something a little more presentable, then we'll go. James said as he stood to his feet. After that, James walked to his bedroom and picked out a light gray suit, black dress shirt, black leather dress shoes, and a black tie with silver and red accents. 5 minutes later, he returned to the living room. All right, let's go. James said. Scathatch then stood from her seat and used magic to change into her battle attire. Then, with her spear in hand, she stood next to James, who created a teleportation magic circle. A moment later, James and Scathatch disappeared from the living room. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. After Graphia ended her communication with James, she excused herself from the small meeting room. Then, she walked through the Devil Council building, nodding in greeting to anyone who greeted her. After a few minutes, she reached the building's entrance. Waiting patiently, Graphia began to imagine the expression Odin would make when he saw Scathatch. Seeing Master Scathatch should help that old man to keep his eye to himself. Graphia thought. I'm sure he'll be a little better behaved after seeing her. With that thought, a smile crept onto Graphia's face unconsciously. At the same time, a teleportation magic circle appeared on the ground in front of her. Then, James and Scathatch appeared from the magic circle. And of course, they caught sight of Graphia's happy smile. Hey, Graphia. James said with a smile. You really should smile more often. Your smile is really quite beautiful. Instead of replying, Graphia erased the smile from her face and nodded. Please, James, Master Scathatch, follow me. Graphia said as she turned toward the building. Although James did not notice anything, Scathatch could see that the tips of Graphia's ears had turned red. Then, from behind James she slightly smiled. That woman is quite cute. Scathatch thought to herself. Not intending to embarrass the proud woman. Then, as Graphia retraced the route she used to reach the building's entrance, James and Scathatch followed her. After a few minutes, they reached the door to the meeting room where the leaders of the Three-Way Alliance were hosting their guest. Knock, knock. Lord Lucifer, I've arrived with James Alaverus. Graphia announced her arrival after knocking. Please, come in. Surzek's reply came from the other side of the door. Upon receiving permission, Graphia opened the door. Then, she gestured for James and Scathatch to enter. Nodding to Graphia, James led Scathatch into the room. Then, once he was inside, he scanned the room briefly. Noticing two unfamiliar faces, James assumed that the old man sitting next to Azazel was the important guest. As James entered, Odin's eye focused on him. Is this boy really only 18? Odin thought to himself. He's in the latter half of the minor god rank. Then, Odin noticed the woman standing behind him, and his complexion paled. You, what are you doing here? Odin asked as he pointed a finger at Scathatch. How did you get out of the land of shadows? Allfather, it has been a while. Scathatch said without changing her expression. To make a long story short, my geas with the Celtic pantheon has been completed. I guess that answers the question of how you are here. Odin said, turning his attention back to James. So, you're the undisputed strongest devil of the younger generation, James Alaverus, huh? And you're the Allfather of the Norse pantheon, Odin. James said with a polite bow. It's a pleasure to meet you. Likewise. Odin said as he waved off the show of etiquette. Oh, and this is my bodyguard, Rosweiss. Well met. Rosweiss said as she tapped her right fist on the left side of her breastplate twice. After the introductions, James and Scathatch were offered seats. Once seated, Azazel with a mischievous expression asked James a question. So, James, who do you think will be the winner in this rating game between your two fiancés? Azazel asked as he glanced at James. Hearing this question, Surzek's and Seraphal's eyes lit up. The intensity of the light in their eyes was strong enough to burn holes through most solid objects. And, of course, without even looking, James could feel those gazes locked onto his body. That damn crow has nothing better to do than to cause trouble for me, huh? James thought to himself as he gazed at Azazel without losing his smile. Well, I'll hold my judgment until we know what kind of game they'll be playing. James replied. After all, Riri and Sona each have advantages and disadvantages that will show in different situations. Hearing that, everyone nodded in agreement. Unfortunately, Azazel was not yet done starting trouble. Well, if they were to match up against you, what would be their chances of winning? Azazel asked. 0. James replied without hesitation. Even though Riri has enough firepower to compete with most of my peerage, when it comes to strategy and tactics, I'm better. Not to mention, I also outclass her by quite a bit in terms of power. And even though Sona is skilled enough as a strategist to give me trouble, my peerage's power is more than her strategies could stop. Hearing James' explanation, everyone nodded. Though, Surzek's and Seraphal had bitter expressions. It was clear that they would retort to James' assessment if they could. However, that's assuming that Master did not participate. James said with a smile. If Master were participating, it would be even worse. First, I would leave the team's strategy to her, since she is better at it than I am. And second, adding another minor god rank who can compete with and kill those at the major god rank, wouldn't be fair, would it? Once again, everyone in the room nodded. Then, Odin asked a question. So, both those girls are engaged to you, right? Odin asked, clearly more interested in his new topic than discussing a topic related to battle. That's right. James replied with a nod and a smile. So, having two girls, huh? Odin said with a smile that most men would be able to understand. It's nice, right? Ah. Sure. James answered awkwardly. What's with that expression? Odin asked with a slight frown. Don't tell me you haven't had them yet. Cough. Because of Odin's crude question, Serzex coughed violently. Seraphol on the other hand blushed. She could not help it. She remembered the time when she intruded on James and Sona's private time. James on the other hand maintained his awkward smile. 2 is inaccurate. James replied after a moment. Hearing that, Odin's eye widened while Rossweiss looked at James with curiosity. Really, how many? Odin asked as he leaned forward toward James unconsciously. Before James could answer, however, Michael interrupted. Rias and Sona are making their entrances. Michael said without losing his smile. The type of game should be chosen soon. With that, the conversation came to an end. But out of the corner of his eye, Odin could see that James was holding up 3 fingers on his left hand and 4 on his right. Then, Odin's eye widened in surprise. I doubt the number is in the double digits yet. Odin thought to himself. Even so, 7 at his age is rather impressive. At the same time in the rating game arena, Rias and Sona had both led their peerages to their respective platforms. Then, like with James and Diodora, the platforms began to rise. When they reached their zenith, a bridge extended from each. And when they met in the middle, a pedestal rose. Then, Rias and Sona began to walk toward the pedestal. When they arrived, neither wasted any time placing a hand on the pedestal. Then, the roulette wheel appeared. While it spun, Rias and Sona spoke quietly. So, we're really doing this, right? Rias asked excitedly. That's right. Sona replied with a nod and a serious expression. The winner gets the title of first wife. A moment later, the roulette wheel stopped. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's game will be point defense. The announcer shouted excitedly. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the rules, allow me to explain. One side will be set as the defending side while the other will be on offense. The defending team will have 3 points to defend. The offense must occupy and hold all 3 spots for a minute each before the time limit of 4 hours runs out. And the defensive side must prevent that from happening for the duration of the game. Naturally, the game can be ended early if either king is retired. While the announcer was explaining the rules, it was decided that Sona would be the defending team. Now, both teams, please enter your teleportation circles. We will begin the game momentarily. Chapter 155, Rias vs Sona I. Rating Game Board. Rias and Sona were teleported onto the rating game board shortly after each of them returned to their platform. When they arrived on the game board, they found themselves in an 8-story tower. Team Citri, the defending team, was teleported to the top floor of the tower in a hall that took up most of the floor. In front of them was a staircase. To the left, right, and behind them were 3 rooms. In each room was one of the capture points. On the other hand, Team Gremory found themselves at the bottom of the tower. On the first floor, they saw nothing but a large hall with a staircase that split to either side when it reached the wall in front of them. There was one other thing both teams noticed, however, they paid it no mind. Until the announcer mentioned the finer rules of the game. Today's rating game will be a point defense game. The announcer said, beginning his explanation of the rules in place for this particular game. The game board will be the entirety of this 8-story tower. The attacking team must advance their pawns to the top floor in order to promote, while the defending team must advance their pawns to the bottom floor in order to promote. Up to this point, the rules were exactly what both teams and the audience were expecting. However, the next announcement made some of them take this game a bit more seriously. Both teams should be aware that there are expensive pieces of art and other decorations scattered around the tower. The announcer continued. A restriction has been put in place. Property damage over a certain amount will result in an immediate loss. Please keep in mind, that refers to the tower's structure as well. Damn it, what kind of rule is that? Rias asked disgruntledly. They're basically handicapping us. Anyone who knew anything about Rias and her peerage would know that they specialize in destructive power. Especially Rias, Aquino, Kaneko, and Zenobia. Also, Bishop Gaspar Vladi's sacred gear, forbidden Baylor view, is prohibited. Seriously, this has got to be some kind of conspiracy. Rias shouted while pulling at her hair. Underworld, Satan territory, capital city, Lilith. At the same time, in the meeting room where James sat with the various faction leaders, everyone was staring at Seraphol. Why are you looking at me like that? Seraphol asked while tilting her head cutely. Tell the truth, Saratan, you had something to do with that ruling, right? James asked in a flat tone. It's not good to bribe the rating game officials. Jaekuin, do you really think I would do something like that? Serafal asked in a pitiful tone. Absolutely. James replied with a nod. For Sona, you would do anything. Stopping to think for a moment, Serafal nodded her head emphatically. That's right, I would do anything for Sotan. Serafal said as she stood from her seat. Then, she hung her head and continued. But I didn't think about it beforehand. I'll remember to bribe the officials from now on, though. When Serafal finished speaking, everyone turned their glares in James' direction. Don't look at me like you weren't thinking the same thing. James said while he looked disdainfully at the room's other occupants. I just turned my thoughts into words before you all did. Then, James turned his attention back to Serafal. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Saratan. James said with a smile. If Sona ever found out, she would hate you. Hearing that Sona might hate her if she bribed the rating game officials, Serafal shuddered for an instant. However, the next instant she raised her head with a confident smile. It's okay, she'll never find out. Serafal said confidently. Yes, she will. James replied with a devious smile. Because I'll tell her. I won't let you ruin her dream of raising her rank with her own power, Saratan. You wouldn't. Serafal asked in an exaggerated manner. I would. James replied in just as over-the-top a manner as Serafal. And I will. With that, Serafal hung her head and gave up. There. James exclaimed proudly. Crisis averted. We've known her for centuries, and we've never been able to dissuade her that easily. If things keep going like this, in the future, James will be the only one who can marry Serafal. Sirzek said while shaking his head. Unfortunately, no one noticed the glint in Serafal's eyes. Because of that, no one would know what she was thinking until she made all her preparations. Anyway, the preparation time for the game is ending. James said as he turned his head toward the monitor broadcasting the game. Rating game board. All right, is everyone ready? Sona asked from her base on the top floor of the tower. Yes, Kaishu. Sona's peerage replied in unison. Good, then let's go. Sona said. When Sona finished, Tsubaki, Rhea, Momo, Tsubasa, Tomo, and Ruruko moved down the stairs. Saji. Sona said as she turned her attention to her pawn. If Rias makes her way up here. Which she probably will. I need you to make sure you can attach your absorption line to her. Absorption line, one of the 4 sacred gear that were crafted from the remains of the prison dragon, Vitra, has the ability to transfer energy from one end of a line that absorption line can create to whatever is connected to the other end. Don't worry, Kaishu. Genshiro said with a serious expression on his face. I'll do whatever it takes to make it happen. Your determination is good, Saji. Sona said as she walked back toward the center defense point. But you have to stay in the game for your power to make a difference. So you have to stay in the game for as long as possible. Understood, Kaishu. Genshiro said with determination burning in his eyes. I won't let you down. At the same time, Rias had also just sent off her peerage. Deciding to climb the tower from 2 directions, Rias split her group into 2. In the first group was Rias, Yuto, Mio, Maria, and Asia. The second group consisted of Aquino, Kaneko, Gasper, Issei, and Zenobia. Because of Asia, Rias' group was moving slower than the other group. And with Gasper as the scout, they were moving much quicker than they would usually. For the first hour, there was no contact between the teams. Even still, as time passed, both teams became more tense. Eventually, Aquino's group made it to the 4th floor. Spending some time to explore the floor, Aquino sent Gasper ahead to find the stairs that led upward. Aquino Fukubuchu, I found the stairs that lead to the... Gasper said as he flew toward the stairs leading to the 5th floor. Unfortunately, he was ambushed by Rhea with an ice spell that froze him in place. Though the ice was not cold enough to eliminate him immediately, it was not intended to do so. Kaishu is a genius. Rhea said to herself quietly. Instead of eliminating their scout, incapacitating him for as long as possible, if possible, is a much better idea. Back with Aquino, the 4 remaining members of her group were confused. Gasper had never stopped his report in the middle like that. Gasper-kun was discovered. Aquino said in a serious tone. He may be under attack. We need to hurry to his location. Got it. Kaneko, Issei, and Zenobia replied as they followed Aquino to Gasper's last known location. Meanwhile, Ruruko was hiding while watching the only path that Aquino's group could pass to reach the 5th floor. I just saw them run by. Ruruko reported. The group consists of Himejima-senpai, Hayata-senpai, Korda-senpai, and Tuja-san. Alright, good job, Ruruko. Sona replied through the transceiver. Maintain your position for now. Let the others handle this battle. Understood. Ruruko replied before falling silent once again. After passing Ruruko's hiding spot, Akino had her team slow their pace. Akino-san, there's no sign of battle here. Issei said quietly while scanning his surroundings. I can see that. Akino replied, confused by what could have happened to Gasper. Above us. Kaneko suddenly shouted, drawing everyone's attention to the ceiling. Unfortunately, Issei reacted too late. Before he could evade, Tsubaki fell from above with her naginata pointed downward, stabbing it into Issei's chest. Gah! Issei shouted in pain before being engulfed in light blue particles of light and teleported off the game board. Rias Gremory's pawn has retired. Damn it! Akino shouted as her fingers began to spark with holy lightning. Everyone, fall back! Tsubaki shouted as she began to retreat toward the stairs. Not so fast! Akino shouted as she released her holy lightning toward Tsubaki's back. Without turning around, Tsubaki continued to run. Even though she felt her skin beginning to tingle because of the holy elements, she showed no concern in her expression. A moment before the holy lightning would have hit Tsubaki, an ice wall rose from the floor behind Tsubaki. Crash! Immediately, the ice was blown into diamond dust. However, Akino's attack was also stopped in its tracks. And Tsubaki successfully climbed the stairs. Akino, how did Issei get eliminated? Rias asked through the transceiver. They set up an ambush. Akino replied while gritting her teeth. They managed to pull back safely, as well. On top of that, we've lost contact with Gasper-kun. After reporting what happened, Akino stopped her group's advance and waited for Rias' orders. *I** hold off on heading up to the higher floors. Rias said with a sigh. I don't know how, but it looks like they know where you guys are. Then, what do you want us to do? Akino asked. Let's regroup. Rias said after a moment of thought. We'll take advantage of our greater firepower as a group. Understood. Akino replied. Where should we group up? Let's meet up in the center of the 4th floor. Rias answered after another moment of contemplation. Understood, we'll see you there. Akino replied with a nod. Then, Akino turned to the 2 remaining members of her group and spoke. Follow me, we're going to meet up with Rias. Akino said sternly. Without speaking, Kaneko and Zenobia nodded and followed Akino to their meeting point. Unbeknownst to Akino, Kaneko, and Zenobia, however, Ruruko was hiding within earshot. Kaishu, they are regrouping with Ria-senpai's team. Ruruko said, reporting the situation to Sona. I see. Sona said while contemplating her next move. Follow Akino's group, Ruruko. Try not to be discovered. Then, after Rias and Akino meet up, if the opportunity presents itself, try to take out Asia. But only make your move if you can take her down in one strike. Understood, Kaishu. Ruruko said with determination burning in her eyes. I'm sorry to do this, Ruruko. Sona said in a serious tone. But if you do this, you will more than likely be eliminated. I know. Ruruko replied with a nod. But I'm willing to do anything to see your dream come true. And with that, Ruruko quietly followed Akino's group of 3 from a distance. Underworld, Gremory territory, Alaverus estate. Whistle *, that was pretty impressive. Dante said. Yeah, Sona's strategies are awesome. Flora said excitedly. This plan could only work because Rias and her peerage have never trained with Master Scathatch. Mocha said. Master Scathatch would have beaten the battlefield awareness into them so that neither Tsubaki's ambush nor Ruruko's stalking would have worked. Hearing Mocha's analysis, everyone nodded as they continued to watch the rating game. Underworld, Satan territory, capital city, Lilith. Wow, Akino uses holy lightning in a similar way to her father. Azazel said with a smile. Don't tell her that, or you might get struck by some of that holy lightning. James replied. So, she still has yet to forgive Barakil, huh? Azazel asked. Why should she? James asked disdainfully. He has yet to show up in front of her even once since her mother died. Oh, sounds like there is a story to be told. Odin said, interest shining in his visible eye. Sorry, Lord Odin. James said with a smile. But that's not our story to tell. Odin pouted like a child when he heard James' refusal. However, he did not push the issue. Instead, he looked at the screen once again and commented on the rating game so far. Even though the little Gremory girl already lost 2 of her pieces, I get the feeling that this battle is going to heat up even more from now on. Odin said with anticipation. Chapter 156, Rias vs Sona 2. Rating game board. A few minutes had passed since Aquino and her group retreated to regroup with Rias and her team. After the ambush, the numbers had been evened out and Rias felt that pushing on with brute force alone would not work. On top of that, they still had no idea what had happened to Gasper. However, once the two groups met up, they found out rather quickly. Rias Gremory's bishop has retired. I guess they felt that Gasper would no longer be useful as bait or whatever Sona had planned for him. Rias said with a sigh. Like Rias, the rest of her peerage also sighed. So, how should we proceed? Aquino said with a serious expression on her face. The only thing we can do is proceed carefully. Rias replied. I'm sure they have ambushes set up at both sets of stairs leading up to the 5th floor. Rias' peerage nodded in reply. Yuto, I want you to take the role of scout. Rias said after turning her attention to Yuto. With your speed, you should be able to retreat from any ambushes we may come across. Yes, Bucho. Yuto said with a nod. Then, Rias arranged the formation. Yuto would be up ahead as the scout, then Kaneko, Maria, and Zenobia would be in the front of the main formation. Aquino and Mio would follow from behind the front line while Rias and Asia would bring up the rear. Nodding to acknowledge the roles they were given, Rias commanded her team to move out. Then, for the next few minutes, Team Gremory moved through the corridors of the tower's 4th floor slowly, until they reached the nearest staircase. Yuto, check the situation on the next floor. Rias ordered. We'll come up when you give us the signal. Yuto nodded in reply, then he carefully made his way up the stairs. About a minute later, Yuto replied through the transceiver. The coast is clear, Bucho. Yuto said quietly through the transceiver. Good. Rias replied. Stay alert for an ambush. We'll come up as quickly as we can. With that, Rias sent her peerage up the stairs in the previously agreed upon formation. Meanwhile, while Rias and her peerage were heading upstairs, Ruruko was waiting for an opportunity to remove the healer from Team Gremory. And the opportunity presented itself when Rias made her way up the stairs before Asia. Kaishu, I'm moving in, Ruruko reported through the transceiver. All right. Sona replied. Remember, you have to do it in one strike. Got it. Ruruko said with a nod. Then, Ruruko crept up behind Asia, who was just about to set foot on the first step of the staircase. When she was close enough, she reached forward and covered Asia's mouth. Humph. Asia screamed into Ruruko's hand. While grabbing Asia, Ruruko concentrated her demonic energy around her fist. Then once her opponent was secured, Ruruko slammed her fist toward Asia's heart. At that moment, Rias felt the spike in demonic energy behind her. And she, too, charged her demonic energy. Then, she whirled around and saw light blue particles of light where Asia should be standing. Without confirming who her enemy was, Rias fired off a blast of power of destruction at the spot where Asia was teleported from. Rias Gremory's pawn has retired. Sona Citri's pawn has retired. Underworld, Satan territory, capital city, Lilith. That girl, Sona has made quite the strategy. Odin said while stroking his long beard. She's ruthless enough, too. Indeed. Scathatch said with a nod. Sacrificing one of her pieces is a mark of leadership in a war. Yeah, but she would never be able to do that on a real battlefield. James replied. Then, with a gentle smile he continued. She's too kind for that. And you would? Surzex asked with a slight frown. Of course not. James replied with a shake of his head. Then, with a resolute expression he continued. That's why I want to be the strongest. If there is no one who can challenge my power, I wouldn't have to sacrifice anyone important to me. Once again, Surzex smiled. His discomfort was becoming clearer every time James spoke of becoming stronger than himself. And seeing Surzek's expression, Ajuka knew exactly what he was thinking. I get the feeling this will get messy in the end. Ajuka thought to himself before turning his attention back to the screen. Underworld, Gremory territory, Alaverus estate. A few moments after the two pawns were retired, the rest of James' peerage was left in silence. I know it's just a rating game, and no one will really die. Mizor said. But how can Sona-senpai just sacrifice one of her own like that? It's because it's a rating game, and no one will really die that Sona can sacrifice one of her own like that. Siyu Chulin said with a neutral expression. We all know that under that serious expression Sona always wears is the heart of a kind girl. She would never be able to sacrifice someone on a real battlefield. Hearing Siyu Chulin's explanation, everyone nodded in agreement. Speaking up for your girlfriends, King, so vehemently. Dante said sarcastically. We won't have to worry about you leaking intel when it's our turn to face them, right? Siyu Chulin rolled his eyes in response. I think we have to be more concerned with you selling intel than Lancer leaking it to his girlfriend. Lady said with disdain in her tone. I've never seen anyone so broke in my life. And James pays us both well. Yet, you are still in debt. Instead of responding, Dante looked away with a pout on his face. Rating game board. Instead of calling the rest of her peerage back down the stairs, Rias hurried up the stairs after dispatching Ruruko. Then, when she arrived at the top of the staircase, she told her team what happened. Sona's really going all out this time. Aquino said in a solemn tone. If it wasn't for the rule against destroying our surroundings, I would have just blasted the entire tower away. Rias said in frustration. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the tower, Sona was contemplating on her next move. After a few moments, she had made her decision. All right, I want you all to pull back to the 6th floor. Sona ordered through the transceiver. Rhea, I want you to come back to the 7th floor. Then, Sona explained the next step of her plan for the battle. After a few moments, everyone replied. Understood, Kaishu. And like that, Tsubaki, Momo, Tsubasa, and Tomo took their positions on the 6th floor, while Rhea pulled back to the 7th. Then, they waited. With an hour and 32 minutes remaining in the game, Rias and her peerage finally climbed the stairs to the 6th floor. However, Rias was beginning to get nervous. Their time was running out quickly. Okay, guys, we need to pick up the pace. Rias said with a bit of urgency in her tone. We're running out of time. Nodding in response, Yudo sprinted down the corridor to begin scouting the 6th floor. A few moments later, Rias and the rest of her peerage followed the knight. At the same time. After Yudo passed a certain point, Tsubasa reported back to Sona. Kaishu, Kibakuin just passed the ambush point. Tsubasa reported through the transceiver. All right. Sona replied quickly. Once the rest of the team is in your sights, act at will. Understood. Momo, Tsubasa, and Tomo replied in unison. And just as they planned, Momo, Tsubasa, and Tomo sprung forth from their hiding spots as the rest of Team Gremory reached the designated ambush point. Tomo targeted Maria in close quarters and Momo fired a spell at Zenobia after her attention drifted toward Tomo and Maria's hand-to-hand fight. Mio also began increasing the gravity around Tomo to support Maria. Meanwhile, Rias and Aquino simply watched the combat unfold. Until Rias received a report from Yudo. Bucho. Yudo shouted into the transceiver with a bit of panic in his tone. I'm under attack from Shinrafuka-keichu. But I don't know how long I will be able to hold on. Aquino, hurry and help Yudo. Rias ordered. Tsubaki is too much for Yudo to handle right now. Without hesitation, Aquino extended her wings and flew forward to assist Yudo. Meanwhile, Tsubasa and Momo launched their own attacks on their chosen targets. Tsubasa rushed forth, sword in hand, and sliced Mio's throat. At the same time, Momo launched a thunderbolt at Zenobia. Damn. There's more to this ambush. Rias shouted angrily. Kaneko, take out Meguri, quick. With Rias' order, Kaneko sprung forward and attacked Tomo with ferocity. At the same time, Rias created a wall from her power of destruction that blocked Momo's magic. Rias Gremory's bishop has retired. Sona Citri's rook has retired. After that short engagement, Tsubasa and Momo were able to escape. Rias chose not to give chase, however, as she was unsure of what kind of trap Sona had placed around the area. Meanwhile, Tsubaki was clashing weapons with Yudo. And unfortunately for Yudo, Tsubaki outclassed him in terms of weapon skill and power. And although he was faster, the difference in speed was not enough to give him any kind of advantage. Just as Tsubaki was about to land the finishing blow, a bolt of holy lightning flew toward her from the end of the corridor. However, instead of defending, Tsubaki continued with her attack. Seeing this, Aquino was confused. There's no way that Sona would allow Tsubaki to sacrifice herself to take down the opponent's knight. Aquino thought to herself. Then, she remembered the existence of Tsubaki's sacred gear. Shit! Aquino exclaimed. Just as Aquino's attack was about to strike Tsubaki, a floating mirror appeared between her and the bolt of holy lightning. Mirror Alice. Tsubaki said calmly as she delivered the blow that eliminated Yudo. At the same time, Aquino's attack struck Tsubaki's sacred gear, Mirror Alice. Then, the bolt of holy lightning was absorbed into the mirror. A moment later, it was fired back toward Aquino with its destructive power doubled. Seeing that, Aquino quickly erected a defensive barrier. Unfortunately, her hastily erected barrier was not strong enough to stop her attack with its power doubled. Kia! Aquino screamed as she was thrown backward after the remnants of holy lightning struck and sent her flying down the corridor. Tsubaki intended to follow and eliminate her injured counterpart, however, she was forced to stop and retreat when she saw a ball of the power of destruction flying toward her from down the corridor. Rias Gremry's knight has retired. A moment later, Rias, Kaneko, Maria, and Zenobia arrived next to Aquino, who was convulsing on the floor with her clothes burned and an expression of agony on her face. Seeing Aquino in that state, everyone was surprised. Then, Aquino used the last of her energy to deliver a message to Rias. "Watch out for Mirror Alice," Aquino said before fainting. Rias Gremry's queen has retired. Underworld, Satan territory, capital city, Lilith. Beautifully done, Scathatch said with a nod. Knowing that either Rias or Aquino would follow to save the knight from Tsubaki, Sona ordered Tsubaki to not use her sacred gear until the last moment. "Yes, I have to agree," Odin replied with a smile. "It is clear this girl has a good grasp of the art of war. I hope she never has to put those skills to the test on a real battlefield, though. Unfortunately, with the way things are developing, I fear that your hopes will go unanswered," Michael said with a distressed expression. "That's why we're here discussing adding the Norse pantheon to our alliance, right?" Azazel said with a smile. "Azazel is right," Surzek said with a nod. "None of us want to see this world ravaged by another war." Hearing that the three factions were trying to bring other factions into their alliance, James raised an eyebrow. "If you're trying to add members to this alliance, do you want me to ask Yasaka about it?" James said, inserting himself into the conversation. Everyone turned their attention to James after his statement. Then, Surzek, Ajuka, and Serafal wore expressions that said, "Oh yeah, we could do that," while Michael and Odin wore confused expressions. Only Azazel wore a smile. "Boy, why would Yasaka listen to you?" Odin asked curiously. "Because she's one of my women," James replied with a smile. Hearing that, Odin's eye widened. Then, he spoke excitedly. "You managed to get that milfelicious nine-tailed fox as your woman?" Odin said with praise in his tone. Then, he took off his hat and placed it against his chest. "I have to take my hat off to you, young man." At the same time, Rosweiss looked at James with intrigue. "That's 3 already," Rosweiss thought to herself. Then with a certain kind of hunger in her gaze, she continued to think. "That means he has a harem, right? Maybe I can find a place in his harem. Then, I could finally have a boyfriend, too." Chapter 157, Rias vs. Sona 3. Rating Game Board. On the top floor of the tower, Sona just heard the report of her sneak attack on Rias. Everything is going according to plan, Sona said to herself. But Rias, power of destruction, will be a problem in the end game. I hope we can tire her or weaken her a little before she makes it up here. When she finished thinking aloud, Sona glanced at where Genturu was hiding. Saji's absorption line will play a big role at the end of this game, Sona thought to herself. At the same time, Rias and the rest of her peerage were looking a bit gloomy. "Damn, she's outplayed us at every turn," Rias said while nibbling on one of her thumbnails. "We're running out of time, too. We're gonna have to stop being so cautious going forward." With only Kaneko, Maria, and Zenobia left, Rias was aware just how difficult it would be to claim victory. But with the title of James' first wife on the line, she had no intention of giving up. "All right, Kaneko, you're up front," Rias said, beginning to reform her formation. "I'll take the center. Maria and Zenobia, you two cover the rear. We're done with being cautious. If you see an enemy, attack." "Understood," the three girls replied with resolute nods on their faces. "Oh, and Maria, if Rhea shows up, I want you to use your succubus form," Rias said. "We'll need it to take her down." "But Rias, nay," Maria said with some apprehension. "If I use that, I'll more than likely not be able to fight anymore." "I know," Rias said while rubbing the bridge of her nose. "But we'll need to get their biggest long-range threat off the board as soon as possible. On second thought, I'll deal with her. You focus on Hanakai." "Okay," Maria said with a big smile. After hashing out the rest of the details, Rias and her team began to move again. Underworld, Gremry territory, Alaverus estate. "Man, this has been much more one-sided than I expected," Dante said, almost bored with the rating game. "That's only because the terrain and rules are favorable for Sona and her peerage," Siyu Chulin said without taking his eyes off the TV. If the board was a more open place, or they didn't have to worry about collateral damage, Rias would more than likely steamroll Sona's team. "Wow, Lancer isn't fangirling for his girlfriend's team," Mizor said in mock surprise. "Unlike you, I am, and have always been a warrior." Siyu Chulin shot back coldly. "I know not to be swayed by my emotions." "Yeah, right." Mocha shot back sharply. "You're afraid of not being able to answer any questions Master Scathatch might ask when she and James come back." See-You Chillin immediately blushed when he was seen through so easily. Even if what you said is true, Mocha, Shuna said in a gentle tone. I'm sure that See-You Chillin's assessment is true. On top of that, he really was raised to be a warrior, right? At that, Mocha dropped the subject. Because as much as she liked to pick on See-You Chillin, Shuna was right. On top of that, aside from James and Scathatch, See-You Chillin was the strongest among them. Rating game board. Rias, Kaneko, Maria, and Zenobia were moving through the 7th floor at a brisk pace. Halfway to the next staircase, they were attacked by Rhea, Momo, and Tsubasa. With Tsubasa's speed, she tried to sneak attack Maria. Unfortunately, Zenobia was able to intercept her. With her path clear, Maria charged at Momo. Using her small size and quick reactions, Maria was able to, if not outright dodge, avoid taking critical damage from Momo's incoming barrage of magic. Eventually, Maria was able to enter melee range. Even with Momo backing away constantly. Unfortunately for Momo, once Maria made it to her preferred fighting range, there was nothing that Momo could do to defend herself. While Maria was fighting her way to Momo, Rias pointed her finger at Rhea. Let's see how you deal with this, Rhea said as she fired an attack. From Rhea's outstretched finger, a beam formed from the power of destruction, closed in on Rhea quickly. Before it could take her out, however, Rhea pulled a mirror from behind the obstacle she was hiding behind before the ambush started. Damn it! Rhea shouted as she noticed the mirror in Rhea's hand. And just as she thought that mirror was one of Tsubaki's, Mirror Alice. However, because of the power behind Rhea's attack, the mirror shattered. Not before it reflected the attack, though. Lucky for Rias, however, she did not need to use her full power to eliminate Rhea. So, after raising her output to match the rebounded attack, Rias fired another attack cancelling the attack from before. Bucho, watch out! Kaneko, who was standing guard over Rias as she attacked Rhea, shouted. Before Rias could react, Kaneko stepped between her and the incoming threat. A moment later, Kaneko was sent flying away by an attack from Tsubaki, who was thrusting her naginata toward Ria's heart. Before Tsubaki could land the blow that would end the game, however, Kaneko, who had been knocked away, appeared between Tsubaki and Rias once again. This time, Kaneko was in her adult form with Tuki coating her body. Clap. Kaneko clapped her hands around the blade of Tsubaki's naginata and stopped it in its tracks. Damn, this attack is a failure, Tsubaki cried while kicking Kaneko away. Fall back. We'll make our last stand on the 8th floor. With Tsubaki's order, Rhea and Tsubasa disengaged and ran toward the stairs that led to the top floor. At the same time, Tsubaki slashed her weapon at Rias. Not to inflict damage, but to hinder her attempt at attacking Rhea and Tsubasa from behind. I'm taking at least one of you, Rias shouted. Then, Rias charged a large ball of destruction on her palm. Once it was condensed enough, Rias pushed it forward. As it flew forward at high speed, Rias finally realized what she had done. Unfortunately, she could not pull that attack back. Mirror Alice, Tsubaki said softly as she turned around to meet Rias' attack. When she turned around, Tsubaki summoned 4 mirrors, with each mirror lined up behind the other. And summoning her limit of 4 mirrors was indeed the correct decision. The first 2 mirrors shattered instantly upon contact. The third held out for 2 seconds before shattering. However, those 2 seconds weakened the attack just enough for the 4th mirror to reflect it before shattering. Everyone, get down, Rias shouted when she saw the concentrated power of destruction flying back at her. Just as ordered, Kaneko and Zenobia threw themselves to the ground along with Rias. Maria, who was down a different corridor after her fight with Momo, was in no direct danger, so she walked back to her team slowly. Swish. A moment after they ducked, the attack flew over their heads and toward the opposite wall. After a moment, a hole the size of Rias' attack could be seen in the wall behind them. After that, the announcer's voice rang out over the entire game board. Sona Citres, Bishop, has retired. Rias Gremory receives her first warning for causing collateral damage. You have one more warning. On your 3rd offense, you will be disqualified. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. The last ambush was well executed, Odin said. They were just unlucky. Sometimes luck can be a powerful weapon or defense, Scathatch replied. Truer words have never been spoken, Odin said while stroking his long beard. On top of that, Sona has never trained with the newer members of Riri's peerage, James said, inserting himself into the conversation. So, I don't think she had accurately assessed their capabilities. Oh, I see, Odin replied. Do those 2 often have their peerages trained together? Not often, James replied while shaking his head. But they have trained together enough to know approximately how strong their opponents are. Everyone nodded in response. Then they turned their attention back to the screen. There are only 25 more minutes before the time limit. Surzek said. We're really at crunch time now. Rating game board. Come on, we don't have much time left. Ria said as she led her peerage up the last flight of stairs. Kaneko, I need you to hold Tsubaki for as long as you can. Zenobia, Yura is yours. I'll take on Sona and Rhea. Maria, do what you can with those injuries. Understood. Ria's remaining members of her peerage replied. Good, let's go. Ria said as she continued to run. At the same time, Sona was gathered with Tsubaki, Rhea, Tsubasa, and Genshiro. They should be here any minute now. Sona said as she looked at her peerage. We have done everything we could to reduce their numbers. Now we have to defeat them. Tsubaki, I need you to attack and defeat Kaneko as fast as possible. Got it. Tsubaki replied with a nod. Tsubasa, you don't have to defeat Zenobia, but you cannot lose. Sona said as she continued to give out her instructions. Understood. Tsubasa replied. Rhea, if Narose is still in good shape, take her out quickly. Sona gave an order to her, Bishop. But if her injuries seem bad enough, just make sure she doesn't interfere. You're free to act as you please in that case. Yes, Kaishu. Rhea replied with a nod. Meanwhile, I'll take care of Rias. Sona said. Now, everyone, get ready for the endgame. With that, Tsubaki, Rhea, and Tsubasa took their places in front of the 3 doors. Rhea and Tsubasa had one of Tsubaki's mirrors on hand just in case Rias tried to attack. Unfortunately, they could not hold more than one. I can hear them climbing the stairs. Sona said as she waited. A moment later, Kaneko was the first to climb up from the lower floor. As soon as she took a step on the 8th floor, Tsubaki charged forth, pushing Kaneko away from the staircase. A few seconds later, Zenobia also reached the 8th floor. But before she could decide where to go, a wall of flames, conjured by Rhea, cut her off from most of the room. With no other choice, she charged toward the opponent that had already been decided for her. After that, Rias also reached the top floor. As soon as she did, she was greeted by an incoming water dragon. Sona, we finally meet. Rias said as she flared her demonic power in excitement. Don't be too excited, Rias. Sona replied as she formed 2 more water dragons to attack Rias. You have less than 20 minutes to take all 3 points. As long as we defeat all of you quickly, that won't be a problem, Rias replied as she fired several orbs of the power of destruction at each water dragon. Without hesitation, Sona and Rias were throwing everything they had at each other. Unfortunately, Sona had to use more of her reserves in each attack. Canceling the power of destruction with elemental magic is no easy task. Meanwhile, Zenobia and Tsubasa were exchanging sword strikes. With Durandal in hand, Zenobia was at an advantage. Durandal's holy energy was passively weakening Tsubasa from its proximity alone. Even a nick would spell elimination for Tsubasa. That sword feels like a cheat in a rating game. Tsubasa complained as she limboed under a horizontal strike from Zenobia. You should bring that up with the organizers. Zenobia said as she pressed on with the attack. I'm just following the rules as they were laid out before me. On the other side, Kaneko was struggling with Tsubaki. Even after taking her adult form, the difference in their levels was obvious. Not to mention, Tsubaki's Naginata was keeping Kaneko out of her optimal range. I hate this, Naya. Kaneko said as she dodged an incoming sweep. However, before she could react, a sweep from the butt of Tsubaki's weapon swept her feet out from under her. Oh, no, Naya. Kaneko cried as she saw Tsubaki lining up a thrust. At the same time, Maria popped her head over the top step to scope out the situation on the 8th floor. This is crazy. Maria thought to herself as she watched the 3 ongoing fights. Then, she lowered her head quickly as a bolt of thunder passed by, causing her hair to frizz from the electricity. You messed up my hair, Rhea-senpai. Maria shouted indignantly. I'll do it again for you after the rating game is over. Rhea said while keeping Maria's movements in her range of perception. But for now, I can't let you interfere. Meanie. Maria said before sticking out her tongue at Rhea. Then, Rhea threw a thunderbolt in Zenovia's direction, stopping her from ending her fight with Tsubasa. A moment later, the announcer's voice rang out. Rias Gremoris, Rook, has retired. Tsubasa, leave Zenovia to me. Tsubaki shouted as she ran across the large hall. Go take care of Maria. Why are the senpai being so mean to me? Maria cried as she turned around and ran down the stairs. Shortly after that, Tsubaki took over Tsubasa's fight with Zenovia while Tsubasa chased down Maria. Damn. Rias exclaimed as she raised her output. I have to end this now. And for the next few minutes, Rias and Sona attacked and defended with everything they had. Rias had even received her second warning for causing collateral damage. However, when there were only 3 minutes remaining in the game, Sona had run out of demonic energy. Due to exhaustion, both Rias and Sona's breathing was ragged. However, Sona at this point was unable to defend herself. "It looks like this is my win," Rias said proudly. "I won't even have to capture the points with you in that condition." "Saji, now," Sona said, without even replying to Rias' boasting. Then, from the wall near the ceiling above the staircase, Genturu threw one end of his absorption line at Rias. Once it was connected to her, Genturu jumped to Sona's side and connected the other end to her. Now, Sona's energy reserves would be refilled using Rias' own. "Damn it," Rias said angrily. "I was wondering where he was." "And that's checkmate, Rias," Sona said with a smile. And for the last few minutes, Rias and Sona continued their fight with Rhea disrupting Rias' rhythm from time to time. And eventually, time ran out. Buzz. "Time's up," the announcer shouted excitedly. With all 3 defense points still in her possession, Sona Citri is the winner. Chapter 158, Your Notions of Peace Are Foolish. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. "Well, I must admit." Odin began to speak while stroking his long beard. "Those youngsters are rather impressive. But they don't take this seriously enough." Scathatch finished Odin's thought. "Would you care to elaborate?" Michael asked, curious about the opinions of the 2 most decorated combatants in the room. Instead of answering directly, Scathatch looked over to James and spoke. "My disciple, why don't you tell us your opinion first?" Scathatch said. "Yes, Master," James replied. Then, he took a moment to structure his thoughts. After that, he continued. "First, the winner, Sona. Her strategy was good. Almost perfect considering her experience." Everyone, especially Seraphol, nodded in agreement with James' statement. Then, they waited for him to continue. And he did not make them wait for long. "But she lacks something to be a champion," James continued. "And that's the drive to win." "What do you mean?" Seraphol asked with a slight frown. "She clearly did everything she could to win." "No, Saratan," James replied with a shake of his head. "She did everything she could not to lose." Once again, Scathatch and Odin nodded in agreement. At the same time, Surzex, Ajuka, Michael, Graphia, and Rosweiss waited to hear the continuation of Jam's analysis. Instead of ending the battle, she waited for it to end. James continued. Although she did not lose by waiting out the time, she had all that she needed to make Riri retire at the end. Unfortunately, Tsubaki made a wrong decision in the end and Sona did not correct it because she was too caught up in her battle with Riri. "I suppose you are referring to Tsubaki's decision to handle Zenobia, correct?" Ajuka asked. "That's right," James replied with a nod. If Tsubaki had joined the attack on Riri, and left Yura to deal with Zenobia while receiving support from Rhea, the combination of Sona and Tsubaki would have been able to defeat Riri. To James' analysis of the situation, everyone nodded. Though, Surzex did it with a frown on his face. Even though he knew what James said was true, he did not like the thought of Rias being defeated. Other than that, her strategy was very good. James said with a smile. Even when her ambush on the 7th floor failed, it was due more to bad luck and not figuring in Riri's desperation rather than a bad plan. "Good," Scathatch said with a nod. "Your analysis is correct. Now, what about the other team?" "Well, let me think," James said as he began to stroke his chin. "He looks like Lord Odin when he does that." Rosweiss thought to herself as she observed James. "Well, I want to say Riri was too cautious," James said with a bit of uncertainty in his tone. "But unfortunately, that's not the case considering the rules that were in place for this rating game." James then took a little more time to think and analyze Ria's team's movements during the game. "No, she was overly cautious," James said, retracting his previous statement. "She was too concerned with causing collateral damage. So, she split her team into 2, spreading out the firepower evenly. Instead of that, she should have, or rather, would have been more effective if she split her team into a scout team and a fighting force." "Explain," Scathatch ordered, clearly intrigued by James' line of thought. By allowing Kiba to lead a smaller team of scouts, Gasper would have more than likely never been captured. Because, if he had been ambushed like that, with Kiba's speed he would have been able to bring him back, even if he were frozen. To that, Odin and Scathatch nodded in agreement. The others found themselves impressed with James' ability to analyze the battle at his age. He's looking more like a great candidate for a husband. Rosweiss thought to herself. He's handsome, talented, and has a good analytical mind. I wonder how he is when it comes to magic. If he's good at that too, maybe we could have some pretty good magical discussions. Then, with Riri and Akino's firepower concentrated in one place, most of the ambushes would have failed. James concluded. Then, how do you explain Akino's elimination by Tsubaki's hands? Surzex asked curiously. That's because they split up, James replied calmly. If they were together, Riri would have stopped Akino's reflected attack. Unfortunately, there would have been nothing they could do to save Kiba. Scathatch and Odin nodded in agreement. At the same time, everyone else simulated the situation in their heads. Then, they all looked at James with appreciation. Unfortunately, I'm not good at strategizing on the fly. James said with a wry smile. I'm more of a tactics guy. I can come up with plans while fighting, but strategizing beforehand is not my strong suit. At the same time, in the infirmary designated for the retired members of the Gremry peerage, the atmosphere was solemn. Damn. Issei said quietly while lying in one of the infirmary beds. I didn't even get to do anything. Why was I targeted so early? Don't worry about it, Issei-kun. Akino said from another bed in the infirmary. You, Gasper, and Asia were the highest priority targets on our team. Asia doesn't need to be mentioned with her ability to heal. Then, there's Gasper, who is the best scout with his usual mobility. And then, there's you. At that moment, Rias entered the infirmary with the rest of the surviving members. Who can travel through shadows and eliminate opponents silently with your shadow manipulation ability. Akino continued. How is everyone feeling? Rias asked as she neared the bedridden members of her peerage. We're fine, Rias. Akino replied with a frustrated expression. We let you down, though. Shaking her head in response, Rias neared Akino and wrapped her in a hug. No, you did everything you could and followed my orders. Rias said with a solemn expression. It was I who let all of you down. I took things too lightly. I knew that Sona was a great strategist and played right into her plans. But. Akino said, trying to defend Rias' efforts. No buts. Rias said sternly. Sona knew what her weaknesses were before the meeting of young devils. That's why she asked to train with James under Master Scathatch in the Land of Shadows during summer break. Rias then released Akino from her hug before continuing. And I, proud of the fact that I would reach the ultimate rank before the meeting of young devils, allowed myself to grow complacent. Rias said as she clenched her fist in frustration. And for that, I can only apologize to all of you. Then, to her peerage's surprise, Rias bowed her head in apology to all of them. But I promise all of you. Rias said, raising her head with the light of resolution glowing in her eyes. Something like this will never happen again. Alongside all of you, I will push myself to my limits. Then, together with all of you, we will exceed them. With the end of Rias' speech, the light of determination began to burn brightly in the eyes of Rias' peerage. And like Rias, they all swore that they would never be satisfied with their current power again. Meanwhile, in the Citri peerage's infirmary room, Sona entered to see all her eliminated members smiling due to their victory. Unfortunately, she was going to pour cold water on their elated mood. Do you think we did well during this rating game? Sona asked bluntly and suddenly. Unsure of why Sona took on that tone, everyone looked at each other in confusion. First, let me tell you what we did right in the rating game. Sona continued. Then, like James, she shared the results of her analysis on the rating game. And Sona's analysis was remarkably similar to the analysis James gave in front of the faction leaders. The difference was that she did not comment on the mistakes that Rias made by splitting her team into two. Instead, she focused more on her own team's performance. But we won. Tomo said in a confused tone. What's the problem? Yes, we gained victory. Sona said, explaining patiently for those who did not understand. But we did not win. We merely kept Rias from winning. We stopped ourselves from losing, but we did not win. I don't understand. Tomo replied. It was clear that other than Tsubaki, no one else understood either. We fought too defensively at the end. Sona said, explaining what she meant. We did not fight to win, to retire Rias. Instead, we fought to not lose. To just defend the points. Honestly, that should have been the last option. Instead, I chose it as the first option. And for that, I apologize. No one knew what to say when Sona lowered her head toward them. But they all felt as if they let her down somehow. Before they could speak, however, Sona raised her head with the flames of determination burning in her eyes. We have to cultivate a killer instinct. Sona said resolutely. We have to strive to win. Not to just keep ourselves from losing. And we will. Hearing Sona's declaration, the entirety of her peerage felt their blood boiling and were ready to prove themselves to the world. And more importantly, to Sona. Back at the Satan's meeting room, after discussing the finer points of the rating game between Rias and Sona, the faction leaders began to discuss details of a more significant matter. Should we go? James asked while raising a hand like a student. Usually, we would ask you to leave. Surzex replied with a nod. However, because you are the closest to Lady Yasaka, we would like you to deliver our invitation for an alliance to her. James only nodded in reply. After that, he fell silent. Instead of listening to these political discussions, he would rather be congratulating and consoling his fiancées, Sona and Rias, respectively. Scathatch was also clearly uninterested in this conversation. However, as James, Queen, it would not look good for her to leave on her own. And for the next hour and a half, Surzex, Serafal, Ajuka, Michael, and Azazel negotiated with Odin over the terms of their alliance. Good. Odin said with a smile. Everything sounds good. This alliance looks like it will be good for all involved. That's good to hear. Surzex replied with a smile. If everything is fine with you, Odin, we can get the paperwork ready. Azazel said with his usual grin on his face. Then, let's say a week, we can sign the documents and make this alliance official. As the negotiations were coming to an end, a crack opened in the space above the meeting table. And when it did, Scathatch was the first to move. Materializing a spear in her right hand, she sprung forward to the crack in space. When she stopped moving, her spear tip was resting on the throat of the intruder. Recognizing the intruder, a handsome man with long light blue hair, eyes that resemble a delinquent's, and 3 blue jewels on his forehead who wore a pure white robe, Odin frowned. Loki, what are you doing here? Odin asked with discontent clear in his tone. However, instead of replying to Odin, Loki stared in shock at the woman holding a spear to his throat. Scathatch. Loki asked in disbelief. How are you here? You're supposed to be bound to the land of shadows. Things have changed, trickster god. Scathatch replied without a change in her expression. I would suggest you answer the Allfather's question. Then, based on your answer, I will decide if my spear will once again taste the blood of a god or not. Involuntarily shivering at the bloodlust Scathatch was releasing, Loki turned his attention toward Odin. I will not allow you to taint the Norse pantheon any further with your notions of peace, old man. Loki said angrily. I will usher in Ragnarok, and there is nothing you can do about it. Foolish. Odin replied tiredly. The only thing your Ragnarok will bring is destruction. Unnecessary destruction. No matter what you say, Loki, this alliance will happen. Very well. Loki said angrily. I'll show you the folly of your ways. Then, before anyone could react, Loki disappeared. However, his last sentence echoed through the air. I will make sure that this alliance is never completed. You will see how foolish your wish for peace is. Loki's voice rang through the meeting room. After Loki disappeared, the room fell silent. The one to break that silence, however, was the person everyone in the room thought to be the least likely to do so. Master, let's go home. James said as he stood to his feet. I know that they're going to ask us to protect the venue, like always. So, we need to prepare. Very well. Scathatch replied as she dematerialized her spear. As James and Scathatch made their way toward the room's exit, Azazel stood to his feet and followed them. Wait a moment, James. Azazel said as he caught up to James. When you go back, tell Rias and Sona that I need Issei and Saji for something. That includes you as well. All right. James replied. Then with a wave, he left the room as he continued. Just hit me up when you need us. Chapter 159, Back to School. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Alaverus Estate. After leaving the meeting with the faction leaders, James wasted no time in teleporting back to his home in the underworld. When he did, he found the rest of his peerage discussing the rating game between Rias and Sona. At the same time, when they noticed he and Scathatch had arrived, they asked for their opinions on the rating game. Like he did with the faction leaders, James gave his analysis of the rating game, which was almost identical to the analysis Cu Chillin gave. It's clear to see that they trained under the same master. Lady said after hearing James' analysis. Yeah, their analyses of the rating game were nearly identical. Shuna replied. All right, enough of that. James said with a serious expression on his face. James, what's wrong? Flora asked with concern in her tone. Are the higher-ups going to put us to work again? Could there be anything else? James asked with a wry smile. Then, James explained what happened in the Satan's meeting room after the negotiations with Odin concluded. As of now, it's just my speculation. James said, bringing his retelling of the events to an end. Even still, you should all be ready to go at a moment's notice. Mizor, Cu Chillin, Mocha, Flora, Iam, Shuna, and Cheyenne nodded in understanding. As long as we get paid, we'll be ready. Dante said proudly. Lady looked at Dante strangely, however, she nodded as well. So, Dante. About that. James said. From James' tone, everyone in the room could tell that Dante was not about to hear any good news. What's wrong? Dante asked nervously. You're not gonna receive any pay from me for a while. James said with a stern expression. It's been 2 years since your shop was destroyed. And you have yet to pay off the loan to have it fixed. And it's not like I don't pay you well, right? Dante began to shudder after hearing that. You can't do that. Dante shouted in irritation. Yes, I can. James said without changing his expression. You owe me money and have for a long time. So, instead of paying you for your jobs, I'll be using that money to pay off your debt. Ha. Lady began to chuckle. I told you this would happen sooner or later. Why is this such a problem, Dante? James asked with a frown. It's not like I'm the only one you accept jobs from, right? Dante, with an expression of despair, did not answer James' question. Instead, it was Lady who answered in his place. He still hasn't fixed his habit of causing collateral damage. Lady said, explaining Dante's despair-ridden expression. So, all the money he receives from you goes to paying for the property damage he causes on his jobs. With that, silence fell over the room. Then, after a few moments of that uncomfortable silence, James turned toward Scathatch. Master, if you wouldn't mind, could you help Dante with his problem of causing collateral damage? James asked Scathatch with a smile. Of course. Scathatch said with a smile. Then she grabbed Dante and dragged him toward the estate's training grounds. No. James, don't do this to me. Dante shouted as he struggled to free himself from Scathatch's grasp. After Scathatch finished training Dante, James and his peerage returned to the human world. Rias and Sona also brought their peerages back to the human world after they were healed later that evening. And like that, their summer break came to an end. Human world, Japan, Koho. The next morning, James, Mizor, Mocha, Flora, and Shuna were on their way to Koho Academy like they would be any other school day. And like any other day, they chatted about anything they found interesting during their walk. So, is Master Scathatch really going to teach PE? Mizor asked nervously. Yeah. James replied simply. So, you'll have to call her Scathatch-sensei from now on. I feel sorry for all those unsuspecting humans. Shuna said with a faraway look in her eyes. I wonder how many of them will file to transfer schools after one of her classes. I don't think it will be that bad. James said with a wry smile. I doubt she'll cause trauma. Probably. You don't believe that, and you know it. Mocha said while staring at James from the corner of her eye. Seriously, James. Flora said with a smile. Giving someone the benefit of the doubt is one thing. But you've seen Master Scathatch's track record. Instead of trying to defend himself, James simply shrugged his shoulders. He knew what they were saying was right. So, he let them have their victory. Eventually, James and his group of 5 reached the front gates of Koho Academy. When they did, they found Mio and Maria just arriving, like they always do. Mio, Maria, good morning. Mizor shouted while waving her hand toward her underclassmen. Turning back after hearing their names called, Mio and Maria saw James' group of 5. Good morning. Maria shouted back as she ran toward the group. You know, we were coming toward you, Maria. James said with a wry smile. Yeah, you could have waited there for us, like Mio. Mocha said. Then, Maria looked at James and the rest of the group. After that, she turned her head to Mio, who was still standing where she was when she heard Mizor call them. A moment later, she knocked herself on the head and stuck out her tongue cutely. Haha, I guess you're right. Maria said with a slight blush on her face. Then, with Maria, James and the girls caught up to Mio and they all walked through the school gates. So, how are you two after yesterday's rating game? James asked with concern in his tone. We all realized that we need to work harder. Mio said. Yeah, we were all complacent after growing stronger. Maria said with resolute eyes. But we'll never let that happen again. Hearing that, James and the girls looked at each other. Then, they smiled at Mio and Maria warmly. That's good. James said. It's good you learned that now. It would have been too late if you realized that on a real battlefield. Mio blushed and looked away after seeing James' warm smile. Maria, on the other hand, maintained her expression. However, a slight tint of pink colored her cheeks. Anyway. Maria said in an attempt to change the subject. It's unfair that your win was invalidated, senpai. It's not really unfair if you think about it. James replied. Everyone is supposed to have the same number of matches by the end of this league for young devils, right? In response to James' question, Mio and Maria nodded while they focused on what he would say next. So, if they left that win on our record, we would have an unfair advantage when they chose which of the young devils for this year was the most outstanding. James said as he concluded his explanation. That makes sense when you put it like that. Mio said. Maria nodded in agreement. I know Issei-senpai didn't think that far ahead when he laughed at you like that. Maria said with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Well, he's too dumb to think that far ahead. Mio said with a small frown on her face. Oh, did Ise do that? James asked with an amused smile on his face. Maybe I should have a talk with him after school. Hearing that, Mio and Maria exchanged glances and smiled. Of course, James noticed. These girls are cute. James thought to himself. I guess they're still quite put off by Issei's idiosyncrasies. A few moments later, James led the girls to the entrance of the MMA club. However, unlike usual days, the door was unlocked. Is there someone inside? Shuna asked after finding the door to the MMA club unlocked. Did you forget, Shuna? Mocha asked as she stepped forward and pushed the door open. James gave a key to Master Scathatch since she is going to become the advisor/coach for the MMA club. Oh, now that you mention it. Shuna said as she followed Mocha into the training hall. However, not even 3 steps into the training hall, Shuna bumped into Mocha who was in front of her. Mocha was frozen in front of her. She could not see her expression from behind, though. So, she did not know why Mocha stopped just inside the training hall. Mocha, what's wrong? Shuna asked curiously. Boom, boom, boom. Before Mocha could answer, though, Shuna heard a heavy bag being struck from the other side of the training hall. Then, she looked to the source of the sound and opened her eyes wide. There she saw Scathatch striking the heavy bag with a style of martial arts that she had never seen before. Oh, is that Pancration? James asked as he walked in behind Mocha and Shuna. I thought Master would be using Dornaleacht or Speechelrecht. I'm not even gonna try and butcher those words. Flora said with a smile. But what are those? They're the ancient Celtic versions of boxing and kicking. James said as he watched Scathatch hitting the heavy bag. Is it that time already? Scathatch asked as she stopped hitting the heavy bag when she realized there were some new arrivals. It really is much more difficult to move with a normal human speed and power than I had anticipated. Says the woman who was hitting the heavy bag at the pinnacle of a normal human's capabilities with no problem. Mizor said with jealousy. She could not help but be a little jealous after seeing how easily Scathatch adapted her power to that of a normal human. After training with James in the underworld, Mizor had more trouble than most regulating her strength so that she would not stand out among the humans. Remembering how tough it was for Mizor to adapt to the human world, James patted her head softly while he smiled at her gently. Then, after a few moments, he turned his attention toward Scathatch and spoke. Master. No, Scathatch-sensei, don't you think it's about time that you reported to the faculty office? James asked with a smile. I suppose you are correct. Scathatch said as she looked up at the clock on the training hall's wall. Oh, and I don't think it would be a problem for you to call me Master, James. Really? James asked with confusion in his tone. All we need to do is explain that I was the one who taught you your hand-to-hand martial arts. Scathatch explained. But do you know Muay Thai or modern wrestling? James asked curiously. I know enough to pass off as an expert after seeing you practice in the Land of Shadows. Scathatch said nonchalantly. What the hell, I only shadowboxed a handful of times with her watching. James thought to himself. How did she pick up enough to call herself an expert that fast? Not to mention, Mocha uses your fighting style, right? Scathatch asked as she glanced at Mocha. Oh yeah, there's that. James said with a nod. I guess it wouldn't take you very long to learn a style after fighting with a practitioner a few times, huh? Correct. Scathatch replied. Now, if you would excuse me. I need to go to the faculty office. I will see you again at the ceremony to introduce me. And with that, Scathatch, who did not sweat in the least, made her way out of the MMA club's training hall. So, James. Flora said while looking at James with a mischievous smile. What's up, Flora? James replied with a smile. What do you think the chances are that Issei will manage to piss off Scathatch-sensei within the week? Flora asked. There is a 0% chance that Ise would piss off Master. James said confidently. That statement left the rest of the girls flabbergasted. However, James was not done. But he will definitely get himself punished for something on his first day of one of her classes. James continued from where he left off. I guess those two perverts, what were their names again? Mizor said with disdain. Hayatu's friends from the beginning of last year. You all know who I'm talking about. Shuna, Mio, and Maria looked confused. However, James, Mocha, and Flora knew exactly who she was talking about. Yeah, I don't remember their names either. Flora said. Not that they're important enough to be remembered, anyway. Yeah, you're right. Mizore said. I'm sure those two would get themselves killed by Scathach-sensei before too long. Hearing that, James, Mocha, and Flora nodded in agreement. Anyway, let's get in a light warm-up. James said. Then, we should finish early, we can't be late for Master's introduction to the school. And with that, James and the girls did what they usually do in the MMA club before school. Chapter 160, A New Teacher and Two New Students. Human World, Japan, Kōō. Today, the first day of the second term of the school year, instead of homeroom, the students were brought to the auditorium by their homeroom teachers for an announcement. As they made their way into the auditorium, the students could not help but chatter about the upcoming announcement. I wonder what the big deal is. A boy from the first year asked his classmate. Who knows, another first-year boy replied. I heard that there is going to be a new teacher, a first-year girl said, inserting herself into her classmate's conversation. Really, the first two boys asked in unison. Is it a man or a woman, the first boy asked. I hope it's a woman. The second boy said. And I hope she's hot. The girl who was talking to them and all the other girls in the class looked at the second boy with disdain. I'm not sure. The girl replied. Then, do you know what subject the new teacher will teach? The first boy asked. I don't, the girl replied while shaking her head. Well, we'll find out soon, the second boy said after he escaped from his fantasies. That's true. The first boy and the girl replied in unison. Conversations like this one took place throughout the student body. The excitement from knowing that there was a new teacher coming was tangible. Meanwhile, the devils and supernatural beings working at the school, who knew about the new teacher's identity, looked at these students who were excited about the new teacher with pity. Does our school nurse know anything about psychology? Mocha asked. I don't know, Issei replied. But why do you ask? I get the feeling that we're gonna have a lot of traumatized students after they take Scathach-sensei's class. Mocha replied. Then, Mizore, Momo, Tsubasa, and Tomo nodded in agreement. Even though the members of Rias Peerage had never trained with Scathach, from the few days that they spent around her, they knew that she was intense, to put it nicely. Once all the homeroom teachers reported that their classes were accounted for, the principal walked toward the center of the stage, with the other teacher sitting behind him on the stage as well. Good morning, students. The principal said, addressing the students. Then, he gave a speech that seemed to be interlaced with sleep magic. At the end of his speech, he finally introduced the new teacher. Now, allow me to introduce you to our new teacher, Scathach-sensei. The principal said as he gestured for Scathach to approach the center of the stage. After receiving the principal's cue, Scathach stood and walked toward the principal. She will be teaching physical education, said the principal when Scathach arrived near the podium. Now, Scathach-sensei, why don't you tell the students a little about yourself? Nodding in response, Scathach took the principal's place at the podium and spoke into the microphone. Good morning, students. Scathach said in a cold tone. You may refer to me as Scathach-sensei. There will be no nicknames. Hearing Scathach's tone, many of the students were taken aback. However, many of the males in the audience, both students and teachers, thought the tone made Scathach even more attractive. As the principal said, I will be teaching physical education. Scathach continued. Also, I will be taking over as the coach and advisor for the MMA club. Hearing that, most of the students and teachers drew in a breath of air. Then, one girl among the student body raised her hand. Deciding that answering one question would not be a problem, as long as it was neither something stupid nor inappropriate, Scathach pointed at the girl and gave her permission to speak. The MMA club has had the same coach and advisor, who never showed up for 2 years. Why are they being replaced now? The girl asked curiously. That's quite simple. Scathach replied with a nod. Because I am James Alaverus, master in martial arts. It is my merit that he is as strong as he is now. Meanwhile, in the section where Class 3A was seated, James' classmates were staring at him like he grew a second head. James, of course, paid no mind to the stares from his classmates. What a masterful half-truth. James said while stroking his chin. Yeah, I know for a fact that she didn't teach you Muay Thai, wrestling, or swordsmanship. Ria said with a nod. But it is true that she is the reason that James is as strong as he is now. Sona chipped in. Tsubaki, Rhea, and Flora nodded emphatically in response to Sona's statement. And when most of the males in the auditorium heard that Scathach was James' martial arts master, they thought again about annoying/pursuing her. Most people were aware that James was a world-class martial artist even though there were no competitions for MMA in high school. But rumors that James had been scouted for MMA leagues from around the world had been floating around the school since James was a first year. Eventually, Scathatch decided to put an end to the chattering around the auditorium. Releasing her aura just enough to put pressure on normal people without harming them, Scathatch drew everyone's attention to herself. Once she was sure that everyone was looking at her, she spoke once again. "I will make sure that all of you are as healthy as you can possibly be as a result of my classes," Scathatch said in an authoritative tone. "And slacking off will not be tolerated. I have already read all your files and records from the previous teacher. So, I know how much each of you can handle." At that moment, most of the student body felt a chill run down their spines. "Now, I hope we will all be able to get along." And with that, Scathatch walked away from the podium and returned to her seat among the other teachers. Then, the students broke into chatter again. "OMG. She's so hot," a second-year boy exclaimed. "She really is beautiful. Like, really beautiful," a girl from the same class said in response. "I want to be like her when I grow up. Do you think she'll punish me if I'm bad?" a third-year boy asked. Instead of receiving a reply, the rest of that boy's classmates looked at him disdainfully. After that, there were a few more words from the principal before the students were sent back to their classrooms. On another note, there were many new applicants to the MMA club after school that day. After the students returned to their classrooms, there were still a few minutes of homeroom remaining. Although that did not mean much to most of the students, in classes 1A and 2A the teachers had announcements to make. First, in class 1A. "Okay, boys and girls," Nikonomiya Shizuka said in her usual cheerful tone. "We have a transfer student that I would like to introduce to you all before the first period." With that, before the excitement from the announcement of a new teacher could fade, more excitement was piled on top of it. "Why does that fried chicken girl have to be in our class?" Kaneko said under her breath. Now, Kaneko-chan," Maria said with a smile. "You need to be nice. Now, Phoenix-san, please come in," Nikonomiya-sensei said toward the closed door. And just as the devils expected, the transfer student was none other than Ravel Phoenix of the Underworld's Phoenix House of the 72 Pillar Houses. "It's nice to meet you all," Ravel said as she took her place next to Nikonomiya-sensei. "My name is Ravel Phoenix and I hope we can get along." Then, as is commonly seen with transfer students, Ravel was barraged with questions from her curious classmates. Because the homeroom had been shortened by the assembly that introduced Scathatch as a new teacher, Nikonomiya-sensei allowed the students to ask all the questions they wanted, to Ravel's annoyance. Eventually, the questions came to an end when the bell signifying that the homeroom was over rang. Around the same time in Class 2A the homeroom teacher had just finished introducing a transfer student as well. Like Class 1A the transfer student was a beautiful girl. With brown hair tied into twin tails, violet eyes, and a bubbly personality, she introduced herself energetically. "Hi, everyone," Irina said with a smile. "My name is Irina Shido. I'm looking forward to my time with you all." Most of the students were excited to see the new student. And her cheerful personality was infectious. So, as she smiled, the majority of the students she greeted also smiled. However, there were a few students who were, rather than excited to see her, confused by her appearance. "Irina," Issei said with confusion in his tone. "Why are you here?" However, before Irina could respond, a blur with blue hair rushed to the front of the classroom and wrapped Irina in a tight embrace. "Irina," Zenobia shouted happily. "I don't know why you're here, but I'm glad to see you again." With Zenovia's outburst, the other students were confused. They knew that Zenobia was not shy. In fact, she was very outspoken, especially about things she did not understand. However, they had never seen her react like this to anything. "So, I guess they know each other," one of the girls said as she watched the reunion between the exorcist and the former exorcist. "I guess so," another girl responded. "It looks like they are really close." Hearing that, the other students nodded and looked at the two girls in curiosity. Before they could get to the bottom of the situation, however, the bell that signaled the end of the homeroom rang. Lunch break . After the morning classes ended, Irina joined Yuto, Issei, Asia, and Zenobia as they traveled to the Occult Research Club to have their lunch. And when they arrived, they found that Kaneko and Gasper were already in the club room along with Rias and Aquino. "So, I guess Mio and Maria went to the MMA club, huh?" Issei asked in a disappointed tone. "Yes," Kaneko replied simply. "Oh, I wasn't expecting to see you again," Rias said as she noticed the smiling Irina. "Yes, I was sent here so that Heaven would have a representative in Kuo as well," Irina said, explaining why she had transferred into the school. "A representative from Heaven?" Aquino asked curiously. "Since when do exorcists represent Heaven?" Well, I'm actually no longer an exorcist, Irina said as a pair of white feathered wings sprouted from her back. At that moment, the door to the club room opened and in walked Azazel. I see, so heaven has integrated the devil's evil peace technology already, huh? Azazel asked with some interest in his tone. That's right, Irina said cheerfully. Heaven calls its reincarnated angels brave saints. Then, Irina folded her wings and showed the back of her right hand. On the back of that hand was a black spade symbol and the letter A. I was reincarnated as Michael Sama's ace, Irina said with pride. So, instead of chess, the brave saints are modeled after playing cards, Azazel said, instantly seeing through the way the angels' reincarnation system worked. That's right, Irina said. For now, only high-ranking angels are made the kings of their own decks. And they can reincarnate humans into cards of their suit. For example, Michael Sama is the king of spades. I see, Azazel said. That's actually quite interesting. But I would like to ask an even more interesting question. And what's that, sensei? Issei asked curiously. How was your PE class with Scathatch? Azazel asked with a shit-eating grin on his face. I heard she taught class 2A this morning, right? In response to Azazel's question, Yuto, Issei, Asia, Zenobia, and Irina shuddered. And seeing that reaction, Azazel's grin grew wider. Also, Rias, Aquino, Kaneko, and Gaspar were curious about how it went. So, how was it? Azazel asked, clearly taking pleasure in their misfortune. That woman is a sadist, Issei shouted. Then, he quickly covered his mouth, scared that Scathatch might hear him. The other second years nodded their heads quickly. So, what did she do? Rias asked with interest. The first thing she did was check everyone's muscles to see how physically fit they were, Yuto said, his usual gentle smile gone from his face. And as she got to the devils and Irina, she slipped on weighted magic circles so that we would be equal to humans in strength and speed. She also gave us enough wiggle room so that if we pushed ourselves, we could exceed their limits for a brief amount of time, Zenobia said, picking up where Yuto left off. Then, she made the entire class run around the track so that she could get a feel for our stamina levels, Irina said with a cramped smile. I've never had so much trouble running before. The weighted training with the church was nothing compared to this. The other members of the Occult Research Club were shocked into silence. They never thought that Scathatch would go that far. Azazel was the first to break the silence, though. Let me ask you something, Azazel said with a smile. How did Mizor, Mocha, and Shuna react? The second-year students in the room stopped to recall the answer to Azazel's question. Then, when they remembered, they all opened their eyes wide. They acted like it was nothing at all, Issei said with shock in his expression. Now that I think about it, the members of President Sona's peerage didn't react either, Asia said with a contemplative expression on her face. That's because they most likely went through training that was much worse over summer break, Azazel said, his smile was no longer on his face. And if you're really serious about getting stronger, the training you did today will look like child's play. Chapter 161, The Unfairness of Life. Human World, Japan, Kuo. After the school day ended, like always, everyone either went home or attended their club activities. And in the MMA club, the club members had their first taste of Scathatch's teaching methods. First of all, instead of form training, there was a lot more sparring involved in Scathatch's training schedule. Why are we sparring? One of the MMA club's female members asked when Scathatch told them about the changes she would be making to their training program. I mean, it's not like we're interested in fighting. We just want to be able to protect ourselves. Scathatch nodded her head at the girl's question. Things in the modern era like this were taking some getting used to. In her day, no one would learn fighting techniques if they had no interest in using them. But in a peaceful era like this one, she could understand, slightly. I think I know what you mean, Scathatch said while nodding her head. You want to be able to protect yourself, that makes sense. But if you were to be attacked without any experience in using the techniques, would you be able to protect yourselves with what you learned? To that question, the girl who asked the question and all the other girls who were also confused about the sparring sessions that were added to their training schedule did not know what to say. They understood that Scathatch was trying to enable them to protect themselves better. But at the same time, as girls of the modern era, they were afraid of the pain and bruises that sparring would inevitably bring. Eventually, Scathatch was able to convince the girls to spar. Time would tell how well they would be able to protect themselves, if necessary, though. More importantly, Scathatch did as she did with the PE classes with the supernatural members of the club. She forced them to wear seals much like James and Cu Chillin did before they graduated from her training. That did not include just the regular members of the club either. Shuna and Mio also had to wear those seals for the duration of the time they spent in the club. And just like that, Scat Hack's first day at Koa Academy came to an end. After returning home, Scat Hatch was seated with the rest of the Alaverus mansion's residents watching television in the living room. "So, how was the school experience, Master?" James asked with a smile. "What did you think of this era's youths?" "Weak, unfocused, and unambitious," Scat Hatch replied flatly. "But I must admit, life seems to be much more enjoyable than the struggles people went through back in my era." "Well, the advances in technology will do that," Shuna said softly. "That is true," Scat Hatch replied with a nod. "Anyway, Scatty," Leona said, inserting herself into the conversation. "I think you need to go shopping. I mean, you have clothes to go to work in, but you don't have anything to wear on days you don't have to work. I do not find it necessary to have so many sets of clothing." Scat Hatch refused. "Absolutely not," Leona said vehemently. "As a woman, you have to take care of your appearance. Isn't that right, James?" "I won't go as far as to say that women need to dress up and whatnot," James replied to his mother. "But I think you would look nice in some casual clothes. I mean, it would be a waste of your beauty to wear nothing but tracksuits." Hearing James' comment, Mizor, Mocha, Shuna, and Cheyenne nodded their heads in agreement. Even though Cheyenne was not all that interested in fashion, she too thought it a shame that Scat Hatch did not dress up a little more. And seeing that she was outnumbered, Scat Hatch decided to give in. "Fine, if you all say so," Scat Hatch said. Then, she looked at James. "Since you think I should dress differently, my disciple, I would assume you intend to accompany me on a shopping trip, correct?" At that moment, James froze. He was unsure if Scat Hatch was one of the dreaded shopping demons. But his instincts were screaming at him. Unfortunately, because he was one of the instigators, he could not deny Scat Hack's request. Not this time at least. "Of course," James said in a theatric tone with a bead of sweat running down his forehead. "I would be honored to accompany the lady." Seeing the sweat on James' forehead, everyone was doing their best to hold in their laughter. Over the years, James has made no effort to hide his fear of shopping with women. However, this was one time that he could not run. Siyu Chulin, on the other hand, was laughing hysterically on the inside. "Finally, I get to see you be sacrificed to the shopping demons," Siyu Chulin thought to himself. "And my instincts are telling me that Master is the shopping demon lord. I look forward to your suffering, James." Just as Siyu Chulin finished with that thought, James happened to look in his direction. As they made eye contact, Siyu Chulin smirked. Then with his eyes, he said, "Finally, karma has come to bite you on the ass." Understanding what Siyu Chulin was saying with his gaze, James grit his teeth. Then, he replied with his own gaze. "Don't worry, Lancer," James said with his gaze. "You'll get what's coming to you for mocking me." Siyu Chulin only looked at James disdainfully before they both broke eye contact simultaneously. "Enough about shopping," Cheyenne said energetically. "Master Scat Hatch, would you mind sparring with me? I really want to improve my sword technique." "I don't mind," Scat Hatch said calmly before she rose from the sofa and began to walk toward the backyard. "Yes," Cheyenne exclaimed before she also stood and hurried to follow Scat Hatch. The rest of the group simply watched Cheyenne and Scat Hatch leave. Then, Leona, Mizor, Mocha, and Shuna turned their attention to James. "So, this will be your first date with Scatty, right?" Leona asked excitedly. "I don't know if I can call this a date," James said with a wry smile. "I mean, if Master doesn't see it that way, then I'd look dumb making a big deal about it by myself." "Yeah, you're probably right," Leona replied. "So, go ask her." "Nah," James replied. "I don't remember the conversation very well since I was barely conscious. But I'm fairly sure I said I would give Master the time to consider if she wanted to be part of my harem or not." "You already talked to her about that?" Leona asked with shock in her tone. "You're braver than I thought." "Yeah, now that I think about it," James said as cold sweat formed on his back. "I was lying with my head on her lap at the time, too." Even though they were shocked at James' audacity, they were more surprised that Scat Hatch would ever give him a lap pillow in the first place. "When did that happen?" Mocha asked curiously. "It was our last night in the Land of Shadows," James replied. "Is that why she told me that she would take care of you that night?" Shuna asked absent-mindedly. "What do you mean?" Mizor asked. "Well, if you remember, I was the last of us to return to the common room in the castle, right?" Shuna asked, prefacing the comment she was about to make. "When we all left to go back to our rooms, Master Scat Hatch told me to get some rest and that she would take care of James that night." Everyone widened their eyes when they heard Shuna's story. "And when I said I would be fine taking care of James?" Shuna said with her cheeks beginning to redden. She insisted that I needed rest more than anyone. Wow, Scatty is sneaky. Leona said with a mischievous smile. The other girls nodded in agreement. Even James was beginning to realize something. Noticing that James fell into a state of contemplation, Leona and the girls turned their attention to him, determined to hear what he was thinking. So, she wants me to take the initiative, huh? James muttered to himself. It looks that way. Leona said. Then, the room fell silent. Meanwhile, Siyu Chulin looked at the whole situation in confusion. How did James go from being a sacrifice to the shopping demons to going on a date with Master? Siyu Chulin wondered to himself. Anyway, we'll have to worry about a date with Master after the alliance treaty is signed. James said with a smile. I would hate to have to kill someone because they ruined our date. Even though James was smiling, everyone present knew that he was in no way joking about killing anyone who would interrupt their date. So, instead of commenting on the statement, they all simply nodded their heads. At the same time, Mizore, Mocha, and Shuna thought that James' domineering attitude was hot. Eventually, Shuna spoke without thinking. I want to go on a date, too. Shuna said absent-mindedly. The room fell silent again after Shuna's utterance. Then, noticing that everyone was looking at her with gentle smiles, she turned tomato red in an instant. I was wondering when she would make her decision. Leona said. Yeah, I held off on making a move because I could tell that she was unsure. James said with a nod. I guess I gotta plan 2 dates now. Shuna's so cute. Mocha said. Yeah, she's, like, totes adorbs. Mizore said excitedly. With everyone commenting on it, steam began to rise from her head. Then, Shuna fainted and slumped onto Mocha who was sitting next to her. Maybe that was a bit too much for her. Leona said as she smiled at the now unconscious Shuna. You think? James asked as he rolled his eyes. Then, James stood and walked toward Shuna. When he arrived in front of her, he reached down and picked up the Oni princess in a princess carry. Then, he walked her up to her bedroom. I'll put her to bed. James said while walking up the stairs. As James carried Shuna up the stairs, Leona, Mizore, and Mocha went back to watching TV. However, Siyu Chulin was completely gobsmacked. Why is it so easy for him? Siyu Chulin wondered to himself. I mean, it felt like I had to do everything I could think of to just get with Tsubaki. Trying for more would be too much. But James doesn't even seem to be trying. Why is life so unfair? Naturally, no one knew what Siyu Chulin was thinking. However, even if they did, they would just roll their eyes at him. It is no secret that Siyu Chulin had the habit of sticking his foot in his mouth. So, of course he would have problems getting girls to like him. A few minutes later, James climbed back down the stairs alone. Then, he took his original seat and looked at everyone before speaking. We need to step up our training again. James said with a completely serious tone. I mean, the Cows Brigade attacked us once. Luckily Ajuka was there. But if he weren't, things would have been much worse. But you could have taken that old Satan guy, right? Mizore asked curiously. Probably. James replied. But I doubt he's the strongest member of the Cows Brigade. James is right. Siyu Chulin chipped in. Plus, there's no chance that we'll always be together when they attack. Hearing that reasoning, Mizore and Mocha began to think about it more deeply. And since Riri and Sona asked Master to help in their training, I've decided that we will train jointly from now on. James said resolutely. Hearing that, Mizore, Siyu Chulin, and Mocha nodded in agreement. Oh, my baby is turning into a leader. Leona said with a smile. James turned his head and looked at his mother helplessly. Mom, do you have to kill the mood like that? James asked. Of course not. Leona replied with a smile. But the look on your face makes all my efforts worth it. Chapter 162, Meeting the Father-in-Law. Human World, Japan, Kuo. A week has passed since the second term began. In that week, the number of complaints about the PE classes increased sharply. However, as no one was injured, the school ignored the complaints. To be honest, with the devils in control of the school, there is a good chance the complaints would have been ignored even if someone were injured. More than likely, they would have been healed and had their memories of the incident erased. One thing to take note of, however. Since Scathatch began teaching the PE classes, the students who play sports have found that their practice times have been more effective. Also, in just a week, Scathatch has changed the mentality of most of the girls in the MMA club. Although they are not seasoned fighters, their attitudes toward fighting, especially to protect themselves, has changed quite a bit. On top of that, many of those girls have begun to idolize Scathatch. Master, are you trying to bring the warrior culture back to this era? James asked Scathatch curiously as they were leaving the MMA hall after an afternoon of club activities. I mean those girls are going to scare the hell out of people on the streets. Scathatch smiled slightly. Then, she turned around and began to walk away. Many people may think that I have gone overboard, Scathatch said without turning back. But if they give off a certain amount of pressure, any delinquents or vile characters that would do them harm would have to give pause as they considered doing anything insidious. Well, you're not wrong, James said as he quickly caught up to Scathatch. But with intimidating auras like they have now, it's going to be hard for them to find boyfriends, you know. A man who cannot handle that aura of confidence is not worthy of anyone who I have personally instructed, Scathatch said proudly. I get the feeling that Master is mistaking bloodlust with confidence, James thought to himself as he maintained his smile. But I get the feeling that keeping that thought to myself is the right move. With that, James and Scathatch continued to chat as they made their way back to their home. However, as they passed through one of the busier streets on their route, they saw a couple of familiar faces. Odin, Rossweiss, and a middle-aged man with black hair and beard. Hey, Lord Odin, James called out as he saw the trio coming out of a souvenir shop. Wasn't expecting to see you around here. When they heard someone call out to Odin, the trio turned in the direction of the voice. Odin and Rossweiss were pleasantly surprised to see that it was James, as he had left a good impression on them. The middle-aged man, however, looked at James as if he had found a lifelong enemy. Feeling the hostility rolling off the middle-aged man, James frowned slightly. Then, he made eye contact with him. After a moment, he spoke. I'm guessing you either know me or know of me, James said to the middle-aged man. But I don't know why you're looking at me like that. So, wanna introduce yourself? After being addressed by James, however, the middle-aged man said nothing. Instead, he continued to glare at James while leaking hostility. Seeing this, Odin and Rossweiss were confused. Then, Odin decided to try and defuse the situation. James, this is the escort Azazel arranged for us, Odin said, trying not to let the situation turn into a fight. He's one of the cadre of the Grigori, Barakiel. As soon as he heard the name Barakiel, James' eyes widened for a second. Then, a sneer appeared on his face. I get it now, James said with disdain. You're pissed off because I'm doing a better job of looking after your daughter than you ever did, huh? With that, Odin and Rossweiss were taken aback. They did not expect James to return such hostility when he heard Barakiel's name. Barakiel, on the other hand, opened his eyes wide like James did when he heard his name. What did you say, you little bastard? Barakiel roared angrily. Who the hell do you think you are talking to? A deadbeat dad who never showed up to take care of his daughter after his wife passed away, James answered with a tilt of his head and an innocent expression on his face. The atmosphere froze after James' comment. Scathatch, Odin, and Rossweiss could feel the anger rolling off both men. Then, Barakiel began to shudder with rage. You know nothing, you piece of shit, Barakiel shouted. I did all I could for Akino and Shuri. It's not my fault the Heimjima clan attacked while I was away on a mission. You're right, James said, nodding calmly in agreement. Barakiel was surprised that James agreed with him. However, James did not give him time to speak again. But what did you do when Akino was wandering Japan as an orphan after that day? James asked sharply with narrowed eyes. At the age of 10, she traveled around Japan alone for almost a year by herself. Where were you then? And where were you when the Heimjima clan found her and almost killed her? As James continued to question Barakiel, his demonic power began to leak. Feeling the air begin to ripple from James' presence, Barakiel's eyes widened. Then, his shoulders slumped after James mentioned the state Akino was in after Shuri's death. And don't tell me you couldn't find her, James said angrily. I don't know what you were doing that you put before your daughter's safety for that long, and to be honest, I don't care. But I do know that I was the one that saved her from a certain death at the hands of the Heimjima clan. Hearing that, Barakiel deflated even further. However, James continued. Usually, it's the father's right to hate their daughter's boyfriends and shit like that, James said with an indifferent expression on his face. Unfortunately, you don't have that right. Maybe if you had been a father when Akino needed you the most, I would have just let you vent your anger about having your daughter taken away. Unfortunately, you let her go on your own years ago. And with that, James walked away while Barakiel hung his head and gritted his teeth. Naturally, Scathatch followed James. After James and Scathatch were gone, Odin sighed. Then, he looked at Barakiel, who was clearly depressed and shook his head. Well, that didn't go the way I thought it would, Odin said, then he walked toward the next place he found interesting. Come on, let's go. Rossweiss followed James with her eyes, but she was a little moved at how James grew so angry for his girlfriend's sake, even if it was against her father. Barakiel, on the other hand, followed Odin and Rossweiss, as his expression kept switching from anger to guilt and back to anger again. Meanwhile, James and Scathatch walked back to their house in silence for a while. Eventually, James broke the silence. "Damn it," James said angrily. "I think I stuck my foot where it doesn't belong. But when I think about everything that Aquino went through because he went ghost for so long, I lost my cool." "It is understandable, my disciple," Scathatch replied. "If you could remain calm in front of someone who treated someone you care about like that, that would be more concerning." "I know what you mean, master," James said, still with a frown on his face. "But, this time, I think I went too far. At least, I need to talk to Aquino about what happened." "I agree," Scathatch said with a nod. "I believe you need to talk to her as soon as possible." James nodded as he was thinking the same thing. Then, without hesitation, James pulled his smartphone from his pocket and dialed Aquino's number. Ring, ring, ring. "Hello, James," Aquino said, with a smile. "Aquino, are you home right now?" James asked in a solemn tone. "Yes," Aquino replied in a nervous tone after hearing James' tone. "Is there something wrong?" James fell silent for a moment after hearing Aquino's question. Yeah. James said tiredly. "I need to talk to you about something important. I'm walking back home from school now. I'll come to Riri's house before I go home." "Okay," Aquino said in a tone that had some fear mixed in. "I'll see you soon," James said, not noticing Aquino's tone. "See ya," Aquino replied before ending the call. James put his phone back in his pocket just as he and Scathatch reached the neighborhood their house is in. Then, a few minutes later they were walking past Ria's house. "All right, I'll go see Aquino," James said as he stopped in front of Ria's house. "All right," Scathatch replied with a nod. Without stopping, Scathatch continued toward the Alaverus mansion. Then, after taking a deep breath, James walked toward Ria's house and rang the doorbell. A few moments later, Kaneko opened the door. Then, she smiled when she noticed that it was James who rang the doorbell. However, after seeing his expression, her smile disappeared and was replaced by a worried expression. "Hey, kitty cat," James said with a forced smile. "I need to talk to Aquino. Is she in her room?" In response, Kaneko nodded absent-mindedly. Nodding in return, James stepped into the house, took off his shoes and put on a pair of slippers. Then, he walked into the house and toward Aquino's room. Meanwhile, Kaneko stood by the door and watched James with worry on her face. In the 6 or so years that she has known him, not once has she seen James wearing a forced smile like that. "Kaneko, is something wrong?" Rias asked as she saw Kaneko just standing at the door. "Who rang the doorbell?" "It was James Nee," Kaneko answered absent-mindedly. Something was wrong, and he wanted to see Aquino-san. Rias was surprised to hear that James had come by without telling her beforehand. However, what surprised her even more was that Kaneko was not smiling happily like she usually does when James stops by. "I wonder what's going on," Rias said as she looked toward the stairs to the second floor. James on the other hand was walking down the hallway on the second floor. A moment later, he arrived in front of Aquino's bedroom door. Knock, knock, knock. "Aquino, it's me, James," James said, announcing his presence. A moment later, James could hear Aquino approaching the door. Then, the door was opened, and James was thoroughly surprised. Aquino, who was standing in the doorway, had red puffy eyes. It was obvious she had been crying. "Aquino?" James asked in surprise. "James, did I do something wrong?" Aquino asked with tears beginning to drip from her eyes. "Huh?" James' confusion grew after hearing Aquino's question. "What do you mean?" "I don't know why you're breaking up with me, but I promise I'll fix whatever is wrong," Aquino said as she sobbed. Once again, James fell further into confusion. Because of that, he froze completely. At the same time, Rias approached Aquino's room, curious why James was visiting. When she did, she saw James standing silently outside of Aquino's bedroom while Aquino was crying in the doorway. On top of that, she heard the last thing Aquino said. So, without hesitation, she rushed over to the two of them. "James, what the hell is going on?" Rias asked angrily. "What are you doing to Aquino?" Hearing Rias' angry questioning, James was snapped out of his stupor. Then, he looked at the tear-filled face of Aquino and the angry mama lion look on Rias' face. Then, he exhaled a huge sigh. After that, he flicked each of them on the forehead. "Ow, X2. After James' forehead flick, both girls had teary eyes and glared at James while covering their foreheads with their hands. "First of all," James said while he looked Aquino in the eyes, "I never said anything about breaking up with you, did I? You're jumping to conclusions. But when you called Aquino said with surprise in her tone. I said I had something important to tell you, because I have something important to tell you. James said. But breaking up is not the only possible important thing I could have to say to you, right? James smiled wryly as he spoke. He never even considered that his tone would give Aquino the idea that he was going to break up with her. However, he then turned to Rias without removing the wry smile from his face. And you, Sigh, James said before shaking his head along with the sigh. You didn't even think to ask what was going on before accusing me of doing something wrong. I'm getting flashbacks of my 14th birthday. I'm not gonna get slapped again, am I? As James spoke, his tone turned playful. Rias on the other hand was blushing in embarrassment. She also realized that she might have overreacted after seeing Aquino crying. But since you got so angry for Aquino's sake, I'll let it slide this time. James said with a smile while patting Rias' head. Anyway, I really do have something I need to talk to you about, Aquino. Let's go inside your room and talk. Chapter 163, Isn't James Cute? Human World, Japan, Kuo. After the misunderstanding was solved, James followed Aquino into her bedroom while Rias returned to her own room. After entering the room, Aquino sat on her bed and patted the spot next to her. And just as Aquino's gesture suggested, James took a seat right next to her. Then, Aquino grabbed his arm and wrapped it around her waist as she leaned into his embrace. So, what did you have to tell me? Aquino asked with a serious expression on her face. Hearing Aquino's question, James took a deep breath. Then, he looked into Aquino's eyes. I met Barakil today. James said solemnly. After that, the two fell silent. James continued to look into Aquino's eyes until she lowered her head and began to shake with anger. After a few minutes, Aquino spoke without lifting her head. Why is he here? Aquino asked quietly. He was assigned as Lord Odin's escort while he is in the area for the signing of the alliance treaty. James replied. Once again Aquino fell silent. Then, after another minute of silence, Aquino spoke once again. Did he say anything to you? Aquino asked, still with her head lowered. James then scratched his head with an awkward expression that Aquino could not see. Well, he didn't really have the chance to say anything. James said awkwardly. What do you mean? Aquino asked as she raised her head. James then explained how when he first met Barakil, Barakil stared him down with hostility. Then, he told Aquino what he said after he found out who Barakil was. After that, James waited for Aquino's reaction. And it did not take long for James to hear it. Ahahaha. Aquino began to laugh uproariously. Good, you said everything I would have said. How dare he be angry at my boyfriend when he wasn't there for me? Does he think that he can abandon me for that long and have any say in my life? His intelligence must have fallen too when he fell from heaven. Hearing Aquino's happy laughter, James was surprised when he saw tears falling from her eyes. Then, he wrapped both arms around Aquino and hugged her tightly. After feeling James' warm embrace, Aquino gripped the front of his school uniform and began to sob quietly. At the moment, Aquino was feeling quite a few mixed emotions. Anger, sadness, disdain, happiness, and love. Needless to say, all the negative emotions were aimed at her father while the positive emotions were reserved for James. After a few minutes of crying, Aquino finally lifted her head. When she did, James looked deeply into her beautiful violet eyes. After holding eye contact for a few moments, Aquino slowly closed her eyes and inched toward James. Knowing exactly what Aquino wanted, James leaned forward and planted a kiss on her lips. James did not try to push his tongue into her mouth for this kiss. Instead of a kiss filled with lust and passion, this was a kiss filled with love and affection. Once James and Aquino broke the kiss, Aquino smiled at James. After seeing Aquino smile, even with the tear stains on her face, James felt that this was the most beautiful smile Aquino had ever shown him. After that, James and Aquino talked for a little longer. Aquino made it clear that she had no intention of forgiving her father and that James did not have to worry about Barakil's feelings. He gave up the right to have me care about him when he left me alone to fend for myself back then. Aquino said with a resolute expression. I have a family now, and I'm happy. If he wants to be a father, he should accept that and let me live the life I'm living. In response, James nodded. He had no intention of talking Aquino into forgiving Barakil. With that said, he would not object to it either. He believed that Aquino had the right and ability to choose how she would interact with her father in the future. The only thing he could do was to support her the best he could. Shortly after that, James decided it was time to head home. Although Aquino was disappointed and wanted to have some more intimate time with James, she understood why he decided to leave. With Loki's threat, they could be called into action at any time. Like that, James said his goodbyes to Aquino. Then, he told Rias that he was leaving as well. A few minutes later, James was back in his own home. Then, he and the rest of the residents in the Alaverus mansion spent the evening like they usually do. With the exception of James, who asked Scathatch to spar. Even though he was not negatively affected by his meeting with Barrakiel and his subsequent conversation with Aquino, he did have some negativity built up that needed to be worked off. After the spar, James went to bed so that he would be ready for school the next day. For everyone else in the house, the night passed like any other. The next day, morning training and the morning classes went as they usually would. James' class had their first PE class with Scathatch, too. Then, at lunchtime, Azazel called James, Scathatch, Sona, and Tsubaki into the Occult Research Club's club room. When they arrived, they found an unexpected guest. Valley. James said when he saw his rival standing in the corner of the room. "Why are you here?" Valley looked over James and was surprised to see how much stronger he had gotten in a month and a half or so. Then, he gritted his teeth and vowed to himself that he would surpass the Red Dragon Emperor. "Azazel called me and asked for my help with something," Valley said with fire burning in his eyes. Hearing that, James glanced at Azazel. Then, he shrugged his shoulders. "Why is a member of the Cows Brigade here?" Sona asked while looking at Azazel sternly. "Take it easy, Sona," Azazel said while raising his hands disarmingly. "We need Valley's help if we want to find out about Loki's weaknesses and all that good stuff." "I see," Scathatch said while nodding her head. "You want to use the Dragon Gate? That is the only reason I can think of that would require both heavenly dragons." "Right," Azazel said with a smile and a nod. "With the 2 heavenly dragons, and 3 dragon kings, we should be able to summon Midgardsormr. Well, at least summon his consciousness, anyway." After Azazel spoke, everyone fell into silence. Then, James spoke. "Tannen, Skyadram, and who else?" James asked. "We only have access to 2 of the dragon kings, right? Actually, do you remember when I asked you to tell Saji to be ready for my call?" Azazel asked. "Yeah, you said something about that after the initial meeting with Lord Odin." James replied. "That's right," Azazel said with a nod. "As I'm sure you are aware, Saji's Sacred Gear, absorption line, is one of 4 sacred gears created from the prison dragon, Vritra, right?" Everyone present nodded. Even though Issei was unaware of that fact, he nodded along anyway so that he would not appear lacking. "Well, we at the Grigori just got our hands on the last of the 4 pieces of Vritra," Azazel said. "So, if we integrate the rest of those sacred gears into Saji, we should be able to revive Vritra's soul." After hearing that, everyone was surprised. "Is that even possible?" Tsubaki asked curiously. "Yes," Azazel nodded. "Under normal circumstances, it would be quite time-consuming. However, now that we have a Grand Master in the art of runecraft, the time would be shortened considerably." With that, everyone turned their heads towards Scathatch. "That is true," Scathatch said with a nod. "If all the pieces of Vritra are gathered, I have runes that could quicken the recovery of Vritra's soul. Then, once Vritra's soul is intact, we can summon Midgardsormr's consciousness and get as many details about him as possible," Azazel said with a smile. Everyone once again nodded when they heard Azazel's explanation. Then, James turned his attention to Valley. "So, why are you willing to help with this?" James asked curiously. "Because fighting a god would be a fun fight," Valley said with a battle-hungry smile on his face. "I see," James said with a nod. "Typical Valley. Don't act like you aren't thinking the same thing," Rias and Sona said simultaneously while rolling their eyes. "I never said I didn't," James replied with a battle-hungry smile of his own on his face. "Anyway, tell Saji to come here after school," Azazel said. "Then, I'll take him to the Grigori headquarters, and we'll integrate the rest of the sacred gears with him." Hearing that, Sona nodded. Then, Azazel turned his attention onto Scathatch again. "At that time, we'll need your help as well," Azazel said. "Worry not," Scathatch said. "I will offer my aid when it is needed." "Good," Azazel said with a smile. "Then, I'll let you all get back to having lunch." And with that, Azazel made his way out of the room. Shortly after Azazel left, Valley also left the room via teleportation. "We need to keep an eye on Valley," James said seriously. "I don't know what it is, but I know he's up to something." Everyone nodded in response. "Oh, by the way," Issei said with a curious glint in his eye. "How did Azazel grow his arm back? I mean, didn't he cut it off during the fight with that one chick?" "Oh, you mean Kateria Leviathan?" Sona said. "I'm guessing he didn't regrow it. More than likely, it's a prosthetic." "Your guess is correct," Scathatch said with a nod. One of his arms seems to be a piece of highly advanced technology. I bet it's tricked out like the main character of Sekiro. James said with a smile. If that's true, that's pretty badass. Issei said as he remembered the game James was talking about. Everyone else in the room looked at the two video game junkies weirdly as they began to discuss what kind of hidden mechanisms Azazel's arm could contain. Those two are something else. Ria said while shaking her head with a wry smile on her face. That's true. Sona said. When you see them like this and then when you see them at each other's throats, it's hard to tell if they are friends or not. Either way, isn't it cute the way that James' eyes light up when he's talking about the stuff he really likes? Akino asked as she stared at James with a smile. In response to Akino's question, Rias, Sona, and Kaneko nodded their heads. And like Akino, they also stared at James while he conversed with Issei with a smile on their faces. Issei is cute, too. Asia said as she watched the excited Issei. However, after Asia spoke, only Irina nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Zenobia was switching her gaze between James and Issei, trying to decide which she would have a better chance of having a baby with. You should all prepare yourselves. Scathatch said as she gazed at everyone in the room. Once we get intel on Loki, we will more than likely be expected to do battle shortly afterward. With Scathacka's words, James and Issei's conversation ended. Then, along with everyone else in the room, they nodded at Scathacka's statement. Not long after that, the lunch break ended, and everyone returned to their classrooms. After that, the rest of the school day went by peacefully. After the last bell rang, Azazel took Genturu and Scathatch to the Grigori's headquarters while the rest of the devils participated in their club activities. That was all they could do until James and Issei were called to summon Midgardsormr's consciousness, after all. Then, after everyone's club activities ended, everyone returned home. At about midnight, Scathatch returned to James' mansion. When she did, she immediately went to find James. Knock, knock, knock. Sitting in his room, maintaining his swords, James was interrupted by the knocking on his bedroom door. Come in. James replied without raising his head from his activity. Shortly after James spoke, the door was opened and Scathatch walked in. So, I guess everything went well? James asked. Correct. Scathatch replied with a nod. Be ready. Tomorrow, you and the other dragons will be called to summon Midgardsormr's consciousness. Got it. James replied as he sheathed Okairu Sakura. How is Saji? He is fine. Scathatch replied. He will not be attending school on the morrow, however. James raised an eyebrow at Scathacka's response. Understanding the question in James' gaze, Scathatch answered before James could put it into words. He needs time to get used to his new abilities. Scathatch said preemptively. Though one day will certainly not be enough time. Every little bit could help if he is needed in battle. That makes sense. James said with a nod. Then, with a mischievous smile, James spoke once again. I hope we can get this crap with Loki over with quickly. Then, we can go out on our date. Scathatch raised an eyebrow at James' reply. Then, she smiled. A date, is it? Scathatch said playfully. Well then, I hope you are able to impress this Scathatch when the time comes. Then, without giving James a chance to reply, Scathatch turned around and walked out of James' bedroom while she swayed her hips. Then, as she was about to close the door behind her, Scathatch looked over her shoulder with a seductive glint in her eyes. After making eye contact with James, she turned her head back to the front and left the room, closing the door behind her. Chapter 164, The Sleeping Dragon King, Midgardsormr. Underworld, Grigori Territory, Grigori Headquarters. In an underground chamber of the Grigori Headquarters main building, James, Valley, Issei, and Genturu were waiting for Azazel to show up with Tannen. Valley, looks like you've gotten quite a bit stronger since the last time we fought. James said with a smile. Care to have a spar later? Maybe after this operation is over. Valley said. We both know that both of us will need to be in our best condition when fighting Loki. James rolled his eyes in response. Although I like a good fight, I know what my priorities are. James said. I mean after this fight with the trickster god. Sure, I'd love to. Valley said with a battle-hungry smile. Also, I've got a new member on my team that would love to fight someone from your team. Hearing that, James' eyebrow rose with interest. Oh, which of my peerage members would this person like to fight? James asked. Your knight, Dante. Valley said. Oh, so Virgil is with you now? James asked with a smile. I never thought that guy would work with anyone harmoniously. This time, Valley was the one who raised his eyebrow with interest. So, you've met him, I take it? Valley asked curiously. Yeah, I was the one who solved the Teminen IGRU incident, after all. James replied with a smile. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Valley replied. Meanwhile, standing off to the side, Issei and Genturu were looking at James and Valley in confusion. Do you have any idea what they're talking about? Issei asked with confusion in his tone. No clue. Genturu said with a shake of his head. I also want to know why those two seem so friendly. I mean, isn't that Valley guy part of the Cows Brigade? On top of that, James Senpai kicked his ass last time, right? Issei added. After hearing Issei's last question, Valley's eyebrow began to twitch involuntarily. Although he admits to his loss against James at the peace meeting 2 months ago, he does not like to hear others mention it. Noticing the change in Valley's expression, James smiled. What's wrong? James asked with a smug smile. Did they say something you can't agree with? Instead of answering, Valley only looked at James in annoyance. Before James could egg Valley on any further, however, the door to the underground chamber opened. Through the open door, Azazel and a human-sized dragon entered the room. Hey kids. Azazel said with a smile. Are you getting along? Yeah. No problems here. James said with a smile. Just looking back at the old days, especially comparing notes about the last time we fought. Once again, Valley's eyebrow twitched involuntarily. However, he chose to remain silent. No matter how much he does not like it, it is a fact that he was soundly defeated by James the last time they fought. Drake, Albion, Skyadram, Vritra, it's been a long time since so many of us have been in the same place. Tannen said to the 4 sacred gears in the room. Even though the circumstances are much different than before. Not really. Albion said from the blue jewel that appeared on the back of Valley's right hand. You'd still lose if we fought. And how are you supposed to fight without a body? Drake asked in an antagonistic tone. Shut up, Drake. Albion shouted angrily. You know exactly what I damn well meant. As the heavenly dragons began an argument, Azazel, Tannen, Issei, and Gentru stared at James and Valley with a bit of pity in their eyes. At the same time, James and Valley stared at their left and right hands, respectively, with dumbfounded looks on their faces. In a matter of seconds, Drake and Albion's argument devolved into something you could hear on the playground of any elementary school around the human world. Ahem. Azazel coughed loudly to gather everyone's attention on himself. As enlightening the debate between heavenly dragons has been, I think it's time to get down to business. Hearing that, Tannen, Issei, and Gentru could not help but chuckle a bit. At the same time, James and Valley looked at Azazel gratefully. Even though they are used to hearing their heavenly dragons trash-talking the other, they never expected such a childish argument from such powerful beings. Humph. Drake and Albion snorted simultaneously as their argument came to an end. Alrighty. Azazel exclaimed once the room fell silent. I'm sure you've all noticed the magic circle on the floor, right? The 4 young men nodded their heads in response to Azazel's question. This magic circle is called the Dragon Gate. Azazel explained. Its function is to summon dragons with the aid of other dragons. I know that's simplifying it quite a bit, but there are a couple of guys here that aren't going to understand the lengthy introduction, so I just skipped it. James, Valley, and Tannen nodded in agreement. Then, they stared at Issei and Genturu. Meanwhile, Issei and Genturu stared at each other while thinking the same thing. Of course, this guy wouldn't get it. Both boys thought simultaneously. Anyway, do you all see the points of different colors around the outside of the circle? Azazel asked while pointing at the different points around the circle. Stand on your corresponding color. Then, we can begin. Immediately, James moved to the red point, Valley moved to the white point opposite James, Tannen moved to the purple point, and Azazel moved to the gold point. Meanwhile, Issei and Gentru moved to the black point. Then, when they noticed that they were standing at the same point, they stared at each other intensely. What are you doing here? Gentru asked. I'm going to my color. Issei said as if it were obvious. Why are you here? This is obviously my color. Gentru replied. Black is obviously the color for the Shadow Dragon King. Issei said. Do you even know what Vritra looks like? Gentru asked as he raised his voice. He's a big-ass black dragon. And just like Drake and Albion before them, Issei and Gentru began arguing. And over time, their argument became more and more juvenile. Eventually, Azazel stepped in. Actually, Issei, you're supposed to go to the dark gray point. Azazel said with a smile. I'm just wondering why Skyadram didn't say anything first. Tannen asked. Because the kid didn't ask. Skyadram said so that everyone could hear. Naturally, Issei was embarrassed. However, instead of lashing out at Skyadram, which he knew was pointless, Issei walked over to the dark gray point in silence. After everyone was where they were supposed to be, Azazel spoke once again. Now, everyone, channel your draconic aura into the point you are standing on. It will automatically be transferred into the magic circle by the point. Azazel explained. Then, it will be up to Drake and Albion to chant Midgardsormr's summoning incantation. Just as Azazel instructed, all 6 of them channeled draconic aura into the colored points they were standing on. Say, Azazel-sensei. James said while channeling his aura with a smile. What dragon, sacred gear, do you have that you are participating in this? I mean, I'm sure Big G wasn't the biggest fan of dragons, right? So, I know you're not half dragon or something. Oh, I have Fafnir's core. Azazel said as he pulled out a black jewel from one of his inner pockets. This is the core of my artificial, sacred gear, downfall dragon spear. Oh yeah, the thing you used in the fight with Kateria Leviathan. James said with a nod. Enough talk. Drake said, interrupting the conversation. It's time. Then, the room fell silent for a moment. Once that moment passed, Drake and Albion began chanting in an ancient tongue. Even though everyone could understand what they were saying due to their linguistic abilities, Tannen was the only one with a physical body that could speak the words, due to the unique vocal cords that dragons possess. After what seemed like hours, but was, in actuality, only 2 minutes, the magic circle lit up brightly. Then, once the light from the magic circle dimmed, a translucent, gray, eastern dragon measuring between 1640 and 1969 feet, approximate 500 to 600 m, long curled up around the room. This dragon was so large that parts of his body phased through the walls. Hey, Skyadram! Issei exclaimed after seeing Midgardsormr. He's gray, too. So, how was I supposed to know that I should stand on a gray point? You're both stupid and unobservant. Skyadram said in a tired tone. Can't you see that there are 2 gray pines? A dark one, that you are standing on right now, and a light one. Looking around, Issei noticed that what Skyadram said was true. So, he lowered his head in embarrassment. Snore. A few moments after the successful summoning, the sound of snoring could be heard. And this was no ordinary snore, this snore was loud enough to shake the entire underground chamber. And consequently, the entire facility above it. Wow, this guy can saw logs with the best of them. James exclaimed after hearing Midgardsormr snore. Really, partner? That's the first thing that comes to mind after that. Drake replied in an incredulous tone. Deciding to cut off James and Drake's stupid conversation, Albion shouted from Vala's sacred gear. Midgardsormr. Wake up. Albion shouted. Snore. After another loud snore, the room fell silent momentarily. Then, Drake laughed uproariously. Ah! Drake's laughter echoed through the room. I guess you're not as intimidating as you like to believe, Albion. After Drake's mockery, even though Albion did not have any teeth due to the lack of a physical body, everyone swore that they could hear Albion gritting his teeth in anger. However, what surprised everyone even more was the fact that after hearing Drake's laughter, Midgardsormr began to stir. MMM. What's with all the noise? Midgardsormr asked groggily. Is it time for Ragnarok, already? Ah. This time it was Albion's turn to laugh. Look at that Drake, your laughter is revolting enough that you could even wake the dead. Like Albion before, everyone swore they could hear the sound of Drake's teeth grinding. Then, James and Vala made eye contact and had the same stupid thought. Do they make dragon soul dentures? After Drake and Albion took a moment to argue, Midgardsormr used that time to scan his surroundings. Is that you? Drake? Albion? Midgardsormr asked curiously. Tannen, Skyadram, and Vritra are here, too. And I feel Fafi nearby, too. After noticing that Midgardsormr was fully awake, Tannen took the opportunity to explain why they summoned Midgardsormr's consciousness and what they wanted from him. As it turns out, Loki was Midgardsormr's creator, or father. Therefore, Midgardsormr knew quite a bit about Loki, so he was the best choice when it comes to digging up information. Nodding his head from time to time at Tannen's explanation, eventually, Midgardsormr fell silent in contemplation. Then after about a minute. Snore. Damn it, you lazy bastard. Skyadram shouted angrily. Wake the hell up. Huh? Oh. What? Where am I? Midgardsormr asked in confusion. Then, Midgardsormr looked around and remembered what he was doing before he fell asleep, again. Oh yeah. Midgardsormr said. I don't know much about what happened with Daddy over the last 400 years. But I do know that he freed Big Brother and replaced him with a clone. That means we should expect to have to deal with Fenrir as well, huh? Azazel said with a solemn expression. On top of that, Gleipnir probably won't work on it, either. Tannen added. How strong is Fenrir? James asked curiously. He should be at the beginning of the minor god rank. Azazel said. But what makes him dangerous is that his fangs are able to bypass the defense of any god, no matter how powerful they are. Well, we can probably leave him to master. James said nonchalantly. And that is when they remembered the existence of Scathatch. That's true. Azazel and Tanin replied simultaneously. We should probably see about getting Gleipnir upgraded as well. Tanin said. I'll talk to the old man about it. Azazel replied. All right, Midgardsormr, that's all we needed. You can go back to sleep, now. Okay, bye everyone. Midgardsormr said as his illusory image began to fade. A moment before his image faded completely, though, Midgardsormr spoke once more. Don't be surprised if Skoll and Hattie are with Big Brother, too. Midgardsormr said as he faded completely. Damn, I forgot about those two, completely. Azazel said while shaking his head. Well, I guess we should get back, we've got a lot of plans to make, after all. Chapter 165, Loki's Arrival. Human World, Japan, Kuo. Master, are the preparations complete? James asked as Scathatch entered the room. James, Valley, and the rest of James' peerage were waiting in. 3 days have passed since the conversation with Midgardsormr occurred. In that period of time, the date for the signing of the treaty was decided. Also, Odin brought an upgraded version of Gleipnir to assist in the attack that Loki would certainly make during the alliance treaty signing. And as it would so happen, today is the date of the treaty signing, which coincides with the expected time of Loki's attack. Yes. Scathatch replied with a nod. Once Loki shows up, Sona and her peerage only have to inject their demonic energy into the runes that I set up. The runes Scathatch mentioned were the countermeasure prepared for Loki's eventual attack. Set up around the building, a 5-star hotel owned by the Gremory Group, where the treaty would be signed, was a teleportation circle. Stationed around the perimeter of the runic circle were Sona and her peerage. When Loki showed up to interrupt the signing of the treaty, they would inject their demonic energy into the runes that supplied energy for the teleportation. Then, James, Rias, who was stationed in a room of the hotel like James, Sona, Valley, and the 3 peerages would be teleported to a barren location along with Loki. Good, now all we have to do is wait. James said with a nod and a smile. Wait. Valley said, interjecting himself into the conversation. I know about the rune teleportation and where we're fighting. But why are we teleporting the faction leaders with us as well? Sigh that Azazel. James said with a tired sigh. Is that really all he told you? Judging by your tone, I guess there is more to it than that. Valley said while shaking his head. And to answer your question, yes. That's all he told me. James sighed again after he heard Valley's answer. Then, he looked up and made eye contact with his rival. Before setting up the runes, Master registered everyone's energy signature. James said, beginning to explain the rest of the plan to Valley. With those registered energy signatures, Master added a runic sentence to the teleportation circle that would exclude certain signatures from the teleportation. The faction leaders and those responsible for making sure there are no issues with the treaty, to be exact. A look of realization crossed Valley's eyes. Then, he looked at Scathatch with an impressed and respectful gaze. I can only imagine how much Lofey could improve if she had a teacher like you, Master Scathatch. Valley said in sincere amazement. Who is this Lofey? Scathatch asked curiously. A talent with runes. Or a talented magician. Those are the only 2 possibilities I could think of, based on the context. She's a talented mage and part of my team. Valley replied. Scathatch only nodded, not even for a second considering taking the magician under her wing. Valley, who also noticed that, dropped the subject. Oh well, Arthur can't get mad at me. Valley thought with a mental shoulder shrug. I tried to do something nice for his little sister. Not that I really cared about the outcome. With that, James, Valley, and his peerage chatted until the time for the faction leaders to arrive was upon them. When the first of the faction leaders, Surzex and Serafal, arrived, James, Rias, and Sona were notified. Then, along with their peerages, they all went on high alert. A few minutes later, a bright flash appeared in front of the hotel's entrance. When the flash dimmed, Michael in his usual outfit appeared. A moment later, he entered the hotel and made his way to the meeting room. It's the middle of the night. James said exasperatedly. Do the people from heaven have to do things to draw attention to themselves, no matter what? Hearing James' complaint, Scathatch chuckled. I can understand your annoyance, my disciple. Scathatch said. But you should know that flash can only be seen by those with high supernatural sensitivity. So, instead of drawing attention, that flash places everyone in the surroundings with low supernatural sensitivity under an illusion. Oh. James exclaimed with interest. Then, he gestured for Scathatch to continue. The illusion each angel uses may differ slightly, but they all make normal humans believe that the angel arrived in a normal way. I see. James replied with a nod. Then, while stroking his chin, he continued. I should learn something like that. I could make a pretty badass entrance. Scat Hat shook her head with a small smile on her face. Meanwhile, Mizor, Mocha, Flora, and Cheyenne joined James in excitedly discussing what kind of entrance he could make. Watching this stupid conversation, Valley clenched his fists. How did I lose to someone like that? Valley wondered angrily. I feel like I'm losing brain cells just listening to that dribble. You shouldn't underestimate them. Dante said after approaching Valley. Aside from Cheyenne, they're all highly intelligent. Hearing that, Valley turned toward Dante. After looking him over, Valley spoke. Then why would they carry on such a stupid and pointless conversation? Valley asked with a frown. It's to lower tension before the battle. C.U. Chillin said, also approaching Valley. It's just how they keep their states of mind in an optimal condition before a serious battle. If they're that nervous before battle, then I severely overestimated them. Valley said while shaking his head. If that's what you think, then you're even less of a threat than I thought. I am, said from behind Valley. Jumping in response, Valley looked over his shoulder and noticed the bespectacled white-haired beauty standing behind him. When did she get there? Valley thought while keeping his expression under control. Anyway. Dante said, interrupting the current conversation. James told me that Virgil joined you. What's he been up to since the Temenigru was resealed? I'm not too sure. Valley said with a shrug. We found him wandering around an island fighting all the monsters he could find, with the goal of getting stronger. Sounds like something Virgil would do. Dante said with a nod. When I promised him that he could get stronger with us and he would have a chance to fight you again, he joined us without hesitation. He's got such a one-track mind. Dante said in a tired tone. It's better than being dead broke all the time. Lady said, cutting into the conversation. That's not my fault, James is withholding my earnings. Dante said, trying to defend himself. If you weren't in debt, James wouldn't be doing that. Lady replied with a disdainful gaze. On top of being broke, you're a deadbeat, too. Like that, Dante forgot about his conversation with Valley and began to bicker with Lady. Valley just looked at this blankly. Noticing the blank look in Valley's eyes, C.U. Chillin patted him on the shoulder, which drew Valley's attention. Are they always like this? Valley asked while glancing at Dante and Lady's argument from time to time. Yeah. C.U. Chillin replied as he also glanced at the two. I don't know why they haven't just started dating, yet. I mean, seriously, the sexual tension is palpable at this point. Shut the hell up, Lancer. Dante and Lady shouted simultaneously. Then, out of nowhere, James appeared next to Valley and C.U. Chillin with a smile on his face. Oh, what do we have here? James asked with a mischievous smile. You two are so close. You're even speaking in unison. So, when is the wedding? I have to start working on my best man speech. Like I'd ever marry this deadbeat/sadist. Dante and Lady shouted in unison again. Then, they glared at each other. A moment later, they turned away simultaneously. A moment later, Dante turned toward James and glared once again. And why do you think he would be my best man at my wedding? Dante asked. I was wondering that, too. Valley chipped in. Ignoring Dante's glare, James turned to the curious Valley. Look at this guy. James said as he pointed at Dante. Does it look like he has any friends other than Lancer and me? And if he chose his brother, the wedding would never happen. Valley then looked at Dante. After a moment he nodded his head, agreeing with what James had to say. Good, now that we've established that Dante doesn't have any friends. James said with a smile. What the hell? Dante exclaimed. James ignored Dante's shout and looked at C.U. Chillin. The only other choice for best man is Lancer, here. James said, then patted C.U. Chillin on the shoulder. To be honest, no one would give Lancer the chance to speak publicly, especially at an event as big as a wedding. Hearing that, everyone in the room, other than Valley, nodded in agreement. What the hell does that mean? C.U. Chillin asked with a pout. It's a well-known fact that you have the habit of sticking your foot in your mouth. James said in a solemn tone. No one wants to test their luck on their big day. Once again everyone nodded. And seeing that C.U. Chillin did not refute James' statement, Valley also nodded his head. So, in conclusion, James said while turning back to Dante. What choice do you have other than me? Dante just looked away in response. He already knew that James was just messing with him from the beginning. However, he could not help but react to James' teasing. That bastard is way too good at getting under people's skin. Dante thought. Then, the group continued to chat about everything and nothing until all the faction leaders arrived. And as they thought, it did not take long for Azazel to arrive with his usual shit-eating grin on his face. A few moments after Azazel, Odin, Rossweiss, and Barakiel also arrived. Then, they joined Azazel who was waiting for them in the lobby. Well, it shouldn't be too much longer, James said as he watched Odin, Rossweiss, and Barakiel enter the hotel. I hope Aquino will be all right during this fight. You included Barakiel in the fighting force, right, Master? That is correct, Scathatch replied. But I think she will be fine as long as you are there. James smiled at Scathatch in reply. Then, the group continued to chat lightly. The time they expected Loki to show up was close. And just as they expected, not even half an hour after the faction leaders sat around the meeting room's table, a tear in space opened directly above the hotel. While watching the security feed, Valley could not help but ask his next question. How strong is his mastery over space? Valley asked seriously. Tearing space like that to travel isn't easy, right? Hearing the question, everyone else looked toward Scathatch to hear her opinion as the most knowledgeable and most experienced person in the room. His mastery over space seems to be less than ordinary to the Scathatch's eyes, Scathatch replied. The trickster god added that effect to his teleportation circles in order to add an extra bit of intimidation. With Scathatch's explanation, everyone exhaled a breath of relief. Then, they all readied themselves for battle. Sona, start the teleportation, James said as he raised a communication magic circle to his right ear. Meanwhile, Loki was looking down at the hotel where the 4 faction leaders were discussing peace. Those fools, Loki said. Don't they know that peace is nothing more than illusion? Peace is simply the period used to prepare for the next war. After that, Loki began to lower himself toward the roof of the hotel. However, just before he could set foot on the roof, he felt the space around the hotel freezing. Then, he was forcefully teleported away from his location. Human world, South China Sea, uninhabited island. When Loki gathered himself from the forceful teleportation, he scanned his surroundings. What he found was that he was in the middle of a desert and surrounded on 3 sides. When he noticed that he was surrounded by a bunch of youths, Loki smiled disdainfully. Until he noticed Scathatch among them, that is. Then, he watched as Scathatch slammed the butt of her spear on the sand. With that, a magic circle with a radius of 1.25 miles, approximate 2 kilometers, lit up around them with Scathatch at its center. Looking around, Loki's disdainful smile was still present on his face. In fact, it grew even wider. A space-locking runic circle, huh? Loki said. If I were fighting you alone, this might be a problem. However, do you really think that you and these children are enough to stop me, Scathatch? Especially when I brought him and his 2 sons with me. Then, Loki spread his robe, from its interior a giant wolf, about 33 feet, approximate 10 m, tall, with ash-gray fur leapt forth. Following Fenrir were 2 smaller wolves, Skoll and Hattie, who also leaped from the interior of Loki's robe. Now, what else can you do but wait for your own death, Scathatch? Loki said with a disdainful smile. Honestly, you should have died during the Great War. Now, I will rectify that oversight. Chapter 166, He Made Things Too Easy. Human world, South China Sea, uninhabited island. Now, what else can you do but wait for your own death, Scathatch? Loki said with a disdainful smile. Honestly, you should have died during the Great War. Now, I will rectify that oversight. Wow. James exclaimed in mock surprise. Did we really fuck up like he said? I mean, maybe falling into a trap was part of his nefarious scheme. Against their better judgment, everyone on site, aside from Loki, chuckled slightly. Loki, on the other hand, became visibly angry at James' mockery. However, James noticed that the 3 wolves showed no emotion in their expressions. There was no anger, bloodlust, or excitement. Nothing at all. Hey, Master. James said quiet enough that Loki would not be able to hear. Something seems off with Fenrir and the other 2. Hearing that, Scathatch looked at the 3 wolves, then she looked at Loki and noticed what was wrong. I see. Scathatch said with a smile. Loki is controlling them by force. What do you mean? James asked curiously. Those gems that are usually on Loki's forehead are missing, you have noticed, right? Scathatch asked. James nodded in response. Fenrir, Skoll, and Hattie each have one on their forehead. Scathatch continued. And those gems are still connected to Loki. Oh, I get it. James said with a nod. Then, this could be easier than we expected if we handle things correctly. With the 2 pups at the advanced level of the ultimate rank, keeping them busy, if not putting them down directly, won't give us as much trouble as we expected. That is correct. Scathatch replied with a nod. Meanwhile, Valley was having a crisis internally. Damn it. Valle thought to himself. How are the rest of my team supposed to help me steal Fenrir with this space lock? Adding Fenrir to my team was the only reason I accepted Azazel's request. Now my plans are ruined. I hope they don't find a way to interrupt my acquisition of Gogmagog, too. Are you insects finished with your little strategy meeting? Loki asked impatiently. Not that having a strategy will make a difference. Oh, a strategy meeting. James replied in a playful tone. Nah, we were just seeing how long you would wait before you got impatient. And as it so happens, Lancer won the bet. You dare to mock a god? Loki shouted angrily. Then, in the same tone he ordered Fenrir, Skoll, and Hati. Kill them. Kill them all. After Loki's angry roars, Fenrir and his two sons charged toward James' peerage. Then, Loki opened his robe once again. Man, I'm getting some real Flasher vibes from this guy. Can't he summon his beasts without opening his robes like that? Ignoring James' insult, Loki continued his summoning. Like Fenrir and his sons, his next summon also emerged from the robe. This time, however, the number of summons was much higher. From his robe, an uncountable number of smaller copies of Midgardsormr were summoned. James, this wasn't part of the plan. Rhea said as she watched the high number of serpentine dragons. There's nothing to worry about, Rheas. Sona replied instead of James. They're all only middle rank. Even though there are a lot of them, we should be able to handle them if we're careful and work together. Everyone nodded at Sona's assessment. Okay, like we planned. James shouted. Barakiel and Rosweiss, use Gleipnir to slow down Fenrir. Lancer, Dante, Skoll, and Hati are yours. Be careful of their bites. They should be a doozy. With that, Lancer, Dante, Scathatch, Rosweiss, and Barakiel charged forward to complete their tasks. Go help Dante. James ordered while maintaining eye contact with Loki. Understood, James-sama. said as she vanished from her spot behind James. Sona, you and your peerages should work with my peerage to deal with these big snakes. James said as he continued to give out orders. Valle, you're with me. Let's put this arrogant god in his place. Everyone else nodded and began to fight the Midgardsormr copies. At the same time, Valle equipped his balance breaker. Then, without waiting for James, Valle charged forward at Loki. Geez, he's a bit impatient, isn't he? James said with a chuckle. Then, like Valle, James also equipped his balance breaker. After a quick flash of light, James was wearing his Shihakusho. With that, he charged behind Valle toward Loki. Despite moving after Valle, James was the first to reach Loki. Due to his higher rank and a fighting style that emphasized swiftness over power and his flash step, the only one who was surprised was Loki. Boost, X10. As the sound of James' power increasing rang out, James lowered his stance and gripped Okairu Sakura's hilt. Then, at a speed impossible for anyone under the advanced level of the ultimate rank to follow with their eyes, James drew the sword and slashed at Loki's torso. Reacting quickly, Loki spread a barrier in front of himself and successfully defended against James' Iato. Divide, X5. However, because he was focused on defending against James' attack, Loki lost track of Valle, who circled around the two and threw a punch into the trickster god's back which sent him flying upward. Nice. James shouted as he raised his left hand and pointed at Loki in the air. Heido number 33, Sakasui. In the next moment, a torrent of pale blue flames rushed toward Loki from James' palm. At the same time, Valle charged up toward Loki with his blue energy wings spread wide. I'll make you damned devils pay for daring to strike me. Loki shouted as he conjured another barrier to block James' Kido spell. At the same time, Rosweiss and Barakiel managed to wrap the links of Gleipnir around Fenrir's torso. Although they suffered some light injuries, they were able to limit the distance that Fenrir could cover on this battlefield. Now, they did not have to worry that Fenrir would be able to attack random members of their party while they fended off other opponents. You two have done well. Scathatch said as she fended off a claw strike from Fenrir. Now, Valkyrie, you should go assist in the battle against the snakes. Meanwhile, you should go and assist my other disciple, Fallen Angel. Though neither was pleased to be called without their names, Rosweiss and Barakiel nodded as they went to assist the other battlefields. Then, after gaining a bit of distance, Scathatch flourished her spear and addressed Fenrir. Such a powerful beast as you should not be enslaved like so. Scathatch said as she took her fighting stance. So, I will do something to remedy that. Then, maybe you would be interested in accompanying the Scathatch for the next while. Naturally, because of the mind control, Fenrir did not reply to Scathatch's statement. Instead, as far as the chains of Gleipnir would allow, he charged at Scathatch with his jaw full of sharp fangs at the ready. As Fenrir neared his prey, he opened his snout wide, in an attempt to sink his fangs into Scathatch. In response, Scathatch calmly sidestepped the incoming bite and swung her spear down on Fenrir's nose. Bang. The strength behind Scathatch's strike forced Fenrir's head into the ground. With that, Fenrir's mouth was filled with sand as he was also forced to bite down on the sand beneath them. Then, while sneezing, Fenrir raised his head. After a few sneezes, Fenrir focused on Scathatch once again. So, your build is still similar to other wolves. Scathatch said after noticing Fenrir's reaction. All your involuntary reactions are the same. A good enough strike on the snout will still make you sneeze. With that new knowledge, Scathatch rushed toward Fenrir, who swung his front paw at her. Using her spear to block the sharp claws, Scathatch used Fenrir's strike to reposition herself near his shoulder. Then, while still in midair, she thrust her spear forward. Roar, Fenrir roared with pain as Scathatch's spear pierced into his shoulder joint. Before Scathatch could pull her spear from Fenrir's body, she noticed that once again, Fenrir's jaws were approaching. So, instead of trying to pull the spear out, she kicked its blunt end and propelled herself away from the enraged beast. This of course, caused the spear to be forced deeper into the shoulder joint. In essence, Scathatch took one of Fenrir's legs out of the fight. After landing safely on the ground, Scathatch summoned a new spear into her hands. This would have been more interesting if you were more than a puppet. Scathatch said with a hint of disappointment in her tone. Fortunately, the chances of you hurting the others are reduced this way as well. With that, Scathatch charged forth once again. Using her vast fighting experience, she either dodged or deflected all of Fenrir's incoming attacks. And without the use of one of his legs, Fenrir's mobility was greatly restricted. Then, he was restricted even further by Gleipnir that was wrapped around his body. With such a serious handicap, Scathatch methodically picked apart Fenrir by attacking his joints and tendons. After approximately 10 minutes, Fenrir was completely immobilized. Across his large body were many small and precise wounds that would do as little damage as possible. That fool Loki caused his greatest fighting force to be like this. Scathatch said while looking at the downed Fenrir. If he had treated such a powerful beast as he should, I doubt he would have had any problems beginning his precious Ragnarok. With that said, Scathatch walked over to some loose links of Gleipnir. Then, she picked up the chain and wrapped it around Fenrir's snout. After muzzling the giant wolf, Fenrir stood atop its snout and aimed her spear at the gem embedded on its forehead. Once I get rid of this, maybe you'll be willing to talk to me. Scathatch said before thrusting her spear at the gem. Crash. With one precise strike, Scathatch shattered the gem and light returned to Fenrir's eyes. Then, with no hostility, Fenrir looked at the woman standing on his snout. It looks like that worked. Scathatch said with a small smile. Now, you have 3 choices. Although Fenrir was unable to speak, Scathatch knew that he could understand her. So, she continued. First, you can follow me and become my familiar. Scathatch explained. Second, you can return to the island of Lyngvi to be bound once again. Or third, death. After Scathatch explained the choices, she held eye contact with Fenrir for a few moments. Then, Fenrir lowered his head and closed his eyes. Seeing this reaction, Scathatch smiled. Then, she began to chant the incantation for the familiar contract. After a few moments, Scathatch completed the contract with Fenrir. Then, she unwrapped the chains of Gleipnir from around Fenrir's body. After that, she used her rune magic to heal the wolf's injuries and return his mobility. Now, I suppose we should assist the young ones with those snakes. Scathatch said. As she stroked Fenrir's fur. Gore. Fenrir growled softly in acknowledgement. Then, the duo charged into the center of the crowd of Midgardsormr copies and began to wreak havoc. Meanwhile, Loki was exchanging moves against James and Valley. As he did, his frustration began to mount. Although he was not yet injured, he had been struck many times already. On top of that, he was unable to injure either of them. Also, his power had been divided several times by Valley. What? Loki shouted in disbelief. How did this happen? Without paying attention to James and Valley, Loki looked toward the place where Fenrir should have been fighting Scathatch. When he did, he saw that Fenrir was immobilized and that the jewel he was using to control Fenrir had been shattered. Before he could be distracted any further, however, Loki had to dodge a strike from James that would have beheaded him. However, because he was still somewhat distracted, he was unable to dodge Valley's punch from above. Bang. Boom. Loki was sent crashing into the sand below and a large amount of sand was blown into the air as a result of the impact. How the hell is he not dead yet? Valley asked angrily. And how does his power keep coming back after I divide it? First of all, we're not supposed to kill him. James said while watching the cloud of sand. Or did you forget? I know that. Valley said with annoyance. It was a figure of speech, a turn of phrase. How do you turn a phrase? James asked with obviously fake confusion on his face. Valley only sighed in response after seeing James' expression. In return, James smiled, then he looked back down at the sand cloud. I'm guessing his power continues to return because of his connection to his pantheon. James replied to Valley's second question calmly. If Odin would just kick him out of the pantheon, this would be much easier. Unfortunately, Odin doesn't want to weaken his pantheon. Valley nodded in understanding as he, too, also watched the cloud of sand. Get ready, he's coming again. Pause. James warned. Valley could only look at James incredulously for that inappropriately timed joke. Chapter 167, Making It Look Easy. Human world, South China Sea, uninhabited island. Loki slowly stepped out of the sand cloud he created when Valley knocked him out of the air. Rage was clearly visible on his face. Looking up into the sky at the two young men who have been humiliating him since the fight started, Loki gritted his teeth. Suddenly, James disappeared from his spot. Not again. Loki shouted internally. A moment later, a barrier appeared behind Loki and James' sneak attack was blocked. Then, James began a flurry of sword strikes which Loki blocked with precisely conjured barriers. He's better than I want to admit. James said while clicking his tongue internally. If I were here alone and don't use the Tyrant Dragon Domination Drive, I would be here all day with nothing to show for it. The next moment, Valley flew down from above and struck Loki in the side, which sent him flying. Damn, it's like hitting a rubber tire. Valley complained. Well, he is a god. James replied. And a Norse one too. They're all built for battle in some way or another. Before James and Valley could continue their conversation, Loki flew toward them with rage in his eyes. I'll make you insects pay. Loki shouted as he blasted dozens of magic spells at James and Valley. In response, Valley evaded the spells while James used Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi to fend off the barrage of spells. Meanwhile, Siyu Chillin, Dante, and Iam were fighting with Skoll and Hattie, who were being controlled by Loki like Fenrir was. While Siyu Chillin handled one of the wolves in a manner similar to Scathatch, fending off fangs and claw swipes with his spear and striking back when the opportunity presented itself, Dante and Iam were working together to hold down the other. These things are identical. Dante complained while he fired a barrage of bullets at one of the wolves. How are we supposed to know which one we're fighting? Does it even matter? Siyu Chillin asked as he parried a claw strike then stabbed the wolf in the knee. Not really, I guess. Dante replied after holstering his pistols and drawing rebellion. Before Dante could approach the wolf, he was fighting again. Iam appeared on the right side of its neck. Then, she stabbed the sickle end of her kuzurigama into its neck and used the chain to swing underneath its neck and landed on its back. For what it's worth, they are different. Iam said quietly. One has red eyes and the other has blue eyes. After hearing that, Siyu Chillin and Dante both looked into the eyes of the wolf they were fighting. And sure enough, they both had different colored eyes. So, do you know which one is which? Dante asked. I have no idea. Iam said while pulling the chain wrapped around the wolf. She was standing on's neck tight. Then what's the point? Dante asked. I just wanted to let you know that they are not identical. Iam replied calmly. Sighing exasperatedly, Dante rushed toward the wolf who was distracted by Iam. Then, with a strong thrust, Dante seemingly slid toward the wolf's side. After landing his thrust, instead of pulling back, Dante began to unleash a barrage of thrusts aimed at and around the spot where his initial thrust landed. After a few moments, the wolf's side was full of large stab wounds, some of which were so deep that bone was clearly visible. You two, move away. Barrakiel shouted from the distance. Hearing that, Dante and Iam wasted no time in distancing themselves from the wolf, Hattie. Then, from above, a bolt of lightning fell and landed on the sickle impaling Hattie's neck. Roar, Hattie roared loudly in pain. You know that should have been aimed at the one I'm fighting. Siyu Chillin said as he evaded Skoll's jaws. I mean, they're already fighting 2-on-1. That's true. Barrakiel replied after drawing near. But that sickle in the beast's neck was the perfect opportunity for my holy lightning. Like Barrakiel said, because of Iam's kuzurigama that was impaled into Hattie's neck, Barrakiel's holy lightning was able to affect Hattie internally. Hearing that explanation, Siyu Chillin nodded in understanding. On top of that, this old man is next to useless against these wolves. Dante said as he pointed at the spot where the lightning hit. Where Dante pointed was Iam's kuzurigama, burned black. However, the ash gray fur around that point was not even singed. It would have been nice to know ahead of time that these things have magic-resistant fur. Dante said as he charged at Hattie once again. We'll just have to make some holes in that fur. Siyu Chillin said as he flourished his spear at Skoll, leaving several long cuts on his coat of fur. At the same time, Iam circled both wolves at high speed while throwing as many hidden weapons, kunai, senbon, and other throwing daggers as she could into the softer parts of the two. With all these pieces of metal sticking out of them, Barracule's holy lightning would be more effective. And just as Iam expected him to do, Barracule fired off as many bolts of holy lightning as he could at the wolves, most of which hit the hidden weapons sticking into them. Eventually, with all the damage accumulating, Skull and Hattie began to slow down. However, they were far from defeat. Damn, these things just keep going, Dante said after evading a claw swipe from Skull. After they realized that making Barracule's holy lightning able to damage Skull and Hattie was the most effective strategy, Cu Chillin and Dante began to switch opponents whenever the opportunity presented itself for a couple of reasons. The first was that because Skull and Hattie were under control, their natural instincts were somewhat suppressed. So, if they used timing and positioning to their advantage, they could cause friendly fire between their foes. The second reason was that switching opponents from time to time would create openings to deal wounds to the other target. Of course, the first few times they tried it, if it was not for Iam, who was not engaging in close combat, both Cu Chillin and Dante might be seriously injured right now. However, thanks to Iam's quick reflexes, skill with the weighted end of her Kusarigama, and talent at reading the battle, Cu Chillin and Dante have received some minor cuts and bruises at worst. So, are we gonna kill these things or subdue them? Dante asked curiously. Well, if you think you're a badass like Master, we can try to subdue them, Cu Chillin said as he glanced at the battlefield with the Midgardsormr copies. Yeah, even I'm not that crazy, Dante said as he was also astonished by what he saw. What Cu Chillin and Dante saw was Scathatch riding on Fenrir's back, who had shrunk itself to the size of a war horse and dispatching the small dragons effortlessly with her spear. Focus on the task at hand, Barracule shouted as he called down another bolt of holy lightning. Yeah, take it easy old man, Dante said as he rushed forward again. You're right, Cu Chillin said calmly. And once again, the four ultimate rank beings began to attack the sons of Fenrir with everything they had. Meanwhile, Scathatch was rampaging among the small serpentine dragons atop Fenrir. The rest of the young devils along with Rossweiss were using everything at their disposal to kill as many of the dragons as possible in as short a time as possible, as well. Damn, this is getting tiring, Issei said after binding 4 of the Midgardsormr copies with his shadows. Shing, 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 shing. Shortly after the dragons were immobilized, Yuto and Zenobia appeared and beheaded them. Zenobia then rushed off toward her next target while Yuto stayed near Issei. Yeah, there are a lot of these things, Yuto replied. How did Loki make so many of them? Fuck if I know, Issei said after jumping out of a dragon's shadow and sticking the claws on his right gauntlet into its head. Destruction slash. As Issei landed after his attack, a reddish-black blade of energy passed over his head. With his hair standing on end because of the danger that attack made him feel, Issei turned around to see the aftermath of that attack. Holy shit, Issei exclaimed as he saw the view behind him. When Issei turned around, what he saw was at least a dozen Midgardsormr copies laying in pools of blood with their heads separated from their bodies. Damn, Bucho is so badass, Issei exclaimed excitedly. Yeah, she's pretty awesome, Yuto replied as he also beheaded 3 of the small dragons. And like them, the rest of the young devils and Rossweiss were also doing their best to thin the number of dragons. At that moment, Cu Chillin and Dante were forced to dodge out of the way of Rias' attack. Damn, that was dangerous, Dante shouted. Can't you be more careful, Red? Quit your bitching and get back to work, Cu Chillin shouted. We're almost done. Don't lose focus now. Yeah. Dante muttered as he continued to stack wounds upon Skull and Hattie with rebellion. And just like that, for the next few minutes, Cu Chillin, Dante, and Iam, who was using a pair of Kodachi to attack in close quarters, inflicted as many wounds as they could while Barracule showered both wolves with bolts of holy lightning. Eventually, after 5 more minutes, Skull fell lifelessly to the ground. 2 minutes later, Hattie was also killed. Unfortunately, even after destroying the gems on their heads, Skull and Hattie attacked the party of 4 mindlessly. More than likely, they were enraged by not only being controlled as they had been but also because they were so injured when they regained consciousness. Damn, I really wanted to give making one of them my familiar a try, Dante said as he watched Scathatch riding Fenrir around the battlefield. I mean, Master Scathatch looks so badass fighting like that. Yeah, but I doubt either of them would have accepted the contract, Cu Chillin said while also watching the other battlefield. On top of being completely out of their minds, we needed to fight 4-on-2 to beat them. Unlike Master who defeated their father 1-on-1. Yeah, I guess you're right, Dante said as he nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, after catching his breath, Barracule rushed onto the battlefield once again. He felt it was more important to make sure nothing happened to Aquino than to recover his stamina. Cu Chillin, Dante, and Iam could all understand what Barracule was thinking from just the expression on his face. That's not gonna go well. Siyu Chulin said as he watched Barakil make his way to Aquino's side. No, it's not. Dante replied while watching the same thing. Would you get the hell away from me? Aquino's voice could be heard from the distance. I don't need you to protect me. I already know you're shit at it. Yikes. Siyu Chulin said. Yeah, that's gotta hurt. Dante added. Ayam, on the other hand, was watching James and Vala fighting Loki. She could tell that fight was nowhere near being done. So, instead of gawking at James, she turned around and rushed into the battlefield with the inferior Midgardsormr clones. I guess we should go, too. Siyu Chulin said as he began to run after Ayam. Yeah. Dante replied. At the same time, Loki was launching one spell after another at James and Valley. Well, damn. James said as he glanced around the battlefield. Skoll and Hattie are down as well. You're running out of pieces on the board, Loki. Those useless pups. Loki said with disdain in his tone. I never needed them to kill you two brats anyway. Oh yeah, you've done a bang-up job of that, so far. James said, continuing to taunt Loki. Shut up, damn it. Loki bellowed. I grow sick of your constant babbling. Is there anyone you can't piss off? Valley asked as he continued the switches between attack and defense. So far, no. James replied. Anyway, I think it's time to end this. Yeah, but how? Valley asked. Nothing we've done has been able to hurt him substantially. Well, I'll start trying to win now. James said with a smile. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Valley asked with anger and confusion in his tone. Are you telling me you could have ended this earlier if you wanted to? Something like that. James said with a nod. But I wanted to give the others a chance to fight. Even if those dragon clones are weak, fighting that many should be a valuable experience for them. You've got to be shitting me. Valley said with anger in his tone. Just hurry up and finish it. Sure thing. James replied with a smile. I just need you to divide his power a few times. Then, you can leave the rest to me. Got it. Valley replied. James then held out his right hand. In his outstretched palm, all the petal blades from Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi came together to form a single sword that was identical to Okairu Sakura in shape, size, and weight. Then, like they had done so many times in this fight, James and Vala charged forward and weaved through the incoming barrage of projectiles. Eventually, James arrived in front of Loki and swung a sword made from the 1 billion petal blades of Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi, which Loki blocked with a barrier. At nearly the same time James' sword connected with Loki's barrier, Valley appeared behind him and placed his hand on the trickster god's back. Divide, x10. At the same time, James drew Mangetsu no Shitada with his left hand holding the blade in a reverse grip. Anticipating where the second sword would strike from, Loki erected another barrier to block this attack as he had done with all of James' previous attacks. Boost, x10, transfer. Penetrate. Swish. Unfortunately for Loki, this was not like all of James' previous attacks. After boosting his power then transferring that power into his penetrate ability, James cut through the barrier and Loki's bodily defense with one slash. After that, James turned away and sheathed Mangetsu no Shitada, which was clear of any of Loki's blood even after cutting him. A moment later, Loki's torso blossomed with a large fountain of blood. Then, the trickster god fell from the sky with an expression of disbelief on his face as he lost consciousness. Valley also had an expression of disbelief on his face after seeing how James ripped through Loki's defense as if it were not there. All right. James said as he released his balance breaker state. Then, before Valley could begin questioning him, James began moving toward the last battlefield as he spoke. Let's go wrap this up, I'm getting hungry. Chapter 168, Disqualification. Human world, South China Sea, uninhabited island. After defeating Loki, James immediately called for Scathatch. When she arrived at the site of the battle, she immediately sealed Loki using her runecraft. After that, James, Scathatch and Valley went to assist the rest of the party in killing all the Midgardsormr clones that Loki released before the battle. Once they arrived on the battlefield, the battle ended in less than an hour. Damn that Loki. Mizor shouted irritably. Who the hell makes hundreds of clones of their own child? A madman who is hell-bent on bringing forth the war that is supposed to end everything. Mocha asked while tilting her head cutely. Shuna and Cheyenne nodded in response to Mocha's answer. At the same time, Mizor looked at her best friend blankly. That was rhetorical. Mizor shouted. I know. Mocha said while she nodded at Mizor. But I liked your reaction. Instead of responding again, Mizor simply rolled her eyes. Then, she allowed her eyes to fall on James. Immediately after that, her eyes lit up and she ran at full speed toward him. After a few moments, Mizor was in range. And when she was, she leapt with all her strength to latch onto James. "I'm happy to see you too, Mizor," James said as he caught Mizor and made several turns to kill the momentum she carried with her. "Did you have fun playing with the snakes?" "No," Mizor said with a pout while puffing her cheeks. "If I have to fight, I don't want to fight mindless beasts." James nodded in agreement. Then, he put Mizor down and looked around the battlefield. Noticing that everyone was fine, rather no one had any serious injuries, James nodded in satisfaction. A moment later, however, James felt like someone was missing. "Hey, where is Shidu?" James asked. "Wasn't she with Riri and her team in the waiting room?" "Are you referring to the reincarnated angel?" Scathatch asked. "Yeah, that's her," James replied with a nod. "Originally she was supposed to be grouped with Rias and her peerage as you mentioned," Scathatch said, beginning the explanation. "However, earlier in the day Michael asked me to exclude her from the teleportation. Apparently, he had another mission for her. Unfortunately, I am unaware of the details. Honestly, they don't matter to me." James replied with a shrug. "I just didn't want to have to report that we had lost someone. As the devil with the highest social class and the leader of this operation, I don't want to have to deal with those Devil Council idiots before our duels." "Hey, James," Rias said as she approached. "What should we do with all these dragon corpses?" After hearing Ria's question, James took some time to contemplate as she and Sona approached. Then, when they drew near, James gave his answer. "Let's call Ajuka," James suggested. "Maybe he'll be able to find out something about all these clones. Plus, I'm sure he'll be able to do something with all these dragon scales." Both Rias and Sona nodded in response. Then, they both approached even closer. At the same time, they both wrapped their arms around James. "We should finally have some time for ourselves now, right?" Rias said in a seductive tone. "We should take a day just for us on the next weekend," Sona said in a similar tone. James smiled, then he softly refused. "As much as I'd love to," James said with a wry smile. "I already have plans for the next weekend." Rias and Sona both froze momentarily. Then, they frowned. "With who?" Rias questioned. "Although Rias is asking in a rather rude way, I would also like to know," Sona said. Hearing Sona's remark, Rias also realized that she was asking rather rudely. However, until she got an answer to her question, she had no intention of apologizing. Seeing the gazes his two fiancées were giving him, James smiled wryly. Then, instead of answering verbally, James shifted his own gaze to Scathatch, who was also watching the three teenagers with a smile. After not receiving an answer, Rias and Sona pouted. Also, they were curious about what caught James' attention while he was speaking to them. So, they both followed James' gaze. After seeing Scathatch, they both fell silent. "So, it's Master Scathatch," Sona said quietly. "I don't even know if it's safe to get mad at that," Rias said while trying to control her pouting expression. After hearing Rias and Sona's words and tone, James could not help but laugh. Then, like he used to when they were younger, he began to pat them both on the head. Almost immediately after James began his petting, Rias and Sona's expressions turned into happy smiles. "You two need to stop that," James said with a smile. "We all know that you would look down on me if I broke a promise with someone just because you asked me to have a date." Rias and Sona's happy smiles turned into embarrassed ones shortly after James pointed out their true feelings. However, the happiness the head pats brought was still evident on their faces. "Anyway, Master, would you mind contacting the underworld and seeing what they want to do with these corpses?" James asked after watching the change in expression on his fiancés' faces. Scathatch agreed with a nod. Then, she stepped away from the noise of all the chattering people and contacted the underworld with a communication magic circle. Shortly after Scathatch distanced herself from the group, everyone's attention was drawn in a certain direction. "Just leave me alone," Aquino screamed angrily. Hearing that scream, James and Rias' expressions changed for the worse. Even Sona showed a rather unhappy expression. Then, all three of them rushed in the direction of Aquino's scream. A few moments earlier, Barraquil was trying to engage Aquino in conversation. Having no success using small talk, he took a more aggressive approach. "I forbid you to continue seeing that boy," Barraquil shouted. "How can such a playboy be good enough for you? And why would I need your permission?" Aquino asked, finally breaking her silence. Surprised that he received a response, Barraquil decided to try and strike the iron while it was hot. "Because I am your father. And it is clear that that boy is bad for you," Barraquil replied sternly. "You deserve someone who will love you and only you." Instead of replying, Aquino simply rolled her eyes and looked away. She found Barraquil's argument pointless. She knew that in the beginning, James did not even want a relationship with any of the girls he had accepted. However, when he finally accepted the feelings of those who clearly cared for him, he made it quite clear that he would have more than one woman. And not once did he force anyone to be with him, nor did he ask anyone to put up with this harem relationship. Noticing that Aquino was ignoring him, Barraquil was angered. Even if he had not been there for her, he was still her father, she should show him the respect he deserves. Why can't you understand that that boy is toxic? Barraquil shouted angrily. You're not even part of his peerage. There has to be an ulterior motive for him to treat you so well. Aquino's expression of disinterest slowly began to morph into one of disdain. Although she never forgave her father, Aquino understood deep down that the fact that he had been away when her mother was killed was not his fault. As for him not coming to save her after that while she was on the run, she stopped caring a long time ago. In fact, she is happier that he did not show up back then. Otherwise, she would have never met the people who she cares about now. And the way that Barraquil is continuously insulting not only the person she loves the most but also the person that saved her when she was at her lowest, her patience was running thin. Eventually, Aquino's patience ran out. Smack. Just leave me alone. Aquino screamed angrily. Barraquil was taken aback after being slapped by his daughter. Once his mind registered it, though, he was enraged. However, when he met eyes with Aquino and saw the undisguised hatred and the tears pooling in her eyes, he had no idea what to do. You honestly think that you have the right to call yourself my father? Aquino screamed at the top of her lungs. Don't make me laugh. Sure, it wasn't your fault you were gone when the Haimjima clan showed up to kill us. And yeah, it wasn't your fault that mother sacrificed herself to keep me safe. Hell, I stopped blaming you for that years ago. But where the fuck were you when I was being hunted across Japan? Seeing Aquino's expression and the hate-filled words she spewed at him, Barraquil did not know what to say. However, he still believed that James was wrong for Aquino. Before he could speak any further, though, Aquino continued. And you claim that James is taking advantage of me? Aquino asked with disdain in her tone. Then let me ask you. What would he gain by doing so? Once again Barraquil had no answer. He's richer than both you and me. Aquino continued. His social class is high. He's a disciple under the greatest trainer of heroes in Celtic lore. He's stronger than everyone in your organization. And he has multiple women who are as beautiful if not more beautiful than I am. So once again, what does he gain from taking advantage of me? Aquino, after asking her question, crossed her arms under her chest and stared at Barraquil with disgust. Barraquil, after seeing the look in his daughter's eyes, was enraged. However, he knew what she said was true. On top of that, he knew he was being irrational. So, he remained silent. Unfortunately, Aquino was far too angry to let things end there. I've given you a chance to explain and defend yourself, yet you say nothing. Aquino said with even more disdain in her tone. We both know that what I said was right. And we both know that you're being irrational. But you can't even apologize when you're in the wrong. Aquino then shook her head before continuing in an eerily calm tone. You may be exemplary as a soldier and subordinate. Aquino said before turning away. Then, as she walked away, she continued coldly. But as a father, you disqualified yourself years ago. And as a man, I can't imagine why mother ever married you. But I'm glad she did, either. After Aquino questioned why Shuri married him, Barraquil completely lost control of his anger. He stopped listening to Aquino's scathing words and burst forward. Grabbing her by the arm, he turned Aquino around to face him. Then, Barraquil raised his right hand and spoke angrily. I've had enough of your disrespect. Barraquil said as he swung his raised hand at Aquino's face. Not expecting that Barraquil would actually attack her, Aquino was not ready to defend. So, she prepared to take the attack and closed her eyes. However, the expected slap never came. Eventually, she opened her eyes and was surprised by what she saw. In front of her, Barraquil was surrounded by 3 people she was familiar with. Holding Barraquil's right arm in place was James. The look in his eyes screamed that nothing in this world would make him happier than killing the fallen angel in front of him. Behind Barraquil was Rias with the power of destruction condensed on the tip of her right index finger, which was dangerously close to the back of Barraquil's neck. And the last was Kaneko, who was in her adult form with her cat ears and tail showing and a plume of white flames floating in front of her palm that was aimed at Barraquil's heart. Barraquil, don't make me kill you. James said in a frigid tone. I know you're angry. Hell, I know that Aquino went a little too far with that last comment. But why don't you try thinking from her perspective? You abandoned her for 8 years and tried to come back and control her. You really are a failure as a father. After that, Barraquil deflated a bit. He released the strength in the arm he was trying to slap Aquino with, then he realized that everything James and Aquino said were true. With that realization, he hung his head with depression clear in his expression. Now, I think it would be best if you left. James said once Barakiel's intent to harm Aquino had dissipated. With that, Rias and Kaneko cancelled their attacks and allowed Barakiel to walk away. After walking away a few steps, Barakiel looked back and saw Aquino crying in James' embrace. I really am a failure of a father. Barakiel muttered before turning away from the scene. Oh, and Barakiel. Rias said before Barakiel could leave. I will be reporting this to Azazel. Even if she is your daughter, she is a member of my peerage. And I do not tolerate those who would do them harm. When Barakiel looked back and made eye contact with Rias, he shuddered. The desire to see him dead residing in her eyes was much more intense than what he saw from James a moment ago. Without hesitating any further, Barakiel teleported himself back to the Grigori headquarters in the underworld. A moment after Barakiel teleported away, another teleportation circle appeared next to James. When the teleportation was complete, Ajuka was revealed. Noticing the sober atmosphere, Ajuka did not know what was going on. They did win, right? Ajuka thought to himself. Did they lose a comrade? Did I come at a bad time? Ajuka asked. Chapter 169, which is scarier? Surzek's determination or a woman's revenge? Human world, Japan, Kuo. After the incident with Aquino and Barakiel, Lord Beelzebub arrived and collected the corpses of the Midgardsormr clones. James said, concluding his report on the altercation with Loki. On another note, Vala left as soon as the space-locking barrier was taken down. Thank you for the report and the good work, James. Surzek said with a smile. Where is that foolish foster son of mine? Odin asked. Instead of answering verbally, James looked back at his queen, Scathatch, who immediately turned back to the door. A moment later, she opened the door and Fenrir walked in while dragging Loki with him. Loki had regained consciousness since his defeat in the battle against James and Valley. However, he was still unable to speak or move because of Scathatch runic seals. Seeing Loki like that, Odin had a melancholic expression on his face. It really did not have to end like this, my son. Odin said as he gazed at Loki with pity. A moment later, however, his expression hardened. Upon our arrival in Asgard, you will be imprisoned and interrogated, and your punishment will not be a light one. Loki only looked at Odin disdainfully. It was obvious he could not care any less about the punishment he would receive. Instead, he still held on to the belief that Odin's decision to pursue peace was a foolish one. I thank you for bringing in this criminal, young James. Odin said, smiling in James' direction. I will have an appropriate reward prepared for you. Thank you, Lord Odin. James said with a polite bow. You are far too kind. You did a great job, Jaquin. Serafal said with a smile. Thank you, Lady Leviathan. James replied with a cheeky smile. In response, Serafal puffed her cheeks in annoyance. However, she knew that James was speaking the way he should in an official setting. Well, if you have no more questions for me, I'll be taking my leave. James said, politely excusing himself. Receiving several nods in response, James bowed once again, then he turned and made his way toward the door. Scathatch followed behind him after he passed her. Then, once James placed his hand on the doorknob, James looked back over his shoulder and made eye contact with Azazel. Oh, and Azazel-sensei. James said in a sarcastic tone. You should expect a formal complaint from Rias in the next few days. She's not happy that Barakiel attempted to slap Aquino. Smack. Hearing that, Azazel did not reply. But if the smack that sounded from his face palming was any indication, he was not in the best of moods after James' last statement. I guess he really is a shit father. Azazel muttered to himself. With that, James smiled, then he turned the doorknob and pulled the door open. A moment later, both he and Scathatch had walked through the door and closed it behind them. I kinda feel bad for you, Az-chan. Serafal said after the door closed behind James. Yeah, I'm gonna pay out the ass for this compensation. Azazel said while cupping his face with both hands. At the same time, Surzek smiled at Azazel in a seemingly friendly way. Unfortunately, everyone present could tell that there were no friendly intentions behind that smile. I'll do anything to make sure Riatan is happy with the Grigori's compensation. Surzek thought to himself. After leaving the meeting room with the faction leaders, James and Scathatch, along with Fenrir who had shrunken down to the size of a German shepherd, made their way to the waiting room where the rest of the fighting force was gathered. When they arrived, they noticed that Aquino had yet to cheer up from the argument with her father. Yo, I'm back. James announced his presence energetically. Welcome back, James. Sona replied. Were there any issues? Nah, everything went fine. James replied nonchalantly. I wouldn't have been surprised if Odin had tried to ask for Fenrir to be returned, though. When James finished, he could hear a quiet growl from Fenrir, who was standing next to Scathatch. But if he had, he would have had to deal with 3 beings capable of killing gods. James said with a smile while making eye contact with Fenrir. Fenrir snorted in response. However, his wagging tail gave away how he was really feeling. Holy shit, there will be another Tsundere in our group. James said after seeing Fenrir's tail wagging. Wasn't Dante enough? Fuck you. Dante shouted almost immediately after James finished. With that, everyone except Dante either smiled or laughed. Meanwhile, James made his way over to Aquino. When he drew near, Kaneko attempted to stand so that James could have her seat next to Aquino. Don't worry about it, kitty cat. James said when he noticed that Kaneko was about to get up. I'll get my own seat. Then, Rias, Aquino, and Kaneko looked at James in dumbfounded amazement when James lifted Aquino out of her seat. After that, James sat in Aquino's seat without putting her down. Then, after he made himself comfortable, he sat Aquino in his lap and wrapped his arms around her waist. There, I like this seat. James said with a smile as he rested his chin on Aquino's shoulder. Even though they knew that Aquino needed to be cheered up the most, Rias and Kaneko could not conceal their envious gazes. All the girls in James' harem agree that James' lap is their favorite seat. Kaneko also agrees with that statement, as she sits in James' lap as often as possible. I know what Barakiel did shattered any chances of you reconciling. James said softly into Aquino's ear. And I know that you're sad. But I do have some good news. Curiously, Aquino turned her head toward James. When her head was turned, she was surprised when James stole a quick kiss, but she still looked at him and hurried him to continue with her eyes. So, understanding what Aquino meant, James leaned in for another kiss. And once again, Aquino was surprised. But this time, she showed a bit of annoyance on her face. You knew exactly what that gaze meant. Aquino said in mock anger. Continue the story, not continue to kiss me. So, you didn't like it? James asked with a tilt of his head. If you didn't like it, get up and let me take that seat. Ria said with jealousy burning in her eyes. Of course, I liked it. Aquino declared. But I want to know what this good news is. Oh, I see. James replied with a nod. Then, he leaned in and kissed Aquino again. After that, he smiled and continued with the good news. I mentioned that Riri would be seeking compensation for Barakiel's actions as I left the meeting room. James said with a smile. And? Aquino asked curiously. Rias and Kaneko also looked at James curiously. And Surzex had the flames of determination burning in his eyes when he looked at Azazel. James said with his smile growing wider. I bet he was thinking something like, I'll do anything to make Riatan happy. Or something like that. It took a few moments for the 3 girls to realize exactly what James was getting at when he brought up Surzex. A moment later, they realized that Surzex was a Seraphal-level Siscon. Then, they almost felt bad for Azazel. So, the Grigori is gonna get fleeced, huh? Aquino asked with a smile on her face. I admit, that's fairly good news. Hopefully Barakiel will be punished severely, too. I seriously doubt that. Ria said while tapping her chin with an index finger. But I'm sure I can come up with some compensation terms that will really put him in a tough situation financially, at the very least. Good. Aquino said with a vicious expression on her face. I can't believe that son of a bitch actually tried to slap me. Wow. James said in mock surprise. What's wrong, James knee? Kaneko asked. Aquino literally just called Big G a bitch. James replied in astonishment. Everyone looked at him in amazement. Then, they played the conversation back in their heads. Wow, she really did. Kaneko said. If you look at it that way, doesn't that make Aquino Big G's granddaughter? Rias asked curiously. Wow, Aquino's super disrespectful to her elders. She literally just called her grandpa a bitch. Hearing that, Aquino could not help but feel her lips twitching in annoyance. Are you done yet? Aquino asked. Nope. James and Rias answered simultaneously. Instead of bickering further, Aquino gazed at James and Rias, who were smiling brightly, with a blank stare. Then, she stopped her gaze on Rias and smirked. Rias did not know what that smirk was for, but she did not think that she would like what followed. And sure enough, Aquino leaned toward James and kissed him deeply without warning after she smirked at James. Needless to say, Rias was not happy after seeing the way Aquino kissed James, right in front of her. However, she pushed down her jealousy for the moment. She could at least see that Aquino's mood was improving. James really is good at changing the mood in a room for the better. Rias thought as she watched James and Aquino make out. But I think that's long enough, right? Rias continued to endure her jealousy until she noticed that James' hands were beginning to move down from Aquino's waist. Okay, that's enough. Rias said while standing up and grabbing Aquino by the back of her collar. Then, with one swift pull, Rias separated Aquino from James. I think you've been cheered up enough for now. Wow, Rias. Aquino said while looking at Rias with a surprised expression on her face. I never thought you would last that long. I thought you would have separated us in under a minute. What kind of person do you think I am? Rias asked incredulously. A devil whose actions are dictated by the sin of greed. Aquino said with a contemplative expression. I mean, we all know that you don't like people touching what you consider yours. I mean, that's what led to James not talking to you for an entire year, right? OMG. Are you all ever gonna let that go? Rias asked frantically. Nope. James, Aquino, and Kaneko, who had occupied James' lap after Aquino was forced to vacate, replied in unison. Rias looked at the three people in front of her incredulously. Then, her eyebrow twitched when she saw that Kaneko was now sitting in James' lap. She's sneaky like a real cat. Rias thought as she pouted at the fact that she could not sit in James' lap. Seeing Rias' expression, James did what he thought was the best move at the time. He shifted Kaneko so that she was seated on just his left leg. Then, he patted his right thigh and looked at Rias with a smile. Not to ally, Rias accepted James' invitation. Then, she smiled at Aquino smugly before leaning onto James' shoulder. Seriously, though. James said with a smile. You need to think of some terms of compensation that will hit Barakil hard, and not the Grigori as a whole. I mean, it's not like they've done anything to you, right? No, they all need to suffer from this. Rias and Aquino said simultaneously. If they all suffer then find out that it's Barakil's fault later. Rias said, beginning to explain the reason behind their refusal. They'll begin to ostracize Barakil. Aquino said, finishing the explanation. Hearing that, James shifted his gaze between the smug faces of Rias and Aquino. Then, he looked at Kaneko's expression as well. What he saw from Kaneko was her head nodding in agreement with a smile. Fuck. They're going hard as fuck. James shouted internally. Is it just these three, or all girls this scary? James thought about all the women he knows after having that thought. Then, with his mother, Leona, and his master, Scathatch, at the top of his list of examples, James came to a conclusion. All women are scary. James thought as he listened to the plans Rias, Aquino, and Kaneko were coming up with to make Barakil pay. Chapter 170, She Really Is Quite Cute. Human World, Japan, Kuo. The rest of the week had passed since the operation to stop Loki took place. In those few days, not much of note took place. However, Surzex would show up at Ria's house shortly after she and her peerage returned from school, until it was time for them to engage in their activities as devils. At the same time, the second-year students were getting excited for their trip to Kyoto. Like James' class, they would be in Kyoto for 4 days and 3 nights. Needless to say, the one among the devils who was most excited was Issei. Thinking that without James around, he would be able to do a little peeping like he used to in the old days. However, that dream would be shattered before it could bear fruit. So, your date with Master Scathatch is tomorrow, huh? Rias asked James while sitting in his lap behind her desk in the Occult Research Club. That's right. James replied. We'll be shopping and some other things. Rias simply nodded. Even though she was jealous, she knew there was nothing she could do if James decided to accept a relationship with Scathatch. It's gonna be a little quiet around here in a couple weeks. Aquino said as she placed a cup of tea on the desk in front of James. I won't know what to do with all my cute second-year kohai gone. Oh, it's that time already, huh? James said with a thoughtful expression. Yeah, Kyoto. Issei shouted, excited about the upcoming school trip. I can't wait to see all the girls from afar. Hearing Issei's cheer, Asia pinched his waist and twisted his soft flesh. Usually, this would cause Issei to wince. However, Issei's excitement had reached another level. On top of that, I'll have a few days before I get beat up for letting my perversions go too far. Issei cheered happily. With that, Rias, Aquino, Kaneko, Yuto, Gasper, Asia, and Irina sighed heavily. Everyone knew that if Mio and Maria were here instead of eating with the members of the MMA club, Mio would have looked at Issei disdainfully while Maria would have laughed, enjoying the lust Issei diffused into the air. Zenobia was the only one who acted differently. In fact, she was not even paying attention to Issei at all. The other girls almost literally fight over the opportunity to sit in James Senpai's lap. Zenobia thought to herself while watching Rias intently. Is it really that comfortable? Well, sorry to burst your bubble, ISE. James said while scratching his head and smiling sheepishly. But if someone lets me know that you're perving out, I could be in Kyoto near instantaneously to punish you. And don't forget, Mizore is going on this trip, too, right? And she kinda hates you. Issei deflated immediately upon hearing that. However, James was not done. On top of that, I'll actually be going to Kyoto at the same time as the school trip. James added nonchalantly. Huh. Everyone other than James exclaimed simultaneously after processing what it was that James had said. Why would you be going to Kyoto? Rias asked curiously. Is it for your manga? Everyone waited for James' response with rapt attention. That's a reasonable guess, but it's wrong. James replied with a smile. It will be for work, though. That's why Master was added to the list of supervising teachers. In fact, I think Sona should know about this already, huh? Yes, that's really quite interesting. Ria said while rolling her eyes. But I'd rather know why you're going to Kyoto. In response to Ria's impatience, James smiled and ran his fingers through her beautiful crimson hair while allowing his fingertips to brush gently against her scalp. Naturally, Rias began to purr in enjoyment. However, a moment later, she snapped out of it and glared at James. Stop trying to distract me. Ria said with a pout. Why are you going to Kyoto? Like I said, it's for work. James replied. I was appointed as Saratan's assistant during the negotiations with the Kyoto yokai faction. So, they plan to honey-trap Yasaka into joining the alliance, huh? Ria said with a serious expression. James looked at her with bewilderment. Then he began to chuckle at Rias for her imagination. What's so funny? Rias asked while pouting. You're the trump card, right? I mean, all you need to do is swing the D at her and she'll agree lickety-split, right? Why does hearing Bucho talking dirty sound so hot? Issei said absent-mindedly. This time, however, no one looked at him with disgust. Instead, everyone, including Kaneko, who has the most disgust toward perverted topics, nodded in agreement. Even Asia, who had been studying more perverted topics to catch Issei's attention, nodded while blushing. Smack. Kia. Don't say things like that in front of everyone. James said with a smile after slapping Rias on the ass. Then, using the hand he slapped Rias' ass with, he pointed at Asia and continued. Look at poor Asia, she might pass out from too much blood rushing to her head any second. Then, following the direction of James' pointing finger, everyone in the room caught sight of Asia, whose entire face and neck were as red as Ria's hair. Noticing that everyone was staring at her, Asia quickly stood from her seat, covered her face with her hands, and ran out of the room as fast as her feet would carry her. She really is adorable. Aquino murmured after Asia ran away. Once again, everyone nodded in agreement. Then, they focused back on the conversation they were having before that little interlude. However, before they could continue, Sona appeared in the doorway of the club room. Looking curiously into the room, Sona noticed nothing out of the ordinary, so she tilted her head confusedly. After a moment, she walked into the room followed by her queen, Tsubaki. Sona, Tsubaki, to what do I owe the pleasure? Ria said as she found a more comfortable spot on James' lap. Though she would never admit it out loud, Sona was feeling quite envious of Ria's current position. However, because she came to the occult research club with a purpose, she would not let it affect her, right now. But before she got down to business, she asked the question that had been bothering her for the last few moments. Did something happen? Sona asked curiously. I just saw Asia running away with her face beet red. Is she okay? In response to Sona's question, James, Rias, and the members of the occult research club began to laugh. Then, Aquino explained what happened and why Asia ran away so quickly. Hearing Aquino's explanation, Sona and Tsubaki also chuckled. She really is quite cute, what do you think, Kaishu? Tsubaki asked with a smile. Yes, she really is. Sona replied with a similar smile. Then, her expression changed back to her usual serious expression. Anyway, I have something to tell you, James and Rias. Hearing the shift in tone, James and Rias listened seriously to Sona's next words. I've added another member to my peerage. Sona said while gesturing toward the open door. Now, why don't you come in? And just as Sona finished, a tall woman with long straight silver hair entered the room. Ross Weiss. James asked curiously. But I thought you were supposed to be Lord Odin's bodyguard. How did you end up joining Sona's peerage? Everyone else was surprised as well. No one expected the proud and beautiful Valkyrie they had seen with Odin would become a reincarnated devil. They were even more surprised, however, when they saw Rossweiss' expression crumble into one of sadness with tears threatening to spill from her eyes. They were caught off guard. Rossweiss, are you all right? James asked cautiously. Done me. Rossweiss muttered. Not understanding everything that Rossweiss said, everyone, other than Sona and Tsubaki, sported a confused expression. I'm sorry, I didn't quite get that. James said in a gentle tone. After realizing that she was mumbling and allowing her emotions to affect her, Rossweiss took a deep breath. Then, she shouted, as if to drive away all the negative emotions. He abandoned me. Rossweiss shouted at the top of her lungs. That old geezer went back to Asgard and left me here. Once again, everyone was taken aback by Rossweiss' outburst. Then, they all watched as Rossweiss crumbled to the floor, hung her head, and began to sob loudly. So, I went to Lady Citri to find out if they had a way for me to get back to Asgard. Rossweiss said, beginning to explain how she became a reincarnated devil. Then, she offered me a position in her peerage. She also told me that I didn't have to accept, and she would still help me get back home if I refused. Hearing that, everyone looked at Sona skeptically. Seeing their gazes, Sona could not help but twitch an eyebrow. Wow, making your move when she's at her lowest. James said with a smile. You really are a devil. I approve. Sona only rolled her eyes at James, then turned her attention back to the former Valkyrie who was still sitting on the floor. After hearing Lady Citri's offer, it sounded like the devil's whispers. That's because it was. James replied. Ignoring James, Rossweiss continued. And on impulse I accepted her offer. Rossweiss said as she raised her head. But now that I stopped to think about it, I don't know if I made the right decision. I mean, what will my grandma say when she finds out? No one knew how to console Rossweiss. Even though most of the reincarnated devils present could not relate, they could still imagine what would happen if a member of their family found out that they had become a devil, an objectively evil race of supernatural beings. Noticing that Rossweiss was beginning to cry harder as time went by, James stood up then placed Rias in her chair. After that, he made his way over to the crying former Valkyrie and knelt in front of her. Then, after a bit of hesitation, James began to pat Rossweiss on her head. Surprised by the intimate action, Rossweiss froze, and her tears stopped falling. A moment later, she raised her head and met eyes with James. I know it must suck to be discarded like that. James said gently. But honestly, it's Odin's loss. We all know how talented you are with magic. And we all know that you would be a powerful addition to any group or organization that's lucky enough to have you. So, please don't cry anymore. To James' gentle words, Rossweiss simply stared at James fixedly for a while. Beginning to feel awkward, James continued to stroke her head and spoke once more. Besides, a beautiful girl like you is better suited to smiling than tears. James said with a smile. Then, giving James no time to react, Rossweiss threw herself at James and wrapped her arms around his neck. Not ready for the sneak hug, James fell back with Rossweiss laying on top of him and crying once again. Though, this time the tears were happier in nature. Meanwhile, everyone other than Issei smiled at the interaction James just had with Rossweiss. Issei, on the other hand, looked at James with jealousy. Why do they all throw themselves at James-senpai? Issei asked in a forlorn tone. Because his lower head isn't the smarter of the two. Kaneko said disdainfully without looking at Issei. Issei did not even know how to reply. He already knew that he allowed his libido to dictate his actions more than they should. But he had no idea what he should do about it. At the same time, James was able to sit up. In response, Rossweiss made herself comfortable in his embrace and nuzzled her head against his chest. Because of that, James looked at Sona helplessly. In response, Sona simply smiled. It looks like you've got another admirer. Sona said in a playful tone. You should take some time to get to know each other. At the same time, could you train her in some hand-to-hand techniques? It wouldn't make sense for my new rook to be useless in close combat, right? Wait, you made a magical genius like her a rook? Rias asked as she approached the group. I couldn't help it. Sona said with a shrug of her shoulders. I didn't have any bishop pieces left. Then, I had the idea to use her as a tank. With heightened defense and a magical barrage, she would be great for that role. And if we can make her a competent close combat fighter as well, she would fill the role perfectly. I see. James replied with a nod. I don't mind training her. But this training will be pretty Spartan. I mean, we have to get her up to an acceptable level as fast as possible, right? Right. Sona replied with a nod. All right, then I'll take care of her during our training sessions after school. James said. Oh, and starting tomorrow, Rossweiss will be a teacher of Kuo Academy. Sona said as if it were an afterthought. As well as the advisor for the student council. Chapter 171, The Shopping Demon Lord. Human World, Japan, Kuo. Today is the day that both James and Scathatch have been waiting for all week. They would have their first date today. Right now, in the afternoon, James is standing in front of the fountain in the park near the shopping district. Just for the sake of it, James and Scathatch agreed to meet here instead of walking together from James' house. While waiting, James was having a conversation with Draig. Man, Master sure doesn't hold back. James said quietly since there were other people nearby. Tell me about it. Drake replied. It was funny to see the looks of the Gremory princess and her peerage's faces, though. James shook his head at his partner's habit of enjoying the suffering of others. However, he could not hide the smile that was making its way onto his face. Yeah, even though Rias has started training in the last few years, I know for a fact she has never trained as hard as she did today. James said with a smile. I could see the regret growing in real time as the training went on. Yes, it really is a pity that someone with that much talent is so lazy. Drake said with a tone of lament. Whether Riri is lazy or not no longer matters now, though. James said with a wry smile. Now that she has agreed to master's training, she has no way of getting away from it anymore. What James and Drake were discussing was the first day of the joint training between James, Rias, and Sona's peerages. And after the first day of training, which Scathatch claimed was just a light exercise to get a feel for everyone's level, it was easy to tell which member of which peerage was training seriously before today. Naturally, Rias and her peerage, with the exception of Issei, were in the worst shape after the morning's training session. As a matter of fact, no one other than Issei could even stand for the first 20 minutes after the training session ended. Issei was the exception for a simple reason, however. He had been through many of James' Hell Mode training sessions, which were equal to this warm-up from Scathatch. When Issei heard that, a lot of his hostility for James disappeared. He was still seriously jealous of James' luck with women, though. Naturally, Sona and her peerage, with the exception of Rosweiss, fared better than Rias and her peerage. That was a perfectly natural result, as well. Since everyone other than Rosweiss had been through Scathatch's training for nearly a month over the summer break. Rosweiss on the other hand was in over her head. As a talented mage, she had spent very little time training her body. Because of that, she was in worse shape than everyone in Rias' peerage. Though, on another note, Scathatch had taken quite the liking for Rosweiss due to her magical talent. Then, there was James and his peerage. Somehow, Scathatch had made their training much more difficult while paying attention to Rias and Sona's training simultaneously. However, even with the high intensity, they were all ready to tackle the rest of their day after only a few minutes of rest. True. Drake replied. Still, the looks that the Gremory peerage gave you and your peerage after you all stood up like nothing was wrong after a few minutes was priceless. James could not hold in his own chuckle after thinking about the expressions Rias' peerage showed when he and his peerage shook off the training fatigue like it was nothing. Well, when they get used to the training difficulty, they'll be able to do it too. James said. Then, he turned his head to the entrance of the park. As he did, he checked his white button-down short-sleeved shirt, dark red t-shirt that he wore under the open button-down, and blue denim jeans for wrinkles. When he made sure that everything was in order, he began walking toward the entrance. When he arrived, he saw Scathatch, who was wearing a magenta wide-collar t-shirt that she allowed to fall from her left shoulder, tight stretched denim blue jeans and a pair of high-heeled sandals that matched her shirt in color. When James saw her, he was both amazed and confused. Amazed at how good Scathatch looked in her outfit. Confused at where those clothes came from. Even with these conflicting feelings, James continued to approach his master. Mast. James began to speak, however, he was suddenly stopped. We are on a date, correct? Scathatch said as she placed a finger on his lips to stop his term of address. Today, we are not master and disciple. Today we are just a man and a woman. Understood. Hearing that, James could only smile. Then, he moved Scathatch's finger from his lips and held her hand gently. Scathatch, you look incredible in that outfit. James said with a smile. With that said, I'm still confused about it. Scathatch also smiled at the compliment as she gazed at James' hand that was now wrapped gently around her own. Then, she made eye contact with James again and spoke once more. I would guess you are curious to know where these clothes came from, correct? Scathatch asked with a smile. It was Shuna who prepared them for me. Apparently, she sewed them herself. With Scathatch's comment, James remembered one of the plans he had when he first gave Shuna the 3-month trial period. I think it's about time to branch out into another field of business. James thought to himself as his eyes lit up for a moment. Scathatch watched James and saw his eyes lighting up. She knew that he had an idea that he wanted to implement. She was also curious how long it would take him to come out of his contemplations, this time. To Scathatch's credit, she had beaten that bad habit out of James when he was only 12. Because of that, he did not space out while thinking for too long like he used to when he was younger. After only about 2 seconds, James snapped back to the here and now. Then, he gripped Scathatch's hand a little tighter. Are you ready for our first date? James asked with a smile. I will give you a passing mark. Scathatch said with a smile. Had you taken too long in your thoughts you would have not liked the consequences. Hearing that, James shuddered internally. He remembered the beatings he used to receive for getting lost in thought back then. Anyway, why don't we do a little of what we came out here to do, go shopping? James said, doing his best to change the subject. Scathatch could only chuckle after seeing the nervous expression on James' face after remembering those beatings. I would like that. Scathatch said as she wrapped her free arm around the arm that James was holding her hand with. Like that, James and Scathatch made their way toward the shopping district. Immediately after entering the first store, James proved his own hypothesis. Scathatch was the shopping demon lord. If it came in her size, she tried it on. Then, she asked for James' opinion on each article. And if James did not answer with full sincerity, Scathatch would not let up until he gave an in-depth review of every piece of clothing, outfit, and ensemble she tried on. And that is how the afternoon went. James spent 4 hours as a fashion critic. By the end, he had lost count of how many outfits Scathatch had tried on, let alone articles of clothing. In the end, James was carrying so many bags that he could barely walk straight. And holding Scathatch's hand was definitely out of the question. That does not even take into account all the shoe boxes that had to be delivered to the Alaverus mansion. Seeing the lifeless look in James' eyes, Scathatch could not help but giggle. She had heard how much James hated shopping with women. She had also heard the story of how Leona and Sona had traumatized him when he was 11. Because of that, she was more than a little touched by how far James was willing to go for her. Thank you, James. Scathatch said with a smile. I have enjoyed myself immensely today. Hearing that, James' eyes regained their light. Then, he turned his head to Scathatch who was walking next to him and smiled. Hearing that made it all worth it. James said with a smile. How about we take a break and grab a bite to eat? I don't know about you, but I'm pretty hungry. Scathatch nodded in agreement. Not that she was hungry, but a bite to eat would not hurt either. And from there, James and Scathatch went to a restaurant with a nice atmosphere that was not too upscale, since neither were dressed for it. Then, they enjoyed a nice meal and chatted about casual topics. After eating, neither James nor Scathatch, especially James, were in the mood for any more shopping. And since James was saddled with so many shopping bags, they really could not do much else. So, they decided to call it a day and return home. As they walked, they continued to talk about whatever topics came to mind. Eventually, their topic moved on to training methods and things of the sort. Which no one would find surprising if anyone had been there to hear them. When James and Scathatch arrived near the mansion, they noticed that Tsubaki was leaving Sona's residence. A moment later, Tsubaki also noticed James and Scathatch. When she did, she was amazed at the number of shopping bags James was carrying. However, it did not take long for her eyes to light up. I should get Satanta to come shopping with me next weekend, too. Tsubaki thought as she greeted James and Scathatch. Good evening, James, Master Scathatch. Tsubaki said politely. I guess you're coming back from your date. I hope the two of you enjoyed yourselves. To that, James smiled wryly. He could not in good conscience say that he enjoyed the shopping. However, he did enjoy his time with Scathatch. Scathatch, on the other hand, smiled brightly, which dazed Tsubaki for a moment. She had never been much for shopping in her era. But this era's selection of clothes and shoes gave her a different feeling. Indeed. Scathatch said with a nod. My wardrobe will be quite robust once the rest of the purchases arrive. After hearing that, Tsubaki was amazed. She glanced at James, who had more shopping bags draped over him than a man should realistically be able to carry no matter how strong they are. Then, she returned her gaze to Scathatch. For a moment, she felt bad for James, especially knowing how much he hates shopping with women. But what was even better was the company I had throughout the trip. Scathatch said with a gentle smile on her face. I can only describe it as wonderful. As she spoke her last sentence, Scathatch shifted her gentle gaze toward James. James returned her smile with a bright smile of his own. I'm just glad you enjoyed yourself. James said in response. Once again, Tsubaki was amazed. She would have never guessed that they cared that much about each other if she had only seen them during training. But she had to admit that she found this couple quite sweet. Well, if you'll excuse me. Tsubaki said politely. I have a date with Satanta, so I'll be going. Like James and Scathatch had done earlier, Tsubaki and Siyu Chillin usually meet away from their houses. To both of them, it feels more like a date that way. All right, have fun. James said with a smile as he tried to wave at Tsubaki. Then, he smiled wryly when he felt the massive number of bags he was holding. I hope you two enjoy yourselves. Scathatch said. Then, Tsubaki made her way toward the entrance of the neighborhood. Meanwhile, James and Scathatch made their way toward James' house. Then, before they opened the door, Scathatch turned toward James. This date was truly wonderful. Scathatch said. Thank you for the wonderful experience. Then, Scathatch took a step forward, stood on her toes, and pressed her lips on James' lips. After a moment, she pulled away. Then, in a seductive tone she spoke once again. I think I'll need you to help me bring these bags to my bedchamber. Scathatch said with a seductive wink. After that, Scathatch turned around and opened the front door to the house, leaving James standing there with a smile. Chapter 172, The First Time in Centuries, R18. Human World, Japan, Koho. After entering the house with all Scathatch's shopping bags, James took off his shoes, like he usually does, then he made his way to the living room. When he arrived, he found Scathatch talking with Leona and the girls. Yo. James said as he approached the sofas where the girls sat. Really, 4 hours and no complaints? Leona asked with an expression of confusion on her face. James only shrugged his shoulders in response. I'm seeing some favoritism here. Leona said with a mischievous glint in her eyes. I already made this clear, Mom. James said without changing his expression. I will not be treating them like they are equal because they are not equal. Since they are all different, I will treat them as such. Besides, you're wrong about this one, Auntie Leona. Mizor said in James' defense. What do you mean? Leona asked with confusion in her tone. James never complains when he goes shopping with us. Mocha said. Seriously? Leona exclaimed in bewilderment. He complains from the moment he enters any store with me. Does that mean you don't love your mommy anymore? In response, James rolled his eyes and ignored his mother's attempt to get a rise out of him. I don't think you should blame James for this, Auntie Leona. Mizor said with a smile. And why shouldn't I? Leona asked curiously. Because he only keeps his complaints to himself when we're on dates with him. Mocha said with a shrug of her shoulders. Any other time and he's quite vocal about how much he'd rather be anywhere else. Hearing that, Leona and Shuna, who was also interested in going on a date with James, widened their eyes in surprise. Then, Shuna took out a small notepad from the interior of her kimono and began scribbling in it quickly. After that, the group continued to chat for a few more minutes. Eventually, Scathatch pulled James up to her bedroom. When they arrived, Scathatch took each of the bags from James and arranged their contents into their proper places. Then, when she got to the last bag in James' hands, she took the bag and threw it in front of the closet. Then, she grabbed James by his collar and pulled him in for an intensely passionate kiss. At this point, James was no stranger to the more intimate acts between men and women, so, without delay, he allowed his hands to roam Scathatch's body over her clothing. Slowly, as the kiss deepened, James and Scathatch removed each other's clothes, one article at a time. After a few minutes, they were both only in their undergarments. Scathatch revealed a set of wine-red lace bra and panties that matched the color of her eyes, while James wore a simple pair of black boxers. You really are gorgeous, Scathatch. James said with a lustful glint in his eyes. No, I don't think gorgeous is enough to describe you. There's no need for flattery at this point. Scathatch replied while licking her lips. Now, let me conduct your final lesson. With that, Scathatch pulled James by the arm and sat him down on the edge of her bed. Then, she straddled his thighs and reached behind her back, unhooking her bra in the process. When her breasts were revealed, James wasted no time cupping them with his hands. Then, he began kissing and licking both all over. I guess I do not need to instruct you on this. Scathatch said as she moaned lightly. Not paying any attention to Scathatch's joke, James continued to kiss, lick, and fondle Scathatch's breasts until he made his way to her left nipple, which he sucked into his mouth softly. At the same time, he began to roll her right nipple between the thumb and index finger of his left hand. Meanwhile, his right hand was sliding down Scathatch's waist and reaching around to her perky ass. Continue. Scathatch said in a sensual tone. And just as Scathatch demanded, James continued to tease Scathatch's breasts with his mouth and hand. At the same time, James let his fingers on his right hand reach into her panties. Then, he started brushing her pussy gently with the tips of those fingers. Yes. Keep going. Scathatch said, her pitch rising as James' touch stimulated her more. Eventually, James released her left nipple from his lips and moved over to the right one. At the same time, he reached down with his left hand and took another handful of her ass. Then, he stood up and turned around. After that, he laid Scathatch on her bed, gently. Then, he snapped his fingers and surrounded the room with a silencing barrier. I do not care if those in the house hear us. Scathatch said as she propped her upper body up with her elbows while she looked at James with a smile. If Mom were out, I wouldn't care either. James replied with a shrug of his shoulders. But I don't want to have to deal with her teasing the next day if she were to hear us. Scathatch nodded in understanding as James approached even closer. Besides, if the sound echoed like I think it would. James said as he reached down to the only article of clothing Scathatch was still wearing. There are at least 2 girls who would waste no time coming to join us. And tonight is just for you. Scat Hatch smiled. Then, she nodded in approval. You would have failed had you not added that last on. Scat Hatch said before she was interrupted. As Scat Hatch spoke, James pulled her panties down her long sexy legs. Then, without warning, James dove face first into her pussy with his tongue out. Before she could even finish what it was that she wanted to say, James plunged his tongue as deep as he could inside her. On. Yes. Right there. Scat Hatch said between moans as James explored the inside of her pussy with his tongue. As James poked and prodded Scat Hatch's insides, he did not leave his hands idle. Reaching up to Scat Hatch's chest, he massaged and fondled her breasts as well. Then, after a few minutes, he began to pull his tongue out of her pussy. Instead of simply tongue-fucking her, however, he dragged it out and pulled it up slowly. Then, when it passed over Scat Hatch's clit. Ah! Scat Hatch screamed as she grabbed James' braided hair and pulled his face deeper between her legs while she orgasmed. A few moments later, Scat Hatch released James and panted with a contented expression on her face. Seeing that, James spoke with a smile. I guess I don't have to ask how it was. James said with a smile. Indeed. Scat Hatch said with a nod. Centuries of self-pleasure can, in no way compare. But if you think that your final lesson has ended. Once again, James interrupted Scat Hatch's talk of a final lesson. Running his finger over her extra-sensitive clit momentarily. Then, Scat Hatch frowned at him for being interrupted twice, to which James smiled. Then, he began to lower his boxers. Impressive. Scat Hatch said when she saw James' dick standing at attention. You don't get to carry out that lesson today, Scat Hatch. James said, drawing Scat Hatch's attention from his dick for a moment. You were the one who said it first, right? Today we are not master and disciple. Only a man and a woman, right? Scat Hatch could only smile wryly in return. No one, not even Scat Hatch, enjoyed having their own words used against them. However, she agreed with what James said, so she went no further into the subject. At the same time, James was rubbing his erect dick over Scat Hatch's wet pussy to make sure that it was lubed enough. Then, when he felt it was ready, he slowly pushed it inside of her, inch by inch. Scat Hatch moaned as she was penetrated for the first time in centuries. More, give me more. Mold this, Scat Hatch, into your shape. As James pushed deeper inside, Scat Hatch's moans and shouts grew in intensity. Then, when he was all the way inside of her, Scat Hatch immediately wrapped her arms and legs around James, pulling him down on top of her, as if she were afraid he would run away. Then, when their heads were next to each other, Scat Hatch whispered into James' ear. Ravage me, James. Scat Hatch said lustfully. Leave me unable to walk when the morrow comes. With that, James' switch was flipped. Without a word, James unwrapped Scat Hatch's arms and legs from around him. Then, he pushed Scat Hatch's legs back so that her feet were on either side of her head and began to work. On. Yes. Ravage me. Ravage me. In the beginning, James started stroking Scat Hatch pussy slowly. However, as time passed, so did the speed of James' strokes. And with the increase in James' speed, so too did the volume of Scat Hatch's moans. Eventually, James was pounding Scat Hatch with everything he had. In return, Scat Hatch was screaming at the top of her lungs like a banshee. Yes. James. Break me. Ah. After 5 or 6 minutes and a loud scream, Scat Hatch reached her second orgasm of the evening. Then, James pulled his dick from inside her while she shuddered in ecstasy. However, instead of giving her a moment to rest, James turned her over onto her stomach. Then, he plunged his dick as deep as he could, as hard and as fast as he could, back into her pussy from behind. Ah. Scat Hatch screamed as James bottomed out inside of her again. Ah yes, keep going. However, not once did she ask James to stop or even slow down. Instead, she asked for more. She wanted it harder and harder as time went by. And as his lady wished, James pounded her with as much force as he could muster without destroying the room. Though, the ominous cracking sounds he could hear from the bed frame were a bit disconcerting. After a few more minutes, James could tell that Scat Hatch was once again reaching her limit. This time, however, he was also nearing his first orgasm, as well. Because of that, James slowed his pace for a moment. Then, he sped up again once Scat Hatch began to look over her shoulder with a questioning gaze. Ah. Scat Hatch screamed with her tongue hanging out and her eyes rolling back as she reached yet another orgasm. Humph. Shit. James grunted as he shot his load inside of his master. Although Scat Hatch was shuddering due to her intense orgasm, her fingers involuntarily clenched as her toes curled when she felt James come filling her insides. A few moments later, James slowly pulled his dick out of Scat Hatch's pussy. To his surprise, however, Scat Hatch jumped up as if she had not been shuddering in pleasure just a moment ago. Then, she pushed him down on his back and swallowed his entire dick in one go. And with excellent force control, she sucked out every drop of cum from James' urethra. Pop, this Scathatch does not approve of wasting material. Scathatch said as she popped James' dick out of her mouth. Then, without giving James the time to respond, Scathatch hopped up and impaled herself, to the base, onto James' dick. And with no delay, she began bouncing up and down. Instinctively, James reached around and grabbed Scathatch's ass with both hands. Now, I will show you on what experience on has to offer MMMU. Scathatch said between moans as she made sure to hit her most sensitive spots with every bounce. Rolling his eyes, James paid little attention to what Scathatch had to say. He did, however, pay attention to her moans and the spots that caused them, for future reference. Ah! Scathatch screamed as she reached another intense orgasm. After a few more minutes, Scathatch, supporting herself with her hands that were placed on James' chest, was shuddering once again due to an orgasm. And just like last time, James decided that she did not need the time to rest and recover her stamina. So, he gripped Scathatch by the hips and began to pump his waist fiercely into the still climaxing Scathatch. Ah! Yes, James. Ravage me. Harder. Harder. At this point, Scathatch was screaming at the top of her lungs. To be honest, James was unsure if his silencing barrier was strong enough to block the sound from escaping the room. Throwing these thoughts to the side a moment later, however, James continued to pound Scathatch the way she wanted to be pounded. And for the next 17 minutes, James gave Scathatch everything he had while she looked as if she were riding a mechanical bull, holding on for dear life. Humph. James grunted as he reached his second orgasm. Fuck, that was good. At the same time, Scathatch was finally able to relax. When she did, she flopped down onto James' chest with ragged breathing. I have not reached heights like those in centuries. Scathatch said with a smile. However. James asked with a raised eyebrow. I hope you are not going to tell the Scathatch that you are done for the night. Scathatch said with a seductive smile as she licked her lips. James only smiled disdainfully. This is one battle that I doubt you could ever defeat me in, Master. James said with a challenging tone. Oh, those are rather boastful words. Scathatch said with a smile. I suppose we shall have to prove the correctness of that statement. Then, for the next 9 hours, until the sun rose the next day, James and Scathatch continued to have some of the most intense sex that either of them had ever engaged in. In the end, they decided to call their battle a draw when the bed frame gave out and the mattress fell to the floor. Then, they slept in each other's arms for the next few hours. Chapter 173, Ordering New Bed Frames. Human World, Japan, Kuo. The morning after James' date with Scathatch, James was sitting in the living room with his smartphone in his hands. On the screen was a shopping website. More precisely, a site that made custom bed frames. As he ticked off box after box, James noticed a presence behind him. James, what are you doing? Shuna asked as she approached. Not much, just looking at new bed frames. James replied without looking up. New bed frames? Shuna asked curiously. Yeah, Scathatch's broke last night. James said, still without looking up. After hearing that, Shuna wore a confused expression for a short while. Then, after a few moments, she realized why that would be. Immediately after coming to that realization, Shuna blushed furiously. Also at that moment, James realized who it was he was talking to and quickly looked behind him at Shuna, who was blushing from her neck to her ears. Oops. James muttered as he watched Shuna blush and fidget awkwardly. After a few minutes, Shuna came back to her senses. Then, she lowered her head and poked the tips of her index fingers against each other. It looked like she had something to say, yet the words seemed to be stuck in her mouth. Shuna, are you okay? James asked with a smile. This little Oni princess has really become cute after she dropped her princess facade. James thought as he watched Shuna with amusement. A moment later, Shuna raised her head and with determination in her eyes, she asked a question. When will you go on a date with me, too? Shuna asked, knowing exactly what her question implied. James was quite surprised by the implication behind Shuna's question. At first, he thought that she was just wondering about her turn for a date. But when he looked deep enough into her eyes, he knew she wanted to give James more than just her first date. After realizing this, James' smile turned mischievous. I wonder. James said, trailing off at the end of his statement. Then, before Shuna could say anything, he continued. You seem rather impatient. Is it the date you're looking forward to? Or is it something else? Something having to do with the bed frame, maybe. Once again, Shuna's furious blush made its way back onto her face. However, she did not break eye contact with James. Instead, she tried to fire back. Maybe, May. Ah. Shuna began to say before biting her tongue. And failed miserably. Ha 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 ha. James began to laugh uproariously. Hearing James' laughter, Shuna's embarrassment increased exponentially. Then, she turned around so that James would be unable to see her face. Unfortunately, this just made James laugh even harder. Then, after a few moments, James was finally able to get his laughter under control. Ha! Boy. That was funny. James said as the last of his laughter fizzled out. Anyway. As James began to speak without the laughter, he stood from the sofa and made his way toward Shuna. Then he walked around her and stood in front of her. Using his right hand, he gently raised Shuna's lowered head and looked into her pink eyes. You don't need to be impatient, Shuna. James said with a smile. Even though we've known each other for several months, it's only been several months. I know you have feelings for me. And to be honest, I like you too. I would be lying if I said it was love at this point, though. Hearing that, Shuna's face was adorned with an embarrassed smile. At the same time, she appreciated the fact that James was honest with her and did not claim that he loved her. However, she was a bit disappointed about the same thing. But if you really think you're ready for that step, I would be honored to spend that moment with you. James said as he began to gently stroke Shuna's cheek. Once again, Shuna lowered her head. I'll think about it. Shuna stuttered out. Good. James said with a nod. Remember, this is a major step in your life. Don't take it on impulse. But if you're truly ready, I'll be happy to accompany you. Shuna nodded almost imperceptibly. Then, she took a step away from James, turned around, and bolted out of the living room. A moment later, she was in the backyard seated in the meditative position trying to calm her mind. Well, that was quite the show. Leona said entering the living room right after Shuna left. I'm just glad you waited till she left. James said with a smile. You might have broken her mind if you had shown up in the middle. Although I like messing with you kids, I do know my limits. Leona said with a light smile. Like when you told Saratan about Parents a Day, huh? James asked with an eyebrow raised. Geez, sweetheart, how many times do I have to apologize for that? Leona asked in a pitiful manner. I know I went too far with that one. But still, you gotta admit the look on Sona's face when Sarah showed up was hilarious, right? James could only shake his head. He knew that she was genuinely sorry about what she had done, but she in no way regretted it. Plus. Yeah, it was freaking hilarious. James said as he began to chuckle. After laughing with his mother for a few moments, James retook his seat on the sofa. Then, he continued to look at new bed frames. So, new bed frames, huh? Leona said as she took a seat next to James. Then, she looked at the screen of his smartphone and continued. So, you broke Scatty's bed last night. This morning, technically. James said with a little smile. It's probably good that we did, though. Otherwise, we would have been at it all day. TCH. Leona clicked her tongue. You don't even get embarrassed anymore. You're so not cute. Oh really? James asked, raising his head, making eye contact with Leona. Hey, Mizor, Mom said I'm not cute. What do you have to say about that? As James finished speaking, he opened his arms. An instant later, Mizor was wrapped in James' formerly opened arms and sitting on his lap. Of course, you're cute. Mizor said excitedly, pausing to give James a good morning kiss. Then, she continued. But it's like, a really manly kinda cute. Hearing that, James smiled wryly. Then, he thought to himself. What the hell is manly cute? Deciding to keep that thought to himself, James continued to look at the custom bed frame site. Mizor, like Leona, also looked down at James' phone screen. Bed frames? Mizor asked curiously. Did your bed frame fall apart? Not mine, but Master's. James replied. Mizor then immediately put two and two together. You broke the bed last night? Mizor asked incredulously. This morning, technically. James replied without raising his head. About 3 hours ago, actually. And how is Scatty? Leona asked curiously. Is she still asleep? Nope, she's awake. James answered. She asked me to ravage her so that she would be unable to walk in the morning. So. Leona and Mizor looked at James with disbelief on their faces. I truly do enjoy seeing Mom with that speechless look on her face. James thought as he looked at Leona and Mizor out of the corner of his eyes. It's too bad I have to turn my shamelessness up to 11 to see it. No matter how much I pretend, it's still embarrassing as fuck talking about my sex life with my mother. But letting her see my embarrassment is like bleeding in front of a shark. She would go in for the kill immediately. Shortly after James finished that thought, Leona, having processed what James said, stood up quickly. I need to speak to Scatty, Leona said with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Then, she dashed up the stairs with a flash step. I swear, she only uses the flash step for pointless things like this, James said while shaking his head. A moment later, Mizor also came back to her senses. However, unlike Leona, she was not excited. Instead, she pouted. What's wrong, Mizor? James asked curiously. You like Master Scathatch better than me, don't you? Mizor asked in a sad tone. James was thoroughly confused by Mizor's question. However, after seeing the look in her eyes, he knew that she was asking seriously. So, instead of joking like he usually would, he answered her just as seriously. Something tells me there is a massive misunderstanding at play here, James said while stroking Mizor's pretty, purple hair. But what makes you think that? Because you've never made love to me like that, Mizor said with her eyes beginning to fill with tears. James could only sigh in response. Then, he used the index finger of his right hand to flick Mizor on the forehead. Ow! Mizor exclaimed while covering her forehead with her hands and looking at James with an aggrieved glare. What the hell was that for? For saying something stupid, James replied with a smile. You do realize that if I did you like I did Master last night, you would, literally, be ripped in half. The body of a minor god-ranked being is no joke. At that moment, the light of realization shined in Mizor's eyes. Then, she smiled bashfully, embarrassed that she would ask such a silly question. I can't claim that I love all my women the same, James said while cupping Mizor's face in his hands. But the amount of love I have for all of you is equal, and growing day by day. Then, James kissed Mizor lovingly. After the kiss ended, James thought that he could see hearts in Mizor's pupils for an instant. Before he could consider what he just saw, though, Mizor spoke. That was so cringe, Mizor said with a smile. James felt as if an arrow pierced his heart. Before he could recover, however, Mizor stood from her seat on his lap. Then, she skipped away and spoke as she was leaving. I'll go make breakfast. Mizor said in a sing-song tone. She stopped for an instant before leaving the room, though, and spoke once more. I love you too, James. After that, Mizor wasted no more time heading to the kitchen. At the same time, James recovered from Mizor's verbal attack. She got me good that time, James thought as he returned to the custom bed frame site. A few minutes later, James had finally picked out all the options he wanted for his and Scathach's new bed frames. Sighing in satisfaction, James spoke to the person who had been watching him over his shoulder for the last minute or so. Good morning, how was your date last night, Lancer? James said without looking back. Siyu Chilin, who was standing behind the sofa and watching James shopping for bed frames, answered casually. It was good, Siyu Chilin said before walking around the sofa and taking a seat on the sofa opposite the one James was sitting on. And I heard that your date with Master was good, too. I guess you heard from Tsubaki, huh? James replied as he completed his order. And to be honest, I have some really serious mixed feelings about the date. Siyu Chilin gave James a look that said, go on. Well, I really enjoyed my time with Master, that's the absolute truth, James said with a smile. But, Siyu Chilin said, hurrying James with his eyes. But she puts every other woman to shame in terms of shopping prowess, James said with a bitter smile on his face. There were a few times that I thought going through Master's most intense training would be better than that. Taking a few moments to process what James had said, Siyu Chilin began to laugh uproariously after he realized what James was getting at. Ahahaha. She really is the shopping demon lord, isn't she? Siyu Chilin said while laughing. James only looked at him with pity. Anyone with half a brain could tell that when Scathatch could walk again, he would be in for a true training session from hell. A few minutes later, Siyu Chilin got his laughter under control. Then, he asked the next thing that was on his mind. Anyway, Siyu Chilin said as he dispelled the last of his laughter. What was up with the bed frames? Oh, that's right, James said while moving back into the sofa as if he was trying to escape from Siyu Chilin. You were looking over my shoulder like a creeper. Siyu Chilin rolled his eyes in response. Then, with his gaze, he urged James to answer. Shrugging his shoulders and relaxing in his seat, James did as Siyu Chilin wished. Master and I got a little carried away last night and this morning, James said as he stood up. We kinda broke her bed in the process. Oh, it smells like Mizor is done with breakfast. Just like that, James walked out of the living room, leaving Siyu Chilin sitting there totally flabbergasted. Did he just say that he fucked Master until the bed broke? Siyu Chilin thought as he stared at the spot on the sofa James was just sitting on. Chapter 174, Terror in Kyoto. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. 2 weeks have passed since James purchased the new bed frames for himself and Scathatch. And in those 2 weeks, James was more than satisfied with his purchases. Another thing that happened over those 2 weeks is that James has had 2 rating games against young devil teams. The first was against Team Agars, and the second was against Team Glaciolabelas. Both of which he won without much effort. Although he knew that both teams were much weaker than his own, he made sure that his peerage, excluding himself and Scathatch, fought without holding back. This, of course, led to the games not lasting very long. All the other teams also had another rating game as well. Team Citri faced off against Team Agars in their second match. And the level of strategy displayed left all the onlookers impressed. In the end, Team Citri claimed the victory by a narrow margin. If it were not for their time training with Scathatch, the outcome would have most likely been in Seekvera's favor. Team Gremory's game was against Team Bale. This game, however, did not go in Ria's favor. Although the game was close, Serorg was more than Rias could handle at the end. On top of that, Serorg was forced to reveal his secret. Serorg's pawn, Regulus, was a sacred gear all along. Naturally, this surprised all who were watching. Thanks to Rias' level of power, Serorg was forced to reveal that Regulus was the independent avatar type, sacred gear, Regulus Nemia, and one of the 13 Longinus. Although he had no intention of revealing this fact so early, he was forced to in order to claim victory. Today, however, he found himself standing in front of Kyoto Station after just arriving in Kyoto with the second-year students and teachers from Kuo Academy. "So, you're really not coming with us to the hotel, James?" Mizore asked while she looked at James with puppy dog eyes. "Sorry Mizore, I have to meet with Saratan. And before that, I'm going to visit Yasaka and Kunu," James said with a wry smile. "But don't worry, after a few official meetings, I'll have time to spend with you." Mizore only pouted in response. However, she did not insist. She knew that James was sent here for important business. "But if ISE gets out of hand, you can call me," James said with a smile. "I'll drop everything and punish him before going back." "Come on, senpai," Issei complained from nearby. "I just want to enjoy my school trip. I will not allow any of your perverted actions, Hayatu Issei," Rossweiss said in a strict tone. Like Scathatch, Rossweiss was also added as a last-minute addition to the teaching staff who accompanied the second years on their trip. If it were not for the fact that Scathatch would be leaving from time to accompany James during his negotiations with the yokai, Rossweiss would not have been a necessary addition. Then again, if James did not have to deal with these negotiations, Scathatch would have more than likely not been present in the first place and Rossweiss would have been the devil teacher who went on the trip anyway. Now, you don't have to be so hard on ISE, do you?" Azazel asked with his usual shit-eating grin. "He's just trying to have fun, right?" "Azazel-sensei is the best," Issei cheered happily. "No means no," Rossweiss said sternly in Azazel's direction. Like James, Azazel was also on the trip because he would be participating in the negotiations with the Kyoto yokai regarding the alliance. So, he too, like Scathatch, would not always be accompanying the students. "Anyway, you guys should get going," James said while pointing at the other Kuo Academy students. "The rest of your class is about to leave." Looking in the direction James pointed, the other supernatural beings could see that James was right. So, after bidding James goodbye, they began to follow the other students and teachers. "Master, I'll come and get you before the negotiations start," James said as the others walked away. Without responding verbally, Scathatch simply waved her hand while she walked away. After he was left alone, James also walked away from the train station. A few moments later, a teleportation magic circle appeared underneath him and he vanished a moment later with the other pedestrians being none the wiser. A moment later, a teleportation circle appeared outside the yokai subdimension with James standing in its center. However, something felt off. James stroked his chin as he scanned his surroundings. "I thought Yasaka was supposed to be waiting for me out here." A moment later, James spread his perception as far as he could. Eventually, he felt Yasaka and Kunu's presences. However, when he did, his expression turned cold immediately. "I don't know who you are," James said in a frigid tone. "But you've made a grave mistake." Then, in a burst of speed, James vanished from where he was standing. About 15 minutes earlier, Yasaka and Kunu were standing outside the gate to the yokai subdimension waiting for James' arrival. "Mom, when is James Otusan gonna get here?" Kunu asked for the 6th time since they arrived in front of the gate 10 minutes ago. "Calm down my little fox," Yasaka said with a wry smile on her face. "He should be here soon." The train was probably just a little late. In fact, due to Kunu's persistence, they came out here 25 minutes earlier than the agreed-upon time. Kunu had been so excited to see James that she did nothing but pester Yasaka about it from the time she woke up. I still haven't told James about Kunu's new form of address for him, yet. Yasaka thought to herself with a smile. I bet the look on his face will be really cute when he hears it. Not even a week ago, Kunu realized that it was inappropriate to call her new stepfather, Oniai-chan. So, she decided to start calling James Ota-san as a sign of his new status. However, feeling a bit mischievous, Yasaka told Kunu not to call him that until they met in person. She gave Kunu the reason that James would appreciate it more that way. As Yasaka and Kunu waited for James to arrive, Yasaka suddenly felt an anti-recognition barrier being erected around them and the gate to the subdimension. Immediately going on high alert, she pulled Kunu, who was confused by her mother's actions, close to her. Mom, is something wrong? Kunu asked as she was unable to detect the high-level barrier that had been erected. Go back into the subdimension, sweetie. Yasaka said quietly while scanning her surroundings. It seems we have some uninvited guests. Hearing the severity in her mother's tone, Kunu questioned her no further. Immediately turning around, she tried to enter the yokai subdimension. Unfortunately, things would not be as easy as she thought. Mom, it won't open. Kunu cried in surprise. TCH. Yasaka clicked her tongue. Then, she shouted. This is yokai territory. Show yourselves and we can discuss whatever it is that you want. At first, Yasaka considered taking a more aggressive approach to the offenders. She thought better of it a moment later, though. With Kunu here, she had to be more cautious. A moment later, a group of humans appeared in front of the two nine-tailed foxes. Humans? Yasaka asked in confusion. What is the meaning of this? We, the members of the Cows Brigade's hero faction, request your assistance, Lady Yasaka. A man who appeared to be in his 30s and the leader of these humans said as he stepped forward. Please come with us. The Cows Brigade? Why would I offer my assistance to a bunch of terrorists? Yasaka said, hiding Kunu behind her in the process. Although I said it was a request, you don't really have a choice, the man said. Seize them, prioritize capturing the girl. If we have her, Yasaka will follow us obediently. Hearing that, Yasaka's eyes turned cold. Then, without waiting for her attackers to move, she generated an orb of pale blue flames on each of her hands, spread her 9 tails, and ignited the tip of each with the same pale blue flames. Although my fox fire isn't as hot as a dragon's flame, you should enjoy being slowly roasted to death all the same. Yasaka said as she began hurling pale blue fireballs at the humans from the Cows Brigade. Hastily, the humans began to use their own means to defend from Yasaka's flames. And most did so successfully. Fortunately for them, Yasaka could not use her full power. Between protecting Kunu and keeping collateral damage to the minimum, her hands were effectively tied. And it seemed as though those humans were counting on that. We can't stay here. Yasaka thought as she watched the majority of the humans attacking her easily defending against her fox fire. Acting swiftly on that thought, Yasaka took Kunu into her arms and leapt on top of the torii that acted as the gate to the yokai subdimension. Then, she leapt toward the forest that surrounded the shrine the torii led to. Quickly, follow her. The man who seemed to be the leader of these humans shouted. We can't let her escape and we need to catch them quickly. The devils and fallen angels could be here any moment. And just like that, the members of the hero faction chased after Yasaka and Kunu. As they ran, they launched their own attacks at Yasaka. Although they knew they had little chance of actually harming her, who was at the beginning stages of the minor god rank, they knew that they could slow her down. Like that, a few minutes passed as Yasaka fled from her attacks while defending from their magic spells and sacred gear attacks. The whole time, she was careful not to allow any harm to befall her daughter, Kunu. Eventually, Yasaka found a clearing that she thought would be a good place to dispose of her attackers. So, when she arrived in the clearing, she put Kunu on the ground and formed a barrier around her. Mom, why are these people attacking us? Kunu asked in confusion. Because they are terrorists. Yasaka said as she waited for her attackers to arrive. And terrorists do terrible things. They don't always have a reason, either. At the same time, James had just teleported in front of the yokai subdimension. Yasaka had no way of knowing that, though. And a moment later, their pursuers arrived in the clearing and proceeded to quickly surround the mother-daughter pair. You should just give up. The man leading the group said dispassionately. You may be stronger than us. Much stronger in fact, but you can't stop us while protecting such a burden. You've made quite the mistake. Yasaka said coldly. 2 of them in fact. As she spoke, once again she spread her 9 tails and ignited fox fire on each of their tips. Simultaneously, she created balls of fox fire in each hand. Then, she began firing attacks at the group of humans who were surrounding them. This time each attack carried much more force than she showed in the city. Still, she could not exert all her power with Kunu so close. If she did, Kunu would be incinerated instantly from the heat alone. The first mistake was following me out here, where I can use a greater amount of my power. Yasaka said as her attacks burned several humans to ashes. Then, her tone turned more ferocious when she continued. And the second was daring to call my daughter a burden. As Yasaka's attacks rained down on them, the members of the hero faction did all they could to defend. However, they were slowly losing numbers. When they first appeared in front of Yasaka and Kunu, there were 100 of them. During Yasaka's first attack in the city, they had lost 5 of their number. And after arriving at this point with 95 comrades, they had lost 23 in the last few moments under Yasaka's strengthened attacks. Stop trying to block. The leader shouted. Avoid and focus your attacks on the barrier with the little girl inside. Following the order, the humans showed considerable agility as they avoided Yasaka's attacks. The number of casualties began to drop drastically as well. On top of that, Yasaka could not defend her barrier from all directions at the same time. Although Yasaka was only able to kill 5 or 6 more of her attackers, their numbers were still decreasing. Right now, there were only around 50 of them left. The reason? During the battle, under the threat of death and with their wills to survive, many of the attacking humans were able to unlock their balance breaker states. And when they did, they would be engulfed by purple fog and teleported off the battlefield. Unfortunately for those who were unable to unlock their balance breaker, the time for their attack was up. Just as they were able to cause a few cracks to appear on the barrier, a faint voice could be heard from the direction they came from. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. Then, a swarm of cherry blossom petal-shaped blades came flying out of the forest and quickly dealt with all the attackers. As they fell, the expressions of horror and disbelief on their faces were evident. Not in their wildest dreams did they expect Yasaka's reinforcements to arrive so quickly. A moment later, all the attackers, except for the leader, were dead. Then, James walked out of the forest calmly. However, the look in his eyes was anything but calm. Seeing James, Yasaka exhaled a sigh of relief. Then, she smiled brightly and lowered the barrier around Kunu. After that, they both sprinted at James and wrapped him in a hug simultaneously. Chapter 175, Family Time. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. After hugging Yasaka and Kunu for a short while, the trio released their hugs. Before Kunu could get a good look at the corpses in the surroundings, however, Yasaka launched plumes of foxfire at all of them, turning them to ashes in an instant. At the same time, James made his way to the strongest of the attackers, the man who was acting as the leader, who he had intentionally left alive. Unfortunately for that man, though, he would probably been better off dead. So, do you have any idea who these guys are? James asked after arriving next to the barely living man. He said he was a member of the Cows Brigade's hero faction. Yasaka said as she and Kunu arrived next to James. Yet another reason for the Cows Brigade to not exist. James said coldly. James Otusan, why did they attack me and Mom? Kunu asked with a bit of fear in her tone. Although James' heart ached to hear the fear in Kunu's voice, his thoughts came to a screeching halt when he heard what Kunu called him. At the same time, his cold, bloodthirsty glare was replaced by an expression of absolute confusion. Seeing James' expression, Yasaka almost laughed aloud. She had to quickly use her own hands to stifle her laughter as she watched James react. James' reaction did not disappoint Yasaka in the least. Like a rusty old robot, James turned his head toward Kunu in a clunky manner. Then, failing to speak a few times, he opened and closed his mouth repeatedly. I'm sorry, what did you call me, Kunu? James was finally able to ask after several false starts. Kunu tilted her head in a cute manner when she saw James' reaction and heard his question. She did not understand what the issue was. So, she repeated her term of address. James Otusan. Kunu said unsurely. Since you're Mom's mate, I shouldn't call you Oni-chan anymore, right? Hearing that, James froze for a moment. Then, he smiled and knelt in front of Kunu so that they shared the same eye level. Kunu, you can call me whatever you want. James said with a smile. Anything you're comfortable with. Kunu smiled back at James then, she jumped toward him and wrapped her arms around his neck. Immediately afterward, she kissed him on his cheek and spoke once more. I love you, Ota-san. Kunu said happily. In response, James stood up straight with his arms wrapped around Kunu and a smile on his face as well. I love you too, Kunu. James said just as happily. Then, he turned his head to Yasaka. In a gentle tone, he spoke to her. You weren't hurt, were you? No, they're too weak to do anything to me. Yasaka said with a smile. Then, in a sinister tone, she spoke once again. They plan to take Kunu so that I would be forced to obey them, though. That's a mistake none of them will live to regret, I assure you. James said in just as sinister a tone. Then, James and Yasaka exchanged bloodthirsty glances and smiled at each other. Meanwhile, Kunu looked at her mother and stepfather curiously. Although she knew they were angry about what happened, she did not like seeing them smile like they were. So, in order to change the atmosphere, she pulled on James' shirt to get his attention. "What's up, Kunu?" James asked after changing his expression to his usual smile. "Can we go home?" Kunu asked. "It's almost lunchtime and I'm hungry." At that moment, Kunu's stomach produced a sound that proved her words to be correct. Hearing that, Kunu blushed while James and Yasaka chuckled. "Sure, let's go home," James said. "I'll have lunch with you. Then I have to go to work later in the afternoon." Kunu smiled when James said they were going home and that he would have lunch with them. However, her smile faded slightly when he said that he had to go to work. She had missed James terribly since the last time he came to visit during winter break. Although he had made a few day trips to Kyoto in the months since then, Kunu only considered trips where he spent the night to be real visits. Seeing Kunu's expression, James could only smile wryly. He would like to spend more time with her and Yasaka, too. Unfortunately, a lot has happened since he and his peerage came to visit back in the winter. Deciding to do better when it comes to spending time with the two, James held out a hand to Yasaka. After she took his hand, a teleportation magic circle appeared beneath the trio and the heavily injured, unconscious human men who led the attack. A moment later, the four people vanished from the clearing. James, Yasaka, Kunu, and the unconscious men appeared in front of the torii that served as the gate to the yokai subdimension. Then, Yasaka created a communication magic circle and contacted her guards. A few moments later, a small squad of her personal guards, led by her guard captain, Sesshomaru, walked out from the gate. "Yasaka-heim, are you and Kunuo-jusama all right?" Sesshomaru asked. "We're fine, thanks to James," Yasaka replied. "Allow me to apologize for my inability to protect you, Yasaka-heim," Sesshomaru said with a bow. "Raise your head, Sesshomaru," Yasaka said solemnly. "I do not blame you for this surprise attack. On top of that, we were just outside the gate. No one would expect anyone to attack us here." Sesshomaru bowed once again, then he fell silent, awaiting Yasaka's orders. Yasaka also felt continuing with the topic was meaningless. So, she turned her attention to the men that led the attack against her and Kunu. "Take this man and imprison him," Yasaka said coldly. "Make sure that he does not commit suicide. I have many questions I wish to be answered." "Understood," Sesshomaru said before lifting the injured man by what was left of his clothing after James' attack. After that, Sesshomaru and half of the guards returned through the gate to confine the men from before. The other half of the guards took up protective positions around James, Yasaka, and Kunu as they also entered the gate. Human World, Japan, Kyoto, Yokai Subdimension. Several minutes later, James was seated at a dining table with Yasaka and Kunu. While they were waiting for lunch to be served, Kunu was telling James about how she spent her time since the last time he came to visit. "Now, I can even create fox fire on 3 of my tails," Kunu said excitedly as she explained how far she had reached during her training in senjutsu, yujitsu, and the 9-tailed fox's racial abilities. Because James did not or could not train in any of the techniques Kunu was currently training, he was unsure if Kunu's accomplishments were impressive or not. However, he maintained a proud smile, nonetheless. As he glanced at Yasaka, he could see the same kind of smile on her face as well. Though, he was unsure if that smile was because she was a mother or because Kunu was really talented. "So, what time do you have to meet with Lady Serafall?" Yasaka asked once Kunu was finished with her report. "I've got about 4 hours," James replied with a smile. "So, I have some time to spend." Yasaka returned the smile. "Then how about spending time with Kunu until you have to leave?" Yasaka asked as she glanced at her daughter. "Then, if you have time after your meeting with Lady Serafall, maybe we can have a date tonight." James smiled and nodded in return, which made Kunu exceedingly happy. However, he also did not miss the seductive glint in Yasaka's eyes when she mentioned the date later tonight. "Looks like tonight is gonna be fun," James thought to himself as he made eye contact with Yasaka. Shortly after that short conversation, the servants in Yasaka's manor arrived carrying plates for the little family of 3. Then, James, Yasaka, and Kunu continued to chat while they ate. "That's right, I need to introduce you to my queen before we return to Kuo," James said after taking a sip of water and wiping his mouth with a napkin. "Your queen, huh?" Yasaka said curiously. "You still haven't told me who you managed to recruit as your queen. I don't even know if it's a man or a woman." James smiled mischievously in response. "You'll never believe it if I tell you," James said with that same smile on his face. "It's a woman, by the way, and she's even older than you." Immediately after saying that, James tilted his head to the side to avoid a balled-up napkin that Yasaka had thrown at him. "Are you calling me old?" Yasaka asked in a menacing tone. "Of course not," James said nonchalantly. But she's from an era further back than the one you were born in. We both know you're not old at all. Then, James leaned closer to Yasaka and whispered into her ear. When Yasaka heard James whispering, she flushed shortly afterward. Then, she repeatedly hit James' shoulder embarrassedly. On the other hand, Kuna smiled brightly seeing how energetic Yasaka had become ever since James arrived. Anyway, who is this woman that you've convinced to become your queen with that silver tongue of yours? Yasaka asked. Actually, words were nowhere near enough to convince her to become my queen. James said while shaking his head. Well, I think words would have been enough, actually. But I needed more than words to make her my queen. What do you mean? Yasaka asked. Then, she shook her head and spoke again in an impatient tone. Just tell me who she is. I'll hear the rest of the story after that. The Celtic warrior queen, Scathatch. Also known as my master. James said with a smile. Scathatch. The greatest trainer of heroes in Celtic lore who was able to kill those on the major god rank. Yasaka said in surprise. Wait, does that mean she's in Kyoto right now? This is something I should have been made aware of ahead of time. Immediately after realizing that Scathatch was in Kyoto, Yasaka began to panic. No leader enjoys it when someone that powerful, someone more powerful than they are, shows up in their territory unannounced. Although James thought Yasaka's panicked expression was cute, he knew he had to stop her before she mobilized her guards to confront Scathatch. Yasaka, calm down. James said in a soothing tone as he took Yasaka's hand into his own. She's my queen, remember. On top of that, she knows better than to cause trouble in another's territory. As long as she isn't provoked, there will be no issues. After hearing James' tone, Yasaka slowly broke out of her panicked mindset. Then, when she calmed down completely, she glared at James to hide her embarrassment. She knew she had overreacted. But she could not help it. She was also embarrassed that even though he had said so only a moment before, she forgot that Scathatch was James' queen in her panic. Was messing with me fun? Yasaka asked with a pout. Honestly, yes. James replied with a smile. Your panicked expression was really cute. Ugh. Yasaka grunted as she rolled her eyes at James. You were such a bad influence on your mother. This time James was surprised. He had never told Yasaka about his secret. However, his expression only showed a mild shock. Then, he gradually calmed down after thinking about it. He realized that his mother was the only one that could have told Yasaka about that. And he knew that his mother would never say more than she was supposed to. So, Mom told you about that, huh? James said with an awkward smile. Just out of curiosity, I wonder how much she told you. James decided to prod Yasaka for answers. He needed to know how much he could talk about without spoiling his mother's story. It's not that I don't trust Yasaka and Kuna. James thought to himself. But the fact that the hero faction's goons seem to know that she and Kuna would be waiting for me makes me think that there are more traitors or spies in Yasaka's manor. The only person I'm certain is not the source of the leak is Sesshomaru. He's too honorable to betray someone he willingly pledged his loyalty to. While James was thinking to himself, Yasaka repeated the story about James falling into a coma that Leona had told her. Understanding that Yasaka had received the watered-down version of the story, James relaxed completely. I might be the reason that Mom likes messing with people. James said awkwardly. But I'm not the reason she took it so far. What do you mean? Yasaka asked curiously. Then, as the trio continued to eat, James told Yasaka and Kuna about the fiasco that was Parents' Day. As outsiders looking in, Yasaka and Kuna could not help but laugh hysterically at Seraphal's antics. Shortly after that story was finished, the three finished their lunch. Then, for the next 2 hours, James accompanied Kuna while Yasaka attended to some of her official duties. Kuna spent most of the time asking James about the things he had done and the people he had met since he was last in Kyoto. She also showed off her progress in senjutsu, jujitsu, and her racial techniques. James almost had a heart attack when he saw how cute Kuna was when she took her fox form. Eventually, however, the time for James to leave for the day had come. Before he left, he made sure to see Yasaka and say his farewells to the mother and daughter together. Then, he left the yokai subdimension and made his way to the hotel that the Citri owned, where he was scheduled to meet Seraphal. It was also the same hotel where the students from Kuo were staying during their school trip. Chapter 176, A New Reason. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. In an abandoned warehouse at the same time James was enjoying a pleasant lunch with Yasaka and Kuna, 5 teenagers, 4 boys and a girl were sitting together discussing the failed attack on Yasaka. Things have gotten much more complicated, said a young man with black hair and glasses wearing a gakurin and a mage robe over top of it. James Alaverus is in Kyoto. So what? replied a 6 feet 7 inches, approximate 2m0 tall man with gray hair and wearing a similar gakurin covered by Greek-inspired armor. We'll just crush him like we do to everyone else. The boy in glasses sighed exasperatedly after hearing his large companion. Take it easy, big guy, interjected a handsome, young man with silver-white hair and red eyes wearing a gakurin like everyone else in the room with a sword belt that held 6 swords around his waist. He's a lot stronger than your average devil. I'd love to fight him, though. Rumor says he's quite the swordsman. As he spoke his last sentence, the silver-white-haired young man wore a smile filled with expectation. Sikuin is correct. The only girl, a beautiful, young woman with blonde hair and sky-blue eyes, said in a cheerful tone. You have to use your head more, Herakuin. I told you not to call me that. The tall young man shouted angrily. Sorry, the young woman said with a smile. I forgot, Herakuin. Oops, I said it again, sorry, Herakuin. Arg. The tall young man roared. I'm gonna. That's enough, the final person in the room, a young man with short black hair and blue eyes wearing a gakurin and ancient Chinese attire, said, putting an end to the pointless argument. George is right. Things have become much more complicated. Then, what do you suggest we do, Chow Chow? The young man in glasses, George, asked while adjusting his glasses. We'll have to eliminate James Alaverus before we think about capturing the nine-tailed fox. The young man in Chinese attire, who also seemed to be the leader of this group of youths, Chow Chow, said calmly with a grin on his face. Do we have to? The young woman asked. According to the photo, he's really cute. That doesn't matter. The large young man said. He's in our way, so we need to smash him. Heracles is right. Chow Chow said with a nod. He's in the way of our goal. So, we have to get rid of him. That will be easier said than done. George replied. If the rumors are real, he's stronger than all of us. That's all the more reason to fight him. The silver-white-haired young man said with a smile. His swordsmanship must be the real deal then. Do you think of anything other than swords, Siegfried? George asked in a tired tone. Is there anything else worth thinking about? The silver-white-haired young man, Siegfried asked in genuine confusion. To that, George sighed once again while the young woman, whose name was Jean, laughed. Sikuin, you're something else. Jean said with a smile. Unfortunately, I'll have to disappoint you, Siegfried. Chow Chow said with a shake of his head. I'll take care of James Alaverus. He's a half-devil, so my sacred gear is the perfect thing to defeat him. Can I at least fight him for a little bit before you kill him? Siegfried asked in a hopeful tone. Possibly, if time and circumstances permit. Chow Chow replied with a smile. But for now, we should come up with a plan to get rid of him. These 5 young people were the leaders of the Chaos Brigade's hero faction. All of them are either descendants of heroes from the past or spiritual reincarnations of heroes from the past. Either way, they all have adopted the names of the heroes they originated from. On top of that, they all contain sacred gears within their souls. Like that, they spent the next few hours planning countermeasures for James' interference. In the present, the topic of the hero faction's discussions was returning to the Citri Hotel to attend his meeting with Seraphal. Unusually, he was wearing a terrifying scowl on his face. Although he was able to smile in front of Kunu, James was experiencing a rage like nothing he had ever felt before. Which is understandable. This was the first time he experienced the feeling of having one of his loved ones being targeted. And James was not a fan of that feeling. Clenching his fists as he walked back to the hotel, James reaffirmed his goal in this world. I have to become the strongest. James thought to himself as he tried to calm his rage. So strong that no one would ever dare to consider targeting someone that I wish to protect. While James thought this, he also felt like his reason for wanting to become stronger was as cliché as it could be. But at the same time, this was the first time he had a reason attached to his goal of being the strongest. So, he's finally got a reason for his pursuit of domination, huh? Drake thought from inside the boosted gear. So far, James has yet to let his power go to his head, like my other hosts did. Usually, my hosts would be consumed by their newfound power and wish to dominate for the sake of it. But James wishes to dominate for the sake of those he cares about. I have to say, this is new. For the first time in a long time, Drake was looking forward to what the future held for one of his hosts. Don't disappoint me, partner. Drake thought to himself once again. Show me how far you can go. Spending half an hour walking back to the hotel from the yokai subdimension, James was able to get his temper under control. Then, he entered the hotel's lobby and went through the check-in procedures. After a few moments, James had his room's keycard in hand. Wasting no time, James headed up to his room, the presidential suite, 'cause why not, on the top floor. Stepping out of the elevator on the top floor, James found a familiar person standing in front of the door that led to his suite. Scathatch was waiting for him there. "Master, why are you here?" James asked as he approached the door. "I was going to come get you after I cleaned up a little." Instead of responding, Scathatch inspected James' face. Just as her stare began to feel awkward, Scathatch spoke. "What is the matter, my disciple?" Scathatch said softly. "If you wish to talk, I am willing to listen and provide advice should you wish to hear it." James smiled wryly after hearing Scathatch's words. "I should have known you'd be able to notice," James said. "Even though I'm probably not doing the best job hiding it. Why would this Scathatch not notice when not only my disciple but my men is in a foul mood?" Scathatch replied with a smile. James returned the smile, even if it was a little forced. "Talking about it is probably a good idea," James replied. "But we don't have time now. And if time permits, I'll have a date with Yasaka tonight." "I see," Scathatch replied. "But tomorrow, I'd love to get everything off my chest," James said with a solemn look on his face. "If I didn't happen to be headed to the shrine where the yokai subdimension entrance is today, I would have never known something was wrong." As James spoke the last sentence, he slid his keycard through the lock and opened the door. Then, he held the door open for Scathatch, who entered the room without hesitation. James followed her shortly afterward. Then, as soon as he closed the door, Scathatch wrapped him in an embrace, forcing him to rest his head in her bosom. "It is good you found out about the shortcoming in the defense of those you treasure before anything irreversible came to pass," Scathatch said softly as she ran her fingers through his braids. "We will discuss rectifying this oversight tomorrow when we have time." Instead of responding, James simply allowed himself to sink into Scathatch's bosom as he wrapped his arms around her waist. After a few moments, Scathatch separated from James. "That is enough moping," Scathatch said. "We have an appointment to keep." In response, James took a deep breath and held it for a moment. Then, he exhaled it all at once and put on his usual smile. "Thanks, Master." "No, Scathatch," James said as he made his way to the bathroom. On his way, his luggage appeared in his bedroom from a magic circle. "Let me take a quick shower. Then, we'll head to Saratan's room and discuss our strategy for the Alliance." "Very well, I will be waiting here," Scathatch said with a smile as she watched James walk away. About half an hour later, James and Scathatch were standing in front of a door on the opposite end of the hotel's top floor. James and Scathatch were both wearing casual clothes, as this was an informal meeting. "Knock, knock. Coming. Coming," Serafal shouted from the other side of the door. Then, with vigor, Serafal flung the door open, wearing her custom-made sailor soldier uniform. Seeing that, James could only smile at the never-changing Serafal. "Saratan, it's good to see you," James said in a cheerful tone. "Good evening, Satan Leviathan," Scathatch said. "No, no, no," Serafal said while wagging her finger in front of Scathatch. "Scatchan, how many times have I told you? Call me Leviathan. Or I will punish you in the name of the Satan." As she spoke, Serafal struck Tsukino Usagi's signature pose from the Sailor Moon manga. "No, thank you," Scathatch said dryly. "You should just be thankful that my spear has not found its way to your heart because of that nickname. It is even worse than the scatty that Leona insists upon." "Scatchan, you're no fun," Serafal said with a pout while puffing out her cheeks. At the same time, James could not help but chuckle. Seeing Serafal's antics helped a lot in washing away his negative emotions. However, he knew he had to say something or Serafal would have no problem going on for hours like this. "Saratan, are you going to invite us in?" James asked with a smile while poking Serafal's poked-out cheek with a finger. "Or do you want to have our conversation about the alliance negotiations out here?" "Oh, that's right," Serafal exclaimed as if she had just remembered. Which she probably had. Then, she continued as she rushed out of the door and began pushing James and Scathatch into her suite from behind. Come in, please, come in." A few minutes later, James and Scathatch were seated on one of the suite sofas while Serafal was preparing drinks for everyone. A few moments later, Scathatch entered the living room area from her bedroom carrying 3 glasses and a bottle of wine. Naturally, James was surprised that Serafal was intending to serve them, especially him, wine. However, he quickly remembered that he was considered of age among devils. Have I spent too much time in the human world? James thought to himself. I'm starting to follow their laws for things like this before considering my status as an ultimate class devil. Here, we can talk relaxedly, Serafal said as she handed both James and Scathatch a wine glass. Thanks, Saratan, James said as he took the offered glass. Thank you, Scathatch replied simply while also accepting a wine glass. Then, Serafall opened the bottle of wine and poured each of them a full glass. After that, she took her seat and held up her own glass. Cheers! Serafall exclaimed happily. Cheers, X2. James and Scathatch followed Serafall's lead. Then, they all took a drink from their glasses. I heard about the attack on Lady Yasaka. Serafall said after setting her glass on the table. How are she and her daughter? They're fine. James replied. Then, through gritted teeth, he continued. I'm just lucky I was nearby shortly after the attack started. If I had been a few minutes later, one or both of them may have been hurt. Yes, it's good that you were there, Jakuin. Serafall said with a smile. Then, she began to pat his head like he usually does with his girls. Don't worry, we're trying to make this alliance work so that things like that don't happen anymore, right? James exhaled a sigh full of negativity, then smiled brightly. You're right, Saratan. James said brightly before taking another sip of his wine. So, did she say anything about what she wants for her faction from this alliance? Serafall asked, making mental notes of James' answer to her question. Yasaka said she would like an alliance of equals in all aspects, economic and military. James said, then took another sip from his wine glass. But the two of you will have to discuss the details. An equal alliance, huh? Serafall said to herself. I guess we have you to thank for that, huh, Jakuin? You're the one bridging the gap between our factions, this time. From that point on, the trio continued to drink and discuss matters related to the alliance. However, after an hour or so, their conversation veered away from the alliance and turned into James and Serafall goofing around tipsily. Meanwhile, Scathatch continued to drink and watch over the amusing duo. After a few hours, a dozen bottles of wine were emptied. And this was not just any regular human wine, this was some of the underworld's finest, and strongest, wine that Serafall brought from her own personal collection. Needless to say, James and Serafall were plastered after a few hours. Eventually, Serafall began to feel sleepy. James, who still had a bit of his consciousness remaining, decided that he should return to his room at that point. However, Serafall threw a drunken tantrum when James suggested leaving. After a while, Serafall dragged James and Scathatch into her bedroom and closed the door. Chapter 177, I only have one question. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. The next morning, James opened his eyes and stared at the hotel room's ceiling. As he looked blankly at the ceiling, he was unable to remember what happened for a good part of the night before. What he could remember was talking with Serafall in her suite while Scathatch accompanied him. He remembered Serafall offering both him and Scathatch wine and discussing a little about what they could expect from the negotiations that would take place between Yasaka and Serafall. After that, nothing. Nothing at all. What the hell happened last night? James murmured to himself as he attempted to wipe his eyes with his right arm. Unfortunately, James was unable to move his right arm. Confused by the anomaly, James looked toward his right. What he saw was a head of long black hair nuzzled against his right shoulder, while the rest of his arm was being hugged between a pair of slender arms and sandwiched between a pair of disproportionately large breasts. Also, the slender legs that were attached to that figure were wrapped around his right leg. Serafall. James said in a confused tone as he stared blankly at the woman he was lying in bed with. Seriously, what the hell happened last night? After yet another question that was born from James' confusion, he heard a giggle from his left. Slowly turning his head in the opposite direction, James eventually caught sight of Scathatch, who was laying on her right side and supporting her head with her right palm while watching James' current situation with a smile on her face. Good morning, my disciple. Scathatch said softly. It seems this Scathatch has something else she must teach you. Your capacity for alcohol is less than optimal. James could only shake his head at Scathatch's teasing comment. He knew that he did not know how to handle his alcohol. In fact, he had no intention of drinking as much as he did last night. But it is really hard to say no to a super energetic Serafall when your mind is already muddled by alcohol. Good morning, Master. James replied in a tired tone. How are you this morning? I am fine. Scathatch said with a smile. I must admit, watching you and Lady Leviathan's antics due to the alcohol was more than a little amusing. What did we do exactly? James asked. Since you're here, I would imagine, we did not make any mistakes that we can't take back, right? If you mean having sex, then you are correct, my disciple. Scathatch replied. In fact, you did not do much of anything last night. But watching the two of you act out your favorite scenes from what you call anime and manga was quite the entertainment. Hearing that, James wanted to facepalm. However, like his right arm, his left arm was also immobilized. At the moment, for some reason, it was wedged between Scathatch's legs while she lay next to him. What time is it? James asked, slightly embarrassed that he had allowed Scathatch to see him like that, last night. It should be just after dawn. Scathatch replied. It would be prudent to wake Lady Leviathan so that both of you can prepare for the day. Yeah, I guess you're right. James replied. Then, he turned his attention back to Serafall. Hey, Saratan, it's time to wake up. 5 more minutes. Serafall said without opening her eyes. In fact, Serafall had woken up a moment after James first tried to move his right arm. However, she pretended to be asleep due to her embarrassment. Did I really sleep with Jaquin last night? Serafall thought to herself. I mean, I know we didn't do anything that we shouldn't, other than sleep in the same bed, but he's Sotan's fiancé. What will she think if she finds out? Will she hate me? But then again, maybe we could share a husband. Then I could always be with Sotan. Serafall's thoughts were spinning at a mile a minute while she kept her eyes shut. James and Scathatch had noticed the moment when Serafall woke up. However, they did not feel that it was necessary to wake her immediately. On top of that, James could somehow understand what she was thinking. He was unsure of how he should explain this to Sona as well. But he knew that he needed to and would do it without hesitation. Saratan, if you don't get up, your sailor soldier uniform is going to be even more wrinkled than it already is. James said softly. Immediately, Serafall's eyes shot open, and she leapt out of bed. Then, she seriously looked over every inch of her outfit to find any wrinkles. After a few moments, she breathed a sigh of relief when she did not find any wrinkles as James suggested. By the time Serafall was done checking herself for wrinkles, James and Scathatch had also risen from the bed. Scathatch, as if nothing were any different, stood next to James, who was stretching his arms and back. Thanks to them being immobilized for the majority of the night, his arms and shoulders were a bit stiff. Anyway, we should start getting ready for our appointment with Azazel. James said after he finished his stretches. You and he need to iron out the details for the alliance with Yasaka, right? Serafall nodded her head without making eye contact with James. Then, she hurried into the bathroom to escape the awkward situation. James and Scathatch smiled at the usually energetic Satan before they took their leave and returned to James' room. About an hour later, James, Scathatch, and Serafall met up once again in the hotel's lobby. Serafall was back to her usually bubbly personality and acted as if nothing had happened. Well, although it is customary for a queen to accompany their king to meetings like this, I would rather Scathatch stay with Yasaka and Kunu for the time being. James said. I doubt that the hero faction has given up on securing the two of them. I don't mind, Jaquin. Serafall said with a smile. I'll text the address of where we will be meeting with Azazel. Make sure you are there by noon, okay? I also think that is the best plan of action. Scathatch said from James' side. I would also like to meet this Yasaka. As well as your stepdaughter. James smiled in response. Then, after a bit more small talk, James, Scathatch, and Serafall exited the hotel and left toward their own destinations. After about half an hour of walking, James and Scathatch appeared in front of the torii that served as the gate to the yokai subdimension. James then contacted Yasaka and made his arrival known. A few moments later, Yasaka and Kunu exited the subdimension. From there, introduced Scathatch to both Yasaka and Kunu. Then, he apologized to Yasaka for not coming to find her last night for a date. He also told her what happened and why he could not make the time. So, you drank for the first time and ended up drunk with Lady Leviathan, huh? Yasaka said with a smile. I would have loved to see that. Since my disciple wished for me to protect both you and your daughter, I would be more than happy to tell you about it, in detail. Scathatch said with a mischievous smile as she glanced at James. Naturally, James and Yasaka reacted differently to this proposal. James smiled wryly at how willing Scathatch was to tell others about his embarrassing moments. At the same time, Yasaka's eyes lit up with excitement. She liked hearing all manner of stories about James. And unfortunately for James, the embarrassing stories were her favorites. Eventually, James, after talking with Scathatch, Yasaka, and Kunu for about half an hour, headed for where he was supposed to meet up with Serafall and Azazel. And apparently, Rossweiss was with them as well. So, after walking for another half hour, James finally arrived at a traditional Japanese restaurant. When he entered, he was guided to the room that Serafall and Azazel booked. Inside, he found Serafall, wearing a violet kimono, Azazel, sloppily wearing a suit, and Rossweiss, wearing a skirt and blouse, seated at a table. She definitely wasn't dressed like that when we left the hotel. James thought as his eyes scanned the trio and noticed what Serafall was wearing. And why are there so many empty bottles of sake in front of Rossweiss? Seriously, it's not even noon yet. Rossweiss. James said with concern lacing his tone. Rose. Rossweiss exclaimed. Huh? James questioned in confusion. Call me Rose. Rossweiss said forcefully. Sure. James said unsurely as he took a seat at the table. So, Rose, why are you drinking so much in the morning? Rossweiss fell silent for a moment. Then, she exploded. It's because of that damned Hayadu. Rossweiss shouted angrily. First, he doesn't bathe with the other boys when it's their turn. Instead, he was planning on how he could spy on the girls. Then, for the entire time when the girls were bathing, I had to fight with him to keep him from the perfect peeping spot he found. That ise, he never learns, huh? James said with a slightly dark look in his eyes. Seeing the look in James' eyes, Serafal and Azazel felt sorry for what Issei would experience in the near future. Rossweiss, on the other hand, in her drunkenness felt as if James was empathizing with her. And this feeling led to a growth in her interest in James. It kinda feels like I'm summoning Ise to hell by doing this. Azazel said with a wry smile on his lips. But we need to let the rest of the supernatural kids know that they need to be on the lookout for attacks from the hero faction. I agree. Serafal said in a rare serious tone. Like that, Azazel contacted all the second-year supernatural students and told them to come to the restaurant. After about 20 minutes, 3 groups of 4 students that made up the entire group of supernatural second-years arrived. Then, after James beat up Issei for a while, James, Serafal, and Azazel explained what the other students needed to know about the attack on Yusaka and Kuna the day before. Naturally, the girls from James' peerage were angered when they heard it. Yuta was also unhappy about what he heard as well. They had all spent quite a bit of time around Kunu and were very fond of the little bundle of cuteness. On top of that, Mizore and Mocha saw Yusaka as one of their sisters. So, they were angered beyond measure. At that moment, they all felt a barrier being raised around the restaurant and the area surrounding it. Then, the presence of all those normal people in the area disappeared from their perception. What's going on? Issei asked after feeling the abnormalities. Does that mean they're in possession of? Azazel said with disbelief in his tone. Stop playing mysterious and spit it out, Azazel. James said impatiently. They have, dimension lost, one of the 13 Longinus. Azazel said in a solemn tone. Dimension lost, huh? James replied. That's the one that can create dimensions at will, right? That's it, more or less. Azazel responded with a nod of his head. I guess they plan to trap you here while they try to kidnap Yusaka again. Well, they're gonna be in for a surprise. James said with a vicious grin on his face. Anyway, let's go see who's coming to die so eagerly. Hearing James' words and tone, the members of Rias and Sona's peerages that joined after entering Kuo Academy were surprised. They had only known James as a cheerful and mischievous upperclassman in the year and a half or so that they had met him. Mizore, Mocha, Yuto, and Shuna on the other hand felt bad for whoever it was that had pissed off James this much. A few moments later, the group from Kuo, except Rossweiss who had passed out from drinking too much, had exited the restaurant. When they did, they found 6 young people standing in the street in front of them. Although they did not know who they were, 5 of these young people were the leaders of the hero faction of the Cows Brigade. So, we finally meet, James Alaverus. Chow Chow said when he saw James. You've messed up our plans and obstructed our goal. I don't care. James said coldly. I'll ask one question, and you'll answer that question. Whether you want to or not. Are you the ones that ordered the attack on Yusaka and Kunu? Chow Chow and the rest of the young people, with the exception of one boy who looked much younger than the rest, frowned when they heard James cut off Chow Chow. The youngest boy among them did not show any kind of reaction at all to anything around him. His eyes were completely empty. We did. Chow Chow replied even though he was unhappy that he had been cut off. Then, you've saved me the trouble of looking for you. James said with a bloodthirsty smile on his face. You're going to die for what you tried to do to them. Chapter 178, Annihilation Maker. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. Standing in front of the traditional Japanese restaurant where James, Serafal, and Azazel met to discuss the finer details of the alliance with the yokai faction in Kyoto, were the 5 leaders of the Hero Brigade and an emotionless, young boy. Across from them were James, Serafal, Azazel, Irina, and the second-year devil students from Kuo Academy. Because of James' threat, the atmosphere between the two sides was tense. Do you really think it will be that easy? Chow Chow asked with a confident grin on his face. Before anyone could react, James disappeared from his spot in front of his allies. When he reappeared, he was standing amidst the enemies with Chow Chow's throat gripped in his right hand. Yeah, I do. James said coldly. Any more questions? An instant later, Siegfried unsheathed one of the 6 swords on his waist and slashed at James' torso. Without even looking in Siegfried's direction, James partially unsheathed Okairu Sakura to block Siegfried's slash. Then, he kicked the silver white-haired young man away, still without looking at him. For at the high rank. And you're at the ultimate rank. James said while maintaining eye contact with Chow Chow. Not bad for humans. You'll find that humans are much more than you ever thought. Chow Chow said while maintaining his confident smile. I was hoping you would show me, actually. James said in the same cold tone. Why do you think your head is still attached to your neck? Hearing that, Chow Chow kicked up toward James' elbow. And just as he expected, James released his grip before Chow Chow's foot could connect with its target. Then, just as he had appeared, James reappeared in front of his allies. A moment later, Heracles' fist impacted the spot where James was standing just a moment prior. If that's all you have, I'm sorely disappointed. James said with a shrug. I'll at least let you give your names before you die. How does that sound? Wow, James is so pissed off he's speaking like a poorly written movie villain. Mizor said with genuine amazement on her face. James smiled wryly at Mizor's statement while everyone else looked at her blankly. The members of the hero faction, on the other hand, completely ignored the silly statement. The guy you kicked away is Siegfried, spiritual reincarnation of the Norse hero. Chow Chow said while pointing at Siegfried, who was returning from the distance after James' kick. The big guy is Heracles. I think you can guess his origins, right? James nodded impassively and waited for Chow Chow to continue. The guy with glasses is George Faust. Descendant of the great mage Faust. Chow Chow said as he pointed at George. And the girl is Jean, spiritual reincarnation of the Maiden of Orleans, Jean d'Arc. Once again, James nodded and waited for the last two opponents. This is Leonardo. He's not a descendant or reincarnation of any heroes from the past, but he is the wielder of quite the sacred gear. Chow Chow said. The young boy, Leonardo, is a short boy with caramel-colored skin, similar to James' skin tone, with grayish-blue hair and purple eyes. And then there's me. Chow Chow said as he pointed his right thumb at himself. I am Chow Chow, descendant of the Chinese general from the Three Kingdoms era. Okay. Good to know. James said nonchalantly. Now, I won't feel bad about killing nameless fodder. That's never stopped you before, though. Mocha said. Then, she stuck her tongue out when James glared at her. Anyway. James said as he looked back at the enemies in front of him. I was thinking about killing them all myself, but does anyone else want to fight? At that, almost everyone raised a hand among the students. Even Azazel raised a hand, just joining in the excitement. So, you've made some upgrades to the Downfall Dragon Spear, huh? James said as he looked back at Azazel. You take all the fun out of things, you know that. Azazel said with a grin. But yes, you're correct. And who did you want to fight? James asked. Their leader, of course. Azazel said as if that were obvious. The rest are too weak. And I don't have to explain why that's not gonna happen, right? James asked as he turned his head away from Azazel. Yeah, I know, Azazel said as if he had just had his favorite toy taken away. Ignoring Azazel's tone, James began assigning opponents. Mizor, the big guy is yours. Mocha, you take the girl. Kiba, you got the sword guy. Shuna, Four Eyes is yours. James said as he pointed at each of the people on the opposite side he named. Their leader is mine. And you all can decide among yourselves who takes the boy. He's only at low rank, so do what you want. After James' orders, the four that he named from his side each nodded and took a step forward, ready for battle. Meanwhile, Tomo had been staring at Leonardo with dangerous eyes. Oh, and Meguri, no defiling little boys, thank you. James said offhandedly. I'm not a sexual predator, Alaverus senpai. Tomo said with a pout. But he's really, really cute. Ha. You think a little girl like this can? Gah. Heracles shouted after he realized which of the opponents was facing off against him. Unfortunately for him, Mizor was faster and stronger than he was. As Heracles shouted in pain after receiving a palm strike to his chin, everyone watched as he was sent flying into a building directly behind him. With that as the starting signal, Mocha, Shuna, and Yuto also confronted their opponents. As they did, they distanced themselves from the rest of the battlefields. Well, let's get started. James said as he rushed toward Chow Chow again with his hand on Okairu Sakura's hilt. In response to James' charge, Chow Chow materialized a spear with a glowing blade of light. James. You have to be careful with that spear. Azazel shouted suddenly after seeing the spear in Chow Chow's hands. That boy is the wielder of the true Longinus. After hearing what Azazel had to say, everyone was surprised. Even Seraphol frowned slightly after hearing that the spear was the true Longinus. The true Longinus? Issei asked curiously. That sounds really bad. It is. Azazel said solemnly with a nod. It's the spear that slew Christ. It's the ultimate weapon against dark creatures. And unfortunately, devils are the epitome of what a dark creature represents. Shouldn't we stop or help Alaverus-senpai, then? Tsubasa asked. Before Azazel could respond, however, something changed with the boy they forgot, Leonardo. In an instant, Leonardo's shadow elongated. Then, from the larger shadow, monster after monster began to crawl out from it. They were only middle rank at best, but they seemed to be endless. Oh, come on. Issei shouted. Didn't we just do this like, a month ago? Why are we always on mob monster cleanup? This is different than those Midgardstormer clones Loki brought with him. Azazel said with a solemn expression. Now I understand which special, sacred gear Chow Chow was talking about. That boy is the wielder of one of the Longinus, Annihilation Maker. Basically, as long as he can imagine it, he can create any monster with any attribute. As long as his energy holds out, that is. We can think about that later. Momo said sternly. If we don't do something about that boy, Alaverus-senpai will be in danger. With that, the second-year students began to defeat the monsters created by Leonardo's Annihilation Maker as quickly as they could. Unfortunately, it seemed like for everyone they killed, another two took its place. Unfortunately, Azazel and Seraphol were unable to assist. Seraphol's magic is too destructive to be used in a city. Azazel on the other hand did not want to assist. He was too busy studying the monsters created by the Annihilation Maker. Unfortunately, his unhealthy habits as a sacred gear researcher kicked in. Like that, for the next few minutes, the teenagers fought off hordes of monsters without rest. Unfortunately, the speed they killed the monsters with was much slower than the speed that they were produced. Eventually, they found themselves at a disadvantage as they were being pushed back. Damn it. They aren't even that strong. Issei said as he restrained several of the monsters with his shadow manipulation. There are just too damn many of them. If you have time to complain, then you should use it to kill more. Zenobia said as she slashed apart several monsters simultaneously. After another minute, the students were backed into a corner. Things were looking bad enough that Seraphol was beginning to prepare a spell to end the battle herself, consequences be damned. Before she could cast her spell, however, there was a change on the battlefield. What's up with all this damned noise? A drunken voice shouted from the inside of the traditional Japanese restaurant. When Seraphol, Azazel, and the students heard that voice they all had the same thought. Oh yeah, she was here, too. Everyone thought at the same time. Is it too much to ask for some peace and quiet? Rossweiss asked as she stumbled out of the restaurant in a drunken stupor. Ugh. It's so bright out here. Noticing that the noise did not quiet down after her shout, Rossweiss narrowed her eyes and looked at the battlefield. So, you want to play it like that, huh? Rossweiss said in an ominous tone as hundreds of magic circles appeared in the sky above her. Seeing the number of magic circles, the students opened their eyes wide. Then, they did everything they could to distance themselves from the horde of monsters. Since you won't listen when I ask nicely, I'll be more forceful. Rossweiss shouted as she activated the magic circles simultaneously. Once the magic circles were activated, hundreds of magic spells of many different attributes, fire, ice, thunder, wind, earth, etc., were fired simultaneously into the horde of monsters. The level of destruction was immense. In one volley, nearly all of the monsters were destroyed by the rain of spells. When the rain of magic ended, the only thing anyone could see was an enormous cloud of dust. No one knew exactly what the situation in the cloud was. They could only hope that the Leonardo kid was not creating more monsters while they waited for the dust to clear. After a few moments, the dust finally settled. When it did, what the student saw was Azazel standing in front of Leonardo with his index finger placed against the boy's forehead. At the same time, Leonardo's eyes were empty, as if his mind had shut down. Okay, threat neutralized. Azazel said with a smile. Ugh. Cough, cough, ugh. Just after Azazel's declaration, the sound of vomiting could be heard from nearby. When they all looked, Rossweiss was bending over a trash can near the restaurant's door throwing up the contents of her stomach. As she vomited, Seraphol was standing next to her holding her hair out of her face and patting her back. That's not the coolest way to finish a fight, is it? Issei asked absent-mindedly after seeing this sight. In response, the rest of the students could only nod in agreement. As long as we won, it doesn't matter if it's cool or not. Azazel said while carrying the unconscious Leonardo toward the rest of the group. What are you gonna do with the kid? Issei asked. Yes, what are you gonna do with the little cutie? Tomo asked with stars in her eyes. If you need help taking care of him, I'd be happy to help. Simultaneously, everyone took a step away from Tomo as if her Shotokan condition were contagious. I'll be taking him back to the Grigori's HQ. Azazel said with a smile. This will be the perfect opportunity to study the Annihilation Maker. Just as Azazel finished his sentence, Leonardo's body was engulfed in a purple fog. A moment later he was gone. Azazel frowned after seeing this. Then, he fell into contemplation. What just happened? Tsubasa asked. What happened to the kid? The cute little boy is gone. Tomo said as if the sky was falling around her. The wielder of Dimension Lost must have saved him. Azazel said with disappointment. Well, let's see if the others need our help. Chapter 179, Jean and Heracles. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. Shortly after she sent Heracles flying, Mizor rushed after him to continue their fight. When she arrived where he landed, Mizor was just in time to see him picking himself up off the ground. Oh, you're stronger than I thought. Mizor said with a smile in a mocking tone. I thought I would just have to drag your unconscious body back after that palm strike. Hearing Mizor's obviously mocking tone, Heracles began to rage. You little brat. Heracles shouted angrily. I'll tear you apart. Like that, Heracles charged forward and threw a heavy punch in Mizor's direction. Without changing her expression, Mizor caught Heracles' much larger fist with a single palm and completely stopped the larger boy's forward momentum. The hell? Heracles exclaimed in confusion. Before he could react any further, Mizor tightened her grip on Heracles' fist. Then, she began to slam him back and forth against the ground with a smile on her face. I've always wanted to do this ever since I saw Master Scathatch do it to Lancer. Mizor said happily. Eventually, she grew tired of her little game and threw Heracles into the distance. Then, she slowly began to walk toward her downed opponent. To Mizor's surprise, although Heracles' clothing was damaged, he had not taken much damage to his body. Wow, he's sturdier than I thought. Mizor said with amazement in her tone. Well, I guess he's a spiritual reincarnation of Heracles, the greatest hero of Greek mythology for a reason. Coming back to his senses after hearing Mizor's voice, Heracles hurried to get back on his feet. He was even more angry than he was before when Mizor mocked him. You asked for this. Heracles shouted as he charged at Mizor again. Like last time, Heracles threw a heavy punch in Mizor's direction. This time, however, he put much more power behind it. Even so, Mizor took the exact same action as she did the last time. She simply raised her hand and attempted to catch Heracles' fist. This time, however, Mizor was sent flying from the force of the punch. Even though she was not injured from the collision, Heracles' strength was more than she could stop with her own physical strength. Surprised by the immense strength from this human who was a rank lower than her, she allowed herself to fly for a short distance before she righted herself and landed on her feet smoothly. That's what I get for underestimating my opponent. Mizor said as she shook the hand that she tried to catch Heracles' fist with. I hope Mocha never finds out about that, or she'll never let me live it down. Like Mizor, Heracles was also surprised after their second exchange. Though, he was surprised for a different reason. He had put all his physical strength behind that punch. He was expecting the little girl in front of him to be smashed into something unrecognizable. What's up with that stupid look on your face? Mizor asked as she walked toward Heracles. Can you not feel the difference in our power? I mean seriously, you're only at the intermediate level of the high rank and you expected to kill an ultimate rank being with one punch. Instead of answering, Heracles took another fighting stance and charged toward Mizor again. And like last time, he threw another punch at her. This time, Mizor chose not to meet his strike head-on. Instead, she ducked under the punch, formed her fingers into claws, and raked both her hands up Heracles' torso. To her surprise, however, Heracles stopped his punch and leaned his upper body out of the way of Mizor's attack. Instead of being surprised, however, Mizor stepped in even closer and reversed the direction of her claw strikes, tearing Heracles' clothes and leaving shallow lacerations on his chest and abdomen. Unaffected by those small wounds, Heracles raised his right leg in an attempt to strike Mizor with his knee. Once again, Mizor dodged, sidestepping to the outside of Heracles' knee strike and stabbed her fingers into a nerve cluster just above the knee on Heracles' right thigh before he could pull his leg back. Unfortunately, Mizor was unable to strike hard enough to cause Heracles to falter. And she was forced to somersault backward to avoid the back fist that followed the knee strike. Wow, it's like hitting a brick wall. Mizor complained. Plus, he's fast. Much faster than his size would suggest. As soon as she finished talking to herself, Heracles was upon her again, swinging his left leg down from above her head. And once again, Mizor was forced to dodge. Like that, Mizor evaded Heracles' skillful strikes while counterattacking with her bare hands. Eventually, however, Mizor was forced to block one of Heracles' strikes. Boom. When Heracles' fist met Mizor's crossed arms, an explosion occurred at the point of impact, which sent Mizor flying. Once again, Mizor righted herself after allowing her body to fly away from Heracles for a short distance. And like last time, Heracles was surprised at how little damage Mizor took, even after he used his sacred gear. Ow! Mizor exclaimed as she shook her arms. That really stings. And look, you tore my uniform. This time, Heracles did not just charge back into the fight. He was thoroughly confused. How are you still fine after taking an explosion from variant detonation? Heracles asked in a confused tone. Because I'm stronger than you, duh. Mizor said with a smile. The only reason this fight went on as long as it did is because I wanted to see what your sacred gear was. And now that I have, we can bring this to an end. As Mizor finished, ice covered both of her hands, taking the shape of claws. Then, she charged toward Heracles as he had done several times by now. Instead of waiting for Mizor to attack, Heracles kicked toward her. Mizor dropped to her knees to avoid the kick. And just as she did, she created a path of ice underneath her. Using this ice, she slid under Heracles' raised leg and swiped her ice claws at his supporting leg. Then, she slid right past him. Not feeling any pain, Heracles lowered his kicking leg and turned around. However, while he was turning around, he felt that he was unable to move the leg that was slashed smoothly. When he looked down, there were patches of ice forming from the scratches that Mizor left behind. Before he could figure out how to melt the ice, however, Mizor charged toward him again. This time sliding toward him like she was ice skating. As she drew near, Mizor ducked under another punch. Then, she raked her claws along the underside of Heracles' arm, rendering it useless until he could melt the ice. Like that, Mizor continued to slash Heracles all over with her ice claws until he was too cold to move. To finish the fight, she placed her palms on his chest and channeled some of her freezing energy into his body and lowered his body temperature until he passed out. Once Heracles was unconscious, Mizor melted all the ice covering his body. It was not yet time for him to die. They might be able to get some information from him. However, all her plans were for nothing. As soon as the ice melted, Heracles was engulfed by purple fog. Then, he vanished from where he lay. Damn it. He got away. Mizor shouted in annoyance. It happened to you too, huh? Mocha said as she approached Mizor from her own battlefield. Happened to me, too? Mizor asked. I guess that means yours got away, too. Yeah. Mocha replied with a nod. At the same time Mizor sent Heracles flying with her palm strike, Mocha charged toward Jean, who wasted no time in sprinting away. Mocha could tell that she had no intention of fleeing. Rather, she was trying to choose a battlefield. Mocha had no problem with that. She did not want her fight interrupted by stray fire from another fight, after all. After running for about a minute, Jean stopped on an empty street and turned around. This should be far enough, what do you think, Silverchan? Jean asked as Mocha arrived in range for a fight between melee combatants. Silverchan? Mocha asked. Don't tell me you're one of those people who acts overly familiar with everyone. Jean only tilted her head in response. She could not see what was wrong with that. Never mind, let's just do this fast. Mocha said as she took on a Muay Thai stance. As Mocha took her stance, her hands, wrists, forearms, feet, ankles, and shins were covered in silver gauntlets and greaves. Then, she charged at Jean. Jean on the other hand summoned a sword that gave Mocha an uncomfortable feeling. A holy sword. Mocha said without slowing down. That should make this interesting. It's my sacred gear, Blade Blacksmith. Jean said as she swung her sword at Mocha. Cling, clang. Mocha used her gauntlets to easily guard against Jean's swift sword strikes. After training with James and, to a lesser extent, Yuto, who were both faster than Jean, defending against her slashes was no problem. Even though taking damage from that holy sword would be problematic, as long as she was not hit, there would be no problem. After guarding against Jean's first two strikes, Mocha stepped in even further and threw a combination of strikes. A jab followed by a right knee strike to the abdomen, then a right elbow to the jaw, and a left uppercut to the chin finished the string of attacks. Although she was able to block the first jab with the flat of her sword, the three following strikes knocked the wind out of her and left her dazed. With Jean stunned after her combo, Mocha stepped in once again. However, instead of striking, she slipped around the blonde and wrapped her arms around her abdomen. Then, she lifted Jean and made a bridge with her back, driving Jean headfirst into the street. In the end, Mocha stood while Jean had her head planted into the ground while her body was still upright. Before Mocha could check the girl's condition, though, she was engulfed by purple fog and disappeared a moment later. She got away. Mocha said while shaking her head. Well, I guess it was the guy with Dimension Lost, or whatever it was called. I always forget the names of all those sacred gears. After that, Mocha closed her eyes and tried to sense what was going on the other battlefields. It looks like Mizor is the closest to me. Mocha said. I'll see if she needs help. Then, I'll check on Shuna and Kiba. Even if it would make more sense to check on them first, since they're still in the high rank. But if Mizor and I both go, the fights will end much faster. With her mind made up, Mocha ran toward where Mizor was fighting Heracles. A little while later, Mocha arrived where Mizor had just defeated Heracles and just in time to see him vanish like her opponent had done not too long ago. Then, after greeting Mocha, they both rushed back toward the other battlefields. I thought I'd be the first to finish, Mizor said with a pout. I guess I should have just finished him off instead of trying to make him use his sacred gear. No, this time that was the right thing to do, Mocha said with a smile while they both ran. If we had been able to captain them, it wouldn't have mattered. But since we couldn't, it's good to have some intel on our enemies. I guess you're right, Mizor said. So, what was your fight like? Nothing special, Mocha replied. She used a sword, granted it was a holy one, but still, it was a sword. And she was nothing compared to a monster like James, who I've been sparring against for years. She was just way too slow. You got lucky, Mizor whined. That big guy was a good hand-to-hand fighter with insane durability. And his sacred gear made his punches explode on impact. I mean, look what he did to my uniform. As she finished, Mizor held up her arms where the torn and burned sleeves of her uniform could be seen. Don't worry about it, Mocha replied. When we're done with this, we can ask Momo or Roswai-sensei to help fix it. I know, but still, Mizor whined. Like that, Mizor and Mocha approached the next battlefield to offer their aid if it was needed. Chapter 180, Twice Critical Subspecies. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. With his sacred gear, Dimension Lost, George was the first to distance himself from the other fights. Shortly after he appeared on his preferred battlefield, Shuna covered in Tuki arrived. Did he choose a melee fighter to fight me? George asked while adjusting his glasses. Thinking I can be defeated in close range is foolish. You'll find that I'm nothing like your average magician. Just as his words fell, a blood-red fireball whizzed past George's cheek. Seeing this, his eyes widened, and his pupils contracted for a moment. You speak of foolishness, Shuna said quietly. I believe judging a book by its cover and underestimating your opponent show the peak of foolishness. After Shuna spoke, George's expression returned to normal. Then, without speaking any further, many magic circles appeared behind him. He generated even more magic circles than the drunk Rosweiss did against the Annihilation Makers, monsters. What truly differed between these two displays, however, was the fact that there were many different magic systems represented by those magic circles behind George. While all Rosweiss magic circles were all from the Norse runic system. Shuna's expression did not change at all after seeing this display. Instead of creating Yujitsu spells that would counter each of the spells aimed at her, she waited for George to activate his spell circles. And she did not have to wait for long. George launched hundreds of spells of many different attributes. Quickly, Shuna analyzed which spells would hit her directly, and which she could ignore. Then, she quickly created just enough spells to offset those that would do her harm directly. As far as shockwaves and splash damage went, though, she allowed her, Tuki, to defend her from the weaker forces. Naturally, all the spells that were not countered hit the ground around Shuna and kicked up a massive amount of dust and debris. You're very skilled with magic, Shuna said as the dust cloud from all of George's attacks dispersed. However, focusing on one discipline might do you some good. As Shuna finished speaking, another blood-red fireball was fired at George. This time, however, it was aimed at him, rather than slightly to the side. George effortlessly defended against it with a magical barrier. Then, the two began exchanging spells from a distance. Eventually, George's eyebrow twitched. That was around the time that Jean was defeated and planted headfirst into the ground. A few moments later, his other eyebrow twitched. This is bad, George said to himself. How did both Jean and Heracles lose so quickly? Then, without a word to his opponent, George vanished into a cloud of purple fog. I guess I won, Shuna asked herself in confusion. Shaking off her confusion, Shuna used her senjutsu to pinpoint her comrades' locations. Then, she began quickly moving toward the nearest one, which was Yudo. At the same time, as Mizor knocked Heracles away, Yudo rushed toward Siegfried. Like Jean, Siegfried also chose to distance himself from the other battles. As a prideful swordsman, he wanted no one to get in his way. So, for the next minute or so, Yudo chased the silver-white-haired youth to a deserted area. Then, when they were far enough away from the others, Siegfried stopped and turned to face his foe. I really wanted to fight that James guy, Siegfried said as he placed his hand on one of the swords on his sword belt. I guess luck just wasn't on my side today. Creating a simple demonic sword in his hand, Yudo readied his stance. You should think about beating me first, Yudo said. If you can't even do that, you'd have no chance against James Senpai. Oh, and I'm talking about a chance strictly in terms of swordsmanship. If he fought all out, this city would probably disappear. That makes me even more curious. Siegfried said as he drew his sword, a light sword like the exorcists from the church use. You're an exorcist? Yudo asked with a frown. Come to think about it, you look like someone I know. That white hair and those red eyes bring back some rather unpleasant memories. Oh, you must be talking about that lunatic, Fried. Siegfried said with a frivolous smile on his face. Yeah, I'm a terrorist and even I think that guy is nuts. You say that as if you knew what you were doing is wrong. Yudo said with a bit of shock in his eyes. Why even join a group like that? Well, life in the church didn't allow me to improve my swordsmanship like this life does. Siegfried said with a smile. And a life where I can't see an improvement in my swordsmanship is not a life worth living. You're just as insane as Fried. Yudo said before changing his expression into a battle-ready one. You're just insane in a different way. With that, Yudo burst forward with all the speed he could muster from his knight piece. Clang. Siegfried, with one hand, blocked the diagonal slash Yudo made with his light sword. However, he was quite surprised by the power behind Yudo's slash, not to mention how little wasted movement there was in his action. Because of that, Siegfried began to smile excitedly. Oh, this could be more fun than I was expecting. Siegfried said as he tilted his sword, causing Yudo's sword to slide toward the tip of his blade. Then, once his sword was no longer in contact with Yudo's, Siegfried executed his own slash that Yudo parried effortlessly. Slowly, the two young swordsmen began to increase their speed and power. With every strike and defensive maneuver, they showed more and more of their capabilities. Slashes, parries, and thrusts were exchanged at such a high speed that most middle-rank beings would not be able to follow the sword paths with their eyes. After a few minutes, Siegfried distanced himself from Yudo. As he did, he was staring at his light sword. The light it emitted was dimmed significantly. Then, he looked at Yudo's sword. In Yudo's hand was the sword he often uses against exorcists, Holy Eraser. Seeing that his light sword was rendered useless, Siegfried sheathed it without hesitation. Then, he drew another sword. This is the demonic emperor sword, Graham. Siegfried said as he admired the sword's blade. The strongest demonic sword in the world. Graham, also known as the demonic emperor sword, is a large double-edged sword that has vibrant colors despite being a demon sword. The pommel is a gold cone-like shape with the addition of a triangle attached to the pommel. The triangle is missing the base and the middle of it because of the pommel, and the handle is colored with a mix of red and purple. The crossguard is a rectangular bar colored black, with gold symbols etched onto it, a brown X mark in the middle, and features a red semicircle protrusion on both sides of the crossguard. The blade is black with a red edge, but a red aura sometimes shrouds it, giving it a dark red color all around. The blade itself is fairly long, and near the tip, it curves upwards, then curves back in. The blade also sports 3 hollow holes in the form of a triangle and is located in the middle of the blade, curving upwards. At the bottom of the blade, there is a piece of metal, acting as a fuller. It has red lines on it that increase in height, but it stays on the golden part, and the fuller at the bottom is in the shape of a rectangle standing upwards. The difference is that the top left has a large amount taken off it, which makes the left side shorter compared to the right. Further along the blade is a golden design, which looks like a blade, with 2 black rectangles connected by a line, and the tip of it goes out by a small degree and goes back into the tip of the blade. The tip part of the blade design is 2 black modified squares and a black diamond-like circle shape. A/N, description found on the fandom wiki. Understanding that his normal demonic swords would never be enough to compete with a sword the caliber of Graham, Yudo dissipated his sword. Then, his demonic energy spiked. Balance break, sword of the betrayer. Yudo said as a double-edged sword appeared in his hand. This western sword had a half-black and half-white blade. What made this sword even stranger than the two-toned blade was the fact that both demonic and holy energy were mixing harmoniously with it. Realizing that they were both ready, Yudo and Siegfried both charged forward. This time, however, when the blades clashed, Yudo's had a small nick in the blade. As they continued to clash, after a few minutes Yudo's sword broke. Undaunted by this, Yudo simply created another blade and continued to fight. As time went on, Siegfried eventually drew another sword. And this is Dane's Leaf, the demonic ice sword. Siegfried said as he drew a second sword, mid-combat. Seeing a second sword swing at him with Siegfried's introduction of the blade, Yudo created a second, holy demonic sword in his free hand. With the properties of wind and fire imbued into it, he used it to defend himself from the incoming ice sword. And like that, the fight continued, with Yudo continuously creating new swords whenever one was destroyed. So, even your dual-wielding style is pretty refined. I gotta say, I'm impressed. Siegfried said with a big smile on his face. I'll admit you're good. Yudo said as he continued to exchange sword strikes. But if this is all you've got, you'll never be able to touch James Senpai. He wouldn't even have to draw his second sword. Oh, so he's used to fighting against the two-sword style, huh? Siegfried said as his smile further broadened. I'd wager he's surprisingly good at using it, too. But I bet he's never seen anything like this. Twice critical. To Yuto's surprise, a third arm, covered in silver dragon scales, burst from Siegfried's back and drew another of the swords hanging on his waist. Then, the new arm swung the sword it drew at Yuto, who crossed the two swords in his hands to defend himself. As a result of the collision, Yuto slid back and away from Siegfried, who chose not to follow for the moment. This is my subspecies, twice critical, Siegfried said while waving the new appendage. You see, usually a twice critical doubles the wielder's power. But, in my case, it manifests as another arm that has the total strength of my entire being. Oh, and this is Bamung, the demonic sword of whirlwinds. Bamung is a long sword with a darkish purple color, which reach up to half the blade nearing towards the upper portion where it is silver. It has a unique crossguard, a light purple part placed onto the crossguard extending up the purple-colored fuller with a small yellow circle in the middle making it seem almost like an eye, a yellow two-handed grip, and a purple pommel that has light purple ornaments around it. A/N, description forum the fandom wiki. With his new sword's introduction out of the way, Siegfried once again charged toward Yuto. Being outnumbered with the number of weapons, it did not take long for Yuto to fall into a disadvantage. On top of that, the fierce winds produced by Bamung were making the fight even more difficult for the young devil. Then, just as Siegfried was about to land the strike that would claim victory, George appeared next to him from a purple fog. Siegfried, we need to leave, now. George said a little frantically. What's wrong, George? Siegfried asked with a smile of contentment. I was just starting to have fun. Siegfried was not speaking mockingly with that last statement. As he was pressing Yuto, Yuto was improving quickly. Although he was not at the point that he would be able to defeat Siegfried, his skills had improved quite a bit in that brief period. Jean and Heracles have already been defeated and their opponents, the two ultimate rank devils are on their way here. George explained. So, we need to leave, now. **Fine. Siegfried said as he sheathed his three swords. Then, his third arm retracted into his back. Hey, what's your name, kid? Kiba Yuto. Yuto said while breathing heavily. Good, I'll remember it. Siegfried said with a frivolous smile. I hope you're even better with those swords of yours, and we'll fight again. Then, Siegfried disappeared with George in another cloud of purple fog. A minute or so later, Mizor and Mocha arrived. I guess the one that controls Dimension Lost got here before we did. Mizor said, looking around the battlefield. Are you all right, Yuto? Mocha asked as the two approached. Yeah, just a little tired. Yuto said. Sorry to say this, but we need to hurry over to James. Mocha said. They're probably gonna gather there. Okay. Mizor and Yuto said. Then, the group of three ran toward where James was fighting Cao Cao. On the way, they met up with Shuna, who looked like her condition was good, with no injuries. Like that, the four young devils rushed to help where they could. Chapter 181, Cao Cao's Humiliation. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. Like the others, James and Cao Cao distanced themselves from the other battlefields. Unlike everyone else, though, there was no conversation before their battle started. As soon as Cao Cao found a spot that was to his liking, he turned around and thrust his spear at the incoming James' heart. As he was always on alert when there was an enemy nearby, James was able to easily deflect Cao Cao's attack with an Iato draw. After that, he lowered Okairu Sakura and performed an upward slash that Cao Cao avoided by stepping back. After stepping back, Cao Cao performed another thrust. Making a quarter turn, James easily avoided the thrust. Then, he ducked as Cao Cao changed his thrust into a sweep. One thing that James had noticed was that there was almost no power behind Cao Cao's few previous attacks. And he quickly understood the reason behind this. Cao Cao's sacred gear is the true Longinus, the strongest of all the 13 Longinus and the spear that slew Christ. It is the perfect weapon against dark creatures. Even a small scratch would injure James seriously. Not a bad strategy, dude. James said expressionlessly. But what do you do if your opponent is faster than you in every conceivable way? As James finished speaking, he sidestepped another thrust. Then, with a reverse grip, he drew Mangetsu no Shidada and deflected the true Longinus up into the air. Then with a flurry of sword swings from both hands, he walked past the stunned Cao Cao. Cao Cao was thoroughly confused by the action James took. He was not even touched by those sword strikes. However, when he turned around, he felt a stinging pain on several parts of his body. Then, blood began to trickle from those small injuries. Forehead, between the eyes, windpipe, carotid artery, heart, lungs, both kidneys and both wrists. James said as he also turned around. Those are all the places I scratched with my blades as I walked past you. Do you know what that means, Cao Cao? Chow Chow did not answer. Instead, he was staring at James as if he saw a ghost. As James named each of the spots he could have cut or stabbed, Chow Chow felt the itching pain from a cut that just broke the skin. That means I could have killed you 9 times in the time it took for me to take 2 steps. James said, staring directly into Chow Chow's eyes as he spoke. Now, do you know what a mistake it was to make a move on my woman? A move on your woman? Chow Chow asked, still not believing the ease with which James could have killed him just now. Yasaka, leader of the Kyoto yokai, is my woman. James said coldly. Even if she is, she's necessary for our goals. Chow Chow said, regaining his confident smile. And for our goals, anyone can be sacrificed. Wrong answer. James said from behind Chow Chow. Chow Chow was surprised, he didn't even see James move. Now, he was hearing his voice from behind him. Before he could turn around, though, his chest bloomed with flowers of blood and a large X-shaped cut appeared on his torso. Fortunate for Chow Chow, however, James wanted him to suffer. So, instead of killing him outright, James cut just deep enough so that the injury would not be instantly fatal. And because Chow Chow was at the ultimate rank, his body would be strong enough to sustain his life for a while. Gah! Chow Chow cried in pain. Then, he placed the glowing blade of light from the true Longinus over the wounds, using the heat it emits to sear his wounds closed. You've got more guts than I expected. James said coldly. I can respect that. It won't save your life, though. You bastard. Chow Chow said while gritting his teeth because of the pain. If you think that's all it will take to kill me, then you're sadly mistaken. Oh, if you think I want you to die by my hand, you're sorely mistaken. James said with an eerie smile on his face. I only want to inflict suffering onto you for trying to hurt my woman. Nothing more, nothing less. Hearing that left Chow Chow in a state of shock. Why do you look so surprised? James asked with a sinister smile. Devils are evil. Evil incarnate, right? Chow Chow was currently feeling that the boy in front of him was unhinged by more than just a little bit. Unfortunately, he could not be further from the truth of the matter. Everything James said and did from the moment the battle began was calculated. Since he knew that he could not kill Chow Chow because taking him in would give them quite the amount of information, James wanted to weaken his mental defenses as much as he could before handing him over to the interrogators. Well, I think that's enough talk. James said with a sadistic smile on his face. Raise your spear. Entertain me by trying to stop me from carving 1,000 slashes into your body. Chow Chow was not sure how much of the anger and insanity he could see in James' expression was true. However, he did what he was told and raised his spear. Then, he took a stance and flung himself toward James. He only needed to scratch him with his spear to turn things around, after all. Unfortunately for Chow Chow, he was severely outclassed in all aspects. Speed, strength, and reaction speed. Any physical statistic you could think of. And because of that, James would evade Chow Chow's various strikes with the narrowest of margins. Then, he would continuously give him the shallowest scratches. Even so, after 10 minutes of this game of cat and mouse, Chow Chow was covered in blood, most of his skin was covered in cuts so fine that they would not even leave a scar once they healed. You'd better make sure you kill me, James Alaverus. Chow Chow said through gritted teeth. Because if you don't, you'll definitely regret this. If you wish. James said nonchalantly. Then, he dashed forward with both swords sheathed and his right hand gripping Okairu Sakura's hilt. Then, when he was close enough, he drew the blade and aimed his slash at Chow Chow's throat. Chow Chow was completely panicked at this turn of events. He was certain that James intended to keep him alive so that he could be interrogated. However, he knew that being caught inside George's dimension. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do if he died. Clang, swish. Gah. Chow Chow screamed and covered his face with his hands. This is the second time, old man. James said in a disgruntled tone. The last time was because you were just protecting your grandson, which I can respect. So, I let it go. But now you're protecting a member of the Cows Brigade. Should I assume you or the Hindu Pantheon are in league with them? Actually, now that I think about it, this is the second time you've saved a member of the Cows Brigade from me. This is smelling more and more fishy as I think about it. The old man, Sun Wukong, who had just deflected James' sword draw, rolled his eyes from behind his shades. Then, he looked at Chow Chow, who was covering his right eye, which James' sword had destroyed without mercy. Unfortunately, I can't allow you to kill him. Sun Wukong said bitterly. There better be a damn good reason, old man. James said with a frown. Or I'll have to turn my blade in your direction. Because in case you were unaware, he tried to kidnap my woman. And that's not something that can be forgiven easily. Sigh it's because he's Indra's favorite. Sun Wukong said with a sigh. And if his favorite toy gets broken, he's gonna throw a tantrum, huh? James said with a frown. Pretty much. Sun Wukong replied. What is it about sky gods? James asked in an exasperated tone. Are they almond children? I mean, Zeus likes turning people into animals and shit like that when he's unhappy. And now I have to spare some dickhead with a hero complex. Is that even right? How does a terrorist have a hero complex? Now that I think about it, why are you even part of the Cows Brigade? Not that it is any of your business. Chow Chow spat out through gritted teeth. But I want to prove that humans are the true ruling species. And with the spear, it is clear that I was chosen to lead the humans of the new world. Holy fucking shit. James cursed. It's even worse than a hero complex. It's a fucking messiah complex. Please, 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 old man, let me kill him. I'd be doing the whole world a favor. Both Sun Wukong and Chow Chow stared at James blankly. Wannabe messiahs were nothing new to this world. Why was he freaking out like that? I'm sure things will be okay, James. Sun Wukong said. It's not like he's strong enough to change anything for real. Yeah, and no one thought Scientology would last as long as it did either, right? James said frantically. If we let this fester for too long, and with this guy's personality, the second coming of Scientology is definitely on the way. And it ain't going nowhere. Sun Wukong and Chow Chow stared at James blankly after his little outburst. Then, Chow Chow began to boil over with rage. Are you seriously comparing my goal to make humans the dominant species with Scientology? Chow Chow shouted hysterically. What kind of moron are you? Ow, damn it. At the end of Chow Chow's crazed retort, he winced with pain when the wound on his face was pulled by his shouting. Then, when the pain subsided slightly, he glared at James with fury, only to freeze in place when he saw James smirking in his direction. Ah, there's nothing better than seeing your enemy losing their shit. James said with a satisfied smile on his face. It brings such an immense sense of satisfaction. Once again, Sun Wukong and Chow Chow could only stare at James in blank amazement. After a few moments, it was Sun Wukong who reacted. Like a child, he laughed happily for the next 30 seconds or so. Oh, praise the Buddha. Sun Wukong said after getting his laughter under control. That was hilarious. I like you more and more every time I see you, kid. The whole time Sun Wukong was laughing, Chow Chow did not know what to say. James, on the other hand, just watched him with a smile. Enough to let me kill this asshole? James asked with a friendly smile on his face while pointing at Chow Chow. I promise I have a bunch of jokes and stories that can make you laugh like that over and over again. As much as I'd like to hear those stories and jokes, I can't do that. Sun Wukong replied with a smile. I don't want to deal with that man-child's tantrum, you know. James only shrugged in response. Oh, well, can't blame a guy for trying, right? James asked rhetorically. A moment later, a cloud of purple fog appeared next to Chow Chow. From it, George and Siegfried appeared. George, Siegfried, why are the two of you here? Chow Chow asked when he saw who was standing next to him. Where are Jean and Heracles? They were defeated. George replied. Luckily, they wanted to capture them alive. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had time to save them. Then, when I noticed that their opponents were moving to help mine and Siegfried's opponents, I chose to retreat. Chow Chow nodded in response. Then, he smiled. Well, it doesn't matter. Chow Chow said. We should have bought enough time for the others. Oh, so you did send someone to the yokai subdimension, huh? James said, inserting himself into the conversation. Well, I feel bad for those guys. The person I sent to guard Yasaka is much crueler than I am, after all. Kid, you didn't send her there, did you? Sun Wukong asked with a bit of fear in his eyes. Yup, sure did. James replied with a smile. When they get back to their HQ, they're gonna need quite the recruitment drive. You make it sound like just one person could stop the best of our troops. Chow Chow said with a bit of disdain in his tone. Oh, she could, and easily. Sun Wukong replied. If you knew who she was, you'd wet yourselves. Who is it? Siegfried asked curiously. Instead of answering right away, Sun Wukong turned his sights onto James. When he saw that James nodded with a smile. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, then he spoke the name and title of James' trump card. The former queen of the Land of Shadows, Scathatch. Sun Wukong said solemnly. Hearing that name and title, Chow Chow, George, and Siegfried paled instantly. Then, George began to activate, Dimension Lost, with all the speed that he was able to. Just before they vanished from the spot, Chow Chow looked at James with his remaining eye. I'll pay you back for this. Chow Chow said with a confident smile. You're welcome to try. James said with an even more confident smile. But next time the old man may not be around to save your sorry ass. Then again, I bet you'll only come to pick a fight when he's around, right? Chow Chow could only grit his teeth at the blatant mockery. Then, before he could speak again, he and the other two were swallowed by the purple fog and vanished. Subsequently, the dimension created to mimic Kyoto began to crack. Well, I'd better go. Sun Wukong said. Oh, and you knew I was here the whole time, didn't you, kid? Of course, I did. James replied with a nod. Even though I really wanted to kill that guy, I know what's important. I need info about the Cows Brigade. So, you made sure that when I deflected your attack, it would still maim him, huh? Sun Wukong asked. Yup. He needed to pay for what he had done. James said in a cold tone. You are one scary kid. Sun Wukong said while shaking his head. You are definitely Scat Hacker's disciple. Thanks for the compliment. James said with a proud smile. Anyway, I'm guessing you don't want to be seen by Azazel and Saratan, right? So, you should probably get a move on, fast. Yeah, I'm outta here. Sun Wukong said as he leapt high into the sky. Then, a golden cloud swooped by and whisked him off into the distance. As James watched Sun Wukong disappear on the horizon, he thought to himself. Just wait, Chow Chow. James mused. There won't always be someone around to save your ass. And when you're alone, your life will belong to me. Chapter 182, Kuno's Resolve. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. After the battles with the hero faction, all the damage caused by the battles disappeared as the temporary dimension crumbled away. Shortly after Sun Wukong left, James began walking back to the restaurant where most of the group were reconvening. Along the way, he ran into Mizore, Mocha, Yuto, and Shuna. As they walked, they discussed the battles. Wait. Are you telling me the sword guy grew a third arm and started fighting with 3 swords at the same time? Mizore asked with her eyes wide open. Yeah. Yuto replied with a nod and a gentle smile on his face. It took some getting used to. But I think if given enough time, I could have won. Maybe, or maybe not. James interrupted. Who knows if that was his limit? What if he could pop out another arm or 2? Yuto stopped talking and began to consider what James had to say. Then, with a resolute look in his eyes, he made eye contact with James and spoke once again. Then, I'll just have to keep improving to the point where it doesn't matter how many arms he has. That, my friend, is the correct answer. James said while patting Yuto on the shoulder. And I'm sure if you asked Master, she would be more than willing to help. At the mention of special training with Scat Hatch, Yuto shuddered momentarily. Then, his resolute expression reappeared on his face. Seeing Yuto's expression, Mizore, Mocha, and Shuna could not help but giggle. From there, they continued to talk about their fights with the hero faction until they reached the rest of the group. When they arrived, they saw all of them standing outside of the traditional Japanese restaurant. Everyone looked more or less uninjured. Then, Mizore ran forward and clinged to Momo. Momo-chan. Mizore shouted in a tearful tone. That big guy ruined my uniform, can you help me fix it? Before they were able to meet up with everyone, Mocha had told Mizore to ask either Shuna or Momo to help her repair her uniform. They both thought that Shuna would be the best choice, since she had such a way with creating clothes. Unfortunately, she never learned any devil magic for that. All her clothes are created by hand, or with a sewing machine. So, Mizore was forced to walk through the streets of Kyoto with her uniform damaged. Okay, just calm down. Momo said with a wry smile. You have to let go of me if you want me to fix your uniform. Immediately, Mizore released Momo and stood at attention. I'm ready, Momo-chan. Mizore said in a serious tone. Just tell me what you want me to do. Everyone could only shake their heads at Mizore's antics. Meanwhile, James approached Serafal and Azazel. So, were you able to kill their leader? Azazel asked solemnly. Judging from your expression, I guess the answer to that question is a no. That's right. James replied with a shrug. Someone who wasn't part of the hero faction or even the Cows Brigade showed up and said there would be more trouble than it was worth to kill him, if I did. Oh, and who was that? Serafal asked. The victorious fighting Buddha, Sun Wukong. James replied. He said that Chow Chow asshole was Indra's little boy toy or something. Well, that makes things complicated. Azazel said with a frown. It really isn't worth getting on Indra's bad side for this. Fuck Indra. James said nonchalantly. If Chow Chow shows up in front of me again without his babysitter, I will kill him and that's non-negotiable. I don't know if you're a bundle of pride or wrath. Azazel said while rubbing his temples. Bad Jakuin. Serafal said with her hands resting on her hips. If you keep on swearing like that, I'm gonna tell Leo-chan. If you do that, she may, flash step all the way out here just to hit me upside the head. Haha. Azazel laughed after hearing the exchange between Seraphol and James. To think, the strongest red dragon emperor in history is afraid of his mother. If you spent any significant amount of time around her, you'd understand. James said while shaking his head. Anyway, I'm gonna head over to see Yasaka. I'm curious about the state that Scathatch left those hero faction flunkies in. I am too, actually. Azazel said with a forced smile. But I don't think I'm ready for the mental trauma the image is going to bring. Seraphol nodded her head in agreement. Oh, yeah, Saratan. James said as he was turning around. I think you should come up with a different pet name for Master. She really may kill you if you call her that again. Seraphol only smiled. However, James could see the beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Then, James turned away and began walking in the direction of the yokai subdimension. After 5 minutes walking at a speed no human could hope to match, James arrived outside the shrine where the gate to the subdimension was hidden. Then, just as Yasaka taught him, James' demonic energy lit up on all 5 fingers of his right hand. He then touched the tips of his fingers to the space in front of him and it began to ripple like the surface of a pond. With that as a signal, James stepped forward and disappeared into the gate. Human World, Japan, Kyoto, Yokai Subdimension. A moment later, James found himself in the familiar atmosphere of the subdimension. Then, he began to walk toward Yasaka's residence. However, before he could even get halfway there, an adorable missile with fox ears and tails launched toward him. Skillfully, James caught Kunu and spun around to kill the momentum. Then, he set her down on the ground in front of him and knelt to match her eye level. Hey, Kunu. James said with a smile. Did anything happen while I was gone? Aha. Kunu nodded excitedly. The bad guys came again, and it was scary. But then Anti-Scathatch beat them up. It was so cool, she was so fast, she was so strong. She swung her spear, and it was like whoosh. Kunu, on the verge of turning 12, was extremely excited about the way Scathatch fought the member of the hero faction. James was surprised to see how excited she had become. This was not the first time she had seen a fight between supernatural beings. However, this was the first time that James had seen her get this excited about one. If I asked nicely, do you think Anti-Scathatch would teach me how to use a spear like her? Kunu asked with her eyes shining brightly. At that moment, James finally understood what was happening. Kunu had taken Scathatch as an idol after seeing her strength and battle prowess. For a young girl in the supernatural world, it wasn't a bad choice. Kunu. James said in a serious tone. Learning to fight with a spear is not something you should do on a whim. The path to mastering a weapon is a serious one that takes much dedication. You have to be sure that you won't quit part way through. Are you ready for that? To James' surprise, Kunu's expression turned serious just as quickly. Then, she lowered her head, clenched her fists, and gritted her teeth. Those bad guys came to kidnap me twice. Kunu said with tears beginning to form in her eyes. Both times it wasn't because they needed me. It was because they wanted to force Mom to do what they wanted. At that moment, James noticed Yasaka and Scathatch standing not far from them. With his eyes, he signaled them not to approach for now. He could also see tears beginning to pool in Yasaka's eyes after seeing and hearing what Kunu was feeling now. One of those men said it yesterday, I'm a burden. Kunu spat out through gritted teeth. I'm a weakness that Mom's enemies will try to exploit. I don't like that. The tears finally began to fall from Kunu's eyes. Then, she felt a pair of arms wrap around her and pull her into a warm embrace. When she raised her head, she saw James, smiling brightly. Good. James said. Though I would have not been disappointed if you had just wallowed in fear, I mean, you're only 12. You have no idea how proud I am to hear your resolve. Wanting strength for someone else's sake, that's the true way to become strong. James then released Kunu from his hug. He then stood up straight and made eye contact with Yasaka. It's true that protecting you puts a burden on Yasaka. James said in a tone that could cut iron. But protecting you is what gives her the strength to continue forward. Because she is a mother. And that's what mothers do. As James said that last sentence, the image of Leona surfaced in his mind, and he smiled subconsciously. Then, he tilted his head down and made eye contact with Kunu. And as children, it is our responsibility to grow, become strong, and lessen the worries that our parents have for us. James said with a smile. But you have to remember, Kunu. No matter what you do, no matter how strong you become, it is part of a parent's job description to worry about their child. But as long as you keep growing, keep getting stronger, you can continue to lessen their worry for you. You can even support them in the future. As James spoke, the light in Kunu's eyes grew brighter. At the same time, the tears in Yasaka's eyes fell. Meanwhile, Scathatch watched her disciple proudly. James' changes since realizing his reason for becoming stronger impressed her. Okay, enough with the mushy talk. James said with a smile. Let's go and see if Master is willing to teach you the spear. Kunu nodded resolutely. Then, she turned around to return to the manor. When she did, she saw Yasaka, with tears flowing down her cheeks, and Scathatch, smiling at her and James, standing not far away from them. Mom, Auntie Scathatch, how long have you been here? Kunu asked. Before answering, Yasaka used her kimono sleeve to wipe away her tears. Then, she opened her mouth to speak. Those bad guys came to kidnap me twice. Both times it wasn't because they needed me. It was because they wanted to force Mom to do what they wanted. Yasaka said, mimicking Kunu's tone. Hearing that, Kunu immediately began to blush. Her eyes looked at everything other than her mother, as she didn't know what to do or say thanks to her embarrassment. At the same time, while Kunu was flustered, Yasaka and Scathatch began to approach. When they drew near enough, Yasaka pulled Kunu into a hug. Thank you, my little fox. Yasaka said in a gentle and loving tone. Thank you for giving me the strength to keep moving forward. Kunu wrapped her arms around her mother and began to cry. Then, through her tears, she spoke as well. Thank you for keeping me safe, Mom. Kunu said with tears on her face. I'll get stronger so I can help you protect the people of Kyoto and so that you can worry about me a little less. While the mother-daughter duo embraced and spoke to each other from the heart, Scathatch approached James. So, how was the battle? James asked. For humans, they were fairly strong. Scathatch said. Then, after a brief pause, she continued. But they were so poorly trained, it was painful to watch. They relied on nothing other than their sacred gears. No martial arts, no tactics, nothing. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if they were rushed to their current strengths without taking the time to build a foundation. James said with a shrug. After fighting their leader, I don't have much in the way of expectations for their training curriculum. I mean, he thought that he would be able to overthrow all the supernatural forces just because he had the true Longinus. Were you able to take his life? Scathatch asked. Nope, that old monkey got in the way. James said with another shrug. Sun Wukong. Scathatch asked as she narrowed her eyes. Why would the great sage equaling heaven interfere? Apparently that jackass is Indra's favorite toy. James replied. And he doesn't like it when people break his toys. So, I didn't kill him because I agreed with the old man that it wasn't worth an Indra tantrum right now. Scathatch nodded in agreement. That was a lie I told the old man, though. James said with a vicious grin. The truth is I didn't want to waste the effort trying to kill him with that old monkey there. He would have escaped while we were fighting. But the next time he shows up in front of me without a bodyguard, he's dead, no questions asked. You need not worry, my disciple. Scathatch said with a battle-hungry smile on her face. I will make sure that Sun Wukong is unable to interfere even if he does accompany your foe again. Anyway, it's time for us to head back. James said. We have to prepare for the official meeting tonight. Yasaka does, too. After Scathatch nodded, she and James bid their farewells to Yasaka then headed back to their hotel to prepare for the negotiations later that night. Chapter 183, No Matter the Dangers. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City Lilith. 3 days have passed since the battle with the hero faction. In those 3 days, Seraphol, Azazel, and Yasaka were able to iron out all the details for the alliance. Unfortunately, Yasaka did not have enough time to have a date with James. But the securing of an alliance made up for that. Today, Seraphol returned to the underworld to discuss the happening in Kyoto with the other 3 great Satans. So, Indra is backing a member of the Cows Brigade? Ajuka asked. That's what Jakuin said. Seraphol replied with a nod. And I know he would never lie about something that important. We're not doubting the truth of his words, Sarah. Surzek said with a smile. But how did he find out about it? He said Sun Wukong told him. Seraphol said. Then, there's no doubt. Ajuka said. The victorious fighting Buddha is well known as Indra's agent. So, then if we encounter him, does that mean we can only imprison him? Falbium asked. That's where the problem is. Seraphol said with a slight frown. What problem? Falbium asked. Jakuin said that he's going to kill that Chow Chow the next time he sees him. Seraphol said. And? I guess he's too young for the position of ultimate class after all. Cutting off Seraphol, Surzek said as if his expectations were not lived up to. I think you should let Seraphol finish before jumping to conclusions, Surzek. Ajuka said while shaking his head. Is he seriously trying to have his title stripped after all this? Ajuka thought incredulously. Especially after all he's done for the underworld that helped in forming these alliances. Seriously, Surzek-chan, that was really rude. Seraphol said with a pout. Sorry, Sarah. Surzek said with a smile. It's just the Hindu pantheon isn't an enemy we can afford to have right now, so I overreacted a little. In response, Serafal only stared at Surzek with a smile. I guess even Serafal is starting to see through Surzek's inner thoughts as well. Ajuka thought as he observed Surzek's and Serafal's exchange. Anyway, like I was saying. Serafal said, addressing all three of the men in the room once again. Jaekuin wants to kill that Chow Chow guy because he tried to kidnap Kunu, Yasaka's daughter, to force Yasaka to do something. So, James intends to start war with the Hindu pantheon for that, Surzek said in a disappointed tone. He really needs to get his priorities together. Don't be a hypocrite, Surzek. Falbium said. We all get that you're feeling insecure with James growing so quickly. Your pride can't handle it, we all get it. But don't act like you would be any different if Rias were the one in danger. The room felt silent after Falbium's words. Surzek never expected anyone to call him out on his hypocrisy. On top of that, he could neither agree nor deny Falbium's statement. Agreeing would show off his petty side, which his pride would not allow. While he was physically unable to say that he would let things be if Rias had been the one in danger. Anyway, what did the hero faction want with Yasaka? Ajuka asked to break the awkward atmosphere. According to the men Jaekuin captured after the first attempted kidnapping. Serafal said as she rifled through some paperwork. They wanted to sacrifice Yasaka to summon Great Red to the human world. Is that even possible? Falbium asked. Hypothetically speaking, if they used Kyoto's ley lines, it would not be outside the realm of possibility. Ajuka replied. Well, thanks to Jaekuin, both attempted kidnappings were stopped. Serafal said. They tried twice, Surzek asked. Yup, the second time was when James and Chow Chow were fighting. Serafal said with a smile and a nod of her head. They sent a large number of their elites to the yokai subdimension while everyone was trapped in the temporary dimension created by George Faust, the wielder of Dimension Lost. I guess Scathatch defended Yasaka and Kunu, right? Surzek asked. That's right. Serafal responded. Apparently she inspired Yasaka's daughter to learn the spear, too. Okay, let's move on. Ajuka said. According to your report and the signed alliance treaty, everything went smoothly at the negotiation table. Excellent job, Serafal. Of course. Serafal exclaimed while thumping her chest proudly. There is nothing that Leviathan can't do. The three other great Satans could only smile wryly. Then, they continued to speak about the alliance and what it meant for the underworld. Human world, Japan, Koho. At the same time, the four great Satans were meeting to discuss the Kyoto incident. James and the other Koho Academy students had all arrived at their homes from the school trip. All the supernatural students and Ross Weiss met at the Alaverus mansion after arriving in Koho. It kinda feels like you got 2 school trips, James. Ria said with a pout. While you were gone, we were stuck taking these boring classes that we don't even need anymore. Well, it was your idea to pose as high school students while we're in the human world, Rias. Sona said nonchalantly from her spot on James' lap. Even though Rias wanted to go to Kyoto again, the real reason for her pout was the fact that Sona, and Sona alone, was sitting on James' lap. Anyway, how was Kunu? Leona asked. I really miss that little cutie. She's good. James replied with a smile. A moment later, however, his expression darkened. She was the target of 2 kidnapping attempts, though. Upon hearing that, all the devils who were familiar with Kuna flared their demonic energy and killing intent. The newer members of each peerage were finding it hard to breathe and they had no idea what they should be doing right now. Seeing this, James and Scathatch sighed in unison. Then, they both flared their own auras and forced everyone to calm down. Letting me finish wouldn't kill you, would it? James said after retracting his aura. How do you expect us to act after hearing that Kuna-chan was a target for kidnapping? Rhea asked with a serious expression on her face. Then, all the third years who went on the vacation during the summer of their first year nodded their heads with similar expressions on their faces. Well, then you should be glad that I went on this trip to Kyoto. James said with a smile. Because I got there just in time to stop the first attempt. And Master was there to stop the second attempt. So, who was it? Flora asked. Because if I ever find them, it's not gonna be pretty for them. Oh, the leader is already marked for death. James said with a bloodthirsty smile on his face. They were a group of humans from the Cows Brigade who called themselves the Hero Faction. In fact, if that old monkey hadn't interrupted me, he would have never left Kyoto. Old monkey, the group, except for Rias and Kaneko, asked curiously. He's talking about Sun Wukong. Rias answered the curious inquiries of the rest of the group. But why does he keep saving members of the Cows Brigade? What do you mean? Sona asked with a serious expression. Is the victorious fighting Buddha a member of the Cows Brigade? Rias then proceeded to tell them all about her, James, and Kaniko's meeting with Biko and Kaniko's older sister, Kuroka. Then she explained that Sun Wukong stopped them from capturing the two of them. Yeah, but that was his grandson, or descendant, or whatever. James said. That's a good reason to stick your neck out for someone, right? James, why are you taking his side? Sona asked curiously. Because he's in a pretty tough situation this time. James said. For the lack of a better term, he's caught between a rock and a hard place. Explain. Sona said. Right now, Sun Wukong is one of Heavenly Emperor Indra's agents. James said. Then after a brief pause, he continued. And Cao Cao, the leader of the hero faction, is Indra's favorite mortal. Or something like that. For a moment or two, everyone took the time to digest what it was that James had said. Then, when he saw comprehension on most of their faces, he continued. Now, don't get it twisted, I could care less if Indra is going to throw a tantrum because his favorite little buddy died. James said casually. PFFF. Issei did everything he could to keep his laughter in. Leona, Aquino, Flora, Cheyenne, Maria, and Tomo also had to try their hardest to not laugh aloud. I'm still going to kill him. James continued without being bothered by the stifled laughter. I knew that killing him would be impossible with Sun Wukong there, though. So, I settled for taking one of his eyes. Everyone agreed that it would be nearly impossible able to kill someone with Sun Wukong watching over them. So, they agreed with what James did. He's definitely gonna come back looking for revenge. Rias said in a solemn tone. Then, I guess we'll have to step up your training. James said with a teasing smile. We can't have any of you getting picked off while you're separate from the rest of us, right? Hearing that, everyone paled instantly. Everyone except for Leona, that is. They looked at James hoping that he was joking. When they saw the most dazzling smile they had ever seen from him, most of the girls were dazed momentarily. Then, after breaking away from their dazes, they turned their heads to Scathatch like the rest of the people in the room. Then, they completely lost hope when they saw such a gentle smile on Scathatch's face. Don't worry, young ones. Scathatch said with a gentle smile on her face. I will make sure that you are able to protect yourselves, no matter the dangers you may face. The young devils paled even further after hearing Scathatch using the gentle and kind tone. The only thing they knew was that they were in for a world of pain when training started once again. Seeing their faces, James smiled brightly. He knew he was pushing them into the pits of hell. That was not why he was smiling so radiantly, though. Instead, it was because he knew they would be able to face any difficulties when Scathatch was done with them. However, a moment later, his expression changed. Before we get to training, James said in a solemn tone. Mizore, Mocha, I have to say, I'm severely disappointed in both of you. Mizore and Mocha turned their attention from Scathatch to James, confusion written all over their faces. Especially you, Mizore. James said without changing his expression. Mizore paled even further. She had never seen James with this expression. Not directed at her at least. She had no idea why he was looking at her like that, but she could feel the tears beginning to pool in her eyes. Why? What did I do wrong? Mizore asked. Mocha was also confused. However, she knew that James would not speak like that for no reason. So, she waited to hear what he had to say. Mizore, you told us about your fight with Heracles. James said, beginning to explain why he was so disappointed. You went into the fight clearly underestimating your opponent. Your arrogance got the better of you, not once but twice. Maybe even more. Mizore's face paled. She knew what James said was true. But she found it hard to take someone a rank lower than her seriously. Luckily, you were strong enough for it to not matter. James said sternly. But what if he had a trump card? What if he had the means to kill you and you didn't know about it? James paused at that point, giving Mizore the time to defend herself. However, instead of defending herself, Mizore simply hung her head. She knew what James said was right. She also understood that she put herself and possibly her comrades in danger because she was overconfident. It looks like you understand. James said, still with a solemn expression. Then, he widened his focus to include Mocha as well before continuing. On top of that, I gave the order to kill. Neither of those two would have been necessary for capture. In fact, none of the hero faction could give us the information we wanted about the Cows Brigade. Why? Because they were clearly at odds with the rest of them. The rest that are supernatural beings. Mocha joined Mizore in lowering her head after hearing James' explanation. As members of my peerage, you disobeyed my direct orders in the midst of battle, and that is something that cannot be tolerated a second time. Do you understand? Yes. Mizore and Mocha said with their heads still lowered. Good. I hope this will be the last time. James said. As for your punishment, for the first 2 weeks of Master's training, your training intensity will be left to Master's discretion. With an extra week for Mazor. Is that all right with you, Master? I see no problem. Scathatch replied with a nod. Disobedience must be punished. James also nodded. Then, he stood up, placed Sona in the spot he was just sitting in, and his expression turned into a much gentler one. After that, he approached the two girls and pulled them both into a hug. I know this may seem harsh to the two of you, but this is necessary. James explained. We have to be able to work together, and I need you two to give it all you have in every battle. That includes following orders and not underestimating your opponents. I couldn't bear to see you injured or worse because of arrogance. After hearing that, Mazor and Mocha finally let their tears fall as they gripped James' clothing tightly and cried into his embrace. Okay, let's call it quits for today, everyone. James said with a smile. Tomorrow we'll start getting into the swing of things. Chapter 184, The Heights of Arrogance and Stupidity. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. The weekend following the Ko Academy school trip, James, Leona, Rias, and Sona as well as their peerages were in the Lilith. To be more precise, they were at the rating game arena. While Leona, Rias, Sona, and the peerages were in the spectator stands, along with Cassiel, Zeoticus, Vanillana, Dante, and Rhea, James and Scathatch were in one of the waiting rooms waiting for their duels with the Devil Council members who insulted them during the meeting of young devils. Why did this take so long to get set up? James asked in a bored tone. The members of the council were probably trying to come up with a way to defeat us. Scathatch said. You need not worry, though, my disciple. In front of absolute power, their schemes mean nothing. Oh, Master, you misunderstand. James replied with a smile. I intend to finish them off in the most efficient manner possible. I have no interest in torturing people that much weaker than me. Other than Chow Chow, that is. Scathatch nodded in agreement with what James had to say. Bullying the weak is not the way a warrior should carry himself. In her opinion. At the same time, the weak should never provoke the strong unless they are ready to lose their lives. But seriously, what do you think they have up their sleeves? James asked. I mean, it's been almost 2 months since we sent out the challenges. We will just have to wait and see. Scathatch replied. Meanwhile, in the spectator stands, the group of James and Scathatch's supporters were also waiting for the event to start. I thought the members of the council would try to stall this even longer than they already have. C.U. Chillin said. I wonder what's gotten into them. They probably came up with some, in their own minds, foolproof method of defeating James and Master Scathatch. Rias replied. I couldn't imagine what that would be, though. Neither could I. Sona followed up. But they must be pretty confident if they finally scheduled this event. What's even more off-putting is that they invited any and all devils to spectate. Vanillana said, entering herself into the conversation. It's clear that with whatever method they planned, they wish to humiliate James in front of the entire populace. Hearing that, all the girls who were interested in James, as well as the remaining members of his peerage and the other 5 adults gritted their teeth. They were not worried for James' safety, they did not even think that James and Scathatch would lose the fight. However, the fact that these high-born fossils wished to humiliate one of the people they cared about in such a high-scale fashion was more than they could stand. We really should just kill all of them. Leona said, hatred oozing out of her voice. Calm down, honey. Cassiel said while holding back his own anger. We have to trust our son. Oh, it's not a matter of trusting that James can handle himself at this point, Cass. Leona said while she held all her negative emotions just under the surface. It's that they are messing with this lady's son publicly. I could let it slide when they were trying to suppress him. Why? Because they weren't hurting his reputation. But this is more than I can allow. Everyone present in the group was surprised at the level of killing intent Leona was releasing. They all felt as if the temperature in the area fell by a few degrees. Still, they all completely agreed with Leona's statement. Just at that moment, the voice of an announcer was heard. When the group looked toward the arena, a man holding a microphone was standing in the center of the arena. Ladies and gentlemen. The announcer shouted into the microphone. Would you join me in welcoming the 4 great Satans of the underworld? With the announcer's cry, the crowd exploded into a jumbled mess of cheers, whistling, and clapping. Then, on a balcony that could overlook the entire arena, Surzex, Ajuka, Seraphal, Falbium, and Graphia, who was following from behind in her capacity as a maid, entered the view of the spectators. Once they reached the edge of the balcony, Surzex raised his hands then lowered them gently as a signal for silence. I'm sure you are all aware of what is to take place in the arena today. Surzex said, addressing the crowd with his vast demonic power amplifying his voice. Today, James Alaverus and his queen, Scathatch, will be challenging several members of the Devil Council to a duel. During the meeting of young devils, these council members said some really mean things to Jaekuin and Scatty-chan. Serafal said in a cheerful tone. And according to our ancient devil traditions, the offended have challenged the offenders to a duel. Once again, the crowd shouted and cheered as loud as they could. None of them cared what the devils from the higher classes usually did, since they were usually unaffected by their actions. But since this was happening publicly, they were excited to see some of the strongest devils in the underworld fighting it out. According to the ancient traditions, the challenged have the right to select the method of battle. Surzek said after the crowd calmed down. Whether the fight be with weapons, bare-handed, etc. Meanwhile, the challengers have the right to decide if the battle will be won to the death, or not. Ajuka said calmly. The thought of a possible death match riled up the spectators even more. Do you think James will opt for a death match? Rias asked. Probably not. Leona said. We came across some rather interesting information in the last few days. I think James would much rather destroy them socially than let them have the easy way out, which is death. Hearing the ominous tone, Leona finished her sentence with, all the younger devils, Cassiel, Zeoticus, and Dante could not help but begin to shudder. At the same time, Leona, Venelana, and Ria wore some of the most sadistic smiles any of them had ever seen. Deciding it was better for their mental health, they all turned their attention back to the arena. After speaking a little longer about the traditions of the underworld, the four great Satans and Graphia took their positions as spectators and witnesses to this duel. First, let's thank the four great Satans for their time and that wonderful explanation of today's events. The announcer said into the microphone, to which the crowd replied with another round of applause. Once the crowd calmed down again, he continued. Now, entering from the north entrance, the challenged members of the Devil Council. With that, 17, nearly half of the members of the Devil Council, men with middle-aged or elderly appearances, entered the arena from the north with smug, arrogant smiles on their faces. As they examined the crowd, it was clear to everyone who saw them that the 17 members of the Devil Council were confident that they could and would defeat James and Scathatch in today's battle. And from the south entrance, James Alaverus, the strongest member of the younger generation, and his queen, Scathatch. Like the members of the Devil Council, James and Scathatch also entered the arena after the announcer introduced them. And as they did, their confident steps drew the eyes of all the spectators toward them subconsciously. Subconsciously, they all felt a bit of awe and veneration toward the figures who were making their way toward the center of the arena. Damn. Dante, the son of Sparta, said while his eyebrow twitched. Why does he seem even stronger than yesterday? It's not just yesterday, every day it feels like he's gotten stronger than the last. Sona said. Ever since he returned from the trip to Kyoto. What does the trip to Kyoto have to do with this? Rias asked. I know the answer to that one. Leona said with a smile. Apparently he found his reason for getting stronger. Everyone shifted their full attention to Leona once she said she knew the answer to Ria's question. Then, to not keep them waiting too long, and to finish her explanation before the terms of the duel were decided, Leona continued. James grew at a rapid pace when he was young because he had the dream of standing as equals with Sona and Rias. Leona said. Then, his pace slowed down significantly after he achieved that goal. Everyone nodded, understanding what Leona meant. But now, after the attempts to kidnap Kunu, James found another reason to continue to grow. Leona continued. He wants to be strong enough so that no one would be able to. No, that's not right. So that no one would even consider targeting the people he cares about. Naturally, the girls that were already in a relationship with James were the happiest to hear that. Then, the girls who were interested in him found their interest growing exponentially. And finally, the girls that were not interested in him found that part of him admirable and began to subconsciously compare their love interests with James. Tsubaki was totally different, however. She was so far in love with Siyu Chulin that the only thought that crossed her mind was. Satanta is his brother disciple, so of course he feels the same way. Tsubaki thought as she looked at the smiling Siyu Chulin, who completely agreed with James' reason for growing in strength. Now, with all the participants present, I ask the challenged party, the members of the Devil Council, how do you wish this battle to be fought? The announcer asked with anticipation in his eyes. The rest of the crowd and even the four great Satans were also anticipating what kind of fight they would see. And after seeing the smug looks on the councilmen's faces, they thought there would be quite a show to look forward to. We, of the Devil Council, declare that this will be a battle without the use of weapons or sacred gears. The leader of the group of council men said, amplifying his voice as the four great Satans had done. The crowd's excitement began to spike. However, when they noticed that the council member had nothing else to say, they began to quiet down with confusion all over their faces. On top of that, none of them even knew that James had a sacred gear, since he had never needed to use it in any of his raiding games. James' supporters were also interested in what the council had planned. However, when the demands ended with no weapons or sacred gears, their interest disappeared immediately. Surzex, Serafal, and Graphia felt the same way up on the VIP balcony. After hearing the demands, and waiting for more, James began to scratch his head in confusion. Scathacker's expression did not change, though. Then, after a moment, James signaled for the announcer to hand him the microphone. Is that really all? James asked awkwardly. The crowd agreed with James' question as they all stared at the councilman with confusion. Of course. The leader of the councilmen said in a confident tone. Everyone knows your prowess with a weapon. But without your weapons, you two will be no match for the 17 of us. James could only slump his shoulders after hearing the idiotic words of the men standing opposite him. Then, after a moment, he raised the microphone to his mouth again. Okay, Sai, James said in a bored tone. This will not be a fight to the death, but we want a formal apology when we win. And we want you to tell the underworld of all your wrongdoings over the last centuries. The members of the council only scoffed in derision. Then, they agreed, feeling that there was no way they could possibly lose with all their battle experience. However, they had forgotten two things. First, none of them were nearly as powerful as James or Scathatch. And second, it had been over 500 years since the last time they even saw a battlefield, let alone stood on one. James then nodded and handed the microphone back to the announcer. Now that the terms have been set, I would ask Lord Surzex Lucifer to do the honors and signal the beginning of this battle. The announcer said as he made his way out of the arena. At the same time, Surzex stood from his seat. I was really looking forward to the schemes that you old fossils would use to defeat us. James said to his opponents who were standing together, preparing their magic attacks from the distance. But now I'm thoroughly disappointed. I've almost lost the motivation to fight. Lost the will to fight, have you? The leader said arrogantly. Now, you must understand where you stand in the world. Unfortunately, it is too late for you. James sighed loud enough for the entire arena full of spectators to hear. Do not let it bother you, my disciple. Scathatch said while patting James on the shoulder. Just finish this quickly, we might still have time to train with everyone in the afternoon. All the young devils shuddered at that moment. Okay, fine. James said listlessly. Now, let the battle begin. Surzex announced once the announcer was out of the arena's battlefield. As soon as Surzex's voice rang out, the councilmen had magic circles appear in front of all of them as they were ready to cast their spells. However, before they could, a cube of swirling black and purple demonic energy appeared around them. Heido number 90, Kuro Hitsuji. James said as he lifted his right hand toward the devil councilman. Then, for the next 30 seconds, nothing happened in the arena. However, in the VIP balcony, the four great Satans and Graphia were shocked. What is that, Ajuka? Surzex asked unsurely. That spell is controlling gravity. Ajuka replied while analyzing the spell with his Kankara formula. Wow, that's one of the Kido from Bleach. Serafal shouted excitedly. Bleach? Surzex asked curiously. You mean the manga that James drew years ago? Yeah, that one. Serafal said excitedly. I didn't know Jakuin could use the spells he thought up for it too, though. At that moment, Surzex and Ajuka decided to read all of James' works to see if there were any more of his techniques hidden in them. In the process, they would both become his hardcore fans. That would be a story for another time, though. At the same time, the other three were discussing the spell James used. Falbium yawned. Then, he noticed that the cube was breaking down. The spell is ending. Falbium said, pulling everyone else's attention back to the battle. A moment after Falbium spoke, the black and purple cube broke down into particles of demonic energy then dispersed into the sky. After that, the crowd saw that all 17 members of the council were lying on the ground unmoving, bruised, and bloodied. Shortly afterward, the announcer made his way onto the battlefield and began checking the conditions of all the fallen. Ladies and gentlemen. The announcer shouted after verifying that all the councilmen were alive. The winners of today's duel are James Alaverus and Scathatch. With that, the crowd went crazy while James and Scathatch walked out of the arena as if they had done nothing. Because to them, they could not even call this a fight. Chapter 185, Not Worthy of Your Title. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City Lilith. A few hours after the duel between James, Scathatch, and the members of the Devil Council, Surzex, Ajuka, Serafal, and Falbium were meeting in the Satan's meeting room for one of their routine meetings. However, this time their topic was a bit more serious than the rest. So, what are we going to do about the Hindu pantheon interfering with James' battle against Chow Chow of the Cows Brigade? Ajuka asked in a solemn tone. This topic was brought up at our last meeting, but there was no decisive response. I don't think we need to do anything. Surzex said casually. Indra is arguably the third or fourth place on the top 10 strongest beings list. Do we really want to go to war with him? On top of that, Shiva is ranked right next to him. That would just be suicide. Surzexchan, are you sure about that? Serafal asked. If nothing is done about this, that boy, Chow Chow will get more and more out of control with his actions. On top of that, the Grigori, Heaven, and the Kyoto yokai are calling for action to be taken. Serafal is right, Surzex. Ajuka chimed in. This is not just our problem. Indra is backing a terrorist. And that kid he is backing has attacked 2 pantheons that we are aware of. On top of that, one of them is our ally. If we do nothing, we could start losing allies. I understand what you are saying, Ajuka, Sarah. Surzex said in a serious tone. But Indra and Shiva are just too powerful for us to deal with. Surzex. Ajuka began to speak again before he was interrupted. Knock, knock. Excuse me, Lord Satans. Graphia said from the other side of the door. Come in. Surzex replied. A moment later, Graphia opened the door and entered the meeting room. Then, she bowed to all those present and began to speak. The Devil Council's press conference is about to begin. Oh. Surzex said before picking up a remote and turning on the monitor in the room. When the monitor was turned on, Surzex switched the channel and quickly found the station that was broadcasting the press conference Graphia mentioned. Just as they agreed, the councilmen who fought with James earlier in the day were all standing together on a stage. Then, the host of the event began to address everyone watching. Good evening to all the viewers. The host said. I am sure that you are all aware of the traditional duel that took place earlier in the day. Well, for those that are unaware, I'll give a brief recap of what happened and what led to the duel. As the host spoke, the conversation that the 4 great Satans were having came to a stop temporarily. Instead, they were all focused on the press conference that was being broadcast. Meanwhile, the host explained the events that led up to the duel, the insults that the councilmen on the stage heaped upon James and Scathatch at the meeting of young devils. Then, he talked about the process of the duel, which was a completely one-sided affair. And now, the councilmen will be carrying out their side of the deal. The host said after concluding his explanation. Now, let's hear what our esteemed councilmen have to say. A moment later, the cameras at the venue were focused on the leader of the group of councilmen, and everyone who was watching waited expectantly to see if the councilmen would actually lower their pride to apologize to a half-devil and a reincarnated devil. We as members of the Devil Council are willing to admit our wrongs. As the highest levels of the nobility, we will always carry out our promises. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Gremory Estate. At the same time, everyone who accompanied James to the rating game arena, as well as James himself, were seated in the living room of the Gremory mansion watching the press conference. Wow, I hate politicians. Issei said as he watched that councilman speaking of always keeping promises. It kinda makes my stomach turn when I hear something like that. Yeah, it's kinda sickening. Flora said with a nod of her head. No matter the species, politicians are just the worst, I guess. So, we would like to apologize to James Alaverus and Master Scathatch for our rude remarks during the meeting of young devils. We hope you can forgive us. The leader of the 17 councilmen said before slightly bowing his head. After their leader, the other 16 councilmen also bowed their head, slightly. In fact, some of their bows were so slight that if everyone watching was not of a supernatural species, they might have missed it. Their apologies seemed so sincere. Siyu Chulin said in a sarcastic tone. Well, we weren't expecting much from the apology in the first place, were we? James asked with a smile on his face. What's to come is the real fun. Part. So, then what could Sir Alaverus have meant by admitting your wrongdoings? The host asked after all the councilmen raised their heads. We could only assume that he was referring to the way we belittled him in front of so many of his peers. The leading councilman said. And to be honest, we were wrong. We allowed our prejudice against half-devils to cloud our judgment and said some things that we know we should not have said. Well, that's about what we expected. James said after that statement. But if what Auntie Venelana was saying is true, Surzex is gonna be pissed. Like really pissed in a few hours, right? Will Graphia be okay? After the date for the duel was decided, Graphia also decided that she could no longer stand Surzex's attitude toward the council's wrongdoings. So, she spoke with Leona, Venelana, and Ria asking them what they thought was the best course of action. Leona then suggested they should use James' duel as an excuse to make the information public. Then, after a few hours of consideration, they decided to run the plan by James. Naturally, James was all for it. His disdain for the Devil Council was no secret among the people who knew him well. So, of course he would be all for it. And that's when they came up with the plan for James to add the condition of admitting all their wrongdoings to the duel. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. I'm actually surprised they did it without a fuss. Surzex said in amazement. Their pride would not allow them to go back on their own words in front of so many people. Ajuka said, putting extra emphasis on the word pride. I guess that makes sense. Surzex nodded, not noticing the extra emphasis Ajuka added. Well, I guess that's over. Ajuka said. Now, let's get back to what we're going to do about the Hindu pantheon interfering in our war with the Cows Brigade. We can't afford to go to war with them. Surzex said strongly. So, would you rather we lose the alliances we just built? Ajuka asked. Seriously, Surzex-chan. Serafal said while making eye contact with Surzex. Why are you so against doing what's necessary to stop these terrorists? We all know the real reason. Falbium said in a tired tone. He's too proud to walk onto a battlefield where he is for sure not the strongest. With that, the room fell silent. Then, everyone turned their gazes toward the laziest man in the underworld. Just as everyone knows about my sloth, we all know about your pride, Surzex. Falbium said, sounding as if he were going to nod off at any second. He's right, Surzex. Ajuka agreed. Surzex, however, did not retort. Instead, his aura began to fill the room. Then, he raised his head and shouted. Everything I've done is for the prosperity of the devils. Surzex said angrily. Though, anyone who has known him long enough could tell that this was an act. I will not stand for this kind of insult. Then, without giving anyone a chance to speak, Surzex created a teleportation magic circle and teleported away from the room. Why doesn't he act like that when the council is questioning his authority? Falbium said before closing his eyes and starting to doze off. That's a good question. Ajuka replied. One for which I don't have an answer. Anyway, it won't matter if Surzex-chan agrees or not if Chow Chow shows up again. Serafal said in a cheerful tone. James said he would kill him next time they meet. Even if it starts a war? Ajuka asked. James didn't seem to care about Indra's opinion. Serafal said with a shrug. He refuses to allow him to live because he targeted Yasaka and Kunu. I see, I think it would be a good opportunity to talk to the young man. Ajuka said. I might even be able to get some insight into some of the spells he created. Then, Ajuka began to mumble to himself about how some of James' ideas could be useful in his research. Anyway, I guess we're done here. Serafal said. Another meeting without coming to a conclusion about what we should do regarding the Hindu pantheon. Like that, the meeting ended. Then, Ajuka, Serafal, Falbium, and Graphia made their way back to their own homes, or research institute in Ajuka's case. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Gremory Estate. A few hours later, James and Rias Pirajas were sitting in the living room of the Gremory mansion and watching TV or chatting with each other. About an hour ago, Sona, her parents, and her peerage left to return to their own homes. It should be happening soon. Venelana said with a bit of anticipation in her eyes. What are you talking about? Xioticus asked curiously. You'll see soon. Venelana said in a mysterious tone. Not long after that, a teleportation circle appeared in the corner of the room. When it vanished, Surzex and Graphia were standing in its place. As usual, Graphia was wearing a stoic expression. Surzex, on the other hand, was wearing a gentle smile like he usually does. However, anyone familiar with him could tell that he was hiding some unhappiness. Welcome home. Venelana said to her son and daughter-in-law with a smile. I guess the meeting wasn't as successful as you would have hoped. Yeah, we had a few disagreements about Indra's vanguard interfering in Kyoto. Surzex said. Oh, you don't have to worry about that. James interjected. Chow Chow will die the next time I meet him on the field of battle. The only reason he got away last time was because of that damned dimension lost and the interference from Sun Wukong. That's not a good idea, James. Surzex said with a slight frown. Killing one of those that Indra is backing could lead to war between our pantheons. Understanding that is why you let him go in the first place, right? Nope. James replied with a shrug. The reason I let him go is because fighting Sun Wukong while trying to kill him in the temporary dimension created by Dimension Lost was impossible. I didn't want to waste the effort. Do you not care that the underworld could be plunged into war with another pantheon? Surzex asked angrily. Indra's vanguard interfering in our affairs, not to mention assisting our enemies who are recognized by all factions as terrorists, could already be considered a declaration of war. James replied calmly. I'm sure you're already aware of that. Seeing the disagreement, no one knew what to say. They really did not want to see this issue escalate, however, they both knew that the two men in front of them were strangely stubborn about things like this. On top of that, most of them agreed with James. There will be no war. James said casually. And if you think there will be, you don't pay enough attention to the state of affairs in the Hindu pantheon. Oh, then why don't you enlighten me? Surzek said in a sarcastic tone, losing control of his gentle facade after being challenged by James. Gladly. James replied with a smile. I'm sure the excuse you're using is that Shiva and Indra are too strong for us to stand against. And honestly, that would be true. Then why does it seem like you're eager to spark a war against people who would decimate our people? Surzek asked with righteous indignation in his tone. How about letting me finish, big bro Surzek? James said with a bit of sarcasm in his own tone. That would be true if that were possible. But Shiva and Indra will never team up against us. Anyone that knows anything about Hindu lore would know that. Surzek also knew what James said was true. Indra and Shiva have been at odds with each other for as long as the Hindu pantheon has existed. Even though the Hindu are strangely overpowered compared to the other pantheons, they have never been united. If they had, Christianity would have never gained a foothold in India, even after the English colonized it back in the past. Before James could continue, or Surzek could retort, however, the broadcast on the television was interrupted. We are interrupting the normally scheduled program for breaking news. The news anchor, a beautiful woman appearing to be middle-aged, said. We have various reports from the citizens of the capital that they have been receiving information packages detailing the dirty dealings of the members of the Devil Council who participated in the duel earlier in the day. Currently, the members of the Devil Council are convening for an emergency meeting. The other anchor, a handsome man who also appeared to be middle-aged, continued from where the first anchor left off. We have received a copy of the report from an anonymous sender. Although we are still trying to verify its authenticity, if what appeared on it is true, things in the underworld could change a great deal. After hearing that, everyone who was not in the know had their eyes widened to their limits. Meanwhile, Leona, Vanillana, Graphia, James, and Scathatch remained calm, as they were not only expecting but waiting for this report. A few moments later, Surzek was the first to come out of his stupor. With his gentle mask removed, he turned to Graphia with anger in his eyes. What is the meaning of this, Graphia? Surzek asked in a menacing tone. I told you releasing this information could lead to civil war. I told you to forget that you found this information. In response, Graphia remained silent. However, everyone other than her, Leona, and Vanillana were surprised to know that Surzek had already been made aware of this news. Because of that, James and Scathatch turned to the three women who had asked them to present this news if the councilmen did not admit to it themselves. That's enough, Surzek. Vanillana said, stepping between Surzek and Graphia. Graphia only did what she thought was right. Even if it's different from what you believe, there is no need for you to be angered so. Mother, you don't understand. Surzek said, trying to rein in his anger. This could tear apart our society. Oh, you mean like those old fossils have been doing for centuries? James asked sarcastically. There's no way you can claim to have not known about it after your little outburst. And instead of doing something about it and investigating it to fix the problem, you're worried about a civil war. Let's be honest, Surzek, there would be no civil war if you took immediate action against the culprits. And what would you know about it? Surzek fired back angrily. You have no idea how crafty the members of the council can be. Like I said, not worthy of the title of Satan. James said with disappointment in his tone. What was that? Surzek asked in rage, his demonic pressure leaking and putting pressure on everyone in the room. Everyone in the room at ultimate rank or below felt stifled by the pressure Surzek was emitting. Only James, Scathatch, and Graphia seemed to be unaffected. Maybe if you acted like this with the council, things like what showed up in that investigative report would never happen. James continued without changing his tone in the slightest. Before Surzek could rage any further, a communication magic circle bearing Ajuka's mark appeared next to Surzek's right ear. Noticing the magic circle, Surzek took several deep breaths. Then, once he had calmed down significantly, he injected his demonic energy into the magic circle and listened to Ajuka's voice. All right, I'll be there soon. Surzek said before ending the communication. After that, he glared at Graphia. Before leaving, he spoke. We have many things to discuss after I meet with the others. Surzek said as he created a teleportation magic circle beneath him. I agree. Graphia said, not changing her expression in the slightest. We, indeed, need to talk. A moment later, Surzek was teleported away. Once he was gone, Graphia walked over to a sofa and flopped down on it, her hands covering her face. Clearly, she was distraught by the chain of events. Seeing Graphia's state, Leona, Vanillana, Rias, and Aquino gathered around her, trying to console her. He's changed. Graphia said in a forlorn tone. He's not the man I fell in love with anymore. What happened to the men who wanted what was best for the underworld, for the devils, more than anything else? Chapter 186, Strong, Calculating, and Ruthless. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. In the Devil Council's meeting room, the 17 councilmen who engaged in the duel with James earlier in the day were standing on the ground floor with indignant expressions. Meanwhile, the other 23 members of the council were seated on the balcony above. The room was bathed in silence, as all those present waited for the last 4 attendees to arrive at this emergency meeting. Finally, after a few minutes in this stifling atmosphere, the door leading to the balcony opened. Through it walked in the 4 great Satans, Cerzex, Ajuka, Seraphal, and Falbium. Allowing their eyes to scan the room, they eventually let their sights fall on the most senior member of the Devil Council, Zekrom Baal. Lord Baal, I would assume that you called us due to the reports from the news not too long ago, correct? Cerzex asked. That is correct, Lord Lucifer. Zekrom nodded with an impassive expression on his face. We need to figure out the truth of the matter, as well as decide on what steps to take in quelling the unrest among the populace. As Zekrom spoke, the 4 great Satans stepped forward to take their seats at the front of the group of Devil World's upper echelons. And what do you suggest, Lord Baal? Ajuka asked after taking his seat. My suggestion is to first inform the masses that we are doing everything in our power to find the truth of the matter. Zekrom said without changing his expression. Then, I suggest we do just that. Hearing that, the 17 men on the lower floor felt the blood draining from their faces. Never did they expect that they would be prosecuted for the things they have done. They were the highest authorities in Devil Society. With their excellent pedigrees, they should be held above the rest of the rabble. Why would you do this, Lord Baal? The leader of the men on the lower floor asked in a panic. Our houses have done so much for the underworld. In the past, that is true. Zekrom replied solemnly. Many of you have come from houses that performed exceptionally well during the Great War. Then, why? The leader asked. Because you are no longer assets to the underworld. Zekrom replied. Sending young, promising devils to their deaths at the hands of strays from various organizations. Actions like that have gone unpunished for too long. The members of the council on the balcony, although surprised, did not react much to Zekrom's words. Although they were pureblood supremacists like the men on the lower floor, they were not so extreme. They believed in using the powerful members from lower classes to bolster their numbers once they proved worthy. However, the ones who were the most surprised were the 4 great Satans. Well, 3 of the 4 great Satans, as Falbium was barely paying attention, dozing off, instead. They are nothing but half-breeds and low-class trash. The leader shouted indignantly. How could their lives compare to our authority? Besides, we only did things like that so that the low-class trash would never think of challenging us, the ruling class. That's the mistake you made. Zekrom said, still not changing his expression. However, with each word he spoke, his presence began to grow, making everyone in the meeting room feel they were facing a giant. What a devil should be. Strong, calculating, and ruthless. And although you possess all those traits, you are not even pointing them at your enemies. The men on the lower floor began to shrink back after feeling Zekrom's presence and aura. At this point they were too terrified to argue in their own defense. Cerzex was the most surprised among the Satans. He felt that even though Zekrom was not as strong as he was, he had no chance of winning against him, though he would not lose either. This feeling was leaving him quite confused. Ajuka and Seraphal were also surprised, though, for a different reason. They thought that Zekrom was the same kind of devil as the men below, but their perceptions were being turned on their heads. But you were the one who always spoke ill of those with lower blood purity, one of the men from the lower floor cried after coming back to his senses. So why would you condemn us for treating them like the trash they are? It's true that I think little of devils of impure bloodlines. Zekrom agreed while nodding his head. However, you have mistaken something. I look down on them because their potential is low. But when there are some that show excellent results, I respect them as they should be respected. And strength is the true measuring stick of a devil's respect. The room fell into silence after Zekrom's last statement. Then, after a few moments spent digesting his words, Ajuka spoke. It seems that those below were not the only ones who misunderstood you, Lord Baal. Ajuka said. Yeah, we thought you hated every half-devil and devil of low birth. Seraphal said with an awkward smile. Cerzex, on the other hand, remained silent. He was still unhappy that Graphia had disobeyed him and was only halfway invested in the current meeting. So, what should we do about the accusations against them? Falbium asked while gesturing toward the lower floor with his chin. As I said, we need to investigate. Zekrom said with a tone that could cut iron. Before that, we will give each of you the chance to confess to your crimes. If you do, your punishments will be reduced accordingly. Hearing that, the councilmen on the lower floor began exchanging glances and speaking to each other with their eyes. After a few moments, one of the men stepped forward and spoke. I'm willing to confess. The man said with his head lowered. With one stepping out, the rest found the courage to do so as well. By the end, there were only 6 members who refused to speak. All of them were the highest ranking of the 17 being accused. They, of course, believed that their preparations were perfect and there would be no evidence found against them. As the members of the council and the Satans on the balcony waited for those below to make their decisions, Zekrom spoke to the Satans. "So, what do you think?" Zekrom asked. "I think this should have been done a long time ago," Seraphal said with a smile. "But you all would have never let us investigate like this in the past." "She's right," Surzek said with his eyes narrowed. "So, why now?" Ajuka and Falbium were also curious about the answer to this question. "That's quite simple," Zekrom replied. "Because they tried to hold down someone who actually showed their power." "You mean James?" Ajuka asked. "Correct," Zekrom replied with a nod. "When he was promoting from low class to middle class, I paid little attention to that young man. I was even against promoting him to high class. Until I heard about the deal that he made with Scathatch. But that was not the reason I agreed. I agreed because he had become that woman's disciple. Because you knew he would grow in strength?" Surzek asked. "Correct again," Zekrom replied. "None of those accepted as Scathatch as disciples were lower in strength than ultimate rank. And ever since the Civil War half a millennium ago, combat forces of that level are one of the things the underworld has sorely lacked." Being reminded of James' rapidly growing strength, Surzek frowned. His frown deepened when he remembered what James said about him not even an hour ago. "Not worthy of my title," Surzek thought. "There is no one more worthy of that title than I am. I am the strongest devil in history." However, although he was unwilling to admit it, he was starting to doubt the truth of that statement. Many of his initiatives had been sidelined even with his power. He knew that he could force the issue with brute force. However, his pride would not allow him to act like those he rebelled against 500+ years ago. The truth of the matter is that Surzek just did not know how to balance the use of respect and fear among his subjects. And it irked him because Zekrom was clearly more proficient at this than he was. Eventually, Surzek was pulled from his inner thoughts when Zekrom declared that the investigation would begin. First, all but the first of the men who was willing to confess was escorted by the council's guards into a waiting room. Then, when that man was standing alone, a copy of the list of crimes he had committed was delivered to him. As he read through it, his face grew paler by the second. Then, when those on the balcony noticed that he had finished reading, Surzek was the one to speak. "Is everything written in that report true?" Surzek asked sternly. After a few moments of hesitation, the councilman below exhaled a resigned sigh. Then, he spoke only one word. "Yes." The group on the balcony, who had all read the reports that were discussed on the news, were all surprised that the entirety of the report was true. "Is there anything you would like to add?" Ajuka asked. "No, this is all that I have done," the councilman said. The group on the balcony all exchanged glances. Then, as if they had come to a decision, they turned their attention back to the men below. "Very well," Zekrom said. "We will take note of your willingness to cooperate. Then, after the investigations are complete, we will notify you of your sentence. Until then, you are on house arrest. We will also station guards to monitor you in case you have the thought of escaping. Any questions?" "No, Lord Bale," the men replied with a bow. "I understand." Then, 2 guards led the men out of the meeting room. A few moments later, the next to confess entered the meeting room and the process repeated 10 times. After a few hours, only the 6 who claimed they had done nothing wrong were left to be interrogated. Before calling for the last 6, the Satans and the councilman discussed how they could take care of this in the most efficient manner. Then, after discussing for nearly an hour, they came up with a plan. Unlike those who were willing to confess, they were all led into the room together. After they were all in position, Ajuka raised his hand. When he did, using his Kankara formula, he created barriers around each man that allowed them to only see forward. That way, they would not be able to communicate with eye contact or by other nonverbal means. "Give each of them the documents," Zekrom said once Ajuka's preparations were complete. Once Zekrom's voice fell, each of the 6 council men on the lower floor was given a stack of 5 reports. One for each of the other men who were being interrogated. "Read," Zekrom ordered. As Zekrom ordered, the 6 began reading the reports. A lot of what they read, they were aware of. They had been working together for years to ensure their positions. So, it was natural they had worked with others, becoming aware of each other's secrets in the process. Once they were all done reading, they looked up at the balcony again. "Now, this is how this will work," Surzek said, beginning to explain. "The fact of the matter is we will find out if these reports are the truth or not. So, we've decided to give you all a chance to reduce your sentences if what we find matches any of the crimes on those reports. We will allow you to verify the crimes of the others," Ajuka said calmly. "The more crimes you can verify from the others, the more your sentence will be reduced if we find out that your crimes are real." Yes, the plan those on the balcony came up with was to turn the 6 councilmen on the lower floor against each other. They had already noticed the panic on each member's face when they were reading the reports they were handed. Everyone, being quite experienced in reading people, could tell what they were thinking as they read. If they have this much information on the rest of them, then they definitely have just as much, if not more on me. Using those thoughts, they would make use of those devils' natures. They expected the 6 councilmen to turn on their supposed allies if it meant saving their own lives. And as they expected, the 6 council hurried to verify the crimes of the others. Now, you will all be placed on house arrest until the investigations are complete. Zekrom announced once they were done. Then, 12 guards led the 6 councilmen out of the meeting room. After that, those on the balcony discussed how they would investigate. They eventually decided that there would be an equal number of investigators from the council and the Satan sides. After they ironed out all the details, they all left for their own homes. Chapter 187, Underworld Happenings. Underworld, Satan Territory, Lucifer Estate. After leaving the Devil Council's meeting hall, Surzex returned to his estate feeling more mentally tired than he had in quite some time. When he arrived, Graphia was waiting for him as she usually did. However, he could feel that everything was different. Surzex, we need to talk. Graphia said before Surzex had a chance to speak. I agree. Surzex said calmly. Why did you disobey my orders? Because you were wrong. Graphia said just as calmly. You were more concerned with your standing among the populace than doing your duty. Is that what you think? Surzex said without changing his expression. Everything I've ever done is for the betterment of the people. And allowing the rotten apples of the council to act in a rampant manner was for the betterment of the people. Graphia asked in a cutting tone. To this, Surzex did not have an answer. He knew the answer to Graphia's question but was unwilling to answer it. His pride would not allow it. Surzex, do you know why I chose to betray my house and the old Satans? Graphia asked calmly. Yes. Surzex responded. It was because you believed it was what was best for the underworld and devil society. That's right. Graphia replied with a nod. That's the reason I married you as well. I thought you were what was best for not only me, but for the devils as well. I thought we would be able to make the underworld better together. Thought. Surzex asked. Why the past tense? Because I'm no longer sure if that's the case. Graphia replied with a bit of pain in her expression. When we first started this journey together, making the lives for the devils better was all that mattered to us. But now, you seem to care more about gaining the reverence of the masses. A leader must be revered to make the people follow them. Surzex replied with a slight frown. A leader must lead their people. Graphia said calmly. Their actions will dictate how the people feel about them. Surzex stopped to think about what Graphia said. And, indeed, he could understand the sentiment. However, his pride was stopping him from agreeing with it verbally. Instead of taking the actions that would lead the masses to follow you willingly, you are more concerned with maintaining the status quo because you don't know how the people will react to your choices. Graphia said. And that is not the way of a ruler, but a coward. Hearing Graphia's assessment, Surzex could feel his anger starting to rise. This would be the first time he had ever been called a coward by anyone. Fortunately, he was able to push down his discomfort. Is that why you went behind my back to spread that news? Surzex asked. Yes, I thought that those councilmen needed to be held accountable for their transgressions. Graphia replied. Surzex actually agreed with Graphia on that point. He was thoroughly disgusted by the things that those councilmen had done. Unfortunately, it was not to his credit that they were exposed, and that was the issue he had with the situation. We both know that every devil's actions are dictated by a certain sin. With pride, envy, and lust being the most prevalent. Graphia continued. And like you, pride is my main sin. The difference between us, though, is that your pride is focused on yourself, while my pride is for the devil species as a whole. Surzex stopped to think about it for a while, and realized that Graphia was right, to an extent. He also had immense pride in his sister, more than for his own son. That is why, despite being uncomfortable with James' growth, he never objected to Rias being with him. Because he was proud that Rias found such a good partner. Also, as your queen, I have the duty to support you and advise you. Graphia said while keeping eye contact with Surzex. And disobeying me is your definition of supporting me? Surzex asked with a slight frown. I supported you by making a choice that you wouldn't. Graphia said. For you to be a good ruler, sometimes you have to put your pride down. I'm not telling you to bow to others. But you have to be willing to allow others to gain glory. With that, the room fell into silence. Then, after several minutes, Surzex sighed deeply. I'll consider it. Surzex said before turning around and leaving toward his and Graphia's bedroom. Graphia simply bowed at the retreating Surzek's back. Then, a teleportation circle appeared underneath her while she maintained her bow. A moment later, she was no longer in the Lucifer estate. Human world, Japan, Kuo. A week has passed since the news of the council members' wrongdoings was made public. And in that week, many searches have been carried out as part of the Satan's and Devil Council's investigation into the matter. They found a lot of evidence against the accused. Enough to prove everything in those reports that were distributed throughout Lilith. After the last bell, James and the girls were gathered around Rhea's desk, talking about the goings-on in the underworld. So, Ree, have you heard anything about the investigation from your brother or Graphia? James asked curiously. Nope, they're keeping it under wraps. Rheas replied. On top of that, things seem really tense between Graphia and my brother. I bet. James replied. I'm sure your brother didn't like Graphia deciding to publish that information on her own. But I'm not sure why he would have hidden the information in the first place. Who knows? Rheas said with a shrug. Sona, have you heard anything from your sister? Nothing. Sona replied. As much as she dotes on me, she very rarely tells me anything that I'm not supposed to know. Now, that's a surprise. Flora replied. I thought if you gave her the puppy dog eyes, she would give in instantly. Like I could ever do that. Sona shouted as her face turned red. Tsubaki and Rhea giggled at their king's outburst. Akino also giggled. Meanwhile, James and Rheas laughed loudly. Would you two shut up? Sona said forcefully. I remember the last time Sona gave Saratan the puppy dog eyes. James said through his laughter. It was when Sarah broke through her barriers while we were. MMPH. I said shut up. Sona said while covering James' mouth with her hands. Why would you even think about telling everyone that story? Because I thought it was hilarious. James replied after prying Sona's hands away from his mouth. After that little exchange, Rheas, Akino, Tsubaki, Rhea, and Flora were now looking at Sona with curiosity. Era, why don't you tell us the story too, Kaishu? Akino asked with a bit of sadism glinting in her eyes. Yeah, you know a bunch of embarrassing stories about me, Sona. Rheas added. Why not make it more even? I know a lot of embarrassing stories about you, Rheas, because you do a lot of embarrassing things. Sona replied coldly. Once again, everyone laughed. Everyone except Rheas, that is. Anyway, I'm not telling. Sona said while adjusting her glasses. Then, she continued when she noted everyone's gazes falling on James. And if you tell them, James, I'll tell my sister you were bullying me while crying. Even though James had decided not to tell them the story since Sona was so against it, that decision became rock solid after hearing Sona's threat. Even though Seraphal and he were about equal in terms of strength and James believed that he could defeat her if he went all out, the hassle she would present would be way more than he was willing to deal with for a funny story. You have my word. James said solemnly. I won't tell anyone that story without your permission. I swear it on Okairu Sakura. Although Sona only rolled her eyes in response, she knew that he was serious. James, like most swordsmen, would not take a vow on his sword lightly. After that, the group continued to chat for a little longer. Eventually, they decided to disperse to go to their respective clubs. Before they separated after leaving the classroom, however, James remembered something. Hey, you've all heard that they will be holding the middle-class advancement exam 4 times a year now, right? James asked. The next time it will be held is next month. The first weekend in November. Are you sending any of your peerage to take part? Yeah, I'll be sending Akino, Kaneko, Yuto, Gasper, and Issei, Rheas replied. What about you, Sona? I'll be sending Tsubaki and Rhea. Sona replied. The others aren't quite ready. I don't know, Sona. James said in response. I think you give them too little credit. They still aren't ready for Devil Society, I mean. Sona replied. As far as strength goes, they should be more than ready. Gotcha. James replied. What about you? Rheas asked. I'll be sending Mizor, Lancer, and Mocha. James replied casually. Not Master Scathatch. Sona asked curiously. She hasn't taken enough devil jobs to be eligible yet. James replied. She'll be ready for the next one, though. She does like 6 contracts every night. What a monster. Rhea said. Everyone else nodded in agreement. Then, they finally headed off to their clubs to spend their afternoons. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. Once again, the 17 councilmen under suspicion of treason, among other things, were gathered on the ground floor of the Devil Council's meeting room. Today was the day when the investigations ended. Today, they would be judged for their crimes by the remaining members of the council and the Satans. Standing in silence, the 17 men waited for the council and the 4 great Satans to enter. It was obvious that their anxiety levels were running quite high. Finally, after half an hour, the ones who would judge them entered through the door on the balcony. Wasting no time, all 27 people quickly took their seats. "I think we all know why we're here," Sirzek said. In response, everyone on the balcony nodded in agreement. "Then, let's begin," Sirzek said. One by one, each of the 11 men who confessed to their crimes were called forth and received their sentences. They were all removed from their positions on the council. Also, they were sentenced to anywhere from 500 to 1,000 years of imprisonment, depending on the severity of their crimes. After those 11 were sentenced, the turn for the 6 who did not agree to cooperate in their own investigations were called forth one by one as well. The sentences they received were much more severe. All of them were sentenced to death, with no exceptions. Most of them were granted a quick death. Death by beheading. The leader of the group, however, received a much more painful death. He would receive death by 1,000 cuts from a holy sword. The reason his sentence was so much harsher was simple. He had sold information to the enemy factions, back when Heaven and the Grigori were still enemies, for his own benefit on more than a few occasions. This information was not in the reports that were made public. And the Satans and councilmen were grateful for that. News like that would have definitely led to the public being completely outraged. When Zekrom heard about this, he remembered all the traps and ambushes some of the elite members of Devil Society had walked into while on missions. It took everything he had and several other councilmen physically holding him back to stop him from killing the men on the spot with a blast of his power of destruction. "I'm glad they were able to stop me from killing you," Zekrom said, addressing the leader of the men being sentenced. "Being quickly obliterated by my power of destruction is far too kind an end for a traitor like you." In response, the men in question hung his head with regret clear in his expression. However, everyone present could tell that he did not regret his actions, not in the least. What he regretted was the fact that he was caught. "A public execution will be held in the central square a week from today," Sirzek said. As he looked around at the other Satans and the councilmen, he continued. "Are there any objections?" No one objected. "Then, let's adjourn," Sirzek said as he stood from his seat. Chapter 188, James vs. Serorgai. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. The evening after the sentences for the treasonous council members was decided, the last rating game between this year's young devils was to be held. Team Alaverus, who had won all 4 of its previous games, was to face off against Team Baal, who had also won all 4 of its previous games. The other teams had already participated against the other 5 teams. Team Gremry finished the league at 2-3, taking losses against Team Alaverus, Team Baal, and Team Citri. Team Citri finished at 3-2, losing against Team Alaverus and Team Baal. Team Agars finished with a record of 1-4 with their only victory coming against Team Glaciolabalas, who lost all 5 of their games. This final rating game would create a clear-cut winner among the young devils of this year. Also, it would decisively end the discussion about whom between James and Serorg was the strongest young devil. Although more of the spectators were expecting James to win, everyone was looking forward to the spectacle. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome you once again to the Young Devils League rating game," the announcer shouted. "This will be the last rating game our young devils will participate in until they debut against the older, more experienced peerages." Hearing the announcer's voice over the PA system, the crowd knew that the fun was about to start. The crowd began to boil over with excitement. Then, finally, the announcer began to introduce the 2 teams. Entering first, from the north entrance, the next head of the Baal house, Serorg Baal and his peerage. After the announcer's voice fell, walking in front of his peerage, Serorg's tall, bulky frame was visible to everyone watching. They quickly made their way to the platform designated for their team and waited for their opponents to be introduced. And entering from the south entrance, Team Alaverus, led by their king, James Alaverus. Once again, the crowd went wild with their cheering. Neither team received anything less than the audience's full support. Then, like Serorg, James led his team to his team's designated platform. Once both teams were situated on their platforms, both platforms rose simultaneously. Once they were at their apex, the bridge was extended from both platforms, meeting in the middle. A pedestal then rose from the center of the bridge. Once all this was done, James and Serorg made their way toward the pedestal. "I've been looking forward to this," Serorg said when both youths reached the center. Then, he extended a hand toward James. "I've been looking forward to it, too," James said, accepting Serorg's handshake. "But don't get too disappointed when you lose, my guys are strong, you know." "Haha. My team are no pushovers, either." After exchanging handshakes and a bit of friendly banter, James and Serorg took their places on either side of the pedestal. Then, simultaneously, they placed their hands on the pedestal and a large roulette appeared above the pedestal. The crowd held their breath in anticipation, waiting for the game to be chosen. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we'll be having a repeat of the first game of Young Devils. The announcer stated. Like Team Gremory and Team Citri, this will be a point defense game. Even though the crowd was a bit disappointed that there would not be anything new, they were still excited to see the game between the strongest young devils of this generation. At the same time, James and Sarord both placed their hands on the pedestal to see who would be on offense and who would be on defense. And it looks like the roles have been decided. The announcer shouted excitedly. Team Alaverus will be defending, while Team Bale will be attacking the points. Once again, the excitement in the crowd rose. Shortly after that, James and Sarord returned to their respective platforms and both teams were teleported onto the game board. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Gremory Estate. I wonder what strategies both teams will use. Aquino asked curiously. I'm not sure. Rhea said while tapping her chin with one of her index fingers. But something tells me that James is going to show off a bit in this game. What makes you say that? Mio asked curiously. Because he has more or less just sat back in the other 5 games, if you count the one against Diodora Astaroth. Rias replied. But in that game, against Team Astaroth, James Senpai did act. Maria said with her head tilted in confusion. That's only because he was provoked. Zenobia said in response to Maria's confusion. Oh, yeah. Now that you mention it. Maria said as she thought back to that particular rating game. Either way, it will be nice to see Senpai beat up someone other than me, for once. Issei chimed in. Everyone could only smile wryly at Issei's comment. Even Issei knew that most of his beatings from James were his own fault. Even still, they could understand what Issei was feeling. It was not often that they got to see James fight. Underworld, Citri Territory, Citri Estate. Like Rias, Sona was also watching the rating game between James and Sarord with her peerage. Unlike Rias, however, Sona's older sister was also watching with them. Big sister, could you let go of me? Sona said as Serafal wrapped herself around Sona while they sat together on the couch. But I need to recharge my vitamin St, Sotan. Serafal said as she nuzzled her face into Sona's chest. So, how do you think this game will go? Sona asked everyone in the room, trying her best to ignore her sister. You mean other than James Senpai winning? Tsubasa asked. I would imagine it will go much like the others. James and Master Scathatch will sit back while the rest of the peerage deals with the opposing team. Momo and Tomo nodded in agreement. Genturu on the other hand, felt that things would be different. I think either James Senpai or Master Scathatch will take the field this time. Genturu said, sounding a bit unsure. Oh. Sona exclaimed in surprise. Then, she turned her attention to Genturu and continued. And what makes you think that, Saji? Genturu was a bit flustered when Sona looked at him with such rapt attention. However, after a moment, he calmed down and began to structure his sentence in his head. It's just a hunch, actually. Genturu said while scratching the back of his head. But since James has yet to do much of anything in these rating games, he's probably itching to jump into the action. Sona and Tsubaki, having known James the longest of all Sona's peerage, nodded their heads to Genturu's statement. On top of wanting to have a fight with Sarorg, they know he also wants to show off a bit in front of the entire underworld. I'm surprised you were able to come up with that, Saji-kun. Serafal said while still wrapped around Sona. Genturu could only smile sheepishly. Since understanding that Sona was James' fiancé, Genturu began to pay more attention to James, just to see why Sona was so interested in him. Eventually, he started to notice quite a few of James' personality traits, wondering if Sona may change her mind if he could adopt some of those traits. He would never mention this to anyone, though. They are announcing the rules. Rhea said, drawing everyone's attention to the TV. Rating game board. Today's point defense game will be held in the 6.2 square mile, 10 square kilometers, square arena. As the announcer spoke, a map of the game board was shown on all monitoring devices that were broadcasting the game. As the announcer said, the board was a large square with 13 large plazas spread over the square. One in each corner, one in each of the 4 cardinal directions, one in the center, and one in the center of each of the 4 quadrants. Each plaza is connected by wide pathways that connect to other plazas. One plaza could have as many as 8 entrances that connect to other plazas. And at the least, they could have 3. Team Bale will start the game at the plaza to the southmost plaza on the game board, while Team Alaverus will begin the game in the centermost plaza. The announcer continued. The defense points will be located in the east, west, and northmost plazas of the game board. Attacking, pawns, may promote after reaching any of the 3 plazas housing, defense points, while defending, pawns, may promote after reaching any of the plazas or corridors on the southmost side of the game board. After explaining the layout of the game board, the announcer then moved on to explaining the rules. The time limit for this game is 4 hours. The defending team can win if they have at least 1 defense point still in their possession when time expires, or by defeating the opposing king. The announcer said, pausing briefly for dramatic effect, before continuing. The attacking team can claim victory by holding each defense point for 1 minute or defeating the opposing king. After seeing the map, both teams were expecting the rules to be something like this. So, there were no members of either team that needed any further explanation. Now, each team will have 20 minutes to strategize. The announcer declared. Once the time is up, the game will begin. And the timer starts now. With that, both teams began to discuss how they would advance during the game. The first thing both kings did was distribute rating game approved communication devices. While Serorg was carefully dividing the roles for his peerage, James spoke leisurely with a smile on his face. So, here's what we're gonna do. James said calmly. I'm going to roam the battlefield, looking to retire as many of Serorg's pieces as possible. Iam will do the same. Iam nodded silently, accepting the role she was given. Master, I want you to coordinate the rest of the team into groups of 3 to defend each defense point. James continued. Understood. Scathatch replied. Then, she turned the remaining 8 members of the peerage. Satanta, Flora, Shuna, you will defend the west. Mizor, Dante, Cheyenne, you will defend the north. Mocha and Lady, you are with me. We will defend the east. Why am I the furthest away from the action? Dante asked in a disgruntled tone. Yeah, seriously. Mizor added. We're the least likely to have a chance to fight. Yeah, I want to fight, too. Cheyenne complained as well. The answer to that question is quite simple. Scathatch replied. Because you 3 are the most likely to lose sight of the goal while you fight. Mizor, Dante, and Cheyenne grumbled in annoyance when they heard Scathatch's reason. However, they knew what she said was true and they no longer voiced their complaints aloud. Meanwhile, James began to talk casually with his team. He wanted to make sure that they were as relaxed as they could possibly be without losing their tension. Underworld, Citri territory, Citri estate. Sometimes I wish they would let us hear the team's strategies. Sona said in a tired tone, having completely given up on separating herself from Serafal by now. I know what you mean, Kaishu, Rhea said in response. No matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like James put too much thought into his strategy. More than likely, Jaquin and Scattychan have devised basic strategies for every type of game. Serafal said with a smile. Then, after getting a look at the game board, they only have to adjust their base strategies and don't have much to plan. So, their time to strategize is reduced significantly. I guess that makes sense. Sona replied. Even so, I'd like to know what James and Master Scathatch's roles in all of this are. Everyone nodded in agreement with Sona's statement. Well, you won't have to wait too long to see the plans being put into action. Serafal said. Then, she tightened her hug on Sona slightly. Now, let's just enjoy our bonding time until the game starts. Does that mean you plan on letting go of me when the game starts? Sona asked with hope burning in her eyes. No, of course not. Ha ha ha. Serafal said while laughing as if Sona had told the funniest joke in all the realms. We'll just be paying more attention to the game than each other is what I meant. Of course. Sona said in a dry tone. Why would I have expected you to mean anything else? I don't know. Serafal replied. But you really were being kinda silly, Sotan. Sona's peerage decided it would be best to look away from the siblings, and pretended as if they had never seen any of this. Chapter 189, James vs. Serord 2. Rating Game Board. The time to strategize is over. The announcer's voice rang out over the entire rating game board. Now, let the game begin. As soon as the announcer's declaration ended, Serord shot straight toward the defense point in the north. Let's go, make sure to follow the plan. Serord shouted as he ran at top speed. What kind of plan is split up and overwhelm them from multiple directions? Said Serorg's queen, Keisha Abaddon. Keisha is a beautiful blonde woman with blue eyes, her hair pulled into a ponytail, and wearing an outfit that shows off much of her large breasts, cleavage, and shoulders. Calm down, Lady Keisha. Said Beluga Furkas, one of Serorg's knight. Beluga is a handsome young man with brown hair and green eyes wearing a set of medieval armor and riding atop a nightmare steed that emits blue-white flames from its hooves. Asterisk sigh asterisk I know. Keisha said after taking a deep breath and exhaling her annoyance with a sigh. Then, her expression changed to a serious one and she began giving orders. Coriana, Regulus, head northeast and attack the point in the east. Coriana, or Coriana Andre Alphas, one of Serorg's bishops, an attractive woman with long, wavy, blonde hair and red eyes wearing a red business suit with purple accents, simply nodded with a smile in response to her orders. Like Coriana, Regulus, a young boy with spiky, dark orange hair and golden eyes is Serorg's pawn, who took 7 pieces to reincarnate, also nodded his head in acknowledgement. Then, Coriana and Regulus took off in the direction of their objective. Ladora and Mistita, you two will head directly east then directly north to also attack the east defense point. Keisha said, continuing to give out orders. Ladora Bune, one of Serorg's rooks, is a tall lanky man with green hair and red eyes while Mistita Sabnok, a young boy with light green hair and violet eyes, both nodded in acknowledgement and took off toward the east. Beluga, go with Gandoma to the west then head north and attack the west defense point. Keisha ordered. Yes, ma'am. Beluga replied. Gandoma Balam, Serorg's other rook, a 9 feet 10 inches, 3 meters tall man with tan skin, pale, bluish-gray eyes and a face that appeared to be more like a monster's than a man's, nodded in acknowledgement as he sprinted off with Beluga and his nightmare steed. We should get going as well, Libin. Keisha said as she began to run to the northwest. Yeah, let's go. Libin Crossel, a young man with blonde hair and silver eyes wearing light armor and carrying a sword, said as he also began to run to the northwest. At the same time, breaking up into groups of 3, the members of James' peerage, excluding James and Iam, sprinted toward their assigned defense points. Meanwhile, James was using his presence detection to follow the movements of the opposing team. Well, if I had to guess, Serorg is running straight up the middle toward us. James said with his eyes still closed. Then the rest are breaking up into groups of 2 and heading to the east and west defense points from 2 directions. Will you fight Serorg-sama right now? Iam asked. I think I will. James said as he looked toward the direction Serorg was coming from. You can go wherever you want. Just take out as many as you can. Understood, James-sama. Iam replied as she vanished from her place. Her stealth is getting better. James said. It's getting harder to detect her even when I combine my presence detection and soul sight. Then, instead of running south, James stood in the middle of the plaza where his team started and waited for Serorg to arrive. Meanwhile, Siyu Chilin, Flora, and Shuna rushed toward the west. We're almost there. Siyu Chilin said as he noticed the passage ending soon. Because of the distance from the center, we should arrive first. But I need the 2 of you to stay on guard, we have no idea who will be facing or how many. Got it. Flora replied energetically. Understood. Shuna replied as well. A moment later, the trio entered the plaza and saw the defense point, a glowing circle on the floor in the center of the plaza whose glow reached the ceiling of the game board. When they arrived, Siyu Chilin signaled to Shuna, who immediately shut her eyes and began to sense the life force in the surroundings. There are 2 signals coming from the passage in the southeast. Shuna reported. The rest are either coming from the south or went east. Either way, they're out of my range for now. That's good to know. Siyu Chilin said. You 2 confront the ones coming from the southeast, I'll be on guard for more coming from the south. Okay. Flora and Shuna replied simultaneously. Then, Flora and Shuna took up positions to intercept the attackers, with Flora standing further forward with her gauntlets and greaves equipped, sparks of thunder magic sparking on her fists and feet. Meanwhile, Siyu Chilin took up position near the defense point, in a way that he could see the east, southeast, and south entrances to the plaza. About 2 minutes later, Keisha and Libin approached close enough to be seen from the plaza. They also could recognize who was there to stop them, as well. Libin, you go and keep Flora busy. Keisha ordered. I'll try to distract Shuna, maybe that will be enough for Beluga and Gandoma to take the point. Got it. Libin said as he put the speed his night piece boosted to the test. Clang. Well, hello there, Libin. Flora said with a grin after blocking one of Libin's sword slashes with her left gauntlet. How have you been? As she spoke, Flora pulled back her right hand and charged her demonic energy into her fist and gauntlet, causing them to spark more intensely with thunder magic. Then, she threw her fist at Libin's chest. Seeing the incoming attack and knowing that it was more than he could tank with his defense, Libin disengaged and stepped back quickly. After avoiding the strike from Flora, he thrust forward with his sword toward Flora's heart. Oh, my, you won't even return my greeting. Flora said as she deflected the thrust with her right gauntlet. You're breaking my heart. Using the momentum from her parry, Flora quickly spun around and threw her right heel toward the side of Libin's head, who quickly raised his sword to defend with its flat side. Unfortunately, the force behind Flora's kick was more than he expected, and he was sent flying. On top of that, the thunder magic imbued into her greave left his sword arm feeling numb. At the same time, Keisha and Shuna were exchanging magic spells and Yujitsu at a furious rate. Blood-red fireballs and different elemental spells were flying between the two while they evaded or defended skillfully. Every now and then, one of Shuna's attacks would disappear into a dark hole that would open in their path. She's using her hole ability. Shuna shouted as she continued to exchange attacks with Keisha. Flora, you have to be on the lookout for any sneak ATT. Before Shuna could finish her warning, a kunai, seemingly coming out of nowhere, streaked across Keisha's throat. Then, the queen was covered in pale blue particles of light before being teleported off the game board. Serorg Bales, queen, has retired. Never mind. Shuna said after the announcer's voice sounded. Snap out of it, Shuna. Siyu Chulin shouted as he stepped toward the entrance on the south of the plaza. We've got another group incoming. Just as Siyu Chulin said, Beluga and Gandoma were quickly approaching from the corridor to the south. Right. Shuna said in a resolute tone. Then, she created 2 more of her blood-red fireballs in her palms. Meanwhile, Mocha was engaging in melee combat with Regulus, who had promoted to queen. Damn. She got taken out so quickly. Regulus exclaimed as he exchanged punches and kicks with Mocha. Is Scathatch over there or something? Ha. Wouldn't you like to know? Mocha said as she successfully clinched her hands behind Regulus' head. Then, with all her might, Mocha pulled Regulus' head down while she raised her right knee toward his face. Reacting quickly, Regulus raised his hands between Mocha's knee and his face. Unfortunately, he still ended up with a bloody nose after the backs of his hands were smashed into his own face. Damn it. That hurt. Regulus complained as he wrapped his hands around Mocha's thigh and threw her away from himself. At the same time, Lady was keeping her distance and shooting down the magic spells Coriana was sending her way. At the same time, Coriana was forced to dodge bullets. How can anyone have marksmanship like that? Coriana whined. She's even shooting down thunder spells. This is insane. Taking advantage of the distance he created by throwing Mocha across the plaza, Regulus closed in on Lady and attempted to punch her. Using her submachine gun, Lady parried the punch and placed her pistol against Regulus' chest. Shit, she uses some kinda gun kata. Regulus said as he used his left hand to knock away Lady's pistol. Bang. Although Regulus was able to divert Lady's barrel from its initial target, which was his heart, Regulus could still feel the pain of a bullet passing through the upper part of his left chest. God damn it. That hurt. Regulus shouted as Lady quickly backed away from the boy who was actually the independent avatar type, Sacred Gear, Regulus Nemia. And as she did, Regulus' shape began to change. From a human boy, Regulus took on the form of a large, golden lion, standing at 14 feet 9 inches, approximate 4.5 m, tall, with a golden mane and a golden jewel on its forehead. Seriously, he took on his true form this early in the fight? Lady asked incredulously. Boom. From the spot she landed after Regulus threw her, Mocha sprinted back onto the scene. Then, as Regulus was transforming, she leapt into the air with her fist drawn back. Then, when Regulus' transformation ended, Mocha's fist struck the side of his large head, causing it to be snapped to the side. Unfortunately for Mocha, her strike did very little damage. Before she could comment on that, she was forced to defend herself from the fireball that Coriana sent her way. What are we going to do about this big son of a bitch? Lady asked. Honestly, I'm not all that sure. Mocha said while examining their enemies. I put everything I had behind that punch, and it only moved his head. Well, that makes perfect sense. Scathatch said as she approached. That is the Nemean lion after all. His hide is said to be impenetrable. However, I think you should allow the Scathatch to test that theory for herself. Seeing Scathatch approach, Regulus subconsciously took a step back. This is bad, Regulus. Coriana said from behind Regulus. What are we supposed to do with Scathatch? I don't know. Regulus said. But I should be able to keep her busy long enough for you and the other two to take the point. We'll figure out the next step after that. Got it. Coriana replied. I'll let the others know. At the same time, James and Serorg have been exchanging punches and kicks without the concept of defense ever since Siyu Chilin and his group reached their defense point. Eventually, around the time Regulus began his transformation, James landed a knee strike to Serorg's chest that forced him back. As soon as Serorg regained his footing, while wrapped in Tuki, he began throwing punches at high speed. Thanks to the friction between his fists and the air, his punches caught fire and those fireballs were launched at James in succession. Like some of the techniques James taught to his friends and loved ones, this was also a technique James stole from the Naruto universe and shamelessly taught to Serorg as if he were the one who invented it. Morning Peacock. Serorg shouted as he launched fireballs at his friend and rival. So, you finally mastered it, huh? James commented as he drew back both of his fists. But I have a move like that, too. As James finished speaking, he flung both of his fists forward. And like Serorg, his fists were lit ablaze. However, instead of many fast punches and small fireballs, James' fists expelled a much larger, wave-like attack. Tiger shot. James shouted as he sent a projectile fire attack of his own. Although James' attack did not cover as great an area as Serorg's did, he only needed to stop the fireballs that were actually going to hit him. So, as the tiger shot collided with the fireballs from Serorg's morning peacock, flames were sent in all directions, leaving burn marks all over the plaza. I've been waiting for an opponent that can take more than a few hits. Serorg said with a satisfied expression on his face. Come on, James, let's keep going. Sure, whatever you want, sigh. James said, as he charged at Serorg to continue their fight. Chapter 190, James vs. Serorg 3. Rating Game Board. After Regulus took his true form, Mistita and Ledora approached the southern entrance to the plaza where the east defense point was housed. After seeing Regulus in his true form and Scathatch confronting him, they both had second thoughts about entering this particular battlefield. I think we should turn back and take the center pathway toward the north defense point. Mistita said quietly. Getting involved in a battle between monsters like that isn't a good idea. Ledora nodded as he kept an eye on the situation on the plaza. Then, without alerting anyone, they turned around. However, before they could begin moving, Mistita was covered in pale blue light particles before being teleported off the game board shortly afterward. Damn it. Ledora exclaimed as he sprinted into the eastmost plaza. Serorg Bales, Bishop, has retired. Upon hearing the announcement, Scathatch looked toward the new arrival and smiled at Iam, who she was able to perceive even when in stealth. Meanwhile, without alerting anyone to her presence, Iam slipped back into the shadows and waited for her next opportunity to strike. At the same time in the northmost plaza, Mizor, Dante, and Cheyenne were standing around, bored out of their minds. Is this some kind of punishment? Dante asked while stomping around the plaza. I mean seriously, there are clearly fights going on and we aren't involved at all. And if I guess right, we won't be. Mizor pouted. This isn't fair. If this is a punishment, why am I being punished? Cheyenne asked. I mean, I don't destroy things without thinking about the consequences, and I have never disobeyed orders. I just don't get it. After hearing Cheyenne's complaints, Mizor and Dante glared at her, which she did not even notice. Instead, she kept on complaining while swinging her sword over and over again. At least she decided to get some training done while keeping herself warmed up for whenever the battle makes it to the area they were defending. Sigh asterisk, Mizor and Dante sighed simultaneously after realizing that Cheyenne was paying neither of them any mind. Meanwhile, the battle near the westmost defense point was heating up. The three members of each team had broken down into 3 one-on-one fights. Cu Chillin vs Beluga, Flora vs Libin, and Shuna vs Gandoma. Firing a barrage of blood-red fireballs, Shuna attacked Gandoma relentlessly. Unfortunately, her Jujitsu was doing little to no damage. Gandoma either tanked every spell or swatted them aside with his hands. While remaining unbothered by Shuna's attacks, Gandoma slowly made his way closer to Shuna, who was forced to retreat toward the defense point. At the same time, Flora was continuing her melee with Libin, finding it hard to land a solid strike on the much faster foe. Meanwhile, Cu Chillin was doing his best to deal with the extra force behind Beluga's attacks thanks to the charging speed and weight that his mount added. Why is a mount even allowed in a rating game? Cu Chillin asked while deflecting a strike from Beluga's lance. Because he is a summoning. Beluga replied while thrusting his lance from atop his nightmare steed. And summoned creatures are allowed, according to the rules. That was rhetorical. Cu Chillin replied as he deflected one of Beluga's thrusts upward, creating an opening in the process. Oh, no, Beluga said as he also noticed the dilemma he found himself in. Like the seasoned warrior that he is, Cu Chillin did not miss the opening. Even though he could not finish off Beluga, Cu Chillin was able to sweep his spear and knock the opposing knight from his mount. Bang. Thanks to the force behind Cu Chillin's sweep, Beluga was not only thrown off the back of his mount, but he was smashed into the wall surrounding the plaza. Cough, Beluga coughed up a mouthful of blood after he slid down the wall, which was now marked with several spider web-like cracks that originated from the point of impact. When he raised his head, he saw his nightmare steed galloping toward him. At the same time, he saw Cu Chillin holding his spear in one hand and pulling back that arm. Damn. Beluga said as he tried to quickly move from where he sat. Unfortunately, due to the injuries he sustained, his movements were slowed significantly. Then, a moment later, Cu Chillin launched his spear with his full strength. As the spear flew forward, it pierced through the nightmare steed without losing momentum. Then, it pinned Beluga to the wall, piercing him just to the right of his heart. Although Beluga was not retired immediately, he knew that he would be teleported soon. Siyu Chilin, walking leisurely to retrieve his spear, looked over his shoulder and shouted to his teammates. You two need to switch opponents, those are bad matchups for you. Hearing Siyu Chilin's instructions, Flora began to back away from Libin, who began to attack more fiercely as he knew what Siyu Chilin said was right. At the same time, Shuna spread out her barrage of blood-red fireballs to encompass Flora and Libin as well. However, thanks to her excellent control of her Jiu-Jitsu, Flora did not have to worry about being hit by friendly fire. Instead, Libin was forced to defend himself against both Flora and Shuna's attacks. Unfortunately for Shuna, the pressure on Gandoma was lessened when she spread the range of her attacks, which resulted in his speed increasing as he approached Shuna. Luckily, Flora was able to land a solid strike on Libin. And just as Gandoma was about to reach within an arm's length of Shuna, Flora was able to land a thunder-charged strike on the back of Gandoma's leg, causing him to stumble momentarily. That moment, however, was all Shuna needed to escape from the giant's pursuit. Underworld, Citri Territory, Citri Estate. Lancer's battlefield awareness is impressive. Sona said after Siyu Chilin directed his comrades. Yes, he seems to be able to keep everything that's going on the battlefield in his perception. Tsubaki said with a smile. It must be thanks to all those expeditions he went on with James when they were younger. Sona said as she fidgeted in her sister's grasp. Hey, do you think you could loosen your grip a little? My arms are starting to fall asleep. Hearing Sona's request, Serafal pouted a little before loosening her hold on Sona slightly. As she felt Serafal's grip loosen, Sona sighed with some relief. The more interesting fight is still Master Scathatch against the Nemean lion, though. Tomo said with excitement in her tone. Yeah, but without Serord, Regulus can't bring out his full power. Rhea replied. Yeah, sacred gear, without its wielder is incomplete. Momo said with a nod. I would be terrified to have Vritra moving around on his own. Genturu said with a slightly scared expression. Well, Vritra was one of the evil dragons before he died, right? Ruruko asked while subtly closing the distance between her and Genturu. Everyone, except Genturu, who did not even notice, smiled when they saw Ruruko's slight movements. Rating game board. As Beluga was retired, the fight between Scathatch and Regulus began. Regulus made the first move, charging toward Scathatch, Mocha, and Lady. Instead of trying to assist Scathatch, Mocha split herself into many bats and flew around Regulus while Lady fired at his eyes as she distanced herself from the battlefield. Occasionally, she would shoot down the spells Coriana cast at her as well. After flying past Regulus, Mocha continued to fly toward Ladora as a flock of bats. Seeing the incoming bats, Ladora decided to attack preemptively. Charging toward the flock, he swung his arms and legs in an attempt to injure even one of the bats. However, since they were all Mocha and shared their senses as well as field of vision, she found it simple to avoid the strikes from Ladora. Eventually, one of the bats was able to bite Ladora on his neck from behind. Then, all the bats converged with that bat and Mocha reformed behind Ladora with her fangs sunk into his neck. I'd much rather be biting James, but I don't have time to complain right now. Mocha thought as she began to move her arms and legs. After taking her human form again, Mocha snaked her arms under Ladora's arms and locked her fingers together behind his head. Then, she kicked the back of his right knee, causing him to kneel. After that, she kicked his left foot out from under him and forced him to lay face down on the floor. The whole time, she continued to consume his blood. Damn, this is bad. Ladora muttered to himself as he struggled to free himself. Unfortunately, even with his long arms, he was unable to grab hold of Mocha and pull her off him with his hands forced away from his body by Mocha's full Nelson. I guess I have no choice. Ladora muttered. As a member of the Balam clan, Ladora had two specialties. First, the ability to tame dragons. And the second, to transform into a dragon and take on all its qualities. Unfortunately, just as he made up his mind to transform, Mocha released her fangs from his neck and her full Nelson, which left him confused for a moment. Taking advantage of Ladora's momentary confusion, Mocha channeled her demonic energy into her hands, clenched them into fists, and began to rain blows on the back of Ladora's head and shoulders. Then, after about 40 seconds of beating Ladora one-sidedly, he was covered in pale blue particles of light and retired. Serord Bales, Rook, has retired. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Gremory Estate. Damn, that was brutal, Issei said as he winced from imagining taking a beating like that. But it might be worth it to get Mocha-san's boobs pressed on my back like that. I'm definitely going to tell James-senpai about that, you disgusting pervert. Mio said in a disdainful tone. I hope he kills you 100 times. Immediately, Issei paled. Then, he began to beg and grovel to Mio. He knew that the beating he would receive after a comment like that would be worse than his usual beatings. Mio, on the other hand, completely ignored Issei's entreaties. Instead, she focused on the rating game. Psi Issei-kun never learns, does he? Akino asked as she smiled sadistically at Issei, who was performing a splendid Tajiza in front of Mio. If nothing else, he sticks to his beliefs, I guess. Ria said in response. Oh, Issei, I'm right here if you want to feel breasts on your back. Asia said as she stared at Issei with a sad look in her eyes. Huh. Issei said as his head popped up from the floor and his eyes landed on Asia. Really? Not thinking that Issei would hear her, Asia blushed furiously as Issei asked his question. However, with determination in her eyes, she nodded her head. Then, she fainted. While everyone looked at Issei with helplessness or disgust, they all looked at the unconscious Asia with gentle gazes. I wonder if James liked breasts on his back, too. Zenobia muttered to herself. Rating game board. While the other battles were raging on, James and Serorg were once again engaging in hand-to-hand combat. Unlike last time, however, James was using his superior martial arts to parry or avoid most of Serorg's strikes while landing the majority of his own. Things aren't looking good for your team, Sai. James said with a smile as he tilted his head to avoid a right straight from Serorg with enough force to send a ball of compressed air into the wall behind him and make a fist-shaped mark in the stone it was made of. Haha. That may be true, but I know that they are giving it all they have. Serorg said as he threw a flurry of punches. And that is all that I can ask of them. Of anyone real. Ugh. Finding an opening in Serorg's onslaught of punches, James landed a left hook into Serorg's ribs, stopping his barrage cold. Burst upper. James shouted as he began to throw his own barrage of punches. James consecutively struck Serorg with a flurry of uppercuts starting at the abdomen and gradually rising in height. 2 to the belly, 1 to the sternum, 3 to the chest, and 1, at high speed that produced flames around his fist to Serorg's chin. At the same time, James jumped into the uppercut to add extra force behind the blow. As a result of James' last strike, Serorg was launched into the air, his eyes rolled back in their sockets, and his Tuki dispersed. A moment later, Serorg was covered in the familiar pale blue light particles and was teleported off the game board. Serorg Bale has retired. The winner of this rating game is Team Alaverus. Damn, I thought he would survive that and then call for Regulus. James said with a wry smile. Shortly after that, the remaining members of each team were teleported off the game board, while the crowd in the arena cheered wildly. Chapter 191, Late Night Visitor. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Gremory Estate. That last move was pretty sick. Issei said as he watched the post-game wrap-up after the rating game between James and Serorg. Yeah, but I don't think James expected the game to end like that. Akino said with a smile. That confused expression of his was so cute, wasn't it? In response to Akino's question, Rias, Kaneko, Mio, Maria, and Zenobia nodded their heads simultaneously. Then, they all began to giggle. Still, I guess James has outgrown his own expectation if he didn't expect that move to finish the fight with Serorg. Ria said while tapping her chin with an index finger. I wonder what he's gonna do about it. He'll probably work hard to fix his control. Venelana said as she and Grafia entered the room where the young devils were watching the rating game. It's obvious he didn't mean to use as much power as he did. So, he'll probably realize that he doesn't have perfect control of his power. Everyone nodded in response to Venelana's reasonable analysis. Then, Ria spoke again. Hopefully, it takes him a while to get control of his power. Why do you say that, Riasne? Maria asked curiously. Because it feels like I'm falling further behind him every day. Ria said with a frown. And I don't like that. I want to be able to stand next to him, not follow behind him. Then, maybe you should stop being so lazy in training. Akino replied in a teasing tone. To Akino's surprise, however, Rias did not begin to pout or grow angry. Instead, she nodded her head. Yeah, I guess you're right. Rias said. I know how hard James works. If I want to keep up, I'll have to work just as hard. Ugh, or harder. Everyone smiled when they saw the hesitation in their lazy king's expression when she mentioned training harder than James. However, when they all imagined doing the same themselves, they also began to grimace. Venelana, who was watching all the youngsters' expressions, began to laugh hard. Even Grafia could not help but allow the corners of her lips to rise slightly. Underworld, Citri Territory, Citri Estate. Having someone like Iam-san is cheating. Tomo said as she watched the highlights from the rating game with the rest of Sona's peerage. And to think, James was against taking her in at first. Sona said with a smile. Tsubaki and Rhea also smiled when they remembered the day James brought Iam into his peerage. Why would he ever hesitate? Momo asked. Because she stalked him for almost an entire year beforehand. Tsubaki replied while adjusting her glasses. And then when he finally found her, he found out she was a world-level pervert. Yeah, I guess that would be a problem. Tsubasa said while glancing at Tomo. I may be a Shotokan, but I'm not a pervert. Tomo replied with a huff. Sorry, Tomo. Rhea replied. But being a Shotokan makes you a pervert by default. Everyone else in the room, including Serafal, nodded in agreement. Don't act like being a Siscon doesn't also make you a pervert, older sister. Sona said under her breath. Unfortunately, Serafal's sense of hearing was much better than Sona imagined. Especially when it came to hearing the things that her little sister had to say. That's so mean, so tan. Serafal said as she tightened her hug. Sona could feel the air being pressed out of her lungs due to the force of Serafal's hug. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. In the infirmary reserved for Team Bale, several of its members were lying in sick beds. Meanwhile, the members who made it to the end of the game were seated in the room waiting for their comrades to awaken. Keisha, the first to be retired, was the first to awaken. Looking around the room, she noticed that she was in the infirmary. A moment later, she noticed that the rest of her team were all present, with Sarorg, Mistita, and Beluga lying in sick beds like her. We lost, huh? Keisha said with disappointment in her tone. We did. Sarorg said from the bed beside Keisha's. But the battle was phenomenal. James and his peerage are so strong. I can't wait to face them again. By the end of his speech, Sarorg had sat up in his bed and was almost roaring the last of his words. Seeing her, king, like that, Keisha felt her negative emotions starting to fade. Everyone in Sarorg's peerage knew that their chances of winning were low. However, Sarorg only asked them to do their best. In most situations, people would think that Sarorg had given up on victory. But in Team Bale's case, they thought nothing of the sort. In every rating game, so far, Sarorg had told them the exact same words before every game. Because he believes that is all he could ask of them. A few moments later, Mistita and Beluga also woke up. Though, in Beluga's case, it would be a few days or a week before he was back to full strength. Having a spear punched all the way through your chest is not an injury most people recover from in a day. When we get back to the Bale estate, we'll take a look over the rating game again. Sarorg said with vigor. We'll analyze what we could have done better in each situation. Yes, sir. All the members of Sarorg's peerage replied in the most energetic manner they could muster, given their current physical conditions. Knock, knock. Sounds pretty lively in here. James said as he entered the room without waiting for a response. As James entered the room, Scathatch and Shuna followed him. Haha. We're just ready to get back to training so that we can improve from this failure. Sarorg said, clearly in high spirits. Unfortunately, it will take a few days before we're all back to fighting strength. Actually, that's why we're here. James replied with a smile. If you'll allow it, Shuna here could help with your healing. I even have a few healing skills myself. Great. Sarorg said excitedly. That would really help us out. Then, we'll be able to have a rematch even quicker. To that, James only smiled wryly. Sarorg was a great guy, but the constant requests for sparring over the last 5 years or so were a bit much, even for James. Deciding that Sarorg's challenge for their next fight could be put on hold, James, Scathatch, and Shuna, with Shuna in the lead, began to heal the members of Team Bale. Underworld, Bale Territory, Bale Castle. Sitting in Zekrom Bale's study, Zekrom and the current head of the Bale clan, Larnios Bale, had just turned off the broadcast of Sarorg's rating game against James. So, what is your opinion of the rating game between Sarorg and James Alaverus? Zekrom asked calmly. Sarorg is a disgrace. Larnios said with disdain in his tone. He could not even be the strongest devil in his own generation. Not to mention he is a waste that cannot use the power of destruction. You are quite the disappointment. Zekrom said after Larnios finished his little outburst. Do you think that even with the power of destruction you could defeat Sarorg? Of course, the power of destruction is the underworld's most powerful bloodline. Larnios replied with pride. I should have broken the rules for this generation and allowed Vanelana to take on the mantle of clan head. Zekrom said in a tired tone. Why would you say that, ancestor? Larnios asked in a panic. Because it is clear that you are a fool whose pride is greater than their power or intelligence. Zekrom said, insulting the current head of the Bale clan without mercy. You really believe that you, at the initial level of the ultimate rank, could defeat someone at the peak of the same rank without issue? What? Larnios exclaimed in surprise. 6 months ago, Sarorg had just broken through into the ultimate rank. How did his power increase so quickly? It is quite simple. Zekrom said calmly after taking a sip of the tea a servant had served not too long ago. Unlike you, and much like your elder sister, he works hard. And because of his lack of talent, he works harder than most. You on the other hand have been coasting along on your talent for as long as you have been alive. Hearing that, Larnios lowered his head while gritting his teeth. To think, his eldest son, Sarorg, who was born without the bloodline ability of the Bale clan, and who was all but in name exiled from the clan by his own hands, had surpassed him in strength. The humiliation he was feeling at that moment was immense. However, Zekrom's next words would make it soar to new heights. I think it may be time for Sarorg to take his place as the next head of House Bale. Zekrom said offhandedly, as if he had forgotten Larnios were still in the room. Human World, India, New Delhi. Standing in his private room in a base Indra had built for him, Chow Chow was unwrapping bandages that were wrapped around his head and covering his right eye. Standing in front of a mirror while doing so, Chow Chow was looking forward to seeing the eye he had transplanted to replace the one James destroyed in Kyoto. When all the bandages were removed, in his right eye socket, he saw a reptilian eye with gray sclera, a bright yellow iris, and a black slit pupil. On top of that, he could feel the power that the eye radiated. The power to petrify his enemies would definitely be quite useful for his plans. At the same time, leaning on the door frame of Chow Chow's bedroom door, a handsome, young man with neatly cut, short brown hair and wearing Greek-inspired armor over a gakurin. So, how's my gift, Chow Chow? The young man asked with a smug smile. I must admit, it's better than I expected, Perseus. Chow Chow said while still checking out his new eye in the mirror. It's harder to control than I thought it would be, though. Well, you just got it and you're not a Gorgon. Perseus said as he rolled his eyes. Haha, that's true. Chow Chow said with a smile. I'll definitely be able to make this power mine, sooner or later. That's the spirit. Perseus replied. So, what's our next move now that you're up and running again? I've heard from a little birdie that Valley is acting suspiciously. Chow Chow replied with a smile. My guess is he's gonna do something that would be considered treasonous soon. He never really meshed with the rest of us, after all. Oh, should we stop him? Perseus asked as he narrowed his eyes. Nah. Chow Chow waved off that suggestion dismissively. Instead, we should take advantage of it. I have a fairly good idea of what he wants to do. So, it will be the perfect chance to kill two birds with one stone. If you say so. Perseus replied with a shrug. I'll do whatever you need me to do. Thanks, I know I can count on you. Chow Chow said with a smile. Human World, Japan, Kuo. After James, Scathatch, and Shuna finished healing Sarorg and his peerage, they were finally able to return to their home in Kuo. Before they arrived, the rest of the peerage had already arrived and were sitting in the living room waiting for them. Eventually, shortly before midnight, James' teleportation magic circle appeared in the corner of the room. Then, when it vanished, James, Scathatch, and Shuna were standing in its place. Who? I'm beat. James said as he stretched. I guess you would be. See you chillin' said in response. You finally got off your lazy ass and participated in the raiding game. Everyone other than Mizor, Dante, and Cheyenne could not help but giggle. What's up with you three? James questioned when he saw the sour faces Mizor, Dante, and Cheyenne were wearing. James-san, why was I punished with those two? Cheyenne asked while pointing at Mizor and Dante. After Cheyenne's question, Mizor and Dante turned their glares from James to Cheyenne. Meanwhile, James was wearing a confused expression. Punished? Why would you think you were being punished? James asked. Because we were placed so far away from the battles. Cheyenne said with slightly teary eyes. So, why did you punish us? And why was I punished? I don't break stuff when I fight or disobey orders. Mizor and Dante's glares strengthened in response to Cheyenne's words, though she seemed not to notice that fact. Meanwhile, the rest of the peerage was doing everything in their power to not laugh aloud. I think you're misunderstanding something. Besides, Master was the one that assigned the defensive positions, right? James replied, also trying to stifle a laugh after seeing the disgruntled looks on Mizor and Dante's faces. Immediately after James' statement, Cheyenne turned her pitiful eyes toward Scathatch, but before she could speak once again. Ring, ring. The doorbell rang. Who in the hell would show up at the house this late at night? James asked with a frown. Chapter 192, Introducing Chiron and Ophis. Human World, Japan, Kuo. Who in the hell would show up at the house this late at night? James asked with a frown. After speaking, James, with annoyance written all over his face, made his way toward the front door of the mansion. As he did, he expanded his perception and mixed it with his soul sight. When he did, he noticed two familiar energy signatures and two that he did not recognize. However, one of those signatures made him pause in his tracks. What the hell? James said with fear and confusion on his face. What kind of monster did that asshole bring to my house? Ring, ring. Once again, the visitors rang the doorbell. Luckily, the sound of the doorbell snapped James back to his senses. Unfortunately, it did nothing to quell the fear he was feeling from that overwhelming presence he could sense from outside the door. Taking a deep breath, James did his best to calm down. Then, he made his way to the door and placed his hand on the doorknob. After another deep breath, James opened the door. Just as he expected, James found two familiar people standing outside the door. Valley, wearing a smirk, and Kuroka, wearing a smile. Then there were the two unfamiliar people. The first, a handsome man with flaxen hair that reached the middle of his back and green eyes. What struck James as peculiar, however, was this man's presence. He seemed to be as calm and as vast as an ancient forest. The second individual, however, was the one that gave James pause. And that feeling got even worse after making eye contact with her emotionless dark gray eyes. Eventually, James was able to tear his eyes away to find a cute young girl with long black hair that reached her hips wearing a black Gothic Lolita dress. So, I guess you're not gonna let us in? Valley said with a smirk on his face. Snapping out of his current state of mind, James returned the smirk. I don't make a habit of inviting terrorists into my home, Valley. Before James and Valley could continue their back and forth, the little girl stepped forward until she was right in front of James. Then, she tilted her head back to look up at him. James also focused his attention on her. Strong. The little girl said. Help me beat the big red idiot. I'm sorry, what? James replied in confusion. Why don't you invite us in, young man? The flaxen-haired man said with a calm smile. We have much to discuss. And this is no place to have a discussion of such import. Shrugging his shoulders, James stepped aside. He had no idea why, but he felt as if hearing what this man had to say was of great importance. On top of that, even if he wanted to refuse, he knew that there was nothing he could do to stop the little girl if she decided that she wanted to come inside. A few moments later, James returned to the living room with his four guests in tow. What took so? Mizor began to question before she came to a stop after the little girl entered the room. Everyone else, except Scathatch, also froze when the little girl entered the room. Scathatch, on the other hand, simply scanned the new arrivals. Chiron, I did not expect to see you here. Scathatch said as she addressed the flaxen-haired man calmly. Then, she shifted her gaze toward the little girl. And you brought Ophis with you as well, huh? Chiron, whose true form is a centaur, was like Scathatch is to Celtic lore, the greatest trainer of heroes in Greek mythology. With Heracles and Achilles among his disciples. James, who was not as affected as those under the minor god rank, widened his eyes like everyone else. However, unlike everyone else, he was still able to move normally. So, he once again scanned Ophis, who was still staring at him. So, this is Ophis, huh? James asked curiously. As the leader of a group of terrorists, I was expecting a more sinister look. Cute was the furthest thing from my imagination. Well, Ophis' appearance can be changed on her whim. Chiron explained. Oh, I see. James said with a nod. Then, he turned his attention back to Valley. So, why are you here? Before I explain that, could you call Azazel and whoever else you deem necessary, and have them come over? Valley replied without answering James' question. It's gonna be one of those kinda nights, huh? James asked rhetorically. I guess I'll just skip school tomorrow. And just as Valley asked, James contacted Azazel, Surzex, Seraphal, Michael, and Yasaka. Although Yasaka could not attend this meeting in person due to being connected to Kyoto's ley lines, she would be able to attend this meeting via other means if she chose to. Also, Azazel chose to contact Odin, since a meeting with the Ouroboros dragon was enough to bring any faction a sense of crisis. About an hour later, Surzex, Seraphal, Azazel, Michael, Gabriel, Odin, Rias, Sona, and the two peerages were gathered in James' living room. While Yasaka was connected via a magic circle that mimicked a video call. It's pretty crowded in here. James said to himself as he looked over all the people in his living room. Maybe I should consider getting a new house. Not paying any attention to James' muttering, the faction leaders were focused on the four outsiders. Chiron, I didn't expect someone like you to join the Cows Brigade. Azazel said, breaking the ice. I have not joined the Cows Brigade. Chiron responded calmly. However, I have taken Valley and his team as my students, much like Scathatch has done with James Alaverus. I see. Azazel said with a grin on his face. I guess losing to James when they fought and being outclassed in the fight with Loki made you reconsider things, huh, Valley? Valley ignored Azazel's attempt at mockery. Instead, he looked at the rest of the people on the opposite side of the room. I've come to entrust Ophis to you. Valley said, cutting straight to the point. I believe that she is in danger. Hearing that, everyone in the alliance was shocked. And just who could harm the infinite dragon god? Michael asked calmly. Exactly. Odin added. Even if all of us present joined forces, we would not be able to do any damage to a being such as her. I'm not sure. Valley replied while shaking his head. But I know that the Cows Brigade is acting strange lately. Hold on, isn't Ophis the leader of the Cows Brigade? Rias asked. Why would they want to hurt her? Because all the factions of the Cows Brigade have their own agendas, Naya. Kuroka replied with a smile. On top of that, Ophis is only the leader because she is the strongest. Valley continued. She actually doesn't even manage the members at all. Other than giving out her snakes. James added. What I don't understand is, why did she gather all those people who are so much weaker than her? Because they said they would help me beat that big red idiot. Ophis said monotonously. They would help me regain my silence. Everyone from the alliance looked at Ophis in confusion. You. Ophis said while staring at James. Help me beat the big red idiot, too. I can make you strong. When she finished, Ophis produced one of her snakes in her hand. I don't need your help to become strong. James replied with a smile. And who is this big red idiot you're talking about? Instead of answering, Ophis stared at James with her emotionless expression. However, in the depth of her eyes, one could see confusion swirling around. Usually, whenever she offered someone her snakes, everyone would jump at the opportunity. Drake, why won't he accept? Ophis asked curiously. Then, without James' input, the boosted gear appeared on his left hand. Because he has pride befitting a heavenly dragon. Drake said in a way that everyone could hear him. He only trusts the strength he is able to gain with his own efforts. Like Valley. Ophis said while still not moving her focus from James. Anyway, like I said, who is this big red idiot? James asked again. She's talking about Great Red. Valley replied with a wry smile. Once again, everyone was surprised. That's the whole reason Ophis created the Cows Brigade, Naya. Kuroka added. But why? Gabriel asked, curiosity overflowing from her innocent eyes. I want my silence back. Ophis said, not alleviating the group's confusion in the slightest. Valley then explained what Ophis meant. How she was born in the dimensional gap. How she enjoyed the silence in that place. How one day, Great Red was also born. About the ripples and noise Great Red's concept of dreams introduced into the dimensional gap. About how she fought with Great Red to have him banished from the dimensional gap and lost. And about how she eventually created the Cows Brigade to get helpers for her next fight against Great Red. Psi and it seems that Ophis sucks at picking her friends, huh? James said after Vala finished his translation of Ophis' wishes. Psi basically. Valley replied. But why do you want to leave her here? James asked while he looked at Ophis, who had relocated to his lap, his left thigh to be precise, while Valley was telling her story. Kaneko, who was sitting on James' other thigh, was also staring at Ophis. Unsure of what she should do with the infinite dragon god so close to her, she pulled out a bag of cookies from her pocket and offered one to Ophis. Ophis, on the other hand, looked at the cookie in Kaneko's hand curiously, then she looked at Kaneko. After switching back and forth between the two for a while, she accepted the cookie. However, she only held it without eating it. Seeing Ophis' actions, James and Kaneko were confused. Then, as if she had received enlightenment, Kaneko took another cookie out of the bag and began to nibble on it. Seeing Kaneko's actions, Ophis imitated her and took a small bite of the cookie. Then, her eyes lit up and she began to nibble on the cookie at a much greater pace than Kaneko. Well, I see how the Cows Brigade turned out the way it did. James said after watching the entire exchange between Kaneko and Ophis. She may be ancient, but she's practically a blank slate. That's about it. Valley replied. The members of the Cows Brigade took advantage of this fact to use Ophis' power for whatever they wanted. However, because Ophis is so strong and didn't recognize them as threats, she didn't put up any guard against their actions or possible betrayal. This is gonna be a pain in the ass. James replied. Then, he turned toward the higher-ups. So, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to accept the request? Well, if keeping Ophis with you and out of the reach of the Cows Brigade will delay or even stop their plans for her, I think it's worth it. Azazel said while stroking his goatee. Surzex, Seraphal, Michael, Odin, and Yasaka all nodded in agreement with Azazel's words. At the same time, Gabriel looked like she wanted to try feeding Ophis a cookie while biting her thumbnail. Whatever, she can stay here. James said in a tired tone. We'll leave Kuroka here to help look over Ophis, as well. Valis said with a smile. Hearing that Kuroka would be staying nearby, Kaniko's ears perked up before she stared intently at her elder sister. Kuroka smiled back at Kaniko in return. I'll get to see you every day from now on, Chiron, Naya. Kuroka said with a genuinely happy smile on her face. Kaniko continued to stare back in response. However, there was a bit of happiness swirling in the depths of her eyes as well. I really do need a bigger house, James said while shaking his head. We haven't had any free rooms ever since Master moved in. Don't worry, we'll take care of that. Surzex replied. In fact, why don't all of you begin living together? I know I'm gonna regret asking this question, but what do you mean? Rias asked. Instead of Surzex, Serafal was the one to answer that question. Well, Rias-tan, since you and Sotan are both engaged to Jakuin, we thought it was about time for you all to start living together. Serafal said with a smile. So, we'll buy the other house next door to Jakuin's house and renovate them all into one large estate. I knew something like that would be coming, Sona said while adjusting her glasses. Although Surzex was the one who brought it up, James could see unhappiness swirling in his eyes. I guess he's still in his feelings about me telling him about himself, James thought to himself as he observed Surzek's state. Well, he better get over that shit. I don't know what his deal is, but I really don't give a shit. Okay, maybe I have an idea why he's not happy with me, but I still don't give a shit. After discussing a few more things, everyone got ready to leave and make arrangements for what was to come. Before Valley and Chiron could leave, however, Dante approached them. With Master Chiron training you and your team, Virgil must be getting stronger, right? Dante asked. Yes, his improvements are impressive, Chiron replied with a calm smile. Has he chilled out, at all, since his strength has started to grow? Dante asked. You could say so, Chiron replied. However, his desire to defeat you burns brighter than ever. I see, Dante replied before turning away and returning to Devil May Cry with Lady. Chapter 193, New Swords. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. 2 weeks have passed since Ophis was left in the care of the Alaverus household. In that period of time, Ophis had seemingly enjoyed her time with the family and peerage. Unfortunately, if you are not paying attention to her minute changes in expression, it would be hard to notice. Like Kaniko, who seems to be her closest friend, Ophis can almost always be found munching on something. However, unlike Kaniko, she likes to eat everything, not just snacks and sweets. One thing of note that has changed since Ophis arrived is that Fenrir stays as close to Scathatch as he can whenever Ophis is nearby. It would seem that his instincts were warning him of just how dangerous Ophis could be. On top of that, James, Rias, and Sona's new home was built after the Devils bought the house on the other side of James' original residence. Also, Sona sold her original residence as well. So, as of now, the 3 peerages, excluding Flora, Issei, Asia, and Genturu, all live in the same house. Ravel also made the executive decision to move in with them as well. Now, the large estate has 5 above-ground floors and 3 floors below ground. The living room, kitchen, Leona's bedroom, and a guest room are located on the ground floor. James, Rias, and Sona's bedrooms as well as James' art studio are located on the 2nd floor. James' peerage bedrooms are on the 3rd floor. Rias' peerage sleeps on the 4th floor. Sona's peerage is located on the 5th floor. On the roof is a rooftop garden and an outdoor swimming pool. Also, each floor above the ground floor has its own common area and small kitchen while each bedroom has its own bathroom. The 3 basement floors are more versatile in their use. The first basement floor has a movie theater big enough to hold all the residents and a few more. Also, there is a large storage room. The second basement floor contains a large onsen-style bath and a heated swimming pool. And the 3rd basement floor is used for training. All the walls, ceiling, and floor have been reinforced to a ridiculous degree. Enough that they could withstand an all-out attack from a peak minor god-ranked being. After getting used to their new living arrangements for 2 weeks, however, the day of the promotion test finally arrived. Today, Mizor, Siyu Chulin, Mocha, Akino, Kaniko, Yuto, Gasper, Issei, Tsubaki, and Rhea would be accompanied by their kings and Scathatch to the underworld to take the test to promote from low-class to middle-class devils. As always, they would be staying at the hotel owned by the Gremory House located in the central plaza of Lilith. It's been like 4 years since I last stayed here, James said as he and the others walked through the doors of the Gremory Hotel. Yeah, that was a fun trip, Mizor said. I know, right? Mocha added. All the shopping was great. After hearing the word shopping, all the female members of the group had their eyes light up like floodlights. At the same time, the men in the group shuddered in terror. Well, if you decide to go shopping, I hope you have fun, James said with a smile. I won't be able to accompany you, unfortunately. I have to go see Muramasa about getting some new swords made. I would think so. Scathatch said. You have probably outgrown those blades, if I am not mistaken. That's exactly it, Master. James said with a sad smile on his face. I almost destroyed the one I used to do that, Getsuga Tenchu, in the raiding game, against that traitor guy. What was his name again? Diodora Astaroth. Rhea said while rolling her eyes. You could at least remember his name. Why should I? James asked with a scoff. He looked down on me and called me a filthy half-breed every time he spoke to me. I agree. Sona said while adjusting her glasses. He wasn't worthy of anyone remembering his name. He was just a traitor. As they spoke, the check-in process was made quite simple thanks to the simple facts that Rias was so recognizable in the underworld and her family owned this hotel. So, after not even a few minutes, James, Rias, Sona, and the others were headed up to their suites. When they arrived on their floor, they split into a total of 4 groups in 4 rooms. The first group, James, Scathatch, Mizor, and Mocha would stay together. Then, Rias, Sona, Aquino, Kaneko, and Rhea would stay in the second room. The third room would house Yudo, Gaspar, and Issei. While Siyu Chulin and Tsubaki would get a room all to themselves. Well, you guys have fun shopping. James said with a smile as they all left their rooms after putting their luggage in their respective rooms. I'm headed to Muramace's shop. Lancer, make sure the girls stay safe. As James spoke to Siyu Chulin, he was clearly wearing an evil grin. A detail that Siyu Chulin did not miss. Unfortunately for him, he would be accompanying Tsubaki on this shopping trip, so there was no way he could refuse. What made it even worse was the fact that almost all the women would be going on this trip, as well. Meanwhile, Yudo and Gaspar would be staying back at the hotel to help Issei review one last time before the written test. At least Master won't be coming with us. Siyu Chulin thought to himself. I shudder just thinking about James' description of his date with her. With that, the group separated and did their own things the day before the middle-class promotion test. About 15 minutes later, James and Scathatch were standing in front of a simple shop with a sign that read Muramace's. So, this is where the man who forged your swords resides? Scathatch asked as she scrutinized the simple-looking shop. Yeah, his obsession with sword smithing is pretty intense. James said as he pushed the door open. Ring, ring. Hey, old man Muramasa. James shouted as he entered the shop. James Alaverus is here to talk about swords. Who the hell are you calling old, you brat? Muramasa shouted from the shop's workshop area. Just come back here, I don't have the time to come out front. Shrugging his shoulders, James looked at Scathatch with a look that said, I told you so. Then, both with a smile, Scathatch followed James back to Muramace's workshop. After about a minute, James and Scathatch were standing in a swelteringly hot room while Muramasa forged a sword. Hey, Muramasa, long time no see. James said with a smile. Yeah. Muramasa said while hammering a piece of metal. It has been almost 4.5 years. Are your swords all right? Actually, that's why I'm here. James replied. I need 2 new, stronger swords. Stronger? Muramasa replied as he picked up and examined the red-hot piece of metal. Did you break them or something? Nah, you don't have to worry about that. James replied while waving dismissively. Other than some usual wear and tear which I've been taking care of with normal maintenance, they're perfectly fine. Then why in the hell do you need 2 new swords if the ones you have are just fine? Muramasa asked while reheating the piece of metal. Because I'm too strong for them. James replied with a shrug. I can only channel so much of my demonic energy into them before they start to creak uncomfortably. So, I guess it's true that you're higher than the ultimate rank. Muramasa said, setting the piece of hot metal down on his workbench. I guess it is about time for you to get new swords, then. I'm guessing you can help me out with that, right? James asked with anticipation in his tone. I could. Muramasa replied with a nod. But I don't have any materials on hand that could withstand anything above ultimate rank. So, I'll have to provide the materials myself, huh? James replied. Where am I supposed to get something like that? I believe this should suffice. Scathatch said, inserting herself into the conversation. Then, she tapped the bracelet, that was covered in runes, she was wearing in a piece of the sea creature she used to craft her spears from appeared on the floor of the workshop. But master, you already created something for me from this. James said with confusion. I thought each of your pupils only got one thing made from this. That is correct. Scathatch replied with a nod. I made a tekka for you. But I usually make weapons. And since you use an Eastern weapon, I was unsure if I could create one of high enough quality. James nodded at Scathatch's reason, deciding not to call her out on the original reason she gave. Instead, he looked at Muramasa, who was examining the piece of sea beast lying on the floor of his workshop. "So, what's the verdict, old man?" James asked curiously. "Like I said, who the hell are you calling old man?" Muramasa replied. "But to answer your question, this should be enough to make a very high-quality sword." "So, I'll need to find the material for a second sword, huh?" James asked. "If you still want to use 2 swords, anyway," Muramasa replied. "How long will it take for you to forge a sword out of this material?" James asked curiously. "I'm not sure," Muramasa replied again. "I have never seen anything like this before. I will have to do some experiments and all that. But I can confidently say that it would take no more than 3 weeks. Around 2 if there are no complications." "Right," James said while stroking his chin in thought. "Well, I guess you should go ahead and get started on that. I'll work with what I have until it's complete. In the meanwhile, I'll stay on the lookout for something I can use for the second sword. All right, since I know you're good for it, I'll charge you the labor costs when you come to pick it up," Muramasa said with a smile as he picked up the sea beast's remains. Then, he turned around and mumbled to himself. "I'm really looking forward to working with a new material." A few moments later, James and Muramasa had decided on the specifications for James' new blade. Then, James and Scathatch decided to start heading back to the hotel. Bidding Muramasa farewell, they left the shop and began to walk. "He really enjoys the craft of swordsmithing," Scathatch said with a smile. "His passion for his craft is awe-inspiring." "I agree," James replied. "It's rare to see anyone put that much time and effort into anything, even the things they like." "Indeed," Scathatch replied. "Much of the afternoon and evening still remain. How do you wish to spend it?" James was a bit taken aback at the abrupt change of topic. However, he had nothing in particular that he wanted to do. "I'm not sure," James replied honestly. "Other than getting something to eat at some point, I have nothing in mind." "Then, would you allow me to help you refine your techniques back in our hotel room?" Scathatch said with a seductive smile on her face. "Why not?" James replied with a shrug. However, the lustful glint that appeared after Scathatch's suggestion could not be hidden. "I'm always down for improving my techniques." With that, James and Scathatch made their way back to the hotel in a shorter time than it took them to walk from the hotel to the shop. Meanwhile, in one of the women's apparel shops in the underworld's largest shopping mall, Siyu Chulin was miserable. As one of the few males in this store for women, he felt out of place. On top of that, he has been answering mechanically about how several of the girls look in the outfits they chose for the last 50 minutes or so. And he knew that this was only the beginning. "I know this isn't James' fault," Siyu Chulin thought to himself as he watched Tsubaki disappear back into the changing room. "But I hate him really bad for some reason right now." Chapter 194, Danger in Kuo. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. The next day, the members of James, Rias, and Sona's peerages made their way to the exam site first thing in the morning accompanied by their kings and Scathatch. While the 10 young devils chosen to take the promotion test, James, Rias, Sona, and Scathatch spent the 3 or so hours of free time that they found themselves with sightseeing, mostly because Scathatch had never had the time to see the sights of Lilith. Around the time they felt that the test should be over, James and the girls made their way back to the exam venue. And just as they thought they would, they found the 10 test takers waiting for them outside of the exam venue. "Where have you all been?" Mizor asked in a spoiled tone as she latched onto James' left arm. "We've been waiting for, ever so we could go and eat." "Don't pay her any mind, James," Mocha said with a smile as she wrapped her arms around James' other arm. "We've only been out here for, 5 minutes. "Oh, really?" James said with a smile while looking down at Mizor. In response to James' teasing question, Mizor pouted and turned her face away. "Why do you always ruin my jokes, Mocha?" Mizor asked, while maintaining her pouting expression. "Because your pouting face is cute," Mocha said as she pinched Mizor's cheek. "We're the same age, stop treating me like I'm younger than you." Mizor snapped back. "Until December 7th, you're 16, and I'm 17 already," Mocha said with a smile. "So, we're not the same age, right now?" "Arg," Mizor growled. "I hate you so much sometimes." While Mocha continued to tease Mizor relentlessly, Rias and Sona approached the members of their own peerages. "So, how did it go?" Rias asked the group. "No problem," Aquino replied. Kaneko, Yuto, and Gaspar answered in similar ways. "I probably passed the written test," Issei said in an unsure tone. "But why were the people we had to fight so weak?" "Don't say that, Issei," Rias replied with a smile. "You're just used to fighting stronger opponents. But don't forget, this is only a middle-class advancement. Most of the people taking it have just advanced into the middle rank. I guess that makes sense. Issei said while scratching the back of his head. So, what are we gonna do for the rest of the day? Rhea asked. How come you're not asking how your peerage did, Kaishu? Issei asked curiously. Bucho only asked us because she was worried about you passing or not. Kaneko replied while rolling her eyes. There was no doubt that the rest of us would pass, perverted idiot. Really? Issei asked as his head snapped back toward Rias. Psi Kaneko is right. Rias replied. Your scholastic ability isn't the best, after all. I already knew I was dumber than everyone else, but it still hurts to hear someone say it, Issei said. I say it all the time. Kaneko said bluntly. Mio, too. Issei felt as if he had been pierced by an arrow after Kaneko's comments. Meanwhile, everyone else laughed at their back and forth. After the laughter died down, James was the next to speak. Anyway, I'm sure you guys are hungry. James said while he pulled Mizor and Mocha away from the exam venue. We'll go to the place where my parents took me after each time I took one of these exams. With that, the group walked to the restaurant where James and his family have eaten after each of James' promotion exams and enjoyed their time. Then, the test takers who had never had the time to explore the capital followed their kings to some of the more interesting places in the city. Meanwhile, the rest returned to the hotel to rest up. Human World, Japan, Kuo. Late afternoon of the same day, Mio and Maria were walking home with Flora and Shuna after spending the time after school at the MMA club. That's right, Flora said with a nod. And when they come back, they'll all be middle class. Maybe they'll all be middle class. Mio said with a frown. I wouldn't be surprised if that perverted idiot failed the written test. Flora, Shuna, and Maria could not help but giggle when they heard Mio's jab at Issei. You know, he's really not that bad. Flora said. I mean sure, he's a pervert, but he's still a good guy. I know. Mio said with a frown. I just don't like the way he looks at me. Only. Mio began to mumble the latter part of her sentence. As she did, her face began to flush. Oh, what was that? Maria asked with a smile as she wrapped her arms around Mio. It sounds like there is someone you don't mind looking at you like that. Get off of me, Maria. Mio shouted as she struggled to free herself from her half-sister. Let go, or I'll kill you 100 times. Flora and Shuna could only continue to giggle after seeing the sisters' antics. However, after a few moments, the three of them froze in their tracks. We're in an anti-recognition barrier. Shuna said with a frown. But why? Flora asked. Are they coming for us? Mio asked as she began to flare her demonic power. If they are, then they're in for a rude awakening. Maria said as she took her fighting stance. Silence fell over the quartet for a few minutes. Eventually, the sounds of two sets of footsteps could be heard from in front of them. After a few moments, the owners of those footsteps came into view. The first, a tall man with white hair, pointy ears, and purple eyes wearing a red jacket with yellow padded shoulders. And the second, a beautiful, tall, tan-skinned woman with white hair, gold-green eyes, a slim, yet curvaceous figure, a rabbit tail, and rabbit ear-shaped horns. She wore a tight-fitting, black dress that was open in the front showing off much of her breasts and cleavage as well as most of her abdomen, black shoulder pads with gold accents, white stockings, also with gold accents and black boots that reached just above her knees. She followed just behind the men she was accompanying, much like a servant would. I've finally found you, daughters of Wilbur. The man said with a lascivious smile on his face. Zalgier. Maria growled with hatred in her tone. Zalgier. Mio asked curiously, hatred leaking into her tone as well. He's the one that killed my family. If you're talking about those pitiful humans that raised you, my dear. Zalgier said as he licked his lips after seeing the hatred the two girls were displaying. Then, yes, that would be me. After hearing Zalgier admit to what he had done, the gravitational force in the area skyrocketed. Then, Mio, without hesitation, unleashed as many magic spells as she could at Zalgier. Before they could hit him, however, the woman who, a moment ago, was standing behind Zalgier, appeared in front of him and swatted away the spells Mio fired. Ha! What were you, a middle-rank being, expecting to be able to do to me? Zalgier asked disdainfully. Instead of fighting me, you should have followed me from the beginning. I've been looking forward to tasting you for quite some time. Once again, Zalgier licked his lips. At the same time, Mio and Maria's hatred grew. You'd really kidnap a member of Rias Gremory's peerage? Flora asked. Are you that confident in hiding from House Gremory? Finally taking a look at the other two girls who were walking with Mio and Maria, Zalgier's eyes lit up when he took in the sights of Flora and Shuna. Zest, I've decided. Zalgier said, ignoring Flora's question. Bring all four of them with us. Flora and Shuna were taken aback. At the same time, Mio and Maria's hatred continued to grow. Is this guy out of his mind? Flora asked. It looks like he thinks more with the little head between his legs than the one on his shoulders. Shuna said with a disgusted expression. Understood, master. Zest, the tan-skinned woman, replied. A moment later, Zest, with pure speed, flashed behind Mio with her hand raised. As she prepared to knock Mio unconscious with one strike, Flora positioned herself between the two and blocked the chop aimed at the back of Mio's neck. Catching the strike, Flora turned and threw Zest with an over-the-shoulder throw hard enough to crack the pavement below them. As soon as Zest's back contacted the ground, Maria leapt into the air with her right fist drawn back. At the same time, Mio increased the gravity around her, causing her to fall with greater force. When Maria's fist connected with Zest, the cracked pavement was forced to crater, as Zest was forced into the ground. However, Zest had received no damage from Maria's fist. Instead of the fist hitting her body, Zest had caught Maria's punch with one hand. And, unfortunately for Maria, she had no intention of letting go, yet. What the hell? Let go of me. Maria shouted as she struggled to free her hand from Zest's grasp. Hurry up, you worthless slave. Zalgier shouted from where he had been standing from the beginning. I don't have all day to waste watching you screw around. Yes, master. Zest replied as she raised her hand once again in an attempt to render one of the girls unconscious. And like last time, Flora flashed to stop the incoming strike. Unlike last time, however, as soon as Flora caught the attack, Zest's other hand reached out and latched around Flora's neck. Surprised at how quickly things had changed, Flora began throwing every strike she could think of to free herself from Zest's grasp. Unfortunately, nothing she did worked. However, out of nowhere, Zest released her and vanished from her spot, and she fell to the ground. A moment later, Maria was by her side, assisting her to stand up. How dare you, you damn whore! Zalgier shouted from the distance. What do you think happened? Maria asked as she and Flora made their way out of the crater. I don't know, but I'm lucky that something happened. Flora said in a tired tone. A few moments ago, while Zest was about to render Flora incapable of fighting, Shuna launched a barrage of her blood-red fireballs at Zalgier. Fortunately, Zalgier had not been paying attention to her since she had yet to do anything during the battle. He had assumed that she was a non-combatant and would just stand off to the side and be an easy target. Oh, how wrong he was. Caught completely unprepared, he could feel the heat from the fireballs on his skin when he realized that the attack was headed in his direction. Lucky for him, Zest had been monitoring the entire battlefield. Just before the attack could make contact, Zest appeared in front of Zalgier and deflected or destroyed all the fireballs. How dare you, you damn whore! Zalgier shouted once he realized he was safe. Then, he struck Zest on the side of her head as hard as he could before speaking to her in an angry tone. And what were you doing? You are useless. I can't believe you almost allowed me to be harmed. My apologies, master. Zest said while bowing her head. I don't need your apologies. Zalgier shouted. Go, show that bitch her place. Teach her how a good slave should behave. Yes, master. Zest replied, then disappeared from her spot. The next moment, Shuna flew back from where she was standing coughing up a mouthful of blood while her body flew through the air. Shuna-senpai. Mio shouted, before she too was struck by Zest. Unlike Shuna, however, Mio lost consciousness immediately and fell to the ground right where she stood. Then, Zest turned her sight back to Flora and Maria. And once again, like a blur, she appeared in front of the last two standing girls. Then, with a punch to each of their abdomen, they were knocked to the ground. Just as she was able to struggle back to her feet, Shuna realized that all her comrades had been defeated by Zest. And now, she, injured and outmatched, was the only one left who was still conscious. With that realization, all she could do was watch as Zalgier, with rage and sadism marring his expression, walked toward her slowly. Ha ha ha. Zalgier laughed uproariously as he approached Shuna. You dare to attack? Attack me. Oh, I'm going to enjoy training you into an obedient slave. Just as Zalgier finished speaking, he reached Shuna. Looking at her with his eyes filled with lust, he slowly reached out to touch her face. However, with her gaze unwavering, Shuna stared into Zalgier's eyes, clearly having not given in to fear, yet. I don't like the way you're looking at me. Zalgier said with a frown. Perhaps if I remove one of your eyes, that look will change. And just as he said, Zalgier began to reach toward Shuna's left eye. Even so, Shuna showed no sign of fear. Why? Because she could feel reinforcements coming. And he was pissed. Just before Zalgier could put his fingertips on Shuna's skin, his hand stopped. Crack. Gah. Zalgier stopped as the bones in his wrist were shattered. You made one hell of a mistake targeting my people. James said after rushing here from the underworld. Luckily, after the two attempted kidnappings of Yasaka and Kunu, James and Scathatch devised a method so that the two of them would be signaled when one of the people he cared about was in an abnormal situation. Scathatch had marked each of them, James' peerage, Ria's peerage, Sona's peerage, Yasaka, Kunu, his parents, Ria's parents, Sona's parents, and Mil ICAs, with a runic sentence that would constantly monitor the state of the energy in the bearer's vicinity. Then, when energy levels spiked, for whatever reason James and Scathatch would be alerted with the bearer's position. Because of those runic sentences, James put down the cutlery he was using to eat dinner with the group in the underworld. Then, without a word, he created a magic circle and teleported back to the human world. Unfortunately, he could not teleport directly into the barrier that Zalgier erected, so he teleported to his house and ran with all his might toward the location where his senses were disturbed. "Who the hell are you?" Zalgier shouted with rage. "Zest, kill this fucking brat." Before Zalgier could even give his order, Zest was already charging toward James, ready to strike him in the back of the head. However, James simply turned his body to the side and caught her fist with no problem. "Peak ultimate rank, huh?" James said with no emotion in his tone. "Now I understand why everyone was so easily taken out." Then, without changing his expression, James slammed Zest into the ground. After that, he stomped her sternum, rendering her unconscious. Naturally, Zalgier was terrified after seeing Zest defeated so easily. "I have to say, you're pretty lucky, man," James said, turning his attention back to Zalgier. "I really want to torture you right now. But I need to get these girls some medical attention. So, you get a quick death." "No, please Don." Swish. Click. Faster than anyone could follow, James drew Mangetsu no Shitada, decapitated Zalgier, and sheathed his sword. Then, he released Zalgier's arm, and rushed to check on Shuna's condition. Chapter 195, New Middle-Class Devils and the Loss of Respect. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. A few hours have passed since James left during dinner. Although Rias, Sona, and the others have been concerned about what happened, none of them felt the need to follow him. Since James was in the minor god rank, they knew that if he could not handle the issue, then none of them would be of any help. Sitting in the living room of the suite that James, Scathatch, Mizor, and Mocha were sharing, the rest of the group gathered and discussed the exam to take their minds off what could have happened in the human world. Mainly, Issei was asking about the questions he was unsure about on the written test, and the other test takers were giving their opinions on the questions. "It looks like there's a good chance that I passed," Issei said with a relieved expression. "That's good to hear, Issei," Rias said. "I would have hated for you to be the only one who failed. Worrying over such an easy test," Kaneko said as she nibbled on a snack she pulled from her luggage before coming over to the room. "What a perverted idiot." Kaneko-chan, when are you going to stop calling me that?" Issei asked. "When it's no longer true," Kaneko said without changing her expression. "So, probably never." "Kaneko-chan, you're so cruel," Issei said in an obviously sad tone. As the group continued to bicker and joke with one another, James' teleportation circle appeared near the entrance of the suite. A moment later, James stood where the teleportation circle once was. When he saw that everyone was present, he smiled. Then, he made his way toward the group. When he arrived, he picked up Akino, who was sitting on a chair alone, and sat in her place. Then, he sat her on his lap. Naturally, Akino was smiling brightly, while the other girls, Rias, Sona, and Kaneko, looked at Akino with envy. "So, what happened back in Kuo?" Sona, the first to regain her senses, asked while adjusting her glasses. "Some guy named Zalgier, apparently he was the one who killed Wilbur and Mio's foster family, showed up to abduct Mio and Maria," James replied. After seeing Flora and Shuna, he wanted to abduct them, too. Then, James went on to explain what he knew and the encounter he had after he dealt with Zalgier. Flashback. Human world, Japan, Kuo. "Shuna, are you alright?" James asked after sheathing his sword and letting the headless Zalgier fall to the ground. "I'll be fine," Shuna said, struggling to speak due to the pain from Zest's attack. "I'm glad to hear that," James said in a tone filled with relief. Then, he turned his attention toward Zest, who was lying nearby, unconscious. "I guess I should take care of her, too. Why don't you leave her to me?" Came an unfamiliar female voice from the edge of the anti-recognition barrier. Hearing the new voice, James calmly turned his head toward its source. However, when he saw the one who spoke, his eyes widened. Walking toward him gracefully was a beautiful woman with silver hair tied into twin tails with black ribbons, purple eyes, a face that was nearly identical to Maria's, horns, and pointy ears. On her slender body, she wore a white, lacy dress and a choker around her neck. "So, just as we suspected, you really were alive," James said with a smile. I'm sure Maria will be ecstatic. Oh, my, aren't you a sweet young man, the woman replied with a smile. Well, I'm sure you already know this, but allow me to introduce myself anyway. I'm Sheila, Maria's mother. And I, James Alaverus, fiancé to her, King, Rias Gremory. James replied with a smile. So, she joined a peerage. And her cousin's peerage at that. Sheila said with a smile. At least now she can be part of the family that she should have known her whole life. So, Miss Sheila, what brings you here at this time? I mean, it's been over a year since you dropped off the grid. James asked curiously. As James spoke, Sheila continued walking closer. Eventually, she stopped next to Maria and began to stroke her face gently. I'm sorry you've had to suffer. Sheila said with a loving smile on her face. But I'm glad you found a place where you can be safe with people who genuinely care about you. Then, she made her way over to Mio. And Mio. I know that Wilbur didn't want this kind of life for you. Sheila said. All he wanted was for you to grow up safely. Seeing Sheila showing such care for Mio and Maria, James decided not to interrupt. Then, when Sheila was done, she turned her attention back to James. Although I may be stronger than Zalgier, I knew that I was no match for Zest in combat prowess. Sheila said with a smile on her face. So, I used my abilities as a succubus to keep myself hidden in Zalgier's subconscious, or realm of dreams, looking for the opportunity to take revenge. I'm guessing that Zest is this woman, right? James said while shifting his gaze to the unconscious Zest at his feet. That's right. Sheila replied in a cheerful tone. She's had it pretty rough ever since she was created. I won't go into the details, but you should know that she truly is not deserving of death. Sigh if you say so. James replied. She should consider herself lucky that you showed up then. James replied in a tired tone. Anyway, if you're going to take her, then go ahead. I need to get the girls some medical attention. Okay. Sheila said energetically. Then, she made her way to Zest's side. I'll be going then, I need to rehabilitate this one. When she wakes up, tell Maria I said hi and that I'll come to see her again soon. Sure. James replied with a smile. Take care of yourself, Miss Sheila. Oh, please, just call me Sheila. Sheila said with a smile. Oh, and when she wakes up, ask Maria about the Succubus clan's master-servant contract. Ah. Sure. James replied, a bit unsure of what to think about a master-servant contract. Well then, if you'll excuse me. Sheila said with a polite courtesy. I look forward to the next time we meet, little James. Then, a moment later, Sheila and Zest just faded away. Flashback end Underworld, Satan territory, capital city, Lilith. After that, I called for Asia and the girls from Sona's peerage to help with first aid and fixing the damage to the area. James said, starting to wrap up his story. Then, we took the other girls home. I see, well at least everyone is alright. Sona replied. But what is this Succubus clan master-servant contract? No idea. James replied with a shrug. But I'm guessing that's why that Zalgier bastard wanted to abduct Maria. That's probably true. Rias said. He's lucky you killed him. If I had been able to get my hands on him, he would have regretted the day he even considered harming my cute servants. You know, now that I think about it, I don't think you've ever called me your cute servant, Bucho. Issei said, breaking the atmosphere. That's because there is no word further from your state of being than the word cute. Kaneko shot back immediately. Like that, Issei and Kaneko continued to bicker while everyone else just smiled at them. Anyway, we'll just have to wait to talk to Maria. James said. But from the way Sheila looked when she mentioned it, it looks like it could be a boon for us. Rias and Sona nodded in agreement. Then, they both stared at Akino who looked like she was in her happy place. Don't you think it's time for you to get up, Akino? Rias asked while crossing her arms under her chest. Nope. Akino answered simply. Well, I do. Rias replied. Then, Rias approached the chair that James and Akino were sitting in and attempted to pull Akino out of James' lap. Akino, of course, would not give up her seat without a fight. Eventually, like they have so many times before, Rias and Akino began one of their mini-battles. Sigh I wonder if those girls will ever grow up. Sona said, after quietly taking the seat that Akino had to vacate while fighting with Rias. You've become quite sneaky as of late, Sotan. James whispered into Sona's ear while wrapping his arms around her. Well, strategy and tactics are more important than brute force, after all. Sona replied with a smile. Like that, the rest of the night passed. Eventually, everyone went back to their own suites, except Sona who decided she wanted to spend the night with James, alone. The next day, everyone was given the time to do whatever they wanted. Whether it be shopping, sightseeing, relaxing, or trying out as many foods as they could. Like that, another day passed. The next day, the results for the promotion exam would be posted outside the exam venue. So, as James did several years before, the group made their way toward the exam venue once again. And when they arrived, they struggled to make it close enough to read the boards where the results were posted. After a few minutes, it was confirmed that all of them passed the test, so they made their way out of the crowd. Congratulations on your promotions, Azazel said as soon as they exited the crowd. To celebrate, I'll treat you all to a meal. I was wondering when you were gonna show yourself, Azazel. Scat Hatch said with her eyes narrowed. I do not like the feeling of being followed. Azazel felt cold sweat forming on his back at Scat Hatch's glare. Truthfully, for once he had no creepy intentions while following a group of mostly women. Unfortunately, because of his track record, he was genuinely scared for his life after meeting Scat Hatch's eyes. I'm sorry, Scat Hatch. Azazel stuttered out. I just wanted to be the first to congratulate my students. For your sake, I hope that is the truth. Scat Hatch replied. Take it easy, master. James replied. I'm sure Azazel-sensei is telling the truth. As James spoke, several of his petal-shaped blades flew out of the hems and cuffs of Azazel's clothes. Then, James slightly unsheathed Okairu Sakura and the few petal blades merged with the sword blade. He would have had quite a few new holes in his body, otherwise. James replied with a devilish smile. When did he? Azazel said as the cold sweat that formed on his back began to flow like a river. It seems your fine control of your bloodline ability has increased by quite a bit. Scat Hatch said. This Scat Hatch is impressed. Thank you, master. James replied with a smile. Anyway, let's get something to eat, Azazel-sensei's treat. Yeah. The rest of the group cheered as they made their way back to the hotel, opting to eat in the hotel's restaurant. Those damned brats. Azazel muttered as they walked. Are they trying to bankrupt me? Even though they heard him, no one paid Azazel any mind. The fact of the matter was that the girls were unhappy with the fact that Azazel had been following them silently. So, they discussed it and decided that he needed to be punished for his wrongdoings. Naturally, the guys chose to remain silent on the topic. They had no reason to save Azazel from his fate, because it was indeed a little creepy. On top of that, they did not need to find themselves on the girl's bad side for the guy. Eventually, the group arrived at the hotel restaurant. Then, after being seated, Ophis suddenly appeared in one of the open seats at the table. Ophis, why are you here? Azazel asked apprehensively. Hungry. Ophis replied simply without changing her expression. After hearing that, they quickly placed their orders. Then, while waiting for their orders to arrive, they noticed a familiar sensation. Seriously, how did these fuckers get into the underworld without alerting anyone? James asked exasperatedly. I guess the old Satan faction smuggled them in. Azazel said while sipping his drink leisurely. We really need to get rid of those old bastards. James replied. Then, he looked over at a table that should have been empty. What do you think about that, Chow Chow? I actually agree with you. Chow Chow said with a smile. I don't much like those arrogant devils either. Good to know. James replied. Nice eye patch, by the way. Not a bad fashion statement. Chow Chow could feel his smile starting to crack. However, he somehow managed to keep his cool. Then, he turned his attention to Ophis. Ophis, why are you, the leader of the Cows Brigade, associating with the enemy? Chow Chow asked. Because I can. Ophis said, once again without changing her expression. Oh, stop trying to justify your actions, Chow Chow. James interrupted. At this point you're just insulting our intelligence. It's obvious to everyone present, except for Ophis, that you plan to turn on her at some point. You got me. Chow Chow said, maintaining his smile. But I'm surprised you came here without your babysitter. James said after scanning his surroundings with his perception and soul sight. Well, with this, I think you'll see that I'm much stronger now. Chow Chow said as he removed his eye patch. Medusa's eye? Azazel asked in shock. That's right. Chow Chow said. However, he was interrupted before he could continue. A purple fog enveloped Chow Chow, then he appeared at another table sitting in a chair. However, he was oddly silent. Meanwhile, James was standing behind Chow Chow's former position, sliding his sword back into its sheath. You know, I respected your ambition to elevate your species standing amongst the supernatural beings. James said without looking at Chow Chow. I thought you went about it in the completely wrong way, though. But I thought the goal was noble enough. But now that you've started integrating parts of supernatural beings into yourself, you lost the little respect I had for you. Click. Thump. Just after the sound of James' sword clicking against its sheath could be heard, Chow Chow's head rolled off his neck and fell to the floor. Chapter 196, Samuel, the Dragon Eater. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. After Chow Chow's head fell to the floor, the room fell silent for a moment. The first to recover, however, was Azazel. In a blur of speed, he appeared next to Chow Chow's corpse, that was still seated at one of the empty tables, and reached into his corpse to extract the true Longinus. "Ha, Michael's gonna owe me one for this," Azazel exclaimed after securing the spear. A moment later, he pulled out a device from one of his pockets and sealed the true Longinus. At the same time, George appeared next to Chow Chow's corpse with disbelief written all over his face. "I knew leaving this to a human was a bad idea," an unfamiliar male voice said. "Good thing they didn't kill the only human in this plan that actually matters." Wearing black armor and a cape, a handsome young man with brown hair that flowed down to his hips and bangs that covered his right eye, walked into the restaurant. "Shalba Beelzebub," Azazel said after the brown-haired man entered the restaurant. "I was wondering when you would show up. Kateria and Kruzri have already met their ends. Don't you think it's time for you to join them in the afterlife? Don't lump me together with those weaklings, Governor General of the Crows." The brown-haired man, Shalba, said without even looking at Azazel. "You can grieve later, human. The plan has not failed yet." Snapping out of his daze at Shalba's words, George turned his wrath-filled gaze toward James and his group. "You'll pay for what you've done," George said in rage. "You won't live long enough for that," James said as he appeared next to George with his sword piercing through his chest and out of his back. George froze immediately. Then, with difficulty, he tilted his head forward and looked at the sword impaling him. "It's too late," George said quietly before the light in his eyes dimmed. And just as he said, a magic circle emitting an ominous aura had appeared in front of the rest of the group. Then, a figure wrapped in black chains and nailed to a cross rose from the floor where the magic circle was situated. "How the hell is he here?" Azazel exclaimed after seeing the bizarre creature. On the cross was a creature with the upper body of a fallen angel and the lower body of an eastern dragon. Nails with ancient runic inscriptions were driven into its arms, tail, and wings. On top of that, it was wrapped with chains and other restraint devices. Over its eyes was a blindfold, while tears of blood flowed from underneath it. "What is that thing?" Sona asked with fear seeping into her tone. "Samuel, the Dragon Eater," Azazel said in a solemn tone. "But he should be sealed in Cocytus. Damn that skeleton. His name is written all over this." "I don't have time to be wasting with you and your conjectures, Azazel," Shalba said with a sneer. "I'm here for only one reason." Then, Shalba pointed a finger at Ophis. When he did, Samuel let out the most hideous scream anyone present had ever heard. Then, its tongue shot out of its mouth toward Ophis, who looked completely unbothered and remained unmoving in front of Samuel's attack. "Are you fucking stupid?" James shouted as he, Flash stepped next to Ophis, wrapped an arm around her, and, Flash stepped away from Samuel's attack. Seeing James' actions, Shalba gritted his teeth. At the same time, Azazel sighed in relief. Meanwhile, in James' arms, Ophis looked at him with confusion in her eyes. At the same time, James was constantly, Flash stepping, to avoid being caught by Samuel. "Ophis, I know you're strong," James said after feeling Ophis' confused gaze. "But that thing is literally called the Dragon Eater, you know." "Damn it," Shalba shouted. "We cannot keep this up for long. He is going to be resealed in Cocytus soon. This useless fail. Ugh." While he was complaining about Samuel's inability to capture or kill Ophis, Shalba did not notice the threat in the form of Scathatch that skewered him through the chest with her spear. Ignoring the Scathatch was quite the oversight, descendant of Beelzebub. Scathatch said calmly as she pulled her spear from Shalba's chest. "How could this?" Shalba began to question before he fell to the floor and his eyes closed. After Shalba was dealt with, James, with Ophis in his arms, continued dodging Samuel's attacks for another 2 minutes, or so, then the magic circle that summoned him into the restaurant was dispelled and he vanished back into the floor. At the same time, Azazel also moved to secure, Dimension Lost, from George's corpse. "After recovering 2 of the top 4 Longinus, Michael's gonna owe me big," Azazel said with a smile. "And I suppose you plan on taking all the credit for their defeat," James said, as he stopped next to Azazel. "I would expect better of the Governor General of the Grigori," Scathatch said, as she also appeared next to Azazel. "Ha ha. Of course not," Azazel said with a forced smile. "Naturally, credit will be given where it is due." Hearing that, James and Scathatch nodded in satisfaction. Then, James turned his attention back to Ophis, who was clinging to him with no intention of letting go. Also, she still had a confused expression on her face. Well, not on her face but a confused glint in her eyes. Her face was still as expressionless as always. Although you probably would not have died. James said as he set Ophis back down on the floor. But we don't know what the curse of Samel would have done to you. Since it is made of Big G's hatred for dragons and serpents. Even though James was unsure if she truly understood or cared, Ophis nodded to James' words. You're surprisingly well informed about Samel's curse, Azazel said. You don't strike me as the studious type. You shouldn't judge a book by its cover, Azazel. James said. You don't strike anyone, like, at all, as the researcher type, either. Touché, Azazel replied with a grin. But why are you so informed about Samel? After Drake awakened, and we had our first real conversation. James began to explain. Then, he looked at Scathatch. Our first real conversation other than licking each other's wounds after Master put us through hell, anyway. Drake told me that over time, I would gain a dragon aspect, which would make me susceptible to dragon-slaying artifacts and such. Scathatch smiled slightly at what James had to say about her training from several years ago. While Azazel listened carefully. I see. Azazel said with a nod. So, you researched everything that had a chance of killing you easily, huh? That's right. James replied. Wait. Issei shouted, interrupting James and Azazel's conversation. Does that mean Dragon Slayer weapons are deadly to me, too? Of course, they are, you idiot. Skyadram said in a sharp tone. I already explained all of this to you. I probably wasn't listening. Issei said while scratching his head in embarrassment. Can I trade for a new partner? Skyadram said. The cat girl would have been a much better choice. As much fun as it is to listen to Skyadram bashing Issei. Aquino said while looking out the window of the hotel restaurant. Isn't the temporary dimension lost, created supposed to disappear when the wielder dies? Hearing that, everyone froze momentarily. Then, Azazel also looked out one of the windows. Shit. Azazel grumbled. It looks like they created an anchor for this little dimension. 4 of them, to be precise. Great. James replied. But why would they trap us here? Rias asked. They're probably attacking the capital. Sona replied. Then we need to get out of here fast, right? Issei asked. ISE is right. James replied. Then, he began to give out orders. Kitty Cat, I need you to use your senjutsu to try and find those anchors. Without hesitation, Kaneko nodded. Then, she closed her eyes and began to sense her surroundings. At the same time, James looked at the others. Master and I will be one group. James said. Azazel, I need you to go with Sona, Tsubaki, and Rhea. Ri, you take your peerage with you. Lancer, you lead Mizor and Mocha. These will be the groups that will take out the 4 anchors. Got it. Why the hell is this kid the one giving orders? Azazel grumbled even though no one was paying any attention to him. Before James could continue, however, his shirt was tugged. When he checked to see who it was, he was surprised to see that it was Ophis. In her eyes, she was asking the question, what about me? James could only smile wryly. Then, he picked her up and put her on his back, like a piggyback ride. You just need to hold on and enjoy the ride. James replied to the question in Ophis' eyes. In response, Ophis just nodded and wrapped her arms and legs around James' neck and torso, respectively. Then, shortly after James positioned Ophis on his back, Kaneko opened her eyes. There's one on the roof, one in the underground parking garage, one in the plaza outside the front entrance, and one in the parking lot outside the rear entrance. Kaneko reported. How are the enemies distributed? Scathatch asked. There are more concentrated around the anchor in the back. Kaneko replied. The rest seem to be guarded evenly. Good job, Kitty Cat. James said and rubbed Kaneko's head. Then, Master and I will take care of the one out back. I knew you were gonna say that. Rhea said with a wry smile. But that's probably the best choice. Sona and Azazel nodded in response. Anyway, Lancer, you lead Mizor and Mocha to the roof. James said. Understood. See you Chillin replied with a nod. Azazel, you and the Citri Peerage should go to the parking garage. James continued. That's fine by me. Azazel replied with a shrug. How about you, Sona? I don't see any problems, either. Sona replied while adjusting her glasses. And last but not least, Rias. James said while turning his attention toward Rias and her peerage. Take your peerage to the front entrance. Will do. Rias replied. All right, let's go. Like that, Rias rushed off with her peerage in tow. She's enthusiastic, isn't she? James asked with a smile. Well, we can't fall behind, now, can we? Azazel said as he began walking toward the exit of the restaurant. He's right. Sona said as she also began walking. Let's go, Tsubaki and Rhea. Naturally, Tsubaki, who summoned her Naginata, and Rhea followed their king. Siyu Chulin, Mizore, and Mocha also left the restaurant. Not before Mizore and Mocha gave James a kiss, though. We're the only ones left. James said as he made eye contact with Scathatch. Shall we? James gestured to Scathatch to take the lead as he spoke. You do realize that the concept of ladies first is useless on the battlefield, right? Scathatch asked with a small smile. Yes, but I know that if I tried to go before you, I'd have hell in training for a while. James replied with a smile. At least you learn quickly. Scathatch replied. Then, Scathatch sprinted out of the restaurant. In response, James shook his head with a wry smile on his face while glancing discreetly at the corpses scattered around. Then, he vanished from his spot. After everyone except for the supposed corpses left the restaurant, one of them, Shalba, began to twitch. Ugh. Putting myself into a death-like state was a good idea. Shalba said as he rolled himself over. I'll make that bitch pay for what she did to me. As Shalba spoke, he carefully reached into a small dimensional pocket he created. When he pulled his hand out, he was holding an arrow that was smeared with a black substance. She may not be a dragon, but Samuel's poison will still make her suffer. Shalba said as he stared at the arrow in his hand. Swish. The next moment, however, Shalba's head rolled away from his body. Then, James appeared next to his corpse and looked down at the arrow. That's really some nasty poison, just being near it is making me uncomfortable. James said. Then, like Shalba, he created a small pocket dimension and stored the arrow without touching it directly. Mount Meru, Treastrimsa. Bang. At the same time, a tall man with greenish-brown hair and a buzz cut and lavender eyes wearing an aloha shirt, loose shorts, and a jewel around his neck smashed his fist on the armrest of his throne. Are you telling me that he killed Chow Chow even after knowing that he had my backing? The tall man, Indra, said angrily. Yes, Lord Indra. Sun Wukong said while bowing respectfully. Damn it, kid. Sun Wukong grumbled mentally. Couldn't you wait a few more days? Then I would have been out on a different mission. Tell me, who was it that killed him? Indra ordered. It was most likely a half-devil named James Alaverus. Sun Wukong answered. Then, go and take his head from me. Indra ordered while waving dismissively. I would recommend against that, Lord Indra. Sun Wukong said with cold sweat flowing down his back. James Alaverus is the disciple of Scathatch. And as I told you before, she is no longer bound to the land of shadows. Yeah, right. Sun Wukong thought to himself while speaking. If you think I'll go and challenge that crazy bitch just because you told me so, you're going senile. He's that crazy woman's disciple. Indra thought to himself. Even if she is no threat to me, she could wreak havoc throughout my armies. Chow Chow is not worth it. Very well. Indra said with a sour look on his face. I'll make a complaint to that devil council or whatever it is called. I'm sure they would be thrilled to get rid of a half-devil strong enough to kill Chow Chow. Now, you are dismissed. Chapter 197, Destroying the Temporary Dimension. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. While James was taking care of Shalba Beelzebub, Scathatch rushed toward the dimensional anchor that was placed in the back of the hotel. When she arrived, she found that it was guarded by a throng of Grim Reapers. Grim Reapers, a subspecies of gods, reside in the land of the dead under Hades, the Greek god of death's rule. All of them wear dark robes and skeletal masks. The darkness of a Grim Reaper's robe can be used to determine their rank in their hierarchy. Also, they all decorate their robes with ornaments of their choice. On top of that, they all carry a scythe that can injure the soul directly by cutting away lifespan. Scathatch hummed in curiosity without reducing her speed in the slightest. These are Hades' underlings, are they not? As the words left her mouth, Scathatch, using the momentum behind her charge, threw her spear toward the anchor. Seeing the incoming projectile, many of the Grim Reapers lined up to stop it. However, as most of them were only at the high rank, they had no way of doing so. So, as if they were made of paper, they, along with their scythes, were pierced through. Before the spear could reach the anchor, it was deflected upward by a powerful Grim Reaper's scythe. However, as that happened, the Grim Reaper was forced backward, and several cracks appeared on his scythe's blade. Damn it. The Grim Reaper muttered as he looked down at his scythe to examine the extent of the damage. That woman is a monster. Oh, Grim Reapers. James said as he, flash-stepped, next to Scathatch with Ophis still on his back. Does that mean that Hades is helping the hero faction, and the Cows Brigade by extension? So, it would seem. Scathatch replied. However, finding any evidence would be near impossible. On top of being powerful, Hades is as crafty as they come. I can believe it. James replied. Either way, I'm going to kick his bony ass one day. And him sending his forces to assist the Cows Brigade just adds to the list of reasons why. Haha. I intend to be present when that happens. Scathatch said with a slight smile. I can foresee that battle being won for the ages. If I have anything to say about it. James said while unsheathing Okairu Sakura. It will be as one-sided as it gets. As James unsheathed his blade, Scathatch recalled her spear back into her hand. Then, she rushed forward and plunged into the crowd of Grim Reapers. She seems impatient. James said with a smile. Well, we should get this over with as soon as possible. Scatter, Senbin Sakura. Meanwhile, in the underground parking garage, Azazel, Sona, Tsubaki, and Rhea were dealing with a horde of Grim Reapers as well. However, the crowd was much smaller than the one behind the hotel. We need to hurry. Azazel said, we have no idea what is going on in the outside world. Then, maybe you should do more fighting and less talking. Sona said as she manipulated her water magic into high-pressure streams and dragons. Seriously, why are all you kids so serious all the time? Azazel asked as he launched light spears at the stronger of the Grim Reapers. I swear, kids nowadays don't know how to have fun. Spending time with him in any capacity is tiring. Sona said, deciding to put Azazel's tomfoolery out of her mind to focus on the battle. Yeah, when he stays quiet, he's a good ally. Rhea said as she used ice magic to freeze as many of the Grim Reapers that survived Sona's attacks as she could. But when he opens his mouth, he's insufferable. ET2, Rhea. Azazel said while grabbing his chest in a dramatic fashion. Definitely insufferable. Tsubaki added as she skewered a Grim Reaper and deflected one of their attacks with Mirror Alice. But since he's strong, we can put up with it for the duration of this fight. Agreed. Sona and Rhea replied simultaneously. Is this really any way to treat one of your teachers? Azazel asked while he continued to barrage the Grim Reapers with light spears. At the same time, Mizor, Siyu Chulin, and Mocha were wreaking havoc on the Grim Reapers stationed on the roof to protect the dimensional anchor. Come on, you two. Mizor said as she fired a volley of ice spikes at the Grim Reapers surrounding the anchor. If we hurry, we might be able to help James and Master Scathatch. Do you really think they need our help? Mocha asked after punching through the chest of a Grim Reaper, then using the corpse as a shield against the side of another. I mean, you have seen those two fight before, right? It can be dangerous to just be in their vicinity when they're rampaging around. I know. Mizor said with a slight pout. Why do you always have to rain on my parade with logic? Because it's fun. Mocha said with a smile after impaling a Grim Reaper on one of Mizor's ice spikes. Stand clear. Siyu Chulin shouted after jumping into the air. Hearing the tone of Siyu Chulin's voice, Mizor and Mocha distanced themselves as much as they could from the group of Grim Reapers. As the girls moved away, Siyu Chulin threw his spear at the dimensional anchor. As he did, he invoked the curse on his spear. Gibalg. Siyu Chulin said shortly after the spear left his hand. With tremendous momentum, the spear flew toward the dimensional anchor. When it made contact, it caused an explosion. Due to the destabilization of space, many spatial cracks were created. At the same time, many of the remaining Grim Reapers were torn apart by the destabilized space. Down in the plaza on the ground, the explosion caused by Siyu Chulin's attack was clearly visible. It looks like Lancer's group is done. Rhea said as she fired multiple orbs of the power of destruction at the Grim Reapers surrounding the dimensional anchor she was assigned to destroy. Well, then we better step up the pace, too. Akino said as she summoned down bolts of holy lightning. As Akino finished speaking, the ground shook violently. I guess Kaishu and Azazel-sensei are done, too. Issei said as he wrapped up around a dozen Grim Reapers in his shadows. Swish, X6. Bang, X6. A moment after the Grim Reapers were immobilized, Yudo dashed past 6 of them and decapitated them as he ran. Then, Kaneko, using her immense strength, caved in the skulls of the other half of the immobilized foes. Then, both Yudo and Kaneko rushed toward another group of immobilized enemies who had been frozen with Gasper's forbidden Baylor view. At the same time, Issei sunk into his own shadow. A moment later, he rose from the shadow of a Grim Reaper targeting Akino and impaled him with the claws on his gauntlets. Thanks Issei-kun. Akino said as she dispelled the holy lightning sparking on her fingers. But you almost got yourself killed. Issei froze momentarily when he heard that. Then, he sunk back into his shadow without speaking. As Issei disappeared with a slightly pale face, Akino smiled sadistically and turned her attention to her next victim. Ugh. This is taking too long. Ria said impatiently. You guys, buy me a few seconds. After hearing Ria's orders, the rest of her peerage retreated and surrounded her, making sure that she would not be interrupted. Then, Rias began preparing the move she used to finish off Riser in their raiding game. Just as she said, Ria spent a few seconds with her arms spread, accumulating energy on each palm. Then, when the balls of the power of destruction she was holding were saturated, she spread her wings and flew into the sky. Then, she brought her hands together with her palms facing toward the dimensional anchor. Final destruction. Ria shouted as she fired a beam of the power of destruction toward the dimensional anchor. As the Grim Reapers were ordered to do, they tried to defend the anchor against the incoming attack. Unfortunately, the power of destruction simply erased them from existence on its way to destroying the anchor. That move is just as badass as the last time I saw it. Issei said excitedly. In response, Ria smiled while she lowered herself back to the ground. Alright, let's clean up the rest of these Grim Reapers. Ria said. Then, we can go help James and Master Scathatch. A few minutes later, the three groups gathered behind the hotel. However, what they found waiting for them left them confused. James, with Ophis still on his back, was standing off to the side while Scathatch was fighting a Grim Reaper. On top of that, Scathatch was giving the Grim Reaper advice on how he could improve as they fought. When James noticed they had arrived, he turned to them with a smile. So, you're all done, huh? James said. Yeah. Rias replied. What's going on here? Sona asked, confusion swirling in her eyes. Oh, we wanted to give you all the time to take out the rest of the enemies. James said while watching Scathatch instruct the strongest of the Grim Reapers. Is that Pluto? Azazel asked. Sure is. James replied. He's a lot stronger than I expected. He could fight me even while I was wearing Downfall Dragon, another armor. Hey, Master. James shouted after a bit of small talk with the new arrivals. Everyone is done. I think it's time to wrap things up. Understood. Scathatch said, then her whole atmosphere changed. When Scathatch started taking the fight seriously, Pluto could feel it immediately. As much as he wanted to flee, he knew that was an impossibility. On top of that, taking his opponent with him was also outside of the realm of possibility. So, he just gave up. He completely stopped resisting. Wow, his will to live is gone. Azazel said with shock apparent in his tone. What did you do to that poor guy before we got here? Well, First Master threw her spear and killed close to a third of the Grim Reapers defending the anchor. James said nonchalantly. Then, I used Senbon Sakura to clean up the rest. By that time, only Pluto was left, and Master said that she hadn't had enough. So, she's been forcing him to fight ever since then. Issei asked curiously. And to make it more fun, she was giving him advice, too. That's about it. James said with a nod. Oh, she's done. Tsubaki said. Just as Tsubaki said, Scathatch impaled Pluto through his heart with her spear. Because he had given up on fighting back, it seemed a little anticlimactic. After that, Scathatch threw her spear at the dimensional anchor once again. This time, with no obstacles in the way, Scathatch easily destroyed the anchor. Then, with all four anchors destroyed, the temporary dimension began to shatter. Okay, everybody. James said, getting everyone's attention. We don't know what the Cows Brigade was doing while we were trapped in here. So, be ready for battle once the dimension crumbles. Instead of replying, the rest of the group prepared themselves for another fight. And just as they expected, there was another fight waiting for them. Members of the hero faction were surrounding the hotel while members of the capital's standing army were trying to defend the devil civilians against their attacks. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. James said calmly as he unsheathed Okairu Sakura. Then, the petal-shaped blades floated into the crowd of humans and began to shred them without much resistance. After about 45 seconds, all the members of the hero faction surrounding the hotel were dead. I'm sure this isn't the only place that's under attack. James said as Okairu Sakura reformed. Spread out and help as many people as you can. Got it. Said all the young devils in response. Then, the young devils led by Siyu Chulin, Rias, and Sona, separated to help civilians or fight stronger members of the hero faction. Well, I'm gonna head to the Grigori and seal up these sacred gears I got from those kids. Azazel said, before teleporting away without waiting for a response. Just before he left, though, he spoke once more. I'll fill the Satans in on what happened in that temporary dimension, too. And what do you plan on doing, my disciple? Scathatch asked. You remember that guy with all the swords I told you about in Kyoto? James asked with a smile. Yes, the one with the subspecies, twice critical, right? Scathatch asked. That's right. James replied with a mischievous smile. Do you think Muramasa could reforge those demonic swords he uses into one of my new swords? Chapter 198, Another One Bites the Dust. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. In the part of Lilith reserved for the research institutes, a tall building, a skyscraper if you would, stood overlooking the rest of the city. In this skyscraper, the publicly recognized, most intelligent men in the underworld, Ajuka Beelzebub of the four great Satans, conducted most, if not all, of his research. At the top of this building is an impressively designed sky garden where Ajuka would come to either relax or ponder over problems in his research in solitude. These kids from the hero faction sure are making a mess, Ajuka said as he looked down at the commotions going on around Lilith. So many, balance breaker, users. Not to mention, monsters from Annihilation Maker. Today, unlike his usual trips to the Sky Garden, Ajuka was using his time to monitor the situation during the hero faction's attack. And as time went by, he was liking what he saw less and less. Those monsters from Annihilation Maker are beginning to gain the anti-devil property, Ajuka said as he used the Kankara formula to analyze the monsters Leonardo created. That boy should be our main priority for extermination. Oh, to think that one of the four great Satans would consider killing a child like that. A male voice said from the edge of the roof. I wonder what the rest of the devils would think if they heard that. They would expect that of me, Ajuka said without turning around. Devils must be strong, calculating, and ruthless, after all. Yeah, I thought so, the male voice said in a nonchalant manner. As that short conversation went on, the young man who infiltrated Ajuka's private sanctuary, Siegfried of the hero faction, approached Ajuka leisurely. Scaling the side of this building is rather impressive, Ajuka said. Especially without getting caught. You have a rather impressive death wish. Thank you for your praise, Siegfried said with a smile. However, you don't have to worry about my will to live. After all, I came here to keep you from interfering, not to throw my life away. Oh, I wonder how you intend to do that, Ajuka asked, finally turning towards Siegfried. With this, Siegfried said as he pulled out a small device. This is a barrier generator that George, the wielder of Dimension Lost, created. It should be able to trap you for at least 3 hours. As he spoke, Siegfried activated the device and tossed it at Ajuka's feet. And what made you so sure that I wouldn't stop you from activating that thing? Ajuka said as he used the Kankara formula to analyze the barrier. Oh, not bad. It really would take me about 3 hours to break this barrier. We banked on the arrogance that most powerful devils have, Siegfried said while shrugging his shoulders. And it would seem that our hypothesis proved correct. Yes, it is true that most powerful devils are quite arrogant, Ajuka said with a nod while continuing to analyze the barrier. However, you should know that I am not one of them. If that is true, then why would you allow yourself to be stuck in that barrier? Siegfried asked, genuinely curious to hear the excuse that Ajuka would come up with. That's simple, actually, Ajuka said, not even looking at Siegfried by this point. Because there is someone else who will take care of you while I have fun with this barrier. Really, I hope you're not talking about that kid from Kyoto who could barely keep up with me, Siegfried said with a smile. It hasn't been long enough for him to be a real challenge yet. No, he's talking about me, James said from right behind Siegfried. Hearing the somewhat familiar voice from so close by, Siegfried was startled into taking some distance. Then, when he turned around and saw that the speaker was James, he was stunned into silence for a few seconds. You really look like you're having fun, Ajuka, James said after turning his attention toward the Satan whose expression looked like he got a new toy for Christmas. This is quite the incredible piece of magical work, Ajuka replied. Over 900 times a second, the pattern of the mana making up this barrier changes. That boy, George Faust, really is the magical genius he was made out to be. So you left me to do the cleanup work because you wanted to play, huh? James said with a smile. Something like that, Ajuka replied. While James and Ajuka were joking with each other, Siegfried was staring at James with shock and confusion. He could not understand how James was standing in front of him. With Chow Chow's new eye, he should have been killed by now. How are you here? Siegfried asked with confusion in his tone. You're supposed to be dead. What happened to Chow Chow and George? Oh, their corpses were probably destroyed along with that little dimension, James replied with a shrug. I mean, why do you look so confused? Even with that new eye Chow Chow got, which was hideous on him. By the way, I don't know why any of you expected someone approaching the peak of the minor god rank to die at the hands of someone almost a full rank lower. You killed Chow Chow, Siegfried said as rage began to seep into his tone. Sure did. James replied with a nod. That George guy, too. Oh, don't forget Shalba Beelzebub, too. Though, Master did most of the heavy lifting with that last one. I just cut his head off after he tried to play dead. Oh, that should be the last, living descendant of the original Satans. Ajuka said. Well, the last one whose whereabouts we know of, anyway. You mean Lucifer's son, right? James replied. One of the 3 super devils who eclipsed the original Lucifer, like you and Serzex, right? That's right. Ajuka said, still analyzing the barrier as he spoke. We lost track of him shortly before the Civil War 500+ years ago. Once again, while James and Ajuka spoke, Siegfried was processing the situation. On top of that, he had trouble believing what James said to be true. However, since James was here and Chow Chow had yet to contact him, he was beginning to lean toward the fact that James was telling the truth. Chow Chow is dead. Siegfried muttered. Yup. James said with a nod and a smile. Cutting his head off felt great, too. Instead of replying to James, Siegfried lowered his head and spoke quietly. Balance break, Chaos Edge Azura Ravage. Just like his battle with Yudo back in Kyoto, Siegfried grew a 3rd arm, covered in silver dragon scales, from his back. Unlike the battle with Yudo, however, the dragon arms continued to grow from his back until he had a total of 4 dragon scale-covered arms. Now, including his normal arms, Siegfried had 6, enough to wield each of the 6 swords on his waist. So, he could make more of those weird dragon arms, huh? James said. Partner, you need to be careful with this guy. Drake said hurriedly. That one sword is a dragon-slaying sword. Yeah, it is Graham, after all. James replied with a nod as Siegfried began drawing his swords. I'm guessing that reforging that one into a katana would be a no-no, huh? If you don't mind your hands burning every time you held it, go on ahead. Drake replied with a scoff. Yeah, I'll pass on that. James said with a smile. The other 4 are promising, though. Clang. How rude. James said. Can't you see I was in the middle of a conversation? I promise you'll be joining your friends shortly. Just be patient, please. I'll kill you. Siegfried shouted. As he shouted, Siegfried began to swing his swords with the skill of a master swordsman. However, thanks to his much greater physical parameters, James was able to fend off all 6 of Siegfried's swords with only Mangetsu no Shidada. On top of that, James was no worse in terms of swordsmanship than Siegfried. Kiba didn't talk him up at all. James said with a bit of praise in his tone. He's really quite good. If he wasn't so weak, this might be a challenge for you. Drake replied. But he should be taught his place for challenging a dragon. Agreed. James said as a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. As he finished his conversation with Drake, James stepped forward. Instead of defending from Siegfried's sword strikes as he had been doing, he swung his sword, seemingly very slowly. However, once he stepped past Siegfried, all 6 of his arms fell, with the 6 swords still held tightly in each hand. Then, James spoke the name of his technique as he slid Mangetsu no Shidada back into its sheath. 7 blooming cherry blossoms. Click. As the sound of Mangetsu no Shidada's handguard contacting the sheath rang out, Siegfried's chest began to spray blood from where his heart would be. I wouldn't be surprised if you were on par with Okita Tsuji in terms of swordsmanship at this point. Ajuka commented. 7 simultaneous slashes using only technique and bodily strength is quite impressive. If you think that's impressive, you should see me when I circulate my demonic energy through my body and sword. James replied with a smile. Then, he turned toward Siegfried's corpse and raised his hand with his palm pointing toward it. Heido number 33, Sakasui. From James' palm, a stream of high-temperature, pale blue flames were fired and engulfed Siegfried's corpse, setting it ablaze swiftly. After a few seconds, the flames died down. When they did, there was nothing left but ash that was blown away by the wind. Well, now that that's taken care of, I'll just take these and be on my way. James said as he began to pick up the 5 demonic swords. I think Yudo may be able to use this 4 I decide to not use. I'll be here for a while. Ajuka said. Help as many people as you can, okay? Of course, you'll be there for a while. James said while rolling his eyes. Letting yourself get caught like that will do that to you, you know. Ajuka could only chuckle in response. He knows, like most scientists, he sometimes allows himself to be taken over by his curiosity in situations when he should not. But since there was someone here that could deal with the enemy, he was all right with it. Oh, where is Serzex? James asked. I haven't felt his presence since I got out of the temporary dimension. Oh, as soon as Azazel got out, he contacted us, and when Serzex heard that there were so many Grim Reapers involved, he grabbed Azazel and dragged him along to Hades' land of the dead. Ajuka replied. I'm sure he'll have something to say about Samuel as well. James said in a solemn tone. This is the first time I'm hearing about that. Ajuka said, finally turning his attention away from the barrier he was trying to analyze. I bet Surzex, the Siscon took off as soon as he heard that Rias was attacked by Grim Reapers. James said with a wry smile. Ajuka returned a wry smile as his response. Then, James shrugged his shoulders and continued. Yeah, the hero faction fuckers and Shalba Beelzebub summoned him and sicked him on Ophis. James said in a nonchalant tone. But I grabbed her and dodged his attacks until the summoning timed out. It's a good thing I did, too. They were playing on the fact that she would never see that thing as a threat, so she tried to tank the attack. That was a good decision. Ajuka said with a nod. Samuel's poison is potent enough to seriously injure the likes of Ophis and Great Red. Though they would never die from it. I figured. James replied with another shrug. But she's just a ball of innocence. A stupidly powerful one, mind you. But she doesn't deserve to be betrayed like that. Anyway, I'll be here for the next few hours. Ajuka said. If you wouldn't mind, could you keep the citizens safe? I planned on it. James replied. The next move is to secure the kid using Annihilation Maker, at least until someone who can extract it is free. And on that note, I'll see you later, Ajuka. With that, James finished storing the sword Siegfried left behind, spread his wings, and flew from the Sky Garden. Chapter 199, The Second Round. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. While James was dealing with Siegfried's attack on Ajuka, the rest of the group split up to deal with the rest of the members of the hero faction. In most cases, the members of the hero faction were killed on sight. However, those with rarer, sacred gears were to be taken into custody, if possible, to extract their sacred gears. To make this endeavor possible, all the members of the group were wearing transceivers so they could get information about the sacred gears they came across. Unfortunately, the members of the hero faction were spread out all over the city. And with there being only 13 members of the three peerages present, the progress was going slower than they would have liked. However, thanks to Scathatch and Kaniko's sensing abilities, slow progress was relative. Scathatch, on her own, was rushing from one enemy to another, piercing them with her spear and moving on after making sure the foe had died. Kaniko, on the other hand, was working in a group with Yudo, Gasper, and Issei, doing the same, even if at a slower pace. Tsubaki and Rhea were also moving in a group to confront enemies and protect the civilians, but their pace was much slower than the other two mentioned groups. Even though they could sense how powerful someone was, they had a much tougher time differentiating between auras, which often led them to other devils who were looking for members of the hero faction. Rias, Sona, Mizor, Siyu Chulin, and Mocha were also searching the city. Their targets were any enemies that the others would not be able to handle with their current strengths. However, that changed when Mizor ran into Heracles attacking a group of children. Ahaha. Heracles laughed loudly. I, Heracles, will eliminate all of you dark creatures. Ugh. Bang. While Heracles was monologuing in front of his scared victims, suddenly he was sent flying into the wall of a private residence, collapsing it on top of himself in the process. Where he stood previously, was a short girl with light purple hair and ice covering her hands in the shape of claws. I finally found you. Mizor said in an excited tone. Because of you, I was punished after the trip to Kyoto. So, you're gonna pay for that now. Mizor had completely neglected the fact that the reason she was punished was her own fault. Even though she had forgotten that little tidbit, she did remember that letting her enemies live was not allowed this time. Also, she never underestimated her opponents this time around, either. It's you again. Heracles exclaimed after climbing out of the rubble. I've been looking forward to having my revenge ever since the last time we met. Whatever. Mizor said uncaringly. Let's get to it instead of talking about it. With that, Mizor used her ice manipulation to freeze a path toward Heracles. However, before she could approach, Heracles did something different than he did last time. Balance break, detonation, mighty comet. Heracles shouted. After his shout, several missile-like constructs were created around Heracles that he fired at Mizor. Unfortunately for him, Mizor had learned her lesson when it comes to underestimating her opponents after her Hell Mode training with Scathatch. Ice Mirror Prison, Mizor said as she created several dozen ice mirrors around herself and Heracles. Mizor had been practicing this move ever since James mentioned it to her. However, this will be the first time she was using it in actual combat. Once all the mirrors were solidified, and before the missiles could detonate, Mizor leapt backward and sunk into the mirror directly behind her. An instant later, she popped out of a mirror above and to the right of Heracles with her claws extended. What? Heracles exclaimed in confusion as Mizor's claws raked across the arms he raised to guard. Before Heracles could fire another volley of his missiles, Mizor dashed toward the nearest mirror and sank into it once again. Then, she flew from another mirror located behind Heracles and slashed Heracles' left leg. Then, she retreated into another mirror. This pattern repeated itself a number of times with Mizor attacking a different part of Heracles' body each time. Right leg, left shoulder, left ribs, etc. After less than a minute of this, Heracles had been frozen due to the ice that seeped into each of the wounds Mizor's claws left on him. Geez, I had to cut him almost 150 times to get him to stop moving. Mizor said as she came out of her last mirror at high speed. Then, without slowing down, she plunged her right claw into Heracles' chest. However, his body was so sturdy that she could not pierce her arm through to his back like she planned. So, instead of that, she gripped his heart and froze it solid. Then, she disconnected her hand from the ice that was surrounding it. What do you have to eat to get that sturdy? Mizor said while she shook her hand after removing it from Heracles' chest. It actually hurt a bit to force my hand through his muscle and bones. Oh well, back to work. As she finished speaking, Mizor turned around and dashed off toward the next battlefield. A moment later, the ice claw she left behind in Heracles' chest exploded, causing ice shrapnel to ravage his lifeless body from the inside. On another battlefield, Mocha had also run into an old enemy. Currently, she was facing off against Jean, who was standing on top of a dragon made of holy swords. That's new. Mocha said while in her fighting stance. This is my blade blacksmith's subspecies, balance breaker, stake victim dragon. Jean said with a smile. Every part of it is deadly to people like you, Silverchan. Mocha rolled her eyes at the overly familiar nickname. However, she charged at the dragon without hesitation. As long as it doesn't touch me, it doesn't matter how deadly it is. Mocha said during her approach. Deciding that she did not want to let Mocha get too close, especially after the beating she received last time, Jean used the dragon to attack Mocha. As it swung its claws and tail and used its fangs to try and bite her, Mocha gracefully weaved between the attacks. Unfortunately, the dragon was about 13 feet, approximate 4 m, tall. No matter how she dodged, there was no easy way to counterattack Jean. This is getting me nowhere. Mocha muttered to herself as she continued to dodge the incoming attacks. I guess I'll have to try something new. With that, Mocha distanced herself from the holy sword dragon before stopping at a distance she deemed to be safe for the moment. Then, she used one of her fangs to pierce her left thumb. After a bit of blood began to trickle from the small wound, Mocha held the hand forward. Blood arts, arrow stream. Mocha said solemnly. Once her words fell, blood began to flow from Mocha's thumb and created a longbow. Then, 3 arrows were created in the same way and fell into Mocha's right hand. She then knocked the 3 arrows, drew the bow, and aimed at Jean. What is that? Jean asked as she ordered the dragon to defend. Unfortunately, with Mocha's strength, once she released the arrows, they flew at a speed that Jean could barely comprehend. Before the dragon's claws were halfway to the optimal position to defend against the 3 arrows, they had already pierced Jean through her stomach, left leg, and right shoulder. Due to the pain, Jean lost control of her sacred gear, which caused her balance breaker to dispel and the dragon to collapse. That, of course, led to Jean falling to the ground, barely conscious. Then, after hitting the ground, which worsened her injuries, with her hazy vision Jean saw a silhouette approaching. This stupid attack ruined what was supposed to be a happy day for us. Mocha said while approaching. On top of that, it was quite the beautiful day. By the time she had finished speaking, Mocha had reached Jean's side. She then knelt and cradled Jean's battered body in her arms. Even if you fools ruin my good day, it's still beautiful enough to have a bite to drink. Mocha said before plunging her fangs into Jean's neck. As Mocha was draining Jean's blood, Kaneko, Yuto, Gasper, and Issei arrived near the battlefield. As they arrived, they witnessed the scene of Mocha drinking Jean's blood, and Issei could not help but open his mouth. I don't know what they're doing, but that looks kinda hot, Issei said with a perverted smile on his face. Mocha's drinking that girl's blood. Yuto said with a wry smile. How can she do that? Gasper asked while shuddering. Everyone who was around when James, Rias, and the others were living in the underworld knew that Gasper did not enjoy drinking blood like the rest of his species did. Instead, he hated it as much as wearing male clothing. Calm down, Gaspy. Kaneko said while patting Gasper on the head. Remember, Mocha was a full-blood vampire before she was converted. So, it was necessary for her to live for most of her life. After Kaneko finished speaking to Gasper, she glared at Issei and continued. If it looks so hot, how about I drain all your blood and offer it to Mocha-senpai? Hearing that, Issei shuddered, much like Gasper had moments ago. Then, he waved off Kaneko, suggestion. I think we've stopped here long enough. Issei said with a serious expression on his face. There are still enemies to take down. Kaneko rolled her eyes at Issei's response. Before she could retort, however, a glowing white light exited Jean's chest. Then, it floated away from Mocha and Jean toward the quartet of onlookers. When it neared, it stopped, floating in front of Yuto. "What is that thing?" Issei asked in curiosity. "It feels like sword birth, only." "Holy," Yuto said with confusion in his tone. "It's probably her sacred gear," Mocha said while walking over to the new arrivals. As Mocha walked toward them, Kaneko, Yuto, Gasper, and Issei could see Jean's body had turned to ash and began to blow away with the wind. Not paying any attention to the state she left her foe in, Mocha continued to speak. "I've heard of something like this happening before from Master Scathatch, but to think that I'd see it in person." "What do you mean, Mocha-senpai?" Gasper asked curiously. "She said something about one of the sacred gear moving onto a nearby soul that is compatible with it, instead of going back to Heaven's system," Mocha explained. "And it looks like Blade Blacksmith found its new wielder." "Whoa, that's awesome," Issei said excitedly. "Come on, Kiba, grab it." Nodding his head at Issei's enthusiasm, Yuto stretched his hand forward and wrapped his fingers around the silver orb. Once it was securely in his grasp, the orb was absorbed into his palm. "Are you okay, Yuto-senpai?" Kaneko asked with slight concern in her tone. Instead of answering immediately, Yuto held his hand forward. Then, in a flash of light, a holy sword with no attribute was created in his hand. "I guess it worked," Mocha said with a smile. "Congratulations, Yuto." "Thanks." Yuto returned the smile. Then, he looked at Kaneko and continued. "I'm all right, Kaneko. Thanks for worrying about me." Kaneko nodded with a smile. "All right, we can celebrate later," Mocha said. "We've got a lot more of these hero faction fools to take care of." To Mocha's words, everyone nodded. Then, Mocha and the group took off in different directions to find more of the invaders and neutralize them. At the same time, James found Leonardo, who seemed as if he were barely conscious after creating so many of his monsters. It looked as if he would die from exhaustion before anyone had the chance to kill him. However, James had no intention of killing him. Instead, he planned to capture him so that his sacred gear could be extracted if they could not find a use for the boy. Killing a kid isn't something I'm comfortable with," James said. "I hope they can put him to use, somehow." As James spoke, he walked toward Leonardo calmly while avoiding attacks or destroying the monsters between him and his target. Then, when he finally reached Leonardo, he placed his left palm in front of the boy's face. "Bakudo number 27, Inamuri." James spoke softly. A moment later, Leonardo's eyes closed, and the monsters he created dispersed into energy. Before Leonardo fell, James grabbed the back of his Kakurin and held him up. "What kind of hell did they put this boy through?" James asked. "It's only been around a month, and he's been pushed up to the intermediate level of the middle rank." Deciding that could be figured out later, James shook his head as he extended his wings. Then, he flew back to Ajuka's research tower. He thought Ajuka would be the best person to ask if they could use Leonardo instead of killing him. And if they could not, James was sure that Ajuka would be able to extract the Annihilation Maker from him. Chapter 200, After the Invasion. Land of the Dead, Hades Palace. Inside the throne room of a rather gloomy-looking palace, 3 people were present. The first was Azazel, who was standing near the throne room's entrance with a pensive look on his face. The second was a large skeleton wearing a black ceremonial robe with gold accents and blue flames glowing in its eye sockets. And the last was a humanoid being radiating the red glow of the power of destruction. "How long do you plan on destroying my home, Sirzex Lucifer?" The skeleton asked the human-shaped power of destruction in an impassive tone. "I have already told you that I have no knowledge of the reason your people were attacked by Grim Reapers. As if there were a Grim Reaper alive who would act without your consent, Hades," Sirzex said in a tone seething with anger. "I don't appreciate your attempt to insult my intelligence." As Hades, the skeleton seated on the throne, said, while taking this form, Sirzex was destroying Hades' palace and anything within a certain radius just by existing. No one knows what triggered this form of Sirzex. However, it is confirmed that he was born in this state. Over the centuries, as he gained control of this form, his power grew along with it, until he grew into the underworld's most powerful devil that surpassed even the original Lucifer. And Sirzex had the nerve to scold James about wanting to kill Chow Chow. Azazel mused internally. With talk of starting a possible war. Yet, he rushes straight into Greek territory and does this. As Azazel was complaining about and cursing Sirzex inwardly for dragging him along, a magic circle appeared next to his left ear. Checking the crest on the magic circle, Azazel injected his holy energy into it when he realized it was from his second-in-command, Shamhazai. "Hey, Shamhazai, what's up?" Azazel asked, ignoring the current atmosphere in Hades' throne room. "Oh, James captured the kid with Annihilation Maker. And all the attackers have been killed or captured already." Man, those kids work fast. Alright, good to know. I'll tell Surzex right away. See ya. Overhearing Azazel's side of the conversation, Hades and Surzex turned their attention toward him. Hey, Surzex. Azazel said with a smile. It looks like all the commotion in Lilith has been taken care of. So, I'm going home. I've got a sacred gear, or 3 to research. Hearing that, Surzek's transformation faded, and he returned to his usual state. When he did, Azazel could see him staring blankly. Why are you looking at me like that? Azazel asked with a shrug. It's not like we can force old bones over there to confess. Watch your tone, brat. Hades said with clear unhappiness in his tone. So, I'm going to go do something that could actually be useful. Azazel said, ignoring Hades' rebuke. You're probably right. Surzek said reluctantly. Then, he turned back to Hades and spoke once more. Next time something like this happens, I won't care about having any proof before I start with violence. If you're looking to die so badly, be my guest, boy. Hades said in a dismissive tone. Though he was still furious, Surzek turned away and strode toward the entrance to the throne room. Okay, Azazel, let's go. Surzek said as he walked past Azazel on his way out. In response, Azazel shrugged his shoulders. Then, with a cheeky grin on his face, he waved at Hades before exiting the palace himself. After Surzek and Azazel left the throne room, Hades waited until he could no longer feel them in the land of the dead. Then, he flared his divine power and smashed his bony fist into the armrest of his throne. Humans can't get anything done, Hades said in a cold tone. Underworld, Gremory territory, Alaverus estate. That was tiring. Mizor said as she flopped down on the sofa after James and his peerage teleported back to their home in the underworld. At least I got to take care of that Heracles. That will teach him to get me punished. I think you got yourself punished. James replied as he sat next to her and wrapped his arm around her waist. He didn't force you to not follow orders or let your arrogance get the best of you, did he? At that, Mizor pouted. Then, she began pounding her little fists on James' arm and shoulder. Why are you being so mean? Mizor asked in an aggrieved tone. I'm not being mean, and you know it. James said with a smile. A moment later, his expression turned a bit more solemn. You know that if you're not willing to acknowledge your mistakes, then you'll never learn from them. I know. Mizor said with a pout. Anyway, how were the fights? James asked the group. They were weak. See Chillin said. You're at the peak of the ultimate rank, what did you expect? Mocha asked. That's not what I meant. See Chillin replied. Their ambitions were too high for their level of strength. They only had a handful of high ranks. That Chow Chow was the only ultimate rank, too. Stopping to think about what See Chillin said, Mizor and Mocha were surprised to realize that it was true. Then, they looked at James and Scathatch to see their opinions. That's true. James replied. Humans usually have a lower ceiling for growth than other races do. Most humans would find it impossible to raise their strength above the middle rank. Scathatch added to James' explanation. The talented ones would reach high rank, while only the true geniuses would be able to reach the ultimate rank. Then why would they think they had a chance against the supernatural species? Mocha asked curiously. If I had to make a guess, it's because of Chow Chow's charisma and a healthy dose of brainwashing. James replied. On top of that, Chow Chow awakened a huge messiah complex after he awakened the true Longinus. Scathatch nodded in response. It is not uncommon for a human to lose themselves in their perceived power. Scathatch said calmly. Anyway, enough about that. James said. I think it's about time we go back to the human world. I'm sure the others are worried. At that, the other 4 nodded. Then, after freshening up, they all gathered, and James teleported them back to the human world. Human world, Japan, Kuo. A moment later, James and his group appeared in the mansion in Kuo. When they arrived, James was tackled into a hug by his mother. Thank goodness you're all right. Leona said while hugging James tightly. When I heard that you were pulled into another dimension again, I was worried. It's okay, Mom. James replied with a smile while patting his mother on her back. Those weaklings were too weak to do anything to me. And with Master there was no danger at all. Hey, why do you only mention Master Scathatch? Mizor asked indignantly. You make it seem like we didn't do anything at all. Well, to be fair. See Chillin replied to Mizor's outcry. We only made things a little faster. If James and Master got serious, they really wouldn't have needed our help. Mocha nodded in agreement with See Chillin. And although Mizor knew he was right, she did not want to hear that right now. So, she created ice on the tip of her shoe and kicked him in the shin. Stupid CU. Mizor shouted as she kicked. Abraham Lincoln once said, "It's better to keep your mouth shut and appear stupid than open it and remove all doubt." After hearing that, everyone, except for CU Chillin, held in their laughter for two reasons. One, they thought it was funny that CU Chillin was just scolded with a famous quote from an American author, and two, "Hey, Mizor," Mocha said while struggling to keep her giggles inside. That quote was by Mark Twain. And with that, the group devolved into uproarious laughter. Naturally, Mizor began to blush in embarrassment. CU Chillin, on the other hand, took the opportunity to fire back. "Mizor, I'd like to thank you for your advice, I'll take it to heart," CU Chillin said in a serious tone. "But perhaps you should take your own advice as well." After the first half of CU Chillin's response, everyone rolled their eyes. They all knew how prone to putting his foot in his mouth CU Chillin was. But when the second half left his mouth, everyone laughed even harder. Then, after a few minutes of hearty laughter, Leona turned her attention to Mizor, CU Chillin, and Mocha. "I know things didn't go well in the underworld, but we still have to congratulate you three on your promotions," Leona said with a smile before pulling all three of them into a hug, each. "Thank you, Auntie Leona," Mizor replied while returning the hug with a big smile on her face. "Thanks," CU Chillin replied, trying to hide the proud smile on his face. "Thank you," Mocha replied while smiling calmly and returning the hug. "Congratulations." Dante, Lady, Iam, and Cheyenne cheered. Flora and Shuna, however, were not present due to their injuries from the attack they suffered with Mio and Maria. After that, those who returned from the underworld were asked for details about the test and the attack, as well as what they did before the attack and the places they got to see. Naturally, Mizor was the most excited while retelling the story, with everyone else adding tidbits that Mizor missed, or was not present for. "So, your celebration dinner was interrupted?" Leona asked. "Does that mean you guys are hungry now?" Hearing the word hungry, Ophis' ears perked up. Then, she looked at James with her eyes glowing. "Yeah, I guess food would be good." James replied with a disappointed smile on his face. "What's wrong?" Leona asked after seeing the look on James' face. "Are you saying the restaurant's food was better than your mother's?" "No, of course not." James replied with a wry smile. "Then, why do you look so disappointed?" Lady asked curiously. "Because we don't have the chance to fleece Azazel anymore," James said in a truly downcast manner. "Don't worry, sweetie," Leona said with a mischievous smile. "I'm sure we'll get him next time." Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. In the meeting room where the Satans often meet, Serzex, Ajuka, Seraphal, and Falbium were seated with Azazel, discussing the entire event and what countermeasures they were going to take. "Really, Serzex-chan?" Seraphal said with astonishment written all over her face. "And you had the nerve to lecture, well try to lecture, Jaquin after he promised to kill Chow Chow, about starting a war. James probably has even less respect for you as a Satan now that you've shown such hypocrisy," Ajuka said. Serzex chose not to respond. Instead, he just snorted, then looked away. Yawn it's just like I said," Falbium said in a lethargic manner. "You would do the same thing if Rias were put in danger." "Yeah, the worst thing is that he just dragged me along, not caring if I wanted to go or not," Azazel said with a smile. "So, worse than James, you drag others into your attempts to start a..." Before Azazel could finish, he shivered. Then, he felt relief washing over him. Naturally, everyone else saw this as well. So, they looked to Azazel with concern. "Azazel-chan, are you okay?" Seraphal asked curiously. "Did Hades do something to you while we were there?" Serzex asked, just looking for a reason to charge back into the land of the dead. "And whose fault do you think that would be?" Ajuka asked Serzex, who was not paying attention to him in the slightest. Waving off everyone's concerns, Azazel smiled wryly. "No, everything is all right," Azazel said. "I just feel like I dodged a bullet somehow. Someone was definitely plotting against me." Azazel thought to himself. "I don't know who it was, or what it was about. However, I know that their plan failed, and it feels like they have given up. For now, anyway." "Oh, yeah," Azazel said as if he had just remembered something. "I'm going to retire as Governor General. I'll be passing that position on to Shamhazai. I mean, I won't have time for that while researching those 3 sacred gears." "I'm sure Shamhazai wasn't thrilled with that decision," Ajuka said. "Haha." Azazel laughed dryly. "Well, I haven't told him yet. So,